Can you just calm down for a sec? You want the whole crew to babysit your tantrum?" The boy, with sharp features and a downright annoyed face, brushed off the lunchbox Luna Evans handed him. "Take your stuff and stay away from me." And then he just turned around and left without a second glance. The cameraman and a few assistants trailed after him in a swarm, leaving Luna completely dumbfounded where she stood. Just a second ago, she had been chilling at home, happily counting her stash of money. Now, one blink later, poof, no money, no villa, and her 4 top-tier male models? Gone. As Luna tried to process what just happened, a mechanical female voice suddenly popped into her head. "Welcome, host, to the world of the novel I Rose to Stardom by Raising a Child." Once the system finished explaining, Luna finally got what kind of mess she was in. Turns out, she had landed herself inside the drama she binge-read last night, a feel-good idol series. In this world, she's the notorious side character, here to stir things up as the main couple's ultimate obstacle. She was destined to be constantly slapped down by Emily Harris, then canceled by the entire internet, before eventually dying in total despair. Right now, the storyline had moved to the reality show segment, where the male and female leads were co-parenting on screen. A few episodes in, sparks would start to fly. And Luna? She's the annoying, over-the-top foil to their perfect act. She was written as manipulative with no real charm, sucking up to the rich, looking down on anyone who wasn't, and desperately fawning over a child just to get close to his father. Oh, and she allegedly abused her assistant and got her name trending for all the wrong reasons. After the show wrapped, sweet and considerate Emily would win over millions of hearts and become an overnight sensation, booked solid with work. Luna, on the other hand, would be universally hated, subjected to a month-long cyberbullying nightmare, and ultimately jump off a building. That boy earlier? Ethan Walker, the male lead's biological son and little prince of the Walker group. From day one, Luna Evans had been groveling at his feet, doing everything she could to please him, which only made the audience bash her harder. Even Ethan himself clearly couldn't stand her. Every chance he got, he would put her down. Just earlier, Luna had thrown a fit over the bland food in the mountains, demanding fresh scallops. After raising a ruckus and finally getting some, she tried to win Ethan over by offering them to him. He didn't even glance at it, just knocked the bowl over with a frown and said coldly, "Take your stuff and stay away from me." Then he turned and left with the crew. But since Luna had read the whole novel, she knew exactly why the original Luna kept trying so hard with Ethan. It had nothing to do with sucking up for fame. The truth, she was the kid's stepmom. Luna had secretly married into the Walker family, becoming the male lead's wife. But nobody in that wealthy family respected her. They all thought she was uncultured, cheap, only good-looking, and not much else. Before marriage, she was just another barely known D-list actress. After, her career crashed straight into obscurity. Let's be real, it's never easy being a stepmom these days. Ethan disliked her from the start, and any tiny act of kindness from her got twisted by netizens into seducing the dad by bribing the kid. Book fans even cheered on Ethan for putting that evil stepmom in her place. Reading that part, Luna already wanted to throttle the brat, slam the fake sweet female lead, and throw cold water on the male lead who, despite being married, still went on a parenting reality show hooking up with others. No morals at all. And the one who got screwed over the hardest? The so-called evil side character who got none of the benefits but all of the blame. Well, now that she had become Luna Evans herself, she sure as hell wasn't going to play that pitiful bootlicking role. Let them do whatever. They could all stay far away for all she cared. She'd finish the show, sign the divorce papers, and never look back. She was done playing the comparison group role. Once Luna Evans figured out what was really going on, she bent down to pick up the lunchbox from the ground and leisurely made her way back to the farmhouse. She'd been working all day and hadn't even had a bite to eat. At this point, her stomach was practically singing the blues. She greeted the crew casually, then walked into the kitchen under their wary and slightly confused stares. Not long after, she came out into the main hall holding a few plates of mouth-watering stir-fry dishes. As she walked, she cheerfully called out to the crew, "Have you guys eaten yet? Come join me." The staff, who had been bossed around by Luna for days, had already learned to keep their distance. So now all they did was smile awkwardly and wave her off, not daring to get too close. Seeing their reactions, Luna shrugged and just sat down at the wooden table by herself to enjoy the food. A short while later, Ethan Walker came back to the courtyard with a group of crew members in tow. When he spotted Luna happily chowing down at the table, he raised his chin slightly, eyes hard and annoyed. Shh, this woman just couldn't sit still. Here she goes again, trying some cheap trick to get his attention. Ha, as if. He was the eldest grandson of the Walkers and a future CEO, not someone to fall for these childish games. He didn't even spare her a second glance and started to walk past. But the moment he got close, a rich, savory smell drifted right past his nose and made him freeze in place. Almost unconsciously, Ethan turned around. The table was loaded with freshly made dishes that looked and smelled ridiculously good. He stopped, cleared his throat lightly, then gave Luna, who was mid-bite, a meaningful look. All right, bad woman, here's your chance to redeem yourself. Hurry up and ask me to join you. But Luna didn't even look up, let alone say anything. Ethan stepped closer, crossed his arms, and tilted his head. I told you to behave, and you went and bothered the crew to cook all this? He reached out with the chopsticks on the table, aiming to grab a bite, but Luna stopped him flat with a tap of her own chopsticks. This isn't for you. Huh? Ethan froze, like he wasn't sure he'd heard her right. I said, Luna repeated evenly, this stuff isn't for you. Weren't you just telling me to take my things and go? Well, this is that lunch I tossed earlier. Scallops, specifically. Before he could respond, she snatched the chopsticks out of his hand. Come on now. A real man's got to stick to his word. So be good. This is mine. You can look, but no touching. Ethan was dumbfounded. He couldn't wrap his head around how the woman who used to suck up to him had done a complete 180. Have you lost your mind? Did you forget who I am? He was her stepson. If she wasn't worshiping him anymore, fine. But how dare she treat him like this? Oh, I know exactly who you are. Luna nodded. You're Ethan Walker, eldest grandson of the Walker family. Future big boss, right? Then why? Future boss, past boss doesn't matter. Luna cut him off casually, picking up her juice for a big sip. Kissing up to you is pointless. If I got a curry favor, I'd rather do it with your dad. Or better yet, your grandpa. Imagine if I married him, you'd have to call me grandma. That bombshell left not just Ethan speechless, but the whole live stream audience stunned. Did I just hear that right? Luna Evans wants to be whose grandma? Wait, what? What did she just say? She's lost it, seriously. Poor Ethan, his face turned red from the cringe. How can anyone say something that gross with a straight face? Okay, but not gonna lie, didn't she kind of make sense? You too? She's talking about a man in his 60s. You. Ethan Walker pointed at his own nose, voice trembling. You're saying you're my grandma? Luna Evans didn't even blink. Calm as ever, she picked up a strip of pork and popped it into her mouth. Yep, as long as you get it, I'm eating now. You do you. Ethan was completely thrown off by how chill she was. Took him a while to find his voice again. Are you crazy? You're my Before he could finish, Luna cut him off, voice raised. Nope, I'm not, and you're not. We've got zero ties, got it? She got more fired up as she spoke, finally tossing down her chopsticks and standing up. A few quick steps later, she was right in front of Ethan. We're just two random people who ended up on this show, Small Town Vibes. Once it's over in 3 months, we part ways for good. I won't bother you, young Master Ethan, and you don't have to waste a second on some third-rate celeb like me. Her tone was firm and eyes serious, leaving Ethan completely confused. What happened to that clingy woman who used to chase after him and shamelessly flirt with his dad? Who the heck was this version of Luna? Little young master. Luna reached out and gave his shoulder a couple of pats, sounding all teacherly. The entertainment industry's messy. You're in way over your head. The prettier the face, the scarier the woman, so keep your distance, okay? Be a good boy. That said, she quickly gathered the empty plates and took them into the kitchen, leaving Ethan, the crew, and the entire livestream audience totally speechless. That night, Small Town Vibes went viral. Grandma Tactics 101. The hotter she looks, the worse she is. Luna Evans lost her mind. Comments under the trending topics were mostly brutal, dragging Luna left and right. A few people found her funny, but their posts were drowned in the hate. Meanwhile, Luna was chilling on the couch, snacking on chips and watching a movie, totally unbothered by the drama online. She stretched with a yawn, ready to hit the bed, when her phone started buzzing like crazy. Hello? Luna Evans, are you insane? What nonsense did you spew on that show? A shrill yell came right through the phone. I went through so much to get you into the Walker family, and this is how you treat Alexander and his son? You useless piece of trash. Luna frowned and moved the phone away from her ear, replying coldly, Mom, are you seriously calling me in the middle of the night just to yell at me? If that's it, I'm hanging up. You little brat, don't you dare! Mrs. Evans shouted, almost exploding with rage. I raised you, and this is how you repay me? Let me tell you, once you're married into the Walkers, you're theirs. If Alexander throws you out, don't even think about crawling back to us. Great, I don't feel like going back to the Evans house either. Just make sure you remember what you said today. Don't come begging me later to come back. Luna Evans scoffed, hung up without hesitation, then ignored all the calls and texts her mother flooded her with afterward. In the original storyline, it was Mrs. Evans who cooked up the lousy plan. She had Luna drugged and sent into Alexander Walker's hotel room, then barged in with a camera to snap their caught-in-the-act photos. The whole thing blew up, and Alex had no choice but to marry her under public pressure. Ever since, the entire Walker family had looked at Luna like she was some scheming gold digger straight out of a soap opera. To them, she was no better than her mother. They still refused to acknowledge her as part of their family. Meanwhile, the Evans family had been squeezing every last bit of value out of her, leeching off her like a bottomless pit. But now, the Luna inside that body wasn't the same as before. She wasn't some naive, obedient pushover. If the Evans family used her and the Walkers despised her, fine. As soon as the show wrapped, she'd cut ties with both families and start fresh on her own terms. Just as she was lost in thought, the system that had been radio silent for ages suddenly chimed in. Congrats, host, truth-telling system unlocked. Name Luna Evans. Current level LV1, clueless background NPC, shop locked. A glowing blue virtual screen slowly opened up in front of her. Luna raised a brow. So I just have to speak from the heart? Yes. Each time you publicly voice your true thoughts, you'll earn points and level up. The more meaningful the moment and the stronger your feelings, the higher the score, the robotic voice explained. Points can be redeemed for items, enhancing looks, charm, figure, intelligence, wealth, even curing any disease or bringing someone back from the dead. Luna lifted an eyebrow, secretly delighted. Back in her old world, people called her the truth police of the industry, famous for her sharp tongue and zero filter. This system was literally made for her. Roasting people and making cash at the same time? Where had this been all her life? Luna accepted the system without hesitation. She set her phone down, just about to wash up and wind down, when it suddenly rang again. Oh, a free point delivery already? She smirked and picked up, wasting no time. Like I said, the second this show's done, I'm divorcing Alexander Walker. Even dragging it one more second, I'd be a total idiot. So stop bothering me. But this time, the loud, screechy voice she braced for didn't come. Hello? Luna pulled her phone away and checked the screen, an unfamiliar number. Then the voice finally came through. It was low, cold, and sent a chill straight to her spine. You're really going to divorce me? Wait, what? The caller ID made her blink. It was her so-called husband, Alexander Walker. A man who could hold the reins of the entire Walker family clearly wasn't someone you messed with. He was the ultimate big shot in the capital, the kind who could stir up a financial storm just by shifting his weight. If he didn't love his own son so much and wasn't so terrified of scandals messing with Ethan's feelings, there's no way he would have let Mrs. Evans strong-arm him into marrying the original Luna. Yeah, sure, I want a divorce. Ding, detected truth in host's words. Sincerity 5. The system's sudden voice nearly Luna choke. She swallowed nervously, but had zero time to freak out over the system now. It wasn't like she was chicken. It's just, come on, the guy was practically invincible. And let's not forget what happened to the original Luna. drowning in endless online hate until she finally tipped into depression. There's no way Alexander wasn't pulling some strings behind the scenes. Zero chance. Until she had her own army of wings to back her, there was no reason to go toe-to-toe with him. Ha! The cold scoff on the other end was sharp as a knife. Alexander's voice was low and icy. You can do whatever you want. Just remember what you signed. Don't try anything sneaky. He didn't say another word and hung up abruptly, leaving Luna staring at her phone, completely dazed. Is he seriously okay? She hadn't even said anything yet, and he already delivered a full-on villain monologue. And calling just to remind her of the secrecy pact? Like she was dying to cling on to him or something? She force-quit the call app in annoyance, her head full of things she wanted to shout but didn't dare to. The frustration twisted inside her until she finally fell asleep around 3 a.m. The next day at noon, the show went live. The host announced the mission. Each parent-kid team was to find ingredients around the estate based on the menu provided and cook a dish. Only those who succeeded could join dinner. The rest, enjoy your growling stomachs. Once the task dropped, the stars quickly picked dishes they had a knack for. One picked spicy fish because he could fish. Another, who cooked often, chose stir-fried bamboo with pork. While the buzz filled the air, Luna and Ethan sat silently, the small and the sleepy. Luna wasn't being rude. She was just dead tired after staying up half the night. Eyes half-lidded, yawning nonstop. Honestly, she could have napped right there if no one noticed. Meanwhile, Ethan kept sneaking glances at her. Usually, this woman wouldn't shut up around him. What was with the mute treatment today? His pout deepened. He tried to look cool, uninterested, but his eyes kept drifting back to her anyway. Eventually, all the teams picked their dishes, and the crew finally turned the spotlight onto the still silent Luna. Miss Evans, any idea what you'd like to cook? That one, I guess. She lazily pointed to stir-fried mushrooms. The staffer looked a bit uneasy. Miss Harris already chose that. Would you mind? Before he could finish, Emily Harris stepped in from behind. It's totally fine, Emily Harris said gently, her face calm and warm. Since Luna picked the same dish, why don't we collect ingredients together? I mean, the show doesn't say we can't cook the same thing, right? Well, yeah, it doesn't. A staff member nodded uncertainly, shooting Emily a sympathetic glance. Seriously, who didn't know Luna Evans had a rep for being lazy and avoiding work? Emily, on the other hand, was known for being the sweetest person ever. People were already betting she'd get bossed around. And it wasn't just the staff thinking that. The live chat exploded instantly. Ugh, why is Luna still here? Kick her off already. Poor Ethan. What did that little angel do to end up with her? Emily is literally a saint. She probably said that just so Ethan wouldn't go hungry. Is the crew just going to watch this happen? This is straight up bullying. Luna Evans, get out of showbiz. Meanwhile, the chat spiraled, and Emily kept softly persuading Luna to go mushroom hunting with her. Ethan frowned at Luna, clearly unimpressed. She's a pampered princess, like she's ever going to collect anything herself. She'll just tell someone else to do it. But Luna didn't even flinch. Instead, her smile turned a bit smug as she looked at him. Oh, so young Master Ethan does it all himself? You grew the rice you eat, raised and butchered the meat too? Wow, didn't know we had a mini farmer here. Ethan got choked up and looked like he was about to tear up. Luna, pleased with herself, turned and walked off. Emily, being the fan-favorite nice girl from the original story, naturally stepped in. She crouched down, took Ethan's hand gently, and coaxed. Don't be upset, sweetie. I'll gather a few more mushrooms and make an extra dish. Everyone will get to eat tonight, all right? The contrast between her kindness and Luna's bluntness couldn't be more obvious. As this part aired, Emily's popularity soared. New fans flooded in, falling hard for her soft-hearted charm. But what surprised the production team was that Luna Evans also shot up the trending list, just not for good reasons. Yeah, she got famous for all the wrong ones. But hey, negative buzz is still buzz. The crew smelled internet gold and made sure the cameras zoomed in on her every move to stir up even more drama. Over on the other side, Luna managed to sneak away from the cameras with her assistant, Grace. She pulled out a bank card and slipped it into Grace's hand. Here, 10 grand on this card, it's yours now. Grace blinked, clearly catching on quick. She leaned in and whispered, "Do you want me to buy mushrooms from the market?" "Nope, it's your bonus." "Huh?" Seeing her dumbfounded face, Luna couldn't help but chuckle. She wasn't throwing money around for no reason. Grace had been the only one who stood by the original Luna when everyone online was dragging her. Sweet and soft-spoken, she stuck her neck out even when the internet called her brainwashed. The original Luna hadn't been kind to her either, always sending her on late-night coffee runs or ridiculous errands like fetching fresh scallops from another province. Luna figured it was time to make things right, out of simple respect for the working folks of the world. "But boss, are you sure you'll be okay by yourself?" Grace asked, worried. Luna Evans waved Grace away and slowly walked into the mountains with her bamboo basket swinging at her side. By 7 p.m., all the guests had returned to the main house with their ingredients. Emily Harris proudly held up a large basket full of mushrooms, standing confidently in the middle of the group. Then, trailing behind under everyone's disapproving stares, came Luna. Surprisingly, she was also carrying a basket full of mushrooms. Seeing that she'd actually done some work, Ethan Walker let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank God, his unreliable stepmother finally did something decent. Emily still wore her graceful, picture-perfect smile, but deep down, she was freaking out. What the hell? She'd already picked nearly every mushroom on the mountain. Where did Luna find a whole basket of them? Curious, she walked over to take a closer look and almost laughed out loud. The entire basket was full of poisonous mushrooms. Emily held back her smug grin and put on a look of concern. "Luna, those mushrooms are toxic. You really shouldn't eat those." "I made sure to avoid those when I was picking mushrooms," she added, her tone sweet and a little patronizing. "If you're not sure about them next time, you can just ask me. No need to work for nothing. If someone accidentally eats one, it could be dangerous, right?" She turned slightly toward the cameras, looking like the epitome of gentle wisdom. Meanwhile, the livestream chat was going nuts. Did you see Ethan's face just now? Relief, confusion, total disbelief. Luna Evans, watch me commit culinary suicide live. Red cap, white stem, straight to the ER with them. Those mushrooms looked ready for war. Jokes aside, this is serious. Thank God Emily caught it. If anyone ate that stuff, it could have been deadly. Just as everyone was ready to drag Luna online, a local older woman who'd been watching nearby suddenly chimed in. "Hey, sweetie, where'd you find those mushrooms?" "Back on the hill over there. There's a whole patch." Luna pointed casually before saying, "You heat up a pan, add some oil, toss in dried chilies until it's fragrant, then stir-fry the mushrooms. Bam, so good it makes you cry." The woman immediately lit up. "Ah, you really know your stuff. You've got great taste, girl." "Oh no, just so-so," Luna replied with a modest smile. "A friend from Yunnan taught me. She said these mushrooms, Jianshou Qing, are poisonous raw but amazing if cooked right." "Exactly." The woman nodded vigorously and grabbed Luna's hand, talking a mile a minute while sharing her own tricks for stir-frying mushrooms. The entire group was left speechless by this unexpected twist. Emily's satisfied expression froze on her face, and she looked so awkward it was painful to watch. Luna didn't even glance at her, just walked off to the kitchen with her basket like nothing happened. Not long after, the rich aroma of stir-fried mushrooms filled the air as the dish was placed on the dinner table. The other guests brought out their dishes too, and everyone gathered to eat. The vibe was cheerful, but no one touched the mushrooms Luna had made. Sure, they knew it wasn't poisonous, but knowing and trusting your stomach with it were two very different things. No one there was that hungry. Luna didn't seem to mind. She scooped a big spoonful of her mushrooms over some rice and dug in happily, sauce clinging to her lips. Ethan, sitting right next to her, couldn't ignore the mouth-watering smell wafting from her plate. He was still kind of salty about how she refused to let him eat yesterday, so he looked away stubbornly. He spit, refusing to even glance at the dish. His stomach had other ideas. Growl. It let out a loud, pitiful groan of protest. Ethan pouted, curling himself up like a dumpling as he watched Luna Evans dig in with full enthusiasm. Is my stepmom secretly some kind of black hole in disguise? Seriously, how can she eat that much? Just as Luna was enjoying herself, she suddenly felt a chill. She turned her head and found her dear son staring hard at her. Correction, not at her, but at the food in her chopsticks. Trying not to laugh, Luna asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Ethan turned away, mumbling, "I don't want to die from poison." Luna burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. Ethan shuddered. Was she going mad from mushroom toxins? As he was silently roasting her in his head, Luna sneakily pinched a slice of mushroom and popped it right into his mouth. The slice was paper-thin, tender, and packed with flavor. It practically melted as soon as it touched his tongue. Ethan's face turned bright red. He was just about to scold her, but after savoring the taste, holy crap, why is this so good? He didn't even bother complaining anymore, just started shoveling mushrooms into his mouth like his life depended on it. His cheeks puffed up like a hamster, cheeks round and stuffed. The live stream audience practically melted on the spot. Ethan, I'd rather starve, jump off a cliff, and get eaten by wild animals than eat anything from Luna's hands. Okay, maybe just one bite. LOL, this kid gave in way too easy. His eyes were glued to the food. But for real, those mushrooms look delicious. I'm kind of hungry now. Luna, are you trying to kill people or win over hearts with your cooking? The way to a man's heart really is through his stomach. Ethan's munching like it's his last meal. Luna rested her chin in one hand, eyes softening as she watched Ethan eat. Greedy little pig. Humph. Ethan didn't even bother shooting back a proper retort. He just gave a lazy snort and dove back into his food like there was no tomorrow. He wasn't switching sides or anything, okay? It's just, enemy food shouldn't be this good. Ugh, fine. Let him finish this meal first, he'd complain later. After dinner, the production team announced the final task of the day. The kids were to write down their thoughts and feelings on paper, which would then be passed along to their adult partners. All of this, of course, was captured on camera, with no scripts or filters. Everyone would see if the kid liked or loathed their adult companion. Ethan had always refused to take part in these activities. He didn't even want to talk to Luna, let alone write her a letter. But today, he snatched a piece of paper from the crew, scribbled a bunch of words in a hurry, and darted off to his room like the house was on fire. Meanwhile, Luna was about ready to call it a night when a crew member handed her an envelope. She opened it and found a full page of messy handwriting. The adult I got stuck with? Totally unreliable. She's lazy and always hungry. When others cook, she lays around. When others farm, she still lays around. Even when no one's doing anything, she's lying down. It's like she's fused with the bed. She's petty, holds grudges, talks nonsense, and tricks people into eating weird stuff. She's the worst. Definitely doesn't act like a grown-up. But sometimes she does whip up seriously good food. Guess I don't totally hate her anymore. After reading it, Luna couldn't help but let a smile tug at her lips. Well, maybe the little brat isn't completely hopeless. At least he gets what gratitude is. This little punk, still picky after I cook for him. The door next to her room creaked open just a sliver, and a fuzzy little head popped out to take a peek. Luna Evans shot a grin at the sneaky Ethan Walker. Still not in bed? Be careful. Eat enough of those sketchy mushrooms and you might start seeing ghosts. Ethan? Yup, still that annoying, wicked stepmom. With a pout, he slammed his door shut. Luna, thoroughly entertained, strolled back to her room and got ready to sleep. Both of them dozed off peacefully, completely unaware they had accidentally become internet famous overnight. Clips of their bickering and antics were blowing up all over video platforms, pulling in over 10 million views. One viral image of Ethan munching down a questionable mushroom made the rounds like wildfire. Ethan, small, pitiful, helpless, but can definitely eat. Start. You'll poison me. Later, gimme all of it. LMAO, these two are hilarious. How did nobody notice Luna's sass before? The comment sections were flooded with laughs and playful banter, but one person was definitely not laughing. She was shaking with rage as she scrolled, phone nearly cracking under her grip. Didn't I tell you to hire trolls to tank Luna's image? What were you even doing? Emily Harris snapped at her assistant. We did, Emily. We hired a lot, but the flood of real commenters is just too much. Every bad comment we posted got buried. Useless. Every last one of you. Emily's face twisted with fury, completely losing the sweet, elegant persona she wore during the day. Forget it. I know what she's like. Just some shallow, brainless woman who likes to cling to power. She'll mess up eventually and get roasted again. No point wasting money now. Wait till the buzz dies down. She waved her hand to usher the assistant out, kept glaring at trending videos for a bit, then reluctantly put down the phone. The next morning, Luna opened her door and found Ethan standing outside with a guilty smile, holding out a steaming cup of soy milk. She glanced out the window and chuckled. Wow, did the sun just rise in the west? Ethan's smile faltered for a second, and his eyes dodged hers. Grandma said I should be grateful. Dinner yesterday was good, so this is a thank you. Oh, Luna's tone was dripping with amusement as she took the cup. One sip told her there was way too much salt in it, basically curdled into tofu pudding at this point. She bit back a laugh and called out playfully, "Amazing. Tofu pudding for breakfast. Who could have guessed?" Ethan's prank clearly backfired and his face turned beet red. The moment he tried to bolt, Luna grabbed his arm. Pull a trick and just run off? Think again. She tapped his forehead lightly, faking a scold, before heading into the kitchen with the salty concoction, some chopped scallions, a dash of soy sauce, and chili peppers later. Boom, perfect savory tofu pudding. Ethan stood off to the side, drooling like a puppy. In the live stream, early viewers practically cried in agony. Y'all really hitting us with food torture first thing in the morning? Bro, seriously? You're the one who salted it. I don't even like salty tofu pudding. Kick the picky eaters out. Incoming, Ethan says, I'm not eating that. 10 seconds later, okay, fine. Smells amazing. Luna scooped the silky pudding into a bowl and set it squarely between the two of them on the table. She grabbed her chopsticks and grinned, talking lightning fast. Only one bowl. Whoever grabs it first wins. Before Luna could even finish her sentence, Ethan snatched the bowl from her, looking like a possessive puppy guarding its treat. He blocked her view with both hands and grinned cheekily. Got it. Mine now. I'm eating this. Without wasting a second, he scooped up a giant spoonful of tofu pudding and shoved it into his mouth. Puh! Ethan's face scrunched up instantly as he spat the whole bite out in one dramatic spray. Luna dodged just in time, or she would have been covered in salty tofu bits. Water. It's like insanely salty. Quick, give me water. He grabbed the glass Luna handed over and gulped it down as if his life depended on it, only calming down a bit once the bitter saltiness faded. Luna leaned back in her chair, calmly sipping her coffee, amusement dancing in her eyes. Ever heard the phrase, reap what you sow? She said, lifting a brow, voice dripping with smugness. Well, congrats. Now you really get what it means. Ethan looked like he was about to cry. He wiped his mouth with a few tissues, then dashed out of the dining room without a word. Luna didn't bother dwelling on that little scene. She turned toward the kitchen, humming as she prepped breakfast, totally unaware of the chaos exploding online. Well, you play stupid games, you win salty tofu, the cruel adult world welcomes you, Ethan. I'm laughing so hard I fell off my bed and my mom thinks I'm drunk. Help. What's wrong with people these days? Isn't messing with a kid a bit much? Exactly. No grown-up should be petty with a kid. Where's the basic decency? Hello? Did you miss the part where Ethan started it? Luna just gave him a taste of his own medicine. It's not like she poisoned him. It's just salt. Ever had pickles? Still breathing, right? If you're that worried, maybe call the tofu police or something. Gotta love how Luna's stands always pop off. At least Emily Harris is sweet and classy, not like this mean girl over here. Yes, because Emily invented kindness and the sun rises just to smile upon her perfect face. The comment section was going wild, but Luna and Ethan were blissfully unaware, calmly munching through breakfast. After eating, Luna followed the schedule and headed to the man-made lake with the rest of the guests, waiting for the next activity. Luna, did you get some kind of beauty treatment or what? You look stunning today. Sophie Ellsworth leaned over and whispered as they waited. Luna had always been pretty, but today she was downright breathtaking. Her complexion was flawless, like porcelain. Her features bold and striking, almost too beautiful to be real, like a fiery rose garden in full bloom. Luna gave a casual shrug, her expression calm. Oh, that? I got an injection, a full package beauty shot. Sophie blinked. That name alone almost knocked her off her feet. Okay, say no more. Clearly you're keeping secrets. No need to fib like that. Sophie pouted teasingly. I'm serious, Luna said, lifting her hands in mock surrender. I really got a shot. Whatever, you might as well just say you were born gorgeous. Though Sophie didn't buy it, she wasn't mad, just pulled a funny face and dropped the topic. Luna chuckled quietly, lifting a hand to her cheek. Sure enough, that familiar ding echoed in her head. Sincerity +5. Life these days, it's just tough for honest folks. Luna Evans was just telling it like it was. How come no one ever believes her? Yesterday, she'd spent 5 points in the system shop to redeem this all-in-one miraculous beauty booster injection. And wow, did it work fast. That afternoon, the lavish production crew behind Little Joys of the Countryside went big, renting out a whole lakeside farm villa as the shooting location for the show. This time, the challenge was set on an artificial lake. Each team would do a kayak race. Winners pick a prize. Losers? Yeah, they get a punishment. Before the real race began, everyone got a half-hour practice session. Ethan Walker had his life jacket on and a little paddle in hand, sitting across from Luna with a pout on his lips and an obvious lack of enthusiasm. Not only did he fail to get revenge earlier in the morning, he got pranked hard, and it was all caught on national TV. Totally Luna's fault, if you asked him. The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt. He flailed his paddle around, clearly not interested in actually rowing. But Luna wasn't mad. Nope, she just mimicked his attitude, swinging her paddle around wildly and splashing water everywhere. The two of them looked like chaotic ducks kicking up a storm, a total contrast to the other teams practicing seriously. Chloe, lift your left hand, now drop your right. Yep, like that. Follow the opposite of what I do, left, right. Emily Harris guided softly, eyes gentle and full of encouragement. That's awesome, Chloe. You're doing great. Her voice lifted with praise, just as Luna and Ethan's kayak drifted nearby. She glanced over and smiled warmly at Ethan. You've got this too, Ethan. But Ethan didn't even hear her. He was laser-focused on battling it out with Luna, little arms and legs no match for her. It wasn't long before he gave up, dripping wet, with water trickling from his soft bangs. I'm done playing. You splashed water into my eyes. Luna stopped waving her paddle around and looked at him seriously. So, you realize you messed up? Gonna keep fooling around next time? Ethan lifted his chin stubbornly, lips all pouty. You started it. You messed with me first. Really? Luna gave a dry chuckle, clearly unimpressed. You wouldn't do the task properly, splashed water all over me, and tried to prank me by adding salt in my soy milk this morning. You think that's okay? Words fumbled out of his mouth, but nothing complete ever came. Luna wasn't pushing him further. She just stared coldly, not saying another word. They both sat there in silence, tension thick enough to cut, until the host announced practice time was over. They loosened their life vests, and with staff helping out, got off the kayak one after the other. The prizes were lined up on a long table, and there it was, every boy's dream. The M416 toy blaster, every little guy there had their eyes glued to that thing. Ethan was no exception. He stared so hard, it was like he could shoot lasers from his eyes. Major regret hit him like a truck. Only the first-place contestants got to pick prizes first. Why didn't he take practice seriously? Ethan sulked off to a corner, crouching down and curling up like a lonely little mushroom of sadness. Before long, the groups were back on the kayaks, and as soon as the host gave the signal, the race kicked off. Ethan Walker still clung to the hope that sheer willpower might earn him first place. He swung his arms furiously, face scrunched in exhaustion, determined to reach the finish line, only for the kayak to spin in place like a top. The live stream chat burst into laughter at his helpless futility. Is this what they call the power of love? Spinning endlessly, thought rich kids had it easy. Then came Ethan Walker. Dude, not only are they not moving forward, they're actually going backwards. Why is Luna Evans just sitting there doing nothing? Isn't that kind of mean to a kid? Seriously, if you don't want to be here, just quit. What's with the attitude, huh? Different industry, different planet. Go get 'em, Ethan Bay. But Luna Evans wasn't as soft and passive as she looked on camera. She'd grown up loving the outdoors, and kayaking in particular was one of her strong suits. That practice session earlier, she was just messing with Ethan for fun. What she didn't expect was this stubborn little gremlin refusing to give in, even as sweat poured down his face. "Hey," Luna called across to the panting boy, tipping her chin up. "Admit you were wrong, and I'll help you win this thing." Ethan blinked up at her, stunned. It took him a minute, but then he pouted and muttered, clearly reluctant, "Fine, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have messed with you earlier or splashed water on you on purpose. I won't do it again." His head drooped lower with every word, but Luna's smile was genuine, and her look softened as she watched him. "Good. Since you know you screwed up, I forgive you." She raised her paddle and said loudly, "Follow my lead. When I say 1, dip your paddle in. 2, row forward. Got it? Just trust me. We'll get that first place." For once, Ethan didn't argue. He started paddling hard in sync with her instructions. This time, the kayak stopped spinning and wobbled its way into the race course. Under Luna's direction, their boat started catching up surprisingly fast, and in just 5 minutes they were closing in on the others. As the finish line came into view, the chat exploded over the sudden turnaround. "No way, is Luna Evans some kind of kayaking god? Wait, what? I just went to fill my water bottle, and now last place is nearly leading? Let's go, Ethan, let's go. Forget asking how, just join me in shouting, 'Luna Evans is a beast.'" Don't get ahead of yourselves, people. Emily Harris and Chloe are still leading. When Emily Harris saw Luna's kayak sneaking up behind hers, she thought she was seeing things. But another glance confirmed it. Last place, Luna was catching up. Fast. Luna sat up front, barking out commands, while Ethan matched her pace stroke for stroke. Their kayak closed the gap rapidly, threatening to overtake the lead. Emily grit her teeth. As Luna's kayak reached their side, she made a snap decision, sharply jerking her paddle and steering hard, ramming their boat into Luna's. Ah! The kayak jerked violently, and Ethan lost his balance, nearly tipping overboard. "Ethan!" Luna Evans lunged forward, grabbed Ethan Walker tightly, and wrapped the safety rope from her life vest securely around his waist. Ethan was shaking like a leaf, eyes wide with panic. It took him a full minute to calm down. Once he'd settled, Luna picked up her paddle again, shot a cold glance over at Emily Harris nearby, and started paddling towards the finish line without missing a beat. One stroke, then another. Her arms moved fast and steady, the kind of ease you only get from years of training. Under her control, the kayak sliced through the water like a fish darting downstream, passing team after team without slowing. "Hey, sleepyhead, open your eyes. We're already here," she said. Ethan, still trembling, slowly propped himself up on Luna's thigh and cracked open his eyes, only to find they'd already reached the finish line. Behind them, the other teams were still furiously paddling. At the very end of the pack, Emily Harris was struggling hard, looking frustrated. She'd veered off course after bumping into Luna's kayak earlier in the race. Planning to sit there forever, Luna gave Ethan's fluffy head a light tap. "If you don't get up now, tomorrow's headlines will be all about how cold-blooded Ethan Walker turned into Luna's biggest fan and wouldn't let go of her leg." Before she even finished, Ethan scrambled to his feet. "No way, that's fake news." His voice still had a shaky edge, like a scared bunny trying to act fierce. "Come on, let's head to shore." Luna shot him a playful smirk. "Need me to carry you, or what?" Ethan's ears turned red. He scrambled onto land using all fours and bolted to the prize table, puffing up his little cheeks in fake anger. Meanwhile, viewers in the live chat were going wild, completely amazed by Luna's performance. Skill always wins, no matter the game. Weakness can't be excused, but strength? People love that. My mom just asked why I'm kneeling in front of my phone. She's not human. Luna Evans is a whole celestial being. That's it. That's the post. Seriously, which window did God close for Luna? I don't need the skills, just her face in my next life and I'll be set. Back off. There's already a long-ass line to sign up for Luna's face. It's booked till the next century. The way Luna looks at Ethan is so gentle. If only she were his mom. Hold up, that's not even the same generation. Luna, I call you bro and you call me mom? We're clearly in 2 different conversations. Ha, that's exactly something Luna would say. But while the internet was busy fangirling, Emily Harris and Chloe crawled in last and got hit with the show's punishment, eating raw black garlic. Emily, as always, kept up her soft-spoken, sweet image on camera. Smiling a little too gently, she told the crew, "I'll take Chloe's garlic too." I didn't do a good job, so the little one shouldn't have to suffer. The staff gave her these vaguely sympathetic looks before the host grabbed two slimy black bulbs with tongues and set them on the table. The smell hit Emily like a brick, and her smile almost cracked. She held her breath and shoved the garlic into her mouth as quickly as she could, trying to block out the weird taste that instantly made her gag. Ugh, I'm good. Ugh, really, I'm totally fine. After the episode aired, plenty of online comments popped up expressing sympathy. But not everyone was buying it. After all, it's a live broadcast. There's no faking it. Sharp-eyed viewers definitely caught Emily Harris ramming right into Luna Evans' kayak, nearly causing Ethan Walker to tumble into the water. Comment from Luna's backpack baby. I seriously don't get why people like that green tea girl. She literally crashed into someone else's boat on purpose and then acted like nothing happened. It was totally her fault, and that poor kid got dragged into the punishment with her. Meanwhile, she's out there putting on her big-hearted act. What a joke. People should take notes from Luna. Say it straight, no faking, no passive-aggressive nonsense. This comment blew up, collecting likes from countless users, including many who weren't even fans. Emily's fan club couldn't take it and started ranting, threatening to ruin Luna's reputation. Meanwhile, Luna Evans was trending all over the hot search. But this time, it wasn't hate, it was love. Fans were now rallying behind her, cheering her on. Not that Luna knew anything about it. At that moment, she was just tagging along behind Ethan, watching the kid grin from ear to ear while clutching his brand new M416 water gun and bouncing all the way to his room, clearly ready to show off. Right outside the door, Ethan suddenly stopped and turned around. Hey, wanna come play with me? Luna chuckled and shook her head. I don't even know how to play. That's okay, Ethan blinked at her, pink creeping from his cheeks to his neck. I can teach you. All right then, she laughed. Seeing her agree, Ethan beamed so hard his eyes turned into little crescents. He glanced up at her, and when he saw she was smiling too, he hesitated, then reached out and tentatively grabbed her hand. Afraid she might get the wrong idea, he quickly mumbled, I didn't mean to hold your hand or anything. I just didn't want you to get lost. Okay, got it. Luna's eyes sparkled with affection. Thanks for looking out for me. Such a sweet little tour guide. As long as you know. Ethan tilted his head back a bit and let out a tiny hum, trying to act chill. But inside, his heart was basically doing backflips. If Luna kept being like this, honestly, he wouldn't mind calling her mom. Deep in his daydream, Ethan didn't even notice Luna's sly hands reaching for his squishy cheeks. Next second, her palms squished both sides of his face. Gotcha! She burst out laughing, giving his soft little cheeks a good tug. I wasn't trying to squish you, Luna giggled. I'm squishing at your cheeks on behalf of all the aunties and uncles watching the stream. Go ask them. They've been dying to pinch these adorable dumpling cheeks. I mean, come on, how are you this cute? Her voice had turned babyish without her even realizing it. She was melting. The viewers in the live stream were losing their minds. My cuteness meter just shattered. Am I the only one who's not into Ethan? Luna, listen up, ditch the kid and tell me where you dropped him. Excuse me, someone's delusions just punched me in the face. This is how you test college students these days. Where's the moral line? Where's the self-restraint? Where are the digits? I'm crying. I want to become Luna and pinch the little master's cheeks too. After she'd had her fill of fun and squishes, Luna finally let go. Poor Ethan was so squished, his drool was running down his chin. Wiping it with his sleeve, he looked like he was about to cry. Knew I shouldn't trust pretty girls? Only brings me trouble. After yelling that out, Ethan stormed off to his room, leaving the comment section cracking up with laughter. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Luna Evans dropped the smile and lightly knocked on the door. The show just gave us a new task, tomorrow's free time. Outdoor filming, got any place in mind? She asked a couple more times, but the only answer from inside was a grouchy, not telling you. Luna chuckled, shook her head, and was just about to head back to her room. Just then, creak, the door creaked open, and Ethan Walker's flushed little face popped out. I can't go out tomorrow. I've got a piano competition at the concert hall downtown. Could you maybe... He hesitated, chickened out before finishing. Since Luna married into the Walker family, he'd never liked this fake stepmom. Even after joining the show, he didn't bother hiding it, just ignored her like she didn't exist. But over the past couple of days, she's kind of cooled down the annoying vibe, so part of him kind of wanted her to come see his performance. Would she even say yes, though? What was that? Luna didn't catch it, so she leaned in a bit, but the kid panicked and shoved her out the door. Nothing. I'm going to sleep now. Ethan lowered his head and slammed the door shut. In a few quick steps, he jumped onto his bed, pulling the blanket straight over his head. No matter how much Luna knocked or called out, he refused to come back out. Sure, she seemed nice now, but what if it's temporary? What if she goes back to how she was before? Luna had no idea what was going on in the little guy's head. She tried a few more times, but eventually gave up and went back to her room. The next morning, Ethan was up early and headed off to the concert hall with the butler. The deep red curtains slowly opened. Ethan stepped onto the stage, sitting tall at the piano. His fingers glided across the keys, letting out a gentle, flowing melody that filled the hall like ripples in water. The warm light lit up his profile, and for a moment, he looked like a real-life little prince. As the final note echoed, the hall burst into applause. Ethan stood and bowed like a little gentleman, cool and poised, very much like his dad back in the day. Viewers watching the live stream were both impressed and low-key jealous. Why are all the awesome kids born into other people's families? Even though Ethan kept his poker face perfectly, maintaining that cool kid persona, the second he saw her, his eyes lit up like fireworks. Luna was sitting right there in the front row, dead center, clapping with a bright smile on her face. She came, elegance forgotten. Ethan did a quick bow and rushed off the stage. You? Why are you here? Who told you? How did you get in? He was a stuttering mess, face turning red, but his eyes shimmered like a sky full of stars. I came because I felt like it, duh. Luna grinned smugly and playfully tugged his ear. You were amazing. When I was 5, I was still getting lost in the cornfield, and look at you, on a real stage, no less. Seriously impressive. Humph, that's nothing. Grandma says Dad was even better at 5. You really get excited over anything. Despite the huffy words, Ethan's joy was all over his face. His lips couldn't stop curving up, and his little hand quietly reached for Luna's. She gripped it back and smiled with her eyes half mooning. Hey, little guy, are you happy I came to see your performance? This time, instead of his usual bratty turn away, Ethan gave a firm nod and said without hesitation, happy. Alexander Walker had always been swamped with work, and it wasn't often he got a chance to be there for his son. Even though Ethan usually acted all grown up, whenever he saw other kids getting cheered on by their parents at school, there was always a quiet kind of disappointment in his eyes. But this time, he wasn't up there performing all alone. Yeah, it might have been his evil stepmom who came, but he couldn't help feeling over the moon. Luna Evans caught the look on his face and melted a little inside. Kids really didn't need much to feel happy, did they? Meanwhile, in the very last row of the audience, a tall man in a sharp suit was watching the scene closely, his gaze fixed. He had sharp features and a statuesque build, like something straight out of a Greek sculpture, with an air of elegance and authority that wasn't easy to ignore. Mr. Walker, aren't you going to let the young master know you're here? Alexander's expression stayed reserved, but there was something softer in his eyes when they rested on Ethan. No need. Let's head back to the office. He spoke coolly, gave Ethan one last look, then turned and walked away with long strides. Luna had no idea about the little drama that had just played out behind the scenes. Looking at Ethan grinning ear to ear, she couldn't help but laugh too. Then, crouching down to his level, she said softly, "Since I made you happy today, you have to say yes to one thing for me." Ethan's smile froze in place like a bug caught in a rainstorm. His eyes lost their glow, and his grip on her hand began to loosen. So all along, she really just wanted something from him? She didn't care about his performance at all? The little guy dropped his gaze. His head slowly drooped lower and lower, like a wilted leaf after the frost. I've decided. Luna suddenly slapped her forehead. I want you to come somewhere with me. Before she spoke, Ethan had all kinds of scenarios in his head. She might demand a share of his dad's company. Maybe ask him to sweet-talk Grandpa on her behalf. Or worse, make him spy on the mega-complicated business plans at Walker Group. But her request turned out way simpler than he imagined. "Where to?" Ethan asked cautiously. "Why all the questions?" Luna teased, tapping the tip of his nose. "Just follow me. From now on, we're going to get along. You're my little bro, and I'm your big bro." Her ridiculous tone made Ethan crack up, and the big bright smile returned to his face. "You're being ridiculous again." "Haha, come on, just say it once. Call me big bro." "No way." Ethan turned his head, all tsundere again, but his small hand clung tightly to hers, not letting go. Their sweet little moment had netizens in the live stream wiping away tears. Ugh, my tears. They're flowing for free here. Luna is just too precious. Where can I apply for a family like this? For real. Is Luna accepting new kids? Asking for a friend. This totally grown-up 24-year-old would like to join the fam. I'm crying. The moody rich boy and the chaotic queen. If only Luna really was Ethan's mom. She'd treat him with so much love. This scene is sweet and all, but did she seriously ask him to call her big bro? Like, for real? Big bro, I bow to you. Is this a family variety show or some twisted remake of The Water Margin? What kind of pretty lady makes a kid call her big bro? Mind your own business. Hot girls make their own rules. On the way back, Ethan's little head kept nodding off as he dozed. By the time Luna Evans carried him to bed, the kid hadn't stirred at all. Instead, he curled up closer into her arms, mumbling, "Mom." The next morning, the show's crew started knocking on doors one by one, ready to capture the guests' wake-up moments. Most guests either got up early or responded quickly to the knock, scrambling to get ready. But when it was Luna Evans' turn, no matter how hard they knocked, they got nothing back. Maybe she was really out cold? The crew glanced at each other, a bit hesitant to barge into a woman's room, so they went over to Ethan's door instead with the cameraman. But weirdly, there was no answer from him either. The host shot a look at the director for help. The director frowned hard, gripping his script like it owed him money, then finally slapped his thigh and said, "Get the key and check inside. We can't risk anything going wrong." After all, the one inside was the precious young master of the Walker family. If anything happened to Ethan, they were all screwed. Once the door opened, the crew carefully stepped in, holding their breath, and saw Luna and Ethan sprawled out on the bed, fast asleep. Ethan's head rested on Luna's arm, mouth slightly open, chest rising and falling gently, obviously in dreamland. The whole crew instinctively started tiptoeing around. Even the director cracked a soft, fatherly smile, waving for everyone to slowly back out and gently close the door behind them. It wasn't like he was playing favorites. It was just rare to catch such a sweet moment between them. Besides, he wouldn't dare wake those two up. That was the heir of the Walker Group and the internet's favorite rising star. If he really hollered to wake them, forget Mr. Walker. The fans online would shred him alive, one comment at a time. He glanced at the live stream chat. As expected, the screen was flooded with hearts and squeals. "Ah, this is too cute." "Ethan looks like a baby otter, snuggled in Luna's arms. My heart's melting." "Haha, baby Ethan, moi moi. Hey, I want a kiss too." "Someone give me a baby as cute as Ethan right now, or I swear I'll start begging on my knees." And to those haters who said Luna's faking it, please, this was a surprise shoot. Tell me how anyone could stage this. Y'all know deep down this ain't staged. Come on, who's still pretending otherwise? Meanwhile, Luna and Ethan, still curled up on the bed, were totally unaware that their sleepy faces were now viral. Ethan smacked his lips in his sleep, clinging tighter to Luna's arm. Chicken leg, so tasty. Half awake, Luna felt a sharp twinge, something warm wrapped around her arm. Huh? She blinked her eyes open groggily, only to see Ethan chomping down on her elbow, drool dripping down his chin. All the while, the little guy was mumbling between bites. Chicken leg, big juicy chicken leg, yummy. Luna Evans couldn't help laughing while being a little annoyed. She reached out and tugged Ethan Walker's ear, yelling right by his head, "Open your eyes. It's way past sunrise already." Ethan jerked awake. He opened his mouth to speak, but wait, why did it feel like something was stuffed inside? Then he saw where Luna was looking, clearly trying not to laugh. Oh no. His teeth were still sunk into her arm. "Wait, He jumped like a startled rabbit, scrambling far away, eyes wide in panic. What now? Gonna pretend it didn't happen? Luna raised an eyebrow, grinning. Is my arm that tasty or something? No, I was dreaming, okay? I didn't mean to bite you. Ethan's face flushed bright red, body curled up into a ball of embarrassment. Ugh! He wanted to dig a hole and hide forever. Luna folded her arms, watching him flounder for a while before waving her hand like a merciful queen. All right, that's enough. Go get ready. You promised to come with me today, remember? Dress nice, okay? She headed for the door. Just before she closed it, she tossed a quick line over her shoulder. If you behave, I'll make chicken legs for you later. You look like you're starving. Before Ethan could process his feelings, Luna burst out laughing and darted out, leaving the flustered boy stomping his foot behind her. After breakfast, Luna blindfolded Ethan and told the driver to hit the road. The whole ride, Ethan's palms were sweaty with nerves. He was kind of excited, but also low-key freaking out. She better not be plotting some new scheme to mess with him, right? If she was pulling one over on him again, he swore he'd ignore her for 3 whole days. While Ethan's brain was running wild, Luna lightly tapped his head and said cheerfully, "Okay, open your eyes. What, were you scared I'd sell you or something?" He pouted, pulling her hand down, but when he looked around, his eyes lit up. She'd brought him to a live-action war game field. Here, get ready to dominate. Luna handed him an M416 loaded with paintball bullets. Ethan took the gun, trying to act cool even though he was practically vibrating with excitement. Brace, he nodded stiffly and inched closer to her. Thanks, bro. Once they were geared up, the duo met up at the small plaza. Luna was dressed in a fitted camo outfit that showed off her curves. Her pale, heart-shaped face was framed by soft brown curls tied high, and those bold eyes of hers practically sparkled with confidence. She didn't need to do anything. Just standing there, she was impossible to ignore. Beside her, Ethan was also suited up, his chubby face mostly covered, only big round eyes peeking out from the helmet. Ahead, the instructor was running everyone through warm-ups when a sudden buzz started near the edge of the square. Holy crap, is that her? She looks even better in person. Goddess, over here. Luna straightened up, frowning as she glanced over toward the crowd. At the center of the attention stood none other than Emily Harris. She was also in camo, the belt hugging her tiny waist. With slightly teary eyes and a flushed nose, she looked delicate and pitiful, like someone straight out of a romance movie. What the hell was she doing here? According to the original plot, shouldn't she be at the welfare center with Chloe, doing arts and crafts or something? So why was she showing up here in the middle of a live-action game? As soon as Emily Harris showed up, the live stream numbers shot through the roof. It was insane. The director stared at the data with a grin so wide it nearly split his face. Last night, after hearing about Luna Evans' little plan, he personally went to visit Chloe. He poured on the charm, hyping up how awesome live-action CS would be, practically selling it like a theme park ride. After a few days of shooting, the director knew exactly what the audience wanted: drama. And whenever Luna and Emily were on screen together, the viewer count exploded like a firework. Emily was the nation's sweetheart, pretty, pure, adored. Her fans were everywhere. Luna? Total opposite. Once drowning in scandal, now slowly crawling her way up with a growing fan base and a ton of buzz. Emily's fans couldn't stand Luna. They said she was crude and rough around the edges. Luna's fans weren't having Emily either, calling her a fake little angel in disguise. So every time the two appeared together, it lit a fire under the fandoms. Fights would break out in the comments, and as crazy as it was, it only pushed up the viewership. That's why the director swallowed his pride and sweet-talked little Chloe into tagging along with Luna tomorrow to squeeze more ratings out of the chaos. Chloe, still young and easy to coax, blinked her big eyes at Emily, full of excitement. "Auntie, I want to go too." Emily saw through the director's game in a heartbeat but kept her tone gentle. "Sweetie, didn't we say we were heading to the orphanage to make crafts?" "Oh, okay." Chloe clearly still wanted to go but was obedient enough to hold back, pouting slightly but staying quiet. The director sighed silently, then chimed in with a sheepish smile. "Emily, Chloe seems really eager. Maybe we can let her join? Tomorrow, Luna and Ethan will be there too." Emily glanced at him, then gently stroked Chloe's curly hair, her voice as soft as a breeze. All right then, we'll go play live-action CS tomorrow and save the orphanage visit for later. Sounds good? Chloe's eyes lit up instantly like a Christmas tree. Yay! Thanks, Auntie. With that sweet smile still glued to her face, Emily's thoughts went into overdrive. What a golden opportunity. That woman's popularity was on the rise lately, a bit too much for comfort. If she played her cards right tomorrow, nailed the perfect image in front of the fans, and maybe threw a little shade Luna's way, she might just turn this game around. The next morning, Emily was up bright and early, spending extra time in the makeup chair to get everything flawless. When she finally strutted onto the battlefield, all eyes were on her, just like she'd planned. Flashing a dazzling smile at the other group, she called out, "Luna, go easy on me during the game, yeah?" Luna replied without missing a beat, "Sorry, no hard feelings in esports." Then she casually slung her gun over her shoulder and walked off. Right before the game kicked off, Luna handed a toy gun to Ethan Walker, her tone dead serious. "Soldier Ethan, we're about to enter a serious fight. You ready?" "Totally," Ethan puffed out his chest proudly. "That's the spirit." Luna nodded, looking impressed. "Now, do you know our game plan?" Ethan tilted his head, eyebrows knitting. "Never give up until the last second?" "Nope." "Take the enemies down with us?" Still no. Luna kept shaking her head at every guess he tossed out. Ethan looked like he was racking his whole brain, while Luna kept that mysterious grin on her face. "Our main tactic is..." She finally paused for effect, then gave the kid's shoulder a light tap. Ethan Walker looked up at her, full of hope, only to hear her say seriously, "Just stay put. Doesn't matter how wild things get out there, stay still. Survive. That's how we win." The whole streaming chat went silent with him. Then, bam, comments started flooding in. "Stay put. That was the big plan?" "Lol. Me, holding my breath thinking she was going to drop some pro tips. Wasted 3 mins of my life." Classic Luna. Says so much, yet says nothing at all. Ethan's face. "Wait, that's it? Seriously? Luna teaching kids to camp? Bold of her. If you can't play, just leave, girl." Ethan backed off a step, face full of doubt. "I'm out. Hiding like that sucks the fun right out of it." "Shh, you're missing out. Ever heard of Live to Fight Another Day?" With a long sigh, Ethan shut his eyes, clearly unimpressed. "Come on, I found this super hidden spot. No one will find us. We just wait it out, then swoop in and pick off whoever's left. Genius, right?" Luna Evans gave his shoulder a cheerful tap and pointed at a spot not far off. "This is top secret info. Only you get to know." "Appreciate it, but I want to win fair and square. No sneaky stuff." Clutching his fake gun, Ethan dashed off like the wind, wanting nothing more than to keep his distance from the sneaky stepmom. Soon after, the game kicked off. Brave little soldier Ethan glanced over at Luna hiding in a ditch, rolled his eyes, then turned and ran head-on into chaos. Hiding's for cowards like her. He was going to win out in the open, like a real man. Pumped with adrenaline, Ethan practically buzzed with excitement. Then, pow! A bright pink bullet hit him, point blank. "First blood. Player number 4 eliminated," the loudspeaker echoed above. Game over, and the war hadn't even started for Ethan. Mouth hanging open in shock, he just stood there frozen until the crew surrounded him, ready to escort him out. No way. He hadn't even shown his true power. How could he be out first? Ethan flailed as the staff tried to guide him out, but those skinny arms and legs were no match. He got dragged away like a deflated balloon. Gripping the wire fence with desperation, he stared back toward where Luna was hiding, teary-eyed. Ugh! He should have listened to her. Meanwhile, from her pit, Luna saw his pitiful expression and burst out laughing, nearly tearing up. "It's okay," she giggled into her mic. "As long as I get the revive token, you'll be back in the game. Just hang tight for some good news from your girl Luna." Gone was Ethan's bold attitude. He muttered, voice low and shaky, "You better stay alive. Don't die out there." "I got it. Chill. I won't go down." This unexpected flip had the whole chat room in stitches. Ethan before. "I'm gonna wreck everyone." Ethan after. "Luna, I messed up. Come back." Ethan is full of surprises. This kid's gold. See what happens when you ignore Luna's advice? Instant karma. Anyone else thinks Luna actually slays? She's killing it and keeping promises. Icon. If you think Luna's hot, congratulations. You're now a proud member of the official Luna fan club. Welcome aboard. The constant gunfire thinned out the players fast. By now, only the strong ones or those too scared to show their faces were left hiding in the shadows. After 30 minutes, an airdrop slowly descended from the sky. Inside the box was the revival item everyone was after. Luna Evans, top-tier coward candidate, had her eyes locked on the drop. She adjusted her grip on the gun and hopped onto a dirt slope, ready to claim it for herself. Then, footsteps behind her, soft but close. She dropped into a crouch right away, raised her gun, and flipped open the scope. Through the lens, she caught sight of two figures, one tall, one tiny. The one in front was Chloe, clearly terrified, and just behind her, standing silently, was Emily Harris. Luna lowered her gun, frown tightening. Seriously? Hiding behind a kid? Sure, the guns only shot paint-filled water pellets, but still, they stung like hell, and Chloe was just a little kid. Across the field, a few other sharp-eyed players spotted them too. Guns raised, pointed at Emily. Pop! A pink projectile exploded midair. It whizzed past Emily's shoulder, barely missing her. Her face drained of color. She lost her footing and nearly fell. Panicked, she fumbled with her gun but didn't get a grip fast enough, slipped down the slope. Bang! Bang, bang! More shots followed. The attackers got hit clean. Player 163, 164, 165 eliminated. Tep, the broadcast rang out, leaving the three players to sulk off the field. Emily clutched her wildly pounding heart and glanced toward the shot's origin. Luna stood on a mound, 1 foot up, gun steady in her left hand, right finger on the trigger. Her face was blank, cold, with sharp eyes like a hawk, none of her usual laziness in sight. The camo outfit hugged her figure, boots making her legs look crazy long, and her high ponytail swung in a perfect arc behind her. She stood tall, that cold smirk forming on her lips. Coward. She didn't say it out loud, but Emily could read the word right off her lips. Emily clenched her fists tight, keeping that smile frozen on her face despite the boiling rage beneath. Beside her, Chloe's face was pale as paper. Her little hand hurt from how tight her auntie was gripping it. Ow, auntie, it hurts. Chloe whimpered, trying to pull her hand back, but just then, gunfire erupted again in the distance. Ah! She squealed and tried to bolt to the safe zone, but in the chaos, her finger slipped, trigger pulled. The pellet zoomed, missing Emily's face by inches. Chloe, are you okay? Emily was clearly shaken, nearly snapped, but forced herself to keep calm, smoothing her voice. Don't cry now, sweetie. Auntie's going to take you somewhere safe, okay? Her fans watching the live stream lost it. She's an angel. She didn't even scold Chloe once. Our queen is beautiful and kind, not like some people. Y'all better thank Luna. Without her, your precious queen would have been out for sure. Exactly, like Idol, like fans, all acting like victims. Guys, stop fighting. Sends meme, dancers in the rain, JPEG. Despite her gentle words, Emily kept walking forward without a pause. Far behind, Luna followed them slowly, gun swinging in one hand, her brows drawn tight. Emily Harris hadn't walked far when she turned back and realized Chloe wasn't following as expected. Instead, the little girl was crouched behind a nearby boulder, trembling. Seeing that, a wicked little idea lit up in Emily's mind. She curled her lips into a smile and shouted toward the rock, "Chloe, don't hide there. It's by the steps. It's not safe." And just like that, a dozen sharp-eyed players turned their attention to the lone, shivering girl. Luna Evans didn't expect her to call out like that. Emily Harris, seriously, that's low. Who uses a kid as a human shield? She grabbed her weapon and darted forward, aiming to rescue Chloe from danger. But out of nowhere, Emily rushed in and took position right in front of the girl. "Chloe, run! I've got you!" Then, in the blink of an eye, a flurry of bullets rained down on Emily, dousing her in a cloud of pink smoke. She took every shot for Chloe. Emily was out, but the kid was perfectly fine. Through the haze, Luna locked eyes with Emily, now dirty from head to toe, stripped of her usual carefully crafted look. Emily's gaze turned cold, her lips curled into a smirk dripping with mockery. Barely above a whisper, just loud enough for Luna to hear, she murmured, "Don't get too proud of yourself, Luna Evans. It won't last." Luna stared back, eyes sharp, the tension between them silently intensified. As Emily got escorted away, Chloe burst into tears, clearly shaken. Luna quickly stepped up, pulled the little one into her arms, rubbing her back gently until she calmed down. Her gaze flicked toward the airdrop spot without thinking. Crap, Someone already grabbed it. Not far from the scene, Ethan Walker was waiting, worry all over his tiny face. "What's taking you so long, stepmom?" Emily's hero moment with Chloe exploded online. The production team didn't waste a second. That same night, they cut together the clip and posted it, tagging it with high praise on the show's official page. A salute to our beautiful, kind-hearted goddess. Fans went wild, spreading the clip like confetti in celebration. Influencer accounts jumped in too, listing out all the times Emily had donated money or done charity work over the years. Overnight, Emily became everyone's role model, the untouchable paragon of virtue. She's like the sun. Only people who hate light could shade her. This is the real Emily, pure-hearted and genuine, unlike some people who bully kids. If you're not standing her, then who? Subtle jab or not, it wasn't hard to guess who they were dragging. Though Luna's fans felt it was unfair, they had to admit Emily did protect a child on camera. Hard to argue with that, so most just chose to go radio silent. The director was thrilled with all this buzz. Emily gained fans by the thousands, and even state media started singing her praises. While the internet continued its chaotic debate, the episode reached its end. All the guests gathered at the village gate. Standing center stage, the director addressed the group with a straight face into the mic. "Congrats to everyone. Season 1 of Little Joys in the Countryside wraps up successfully. We'll begin filming the next season on May 20th. Lastly, thank you again to our 5 amazing little stars and all the guests who brought us joy and warmth." The adults exchanged a few polite comments, but the kids, they were holding on to each other, red-eyed and not ready to say goodbye. Even the crew looked heartbroken, clearly attached to the kids too. Ryan Smith and Gertrude were especially emotional, eyes watery as they gazed at each other. Daniel stood beside them, placing a gentle hand on each of his sad little friends. Meanwhile, Luna, she was off to the side, totally entertained, sneakily balancing leaves on top of Ethan's head. Chloe held onto Emily Harris's hand and gave it a little shake. "Auntie, let's see each other again soon." Meanwhile, the stream chat had lost its mind, not just sad to say goodbye, but also full of playful banter. "Ryan Smith is basically chasing Gertrude every episode. Was she a sprinter or something? She's got wheels." "Daniel is seriously drop-dead handsome. That gentle older sis kind of vibe with a warm guy, totally my thing." "Okay, but real talk? I wish Luna would grow up faster. My cold-faced baby boy has leaves all over his head. What would he do if he knew? Rage quit? Boo-hoo, Chloe darling, mommy's baby. Everyone else is babysitting, but Luna? She's out here playing pranks, LOL. Thank goodness we don't have to see annoying Luna Evans anymore. What's your problem? That's uncalled for." Once filming wrapped up, Luna Evans and Ethan Walker took separate cars back to the Walker home to avoid any awkward speculation. Nowadays, Luna's practically a walking headline, so yeah, extra caution to dodge the tabloids. The Walker residence was tucked away in the high-end Shishan Villa area, where every inch of land cost a fortune. Built against a hill, the villa was surrounded by towering trees that nearly blocked out the sun. Beyond the black wrought iron gate, neatly trimmed potted plants lined the edges of a cobblestone path. The Maybach rolled slowly past a white fountain and angel statue before stopping out front. Luna stepped out and followed Mr. Roberts into the main hall. "You're so slow." Ethan had been waiting on the couch and was quick to throw a light jab. Still, he shoved a small, fancy cake toward her. "Made by Mrs. Green. Super tasty. I saved you a slice." Smiling, Luna picked it up and took a big bite. Not bad. But hey, you think you'll still have room for dinner after this?" "Of course." Ethan's cheeks flushed a bit. Slightly sheepish, he added, "I want your mushrooms again. And the chicken nuggets, too." "All right, I'll cook them for you, la." Before she could finish, Mr. Roberts interrupted. "Young master, your father just called. You should take it in the study." "Awesome. Coming." The moment he heard it was Alexander Walker. Ethan lit up and dashed upstairs. Outside the study, the phone connected, and a low, smooth voice came through the speaker. "I heard from my assistant the shoot wrapped today?" Ethan nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah. Did you have fun?" "It was awesome. Luna was super nice to me." "Stepmom," Alexander's brow creased ever so slightly. When did Ethan start getting this close with her? "All right, I remember the later episodes need parents to join. Once I wrap things up here, I'll be on the show with you. Happy with that? Ethan added some excited chatter before the call ended. Look into what Luna Evans has been up to lately. Lounging on the couch, Alexander crossed his legs casually. His tailored gray suit showed off broad shoulders, and the open collar of his shirt gave a hint of defined muscle beneath. Sharp features and a high nose bridge gave him an air of cold distance, like winter ice that never thaws. And call Mr. Roberts. I want a full update on Ethan's recent behavior. The assistant nodded, bowed slightly, and left the room. Alexander's face stayed unreadable as he stared quietly at a photo of Ethan sitting on the desk. After a beat, he picked up his pen and went back to his paperwork. Meanwhile, in the villa, Luna and Mr. Roberts stood locked in eye contact like a silent standoff. She awkwardly glanced at the clock. I'll go make something nice for Ethan. With that, she turned and walked toward the kitchen. No need, Mr. Roberts said stiffly, face taut and eyes sharp as he looked at Luna Evans. Dinner's prepared by a professional nutritionist. No need for you to worry about it. Sure, Luna replied casually, clearly unbothered. She grabbed her bag and headed upstairs without another word. She was well aware that the original Luna had stirred up plenty of resentment in the Walker household. Throw in her questionable way of marrying in, even the gentle Mrs. Walker had no fondness for her. Not that Luna ever really cared about how people looked at her. But what she didn't expect was Mr. Roberts suddenly turning into a full-on watchdog. He watched her at meals, followed her while she played games with Ethan, and even stood guard outside the door when she told bedtime stories. Like, seriously? After a few days of this, it wasn't Luna who gave in first. It was Mr. Roberts. That afternoon, after she managed to put Ethan down for a nap, she stretched out on the sofa, flipping through a magazine. Then came the steady footsteps. Mrs. Evans, Mr. Roberts started, his tone dead serious. I think it's time to remind you again. Please don't use the young master for your own agenda. Luna frowned. Excuse me? What's that supposed to mean? You know exactly what I mean, he shot back, still expressionless, but his eyes clearly sizing her up with suspicion. Luna could guess where this was coming from. The old Luna had stirred up enough crap to earn the distrust of even a loyal employee like him. The guy had served under Mrs. Walker for God knows how long and was practically a member of the family. So if he didn't trust her, well, that meant the rest of the Walkers didn't either. Then it hit her. Wait a minute, wasn't this exactly what she needed? Suddenly, Luna's eyes lit up. Jackpot. Since you're so sharp, let's not waste time pretending, she said with a cheeky grin. Yeah, I'm totally here for the money. I got close to Ethan on purpose. Being a rich guy's wife is overrated. Give me a fat settlement in the divorce and I'm out of here. Won't step foot in this place again. Mr. Roberts' brows knitted together tightly. So everything you did during the filming, you were faking it? Yup, Luna replied confidently, not a hint of hesitation. You. Before he could finish, they heard the sound of racing footsteps. Ethan barreled down the stairs like a storm. You're lying, he shouted. I'm not, Luna shrugged, forcing a mischievous smile. I'm just here for your family's money. As soon as the words left her lips, a familiar chime rang through her mind. Lie detected. Honesty score 10. Current score 95. You serious right now? Luna clenched her jaw, muttering, Took me forever to save up 5 stupid points, and now I lose 10 just for one little lie? Reminder, please strive to be honest. Her fists itched to punch something. Meanwhile, Ethan stomped over, puffing with rage. So was what you just said true or not? Don't lie to me. She glanced at Mr. Roberts, who looked downright hostile, then at Ethan, whose red eyes were filled with hurt. Screw this. Damned if she did, damned if she didn't. If she told the truth, the whole plan would go sideways. But one more lie would nuke her score even further. So she said nothing. Silence is golden, right? Say something. Ethan's voice cracked. He clenched his tiny fists and shook her arm hard. Luna looked away, couldn't make herself face his teary eyes. Seeing her ignore him, Ethan bit his lip, his lashes trembling before big fat tears rolled down his cheeks. Ethan, Luna panicked and reached out toward him. Don't touch me, he snapped. Ethan shook her hand off and wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes a little too hard before dashing upstairs without looking back. Young master! Mr. Roberts shouted with concern, giving Luna Evans an exasperated look before chasing after Ethan. Suddenly, the huge living room felt utterly empty, leaving Luna standing alone. Getting Ethan out of the way and stirring things up with the family had all been part of her plan. But somehow, the tears that had fallen from the boy's eyes earlier felt like they'd burned into the back of her hand. She sat there in the quiet room for a long time. The sun had set when a maid finally came over to turn on the lights, and only then did Luna slowly get to her feet and return to her room. From that day on, Mr. Roberts looked at her like she was some kind of trespasser. And Ethan? He went right back to acting like the aloof young master she'd first met, keeping his distance like they'd never spent a single second getting along. "I'm not eating." The second he saw his stepmom stroll down from upstairs, Ethan stiffened, dropped his fork and knife, and got ready to leave the dining table. "But young master, you've barely touched your food. The meals were planned by your nutritionist. They're perfect for growing kids. Don't throw a tantrum now," Mr. Roberts said anxiously, almost ready to spoon-feed him himself. Meanwhile, someone slowly took a seat at the long dining table and announced cheerfully, "Wow, look at all this yummy food. Guess I'll just have to eat it all, by myself." Ethan's eyes turned slightly red, tears welling up as he pushed away the plate Mr. Roberts tried to hand him and bolted straight back to his room. Across the estate, the staff exchanged glances of disapproval behind Luna's back. And the so-called culprit who'd kicked off the chaos? She calmly picked up her chopsticks and began eating like she hadn't noticed a thing. The curve of her lips said she was quite enjoying the meal tonight. Though, even after a while, the amount of rice in her bowl hadn't gone down much. Later that night, Luna sat alone watching TV in the living room. She accidentally flipped to a cartoon channel. It was playing Ultraman, Ethan's favorite. On reflex, she looked upstairs but then quietly switched off the TV and got up to head to bed. As she passed his door, something made her pause. She reached out and gently pushed it open. Creak, the door gave way. She stepped inside on tiptoe like she was sneaking into a vault. The kid was fast asleep. His messy hair stuck out in places. A red pillow imprint marked one chubby cheek, and in his arms, he clutched the raggedy little dinosaur plushie she'd won him at that airsoft game a few days ago. With all the fancy toys Ethan had, it was this ugly little dinosaur he couldn't seem to let go of. Always pretending he didn't like it, but every night he curled up with it anyway, Luna let out a soft sigh, sat by the bed, and quietly reached out to tuck in the covers. His lashes, usually wide and sparkling, were now gently closed, face flushed from sleep, lips slightly open. Peaceful, quiet. "I'm sorry." Her slender fingers brushed across his smooth forehead. Shaking her head slightly, she stood and tiptoed out of the room. What she didn't notice, though, was that after she was gone, the supposedly sleeping boy opened his eyes bit by bit, and down the hallway, in the shadows, someone else had been watching her leave. The next day at lunch, Luna completely ignored Ethan again and sat down to eat like nothing had happened. But unexpectedly, Ethan didn't storm off this time. He quietly finished everything on his plate. Mr. Roberts also stayed silent, just standing there. As Luna placed down her knife and fork and got ready to leave, she turned back and caught Ethan sneaking a glance at her. She raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Ethan quickly dropped his gaze and stuffed a giant bite of steak into his mouth, chewing like a hamster caught red-handed. Luna Evans found it funny, but her face remained cold and expressionless. After dinner, she headed straight to her room. Later, after a nap, she lay sprawled on the couch, bored out of her mind, watching a movie. Her peaceful afternoon didn't last long. An uninvited guest showed up and ruined her mood. "Luna, where are your manners? Not even coming out to greet your mother." Mrs. Evans had caked on makeup, and she was practically draped in all kinds of flashy gold and silver jewelry. She looked expensive, but not in a classy way, more like a lottery winner flaunting their winnings. "What are you doing here?" Luna frowned and stepped back to dodge her mom's outstretched hand. "Oh my, don't be like that. I messaged you so many times and you never replied. I was worried, so I came to see how you're doing." Mrs. Evans awkwardly pulled her hand back, her eyes glaring at her daughter's attitude even as her tone sounded sweet. "Did you need something?" Luna crossed her arms, looking more than a little annoyed. Well, look at you. All grown up now, huh? Can't even have a heart-to-heart with your own mom? Mrs. Evans attempted again to link arms with her, adding, "Come on, let's talk upstairs." Luna shrugged her off and walked up the stairs without a word. Once they were inside the room, Mrs. Evans's nice act vanished. She flopped into the sofa with a thud. "You brat, why haven't you been answering my calls?" "I've been busy. Must have missed them." Truth was, ever since Luna landed in this world, she'd blacklisted every last Evans. She had zero intention of dealing with this leeching family. "I was starting to think you'd gotten too full of yourself to care about your own mother." Mrs. Evans forced a smile, her tone fake, her eyes sharp as knives. "Don't forget who got you married into the Walker family. Don't think being some rich man's wife means you can turn your back on us." Luna rolled her eyes. "Just say what you came for." "Oh, right, almost forgot." Mrs. Evans stood and her greedy gaze swept over the room, taking in the glitzy chandelier and the plush carpet, designer stuff worth tens of thousands that was nothing special here in the Walker estate. "I heard you and Ethan are getting along now. Maybe you can sweet-talk him into giving you more shares, or just some cash. Your brother has his eye on a girl from the Luo family. You'll help them out, right? Buy them a place to live. Doesn't need to be a mansion, just a cozy villa with 5 bedrooms, a garden, maybe a pool too. You know, something nice for me and your dad to visit." Mrs. Evans was still rattling off her ridiculous wish list when Luna cut in with a cold chuckle. 5 bedrooms? Garden? Pool? Where do you think I'd get that kind of money? Oh, come on. What about the allowance Alexander gives you? No cash? Then go get some from Ethan. Flatter him, trick him. That boy's just a motherless fool. He's easy to play. That last sentence made Luna's blood boil. She laughed furiously and pulled out her phone. Her fingers flew across the screen as she dialed. "Hi, yes. I'd like to buy your largest available plot." No, money's not an issue. Full payment." "Great. I'll pay right now." As soon as the call ended, Mrs. Evans rushed over, grabbing Luna's sleeve, eyes shining with excitement. "Where's the house? How big is it? Good neighborhood?" Luna flashed a sly smile. "Just bought the largest cemetery plot over at Longshan. It's big enough for my brother. Heck, it's big enough for your whole family." Mrs. Evans' smile froze at once. "Luna Evans, don't push it." She clutched Luna's arm tightly, her nails digging into the skin. "You think you've grown wings now, talking to your mother like that?" Mrs. Evans looked like she could bite her head off. Luna's face stayed cold. Just as she was about to shove her off, the door creaked open with a long squeak. Ethan Walker came charging in from outside, his tiny fists clenched as he hurried to stand between Mrs. Evans and Luna Evans. "Leave her alone. Don't bully people." Mrs. Evans froze when she saw it was the Walker family's young master and quickly changed her attitude with a fake smile. "Oh my, why is the little master here? Grandma was just joking around with your mom." "You're not her grandma. Get out." Ethan stood tall, tightly pressing against Luna as if shielding her. "Mr. Roberts, get her out of here." No sooner had he spoken than Mr. Roberts stepped into the room, face stern. "Please leave the Walker residence immediately, or the security team will escort you out." Just as Mrs. Evans was about to throw a tantrum and make a scene, 2 burly security guards showed up at the door, ready for action. She awkwardly stood up, shot Luna a dark glare, and left, defeated. Meanwhile, Ethan peeked up at Luna's face, trying to read her expression. His big round eyes shimmered with worry, nose scrunched, lips in a pout. Are you okay?" He gently took her cold hand in his tiny ones. "She's awful. Just ignore her. A lot of people like you, like me. I don't think you're bad." Luna squeezed his soft little hand back and couldn't hold it in anymore. She crouched down and wrapped him in a tight hug. "I know." Her voice was shaky and a bit of a mess. She'd seen so much in her 2 lives and met countless people, but no one had ever cared like this. That night, the tension between them melted away. Ethan, though clearly reluctant, was finally persuaded by Luna's relentless charm to go grocery shopping with her at a big supermarket. "Cucumber-flavored chips? Barbecue-flavored chips? Whoa, there's a new spicy duck flavor? Gotta try that!" Soon, their cart was brimming with snacks, junk food heaven. Ethan frowned, his face full of disapproval. "Why are you only buying chips? That stuff's super unhealthy." Ha, you sound like a grumpy old man. You're just a kid. Luna casually plucked a chocolate bar off the shelf and flicked Ethan's forehead with the other hand. Haven't you heard? The tastier it is, the worse it is for you. Ethan covered his forehead, blinking. But Mrs. Green's cooking tastes great, and it's healthy, not like your nonsense. Oh, really? Luna dragged out the word lazily, faking indifference. Fine, then don't eat anything I make anymore. You. Ethan's face flushed red with anger. How could you say that? What'd I say? Luna opened her hands, playing innocent. You're the one who said the stuff I eat isn't healthy, and Mrs. Green cooks better. I'm not talking to you anymore. Ethan bit his lip, fuming, and stormed straight toward the supermarket exit. Luna hadn't realized she'd hit a nerve. What seemed like a throwaway comment stuck like a thorn in Ethan's pride. By the time she rushed to pay and chased after him outside, Ethan had already grabbed a ride home. 5 days later, the show's second episode started shooting as scheduled. Ryan Smith and Gertrude jumped into each other's arms right after getting off the van and held hands the whole time, totally inseparable. Daniel looked like he'd shot up another inch or two. Long legs, long arms, like a tiny fashion model. Chloe pulled out a few pieces of candy and gave them out to the other kids. At the end, she bashfully handed the last piece to Luna, flashing a shy smile. Ethan, meanwhile, stood off to the side, face blank, hands stuffed coolly into his pockets. This time, the shoot was in a remote countryside spot. The theme? Starting from scratch, building a life through hard work. The crew had set up various types of housing for the cast to pick from. Even the best option was just a red brick shack with a tiled roof. The show had a simple rule. Kids answered quiz questions for points, and the higher the points, the sooner their team could pick a house. Pretty straightforward. But Ethan Walker? Still mad at Luna Evans, completely boycotting the game. Total strike mode. So of course their team tanked in points and ended up with the rattiest shack of them all. Once house picking was over, the other guests followed the crew to their assigned spots. Luna and Ethan, silent the whole time. No chatting, no eye contact, just quietly trudging along until they saw their new home, and both of them just froze. It was literally a straw hut, a full-on hut with a giant hole in the roof. You could lie down inside and bond with nature, like literally gaze at the stars through that rooftop gap as you tried to sleep. By night, even with all that protest in his heart, Ethan had no choice but to squish up next to Luna. Fast forward 3 days, and they were both about to crack from the rough conditions. How about we make stuff to sell? Luna suggested, eyebrows raised. The show said we can buy room upgrades if we earn some cash. Or do you really want to keep camping on dirt floors? I noticed your back's one big bruise. You're basically the princess in the pea at this point. She mumbled that last part under her breath. Definitely didn't want Ethan to hear. Ethan, on the other hand, completely ignored her little brainstorm. He just went with the official route, stockpiling dry leaves in the forest to trade for tiny coins like some real-life game character. Left with no better choice, Luna sneakily wandered into a cotton field, collected some dried scraps the farmers didn't want, and hauled them back to their sad little hut. Then, she sat down to really think through her crafting plan. She spent ages fiddling away. When Ethan finally returned with a small handful of coins, what greeted him was something. A cotton creature parked in the middle of the hut. Was it a tiger? That mouth was aggressively weird. Maybe a crocodile? But the weird patchy texture didn't help. Wait, a giraffe? Except it had more than 4 legs. Ethan dropped the coins, grabbed the blanket, and tried to nap it off. But no matter how much he tossed and turned, sleep just wouldn't happen. Suddenly, he sat straight up, looking in disbelief at Luna, who was still playing with that mess of a doll. What are you even trying to make? Oh, Luna answered, not even glancing up. It's supposed to be a panda. Ethan stared at the thing, speechless. How does that look anything like a panda? With a big sigh, he gave in, got out of bed, took the half-mutated creature from Luna, and began stitching like a pro, snipping the uneven seams and threading through the fabric with ease. Within a few moves, a vaguely pandasque toy took shape. Whoa, Luna gasped, eyes lighting up like a kid watching fireworks. That's so cool. Ethan quickly looked away, dodging the compliment like it was toxic. It's nothing. I learned a bit during summer camp. Well, still, that's amazing. Luna even added a thumbs up. Seriously, I couldn't make something this cute if I tried. Of course not. Ethan lifted his chin proudly, even though his hands moved faster after the praise. Luna kept up the sweet talking while sneakily shoving the rest of the cotton into his arms. This one's going to be a kitten, and this is a dino. Oh, and that's a pig. All right, leave it to me. Somehow, Ethan got completely sucked in and finished all the crafts without even realizing it. Viewers in the live stream went wild, comments flew by like fireworks. 3 compliments, and the kid made 10 toys for her. Queen energy. Little Ethan talks tough, but just look at him go. The man's heart said yes long before his mouth did. Wow, picking cotton just to make nothing and then bossing the kid around to do it for her. Seriously, come on, if Ethan's doing it willingly, why are you mad? Emily Harris never pulls this kind of stuff. She handles everything, and Chloe just gets to enjoy. Luna Evans is just plain lazy. This is Luna's stream, remember? Y'all showed up just to bash her again, huh? Got nothing better to do? When Ethan Walker woke up, the bed next to him was cold. Luna Evans, who usually slept curled up beside him, was nowhere to be seen. Even the cotton plushies they made yesterday had vanished from the table. She said she wanted to make money by selling these. Did she head to the market? Ethan rushed to wash up and ran straight to the market, only to find most vendors had already packed up and gone home. The place was a mess. Wilted vegetable leaves, scattered feathers, and not even a glimpse of Luna. He searched over and over, pacing back and forth, until he finally spotted the pile of plushies dumped in a corner near the wall. He quickly scooped them up, his little face red with frustration and heartache. Luna was way too unreliable. He puffed his cheeks, ready to storm off when a confused voice sounded behind him. What are you doing here? Ethan was fuming. He glared at her, looking adorably fierce, and after seeing she didn't respond, he turned his eyes away, pouting as he muttered under his breath, "How could you just throw these away? I worked so hard making them." The livestream chat instantly exploded, so messed up to trample on someone else's hard work like that. Luna totally crossed the line this time, no excuses. Knew something was off about her, always manipulating Ethan, and y'all defended her. Now look. Stop throwing around words like manipulate if you don't even know what it means. Oop, someone's triggered. Guard dogs out in full force. My bad, I messed up. Don't be mad, okay? Luna bent down and patted Ethan on the shoulder, then pulled a plastic bag out from under her jacket. Look what I found for you? Ethan peeked inside. It was full of colorful lollipops, all his favorite flavors. Where'd you get these? He blinked, full of doubt. This village was seriously remote. Forget candy. Even instant noodles or hot dogs were rare here. There was a guy selling stuff from a tricycle, looked like city stuff. I squeezed in, and guess what I saw? Your favorite lollipops. As she explained, she lifted a hand to wipe the sweat off her forehead. It was only then Ethan noticed how disheveled she looked, a far cry from her usual polished self. Her hair was a mess, her yellow plaid shirt smeared with dirt, and sweat rolled down her neck. You waited a long time to buy these? He asked quietly. Not that long. Luna took the stuffed toy from his arms and draped an arm over his shoulders. Come on, try one. See if it's good. They're all the same brand. Of course, they taste the same, Ethan mumbled, but he still peeled off the wrapper and popped one into his mouth. Sweet vanilla burst on his tongue instantly. He looked up at Luna, his eyes glowing. It was like he'd just eaten sunshine. I heard there's another market nearby. Want to go try selling plushies there? Okay, he nodded, tugging at the hem of Luna's shirt with 2 chubby fingers. Stuck close side by side, the two headed off to the market on the east side of the village. By now the rush had passed, and only a few women wandered around with baskets, picking through cabbage. Luna and Ethan sat under a big willow tree, legs crossed, but no one stopped to check out their plushies. Luna propped her chin up with her hand, bored, and asked randomly, "Hey kiddo, got any big dreams?" "I want to be as cool as my dad," Ethan answered without hesitation. Huh. Luna paused, then leaned in mysteriously. "Can you guess what I want to do?" "What is it?" Luna Evans took a long breath. "I want to travel the world." "Then just do it," Ethan Walker started to say, but Luna followed up right away. Problem is, I've got no money. I even thought about selling our little hut to save up for it. Too bad it's falling apart and the production crew won't let me." The netizens had the exact same reaction as Ethan, bursting into laughter behind their screens. "Come on, you're a celeb, Luna. Don't go selling yourself short like that. Only Luna could come up with selling a house. Bet the crew's in tears now. Lol." "Ethan, never thought I'd be stressing over money like this one day." "Luna, you're way too into this show role. You're not actually broke. Pfft. You've got 2.08 million in savings and you're acting poor." "Really? What a country bumpkin. Never even been abroad. What's with the flex? Going abroad isn't that big a deal, chill." Ethan's tiny shoulders shook, laughing so hard he teared up. His lashes were thick and long, glittering with little tears as his big shiny eyes looked at Luna full of amusement. "So no traveling the world for now," Ethan said proudly, puffing his chest and pulling out a strawberry lollipop from his pocket. He held it out to her. "But you can have this first." "Oh, wow, our little money hoarder is being generous," Luna teased, pretending to be shocked. "Forget it then," Ethan snapped, pulling the lollipop back and pretending to stuff it into his pocket. "I'll eat it. I'll eat it. Who said I wouldn't?" Luna chuckled, grabbing the candy. Just as she was unwrapping it, Ethan tilted his head, looking puzzled. "Where'd you get the money to buy candy anyway?" "Oh, I traded it with the money we made from selling the little pig plushies." Ethan froze mid-lick, and suddenly, the lollipop didn't taste so sweet anymore. "You used that money on candy?" "Yep," Luna replied without a hint of guilt. "What else was I going to do?" Ethan's cheeks puffed up with fury. He snatched the candy right out of her hand. "No candy for you. You're the worst." With that, he hugged his plush toy in one arm and guarded the lollipop with the other as he stormed off back home. Luna watched him go, a smile tugging at her lips without her even realizing. She had really just scoped out the market ahead of time today, all in prep for making big money later. The countryside was simple and honest, surrounded by rolling green hills and untouched villages. Even the sunset looked extra beautiful out here. After a busy day, the filming came to a close. The fading sunlight bathed Luna's stunning profile in a soft golden hue. Her features looked like they were painted on. She gave a helpless little shrug to the live stream audience and said with a grin, "All right, folks, see you tomorrow. I gotta go calm down a kid now." Then she turned gracefully and followed the long shadow Ethan left behind, her steps light as she headed back to their straw-roofed hut. That evening, the production team had all the grown-ups gather at the village entrance to cook. There weren't many ingredients in the village. They made rice first. Then someone cracked eggs and slowly poured them into boiling soup, and soon the mouth-watering smell of egg drop soup wafted out. Nearby, laughter and shouting from the kids filled the air. Daniel squatted by the stream skipping stones. Ryan and Gertrude were running around stirring up trouble. Chloe sat on a tiny stool, eyes bright as she watched the adults cook. And Ethan, he was handing out lollipops one by one. "Thanks, Ethan." "Thank you." "Whoa, where'd you get this?" The kids sat in a row, chatting excitedly about their day. Soon enough, the adults and kids were eating together, sharing their simple but happy meal. The light was dim, the food basic, but everyone dug in with smiles on their faces. As night fell, the kids went back inside early, one by one drifting off to sleep, marking the end of another busy day. The next morning, the crew asked the guests to show what they'd accomplished over the past 2 days. Emily Harris and Chloe pulled out their carefully planned custom menu, saying they wanted to set up a food stall at the local market. "All right, long tables 200 yuan, plastic containers for dishes are 20 yuan. You've got 6 dishes, so that's 120 yuan. Add disposable gloves, floral tablecloth, cookware, all that. You're looking at 524 yuan. Cash or scan code." The director had this smug little smile on his face. Since they'd handed over all their personal belongings on day one, no one had a cent to their name. Emily clearly couldn't pay for the costs, so she had no choice but to drop the idea. Meanwhile, the others decided to try making kites to sell. After a while of fiddling around, they finally managed to piece together something kite-shaped, at least in theory. The moment they got it airborne, the kids started roasting them hard. "Uncle, what's that flying up there? A bug?" Ryan Smith asked innocently, tugging at his guardian's sleeve. No, it's a butterfly, someone answered weakly. Huh? Gertrude wrinkled her nose and covered her eyes. Gross, I don't like butterflies anymore. Daniel rushed to do some PR. It's fine, we can decorate it better later. Promise it'll look cute. Before he could even finish, the wobbly kite nosedived and crashed with a dramatic thud, totally falling apart. The audience watching live went wild. My tragic life is finally over. Rest in pieces. LOL, not Daniel being speechless too. Literally looks like a giant bug. Honestly, props to them for managing to make something that ugly and useless. The adults looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Breaking the silence, Luna Evans stepped up. We could do some crafts together and sell them at the market, she suggested calmly, while pulling out a cotton doll Ethan Walker had made. Ethan made this super cute, really well made. He sold 3 yesterday alone. Hearing that, a bunch of kids immediately crowded around Ethan, tossing compliments like confetti. The grown-ups took the idea to the director, but were quickly shut down. Nope, the director said coolly, adjusting his glasses. Adults can't help with the making, but we can lend you the materials on credit. The guests huddled together, talked it over, and ended up agreeing. Once they got the supplies, the kids jumped right in, and in just a few hours, they'd made a bunch of crafts. Beaded bracelets, balloon animals, the works. Even the usually shy Chloe showed off some serious hidden talent. She painted a bright, beautiful landscape. The adults were honestly impressed. They hadn't expected the kids to be so capable, definitely putting them to shame. Loaded up with their creations, the whole group headed for the marketplace. Just as they set everything up and were about to start selling, the director's voice cut in. Adults aren't allowed to help sell. Head to the fields to earn points. The grown-ups gave some quick instructions and reluctantly headed off, leaving the little ones standing there, totally lost. I'm kind of scared, Chloe whispered, clinging to Ethan's sleeve and hiding behind him. It's okay. Ethan puffed out his chest like a little superhero. I'll protect you. Then he picked up Chloe's painting and after a few dry coughs, started his pitch, barely louder than a whisper. Selling, paintings for sale. He kept chanting softly, voice so quiet it could barely be heard. Next to him, Gertrude finally couldn't take it anymore. Her face scrunched up. Bro, even mosquitoes are louder than you. If I wasn't standing next to you, I'd think nobody was talking. The livestream chat instantly exploded. Talks big, does tiny things. Classic. He's way too cute. Ethan being all shy is just too much. Someone give this little guy a kiss already. Moi, moi, moi. Not a single customer in all this time. Ethan, dude, are you even trying? Is this not the textbook tsundere brother and sweet little sister pairing? Childhood friends to lovers IRL? Okay, chill, don't overdo it. Shipper's gonna harm more than help sometimes. Ryan was clearly getting anxious with no one stopping by. She suddenly jumped up, cupped her hands around her mouth and yelled, Hey everyone, want to check out our handmade stuff? It's super cute and totally worth it. That shout actually did the trick. Villagers passing by started to take notice. Little one, how much is it? Just 1 yuan. Gertrude quickly grabbed a bracelet. We made these ourselves really pretty, and if it breaks, I can totally switch it out for you. She then proudly patted her little chest like a boss. Ha, you're quite the talker, aren't you? All right, I'll take one. The auntie laughed, handing Gertrude the money. The kids finally got their first sale. They passed the precious 1 yuan coin around, buzzing with excitement. The audience online was equally amused and touched. Ryan and Gertrude really came in clutch, the first deal secured. So if they split it, each gets like 20 cents. Keep grinding, Ethan. Maybe in 1,000 more years, you'll catch up to CEO-level money. Why is this both hilarious and kind of sad? These pampered rich kids getting all hyped over 1 yuan. It's adorable. But seriously, look at that pure joy. This is what the show's really about, letting them feel the hard-earned happiness of making money. After that, the rest of the kids ditched the shyness and joined in the shouting. It didn't take long before every single handcrafted item got sold out. Just as they were packing up to head back, a staff member reminded them they could pick a little something special for someone they cared about. Ethan wasn't planning to buy anything, but out of nowhere, Luna Evans popped into his head. Fine. They'd been stuck together in that super drafty, falling apart house all this time. Might as well grab her a little something. After browsing for a bit, Ethan finally picked out a lily. 5 kids, hand in hand, made their way back toward the village. Right as they were about to split off, Chloe suddenly called out, "Hey, can I walk back with you?" Ethan raised a brow, not quite getting why she wanted to tag along. Emily Harris had shown up to pick up Chloe and gently said, "Chloe, it's getting late. How about we let Ethan go rest? Let's not bother him, sweetie." But Chloe, usually super obedient, just shook her head and stayed glued to Ethan's side. "All right then, I'll go with you. But let's not stay out too long, okay? You need to get good sleep." Emily smiled again, trying to keep it light. Chloe nodded at last and followed Ethan all the way to the shabby little shed. Just as Ethan was getting ready to hand Luna the flower, Chloe zipped past him and excitedly held out a flower bracelet. "Auntie, I got this for you." She looked like she'd struck gold, proudly tying the flower bracelet onto Luna's wrist. "Thank you, my sweet Chloe." Luna beamed and gave the girl's chubby cheeks a playful pinch. "How did you know Jasmine's my favorite?" The little girl scratched her head, a bit shy. "You always smell like jasmine, so I figured that must be what you like." "Aw, you're just the sweetest." Luna melted on the spot and pulled her into a tight hug, holding on for a while before letting go. Off to the side, Emily's smile faltered, turning stiff and awkward. "Darn kid, bought a gift for Luna and none for me?" Ethan's grin also vanished instantly. He clutched the lily tightly, his lips pressed together in frustration, then suddenly turned and ran off without another word. After sending Chloe off, Luna Evans laid out the bedding, ready to finally get some rest. The jasmine bracelet on her wrist gave off a faint, sweet scent. She was in a pretty good mood. Just as she was about to pull the covers over herself and doze off, she froze. "Wait a sec. Where's Ethan?" Luna sat up fast, grabbed her jacket, and threw it on as she bolted toward the yard. "Etha?" She barely got the name out when she saw a small figure curled up in the corner of the courtyard. "What are you doing out here?" she asked, frowning as she crouched down beside him. The kid was squatting on the ground, cheeks smudged with dirt, his eyes suspiciously red. As she leaned closer, Ethan turned his face away, refusing to answer. "Missing home? Someone upset you? Thinking about your dad? Or maybe you're just hungry and got all emotional?" Luna's guesses got more ridiculous as she went on. Usually, Ethan would have already been pouting and snapping back by now, but this time he just kept his head down, completely silent. Luna's expression softened. She gently patted his small shoulder. "It's late. Let's head back to bed, okay?" Ethan didn't say anything, just gave a subtle nod and trudged back inside. Luna felt oddly empty. She found a clean stone nearby, sat on it, and looked up at the sky. The stars were scattered across the night like glitter. For a second, she felt like she was back in her original world. A soft laugh escaped her lips. Seriously, who'd believe she'd wake up inside a novel playing the doomed ex-wife of the male lead? And now she's tangled up with his son? In the book, Ethan was head over heels for Emily Harris. How did that shift to her? This whole thing felt like some weird dream she hadn't fully woken up from. A cool breeze drifted by, making her eyelids heavier. Just as Luna started zoning out, she heard footsteps behind her, followed by Ethan's small, sharp voice. "You told me to go to bed, so why are you still up?" He hugged his dino plushie close, cheeks puffed out in annoyance. "I thought you were asleep. What are you doing back outside?" Luna tilted her head at him, tossing out a bunch of questions. I'm not scared of the dark, and I'm not afraid of sleeping alone, and I definitely didn't come looking for you. I just couldn't fall asleep, that's all." His eyes darted everywhere except at her, and his face turned slightly pink. Luna found it both funny and a little heartbreaking. Kids really are terrible liars. She did like Ethan in some way, but liking him didn't change her decision. Divorce was still the plan. Sticking around and messing up the main couple's love story? Yeah, not happening. That thought wiped the smile off her face, and she suddenly looked distant again. "Go on, I'm just stargazing." "What's so great about stars?" Ethan asked, stepping closer like he wanted to sit next to her. But before he got there, Luna quickly stood up. "You're right. Nothing special. Time to sleep." Without looking back, she headed toward the house. Ethan stood frozen behind her, clutching his toy a little tighter, eyes starting to get misty again. After hesitating for a few seconds, he ran to catch up with her. The next morning, Ethan was still groggy when voices outside the room woke him. He pulled back the covers and followed the sound. Outside, Luna was talking to Grace. "Wait, you're seriously divorcing Mr. Walker after the show ends?" Grace asked, looking stunned. "Yeah, can you help draft the papers? Once the show's over, I'll go get his signature," Luna replied calmly, like she was discussing a grocery list. "But," Grace hesitated, glanced up at Luna's face, and cautiously asked, "What about young Ethan? You two have been getting along pretty well lately, haven't you?" Luna let out a soft laugh. "Even if that's true, I can't throw away my own happiness just for someone else's kid." Hearing that, Grace knew not to push it. She nodded repeatedly. "All right, got it. I'll reach out to the lawyer right away." After speaking, she snuck a glance at Luna. Luna's face was cold, her striking features tinted with a sharp chill. Her lips were tightly pressed into a straight line, brows barely hiding the irritation beneath. "I'll go now, right away." Not daring to stay longer, Grace scurried out of the yard. Meanwhile, hiding around the corner, Ethan heard everything. It felt like a bolt from the blue. He thought he was finally starting to like her. But Luna only seemed to care about divorcing his dad. So everything she said before, was it just lies? Just to get the Walker family's money? She was no different from all those other women. Ethan pouted, his small face scrunching up as tears started streaming down, one after another. He wiped them away with his sleeve and walked off quietly, heartbroken, back to his room. At the same time, Luna was still busy thinking about how to bring up the divorce to Alexander, totally unaware of what just happened nearby. With a hand pressed to her throbbing temple, she pulled out her phone and dialed the most prestigious law firm in the city. "Hello, how can we help you today?" "I need a consultation for a divorce." "Certainly. Can I get your name and your husband's name, please?" "I'm Luna Evans, and my husband is Alexander Walker." There was a noticeable pause on the other end. "Sorry, the signal seems bad right now. I'll call you back when it's better. Beep, beep, beep." They hung up on her. Luna stared at her dark screen, half exasperated and half amused. Shaking her head, she turned and walked back into the house. Divorce or no divorce, for now she needed to keep her distance from that little guy. When the story's main couple started causing drama again, she didn't want to get caught up in the mess. She couldn't afford to fight them, but at least she could stay out of the way. It was bright early that summer morning. The grown-ups were already up, lighting fires and cooking breakfast under the soft rays of dawn. Soon, the sun was fully up, and the kids began climbing out of bed, getting dressed and washed, then gathering at the long table for breakfast. Luna filled a bowl to the brim with pork and century egg congee, purposely ignoring Ethan as she walked over to Chloe. "Why's my sweetie so skinny, huh? Did you not eat properly again?" She gently ruffled Chloe's fluffy little head, her gaze soft with affection. Chloe, a mixed-race girl, had light brown curls and big hazel eyes that looked like glass beads, bright and clear. "I ate lots," the little girl chirped, her voice sweet and sugary as she lifted her face to Luna. Luna's heart nearly melted at that adorable expression. "All right then, just tell me what you're craving, and I'll make it for you." "Yay! Thanks, Auntie." Chloe grinned, her two dimples showing on her chubby little cheeks. The scene of the two chatting was ridiculously heartwarming. Across the table, Ethan focused on his rice, spooning it up bite after bite like he didn't care. But every so often, he'd sneak glances at Luna and Chloe. The livestream audience noticed everything. "Ethan, stealth mode activated. Luna's finally got her moment. You were cold to her before? Well, now she's out of your league. LOL. Ethan totally looks like a jealous little boyfriend. Too cute. Seriously? Luna's supposed to be his guardian, and now she's blatantly ignoring him? Way to fail at adulting. Wow, shameless much? First subtly shading other celebs, now straight up fighting over another team's kid. Only Emily stays classy." "Exactly. She tried to win Ethan over at the start. Now that didn't work. She's switching targets." Emily Harris spotted Ethan Walker eating breakfast all alone. Of course, she wasn't going to miss out on this golden chance to score some brownie points. She picked up 2 warm, steaming sugar pancakes and walked over with a soft smile. Ethan, don't just eat rice. Try the pancakes I made. Ethan reached out his little hand, just about to take one, but Emily quickly pulled it back. Careful, it's hot, she said gently, tearing the pancake into small pieces and placing them on a plate. Use your chopsticks and make sure to blow on it first. Emily's thoughtful actions stirred up another wave of comments in the live stream chat. Goddess Emily is so caring, way better than that other one. Not this again. Let Luna Evans be. Stop dragging her. Can we chill? Just enjoy the show, okay? Stop making it dramatic. The guests on site, fortunately unaware of the online drama, carried on as usual. Ethan took the plate and poked a piece with his fork, then popped it in his mouth. It's really good. Thanks, Aunt Emily. No need to be so polite. Emily's smile grew as her eyes crinkled with joy. She nudged some side dishes over. Try some of these. Cleanses the palate. Ethan nodded and, noticing her expectant gaze, picked up some veggies with his chopsticks. Smiles on both their faces, it looked like a peaceful morning. But anyone paying closer attention would have noticed that Ethan wasn't all that focused on his meal. Every so often, his eyes wandered toward Luna Evans. After breakfast, the crew announced the next task. One adult had to stay behind to watch over all the kids, while the others went to help harvest corn in the fields. Luck wasn't on Luna Evans' side. She drew the long stick and got stuck on babysitting duty. She helplessly watched as the rest of the guests rode off in a little cart, then turned around with a sigh. Her gaze drifted from Ryan Smith, who was belly down in the dirt playing with mud, to Gertrude, half buried in the ground pretending to be a carrot. Meanwhile, Daniel was enthusiastically spraying water over Gertrude's head with a tiny bottle. Off to the side, Chloe crouched down, messing around with a stick, her fair little face smudged with dust and dirt. Only Ethan sat quietly on a chair, face serious, deep in thought. Luna was equal parts exhausted and amused. She rushed over first to dig Gertrude out of the soil and, holding her by the collar, scolded gently, "No more digging in the dirt. Look at you. You were a cute little princess. Now you're just a walking mud ball." Then she snatched the spray bottle from Daniel's hand. "Enough with the watering, all right? She's not a plant. She's soaked." Hearing this, Ryan suddenly jumped up, giggling like crazy. "Soaked! Ha-ha! Like a wet chicken. Soaked chicken!" "Don't laugh at me," Gertrude pouted, clearly embarrassed. Seeing Ryan still cracking up, Gertrude grabbed a handful of mud and chucked it right at her. Splat. Ryan got hit square in the face. The pale little face was now a splattered mess. She froze for a second, then let out a wail so loud it could shake the mountains. "She threw dirt at me." Ryan cried louder and louder, then flopped down and started rolling all over the ground like a little tornado of emotions. No matter how Luna tried to calm her down, the girl just wouldn't budge. Right then, sweet little Chloe came over, worried, trying to help Ryan up, but ended up getting caught by one of her flailing legs and tripped. "Ow, ow, ow, Auntie Luna, it hurts. It really hurts," she sniffled, holding her scraped knee with tears in her eyes. And just like that, total chaos erupted in the courtyard, the air filled with high-pitched crying and shouting that could rival a horror soundtrack. Luna Evans had no choice but to hold the teary-eyed Chloe first. She patiently soothed her for quite a while and only managed to calm the little girl down by bribing her with 2 lollipops. Then, grabbing Gertrude by the back of her collar, Luna said seriously, "You can't throw mud at people. Say sorry to Ryan." Just as Gertrude was about to throw a tantrum, Luna coldly added, "Don't even think about pulling a fast one. Imagine if Ryan threw mud at you. Wouldn't you feel upset?" Gertrude hesitated for a bit, biting her lip, but finally gave in. She ran to Ryan, who was still rolling on the ground, and hugged her, mumbling, "Sorry, Ryan. I shouldn't have thrown mud at you. I poked. My bad. Will you forgive me?" Ryan sniffled and slowly stopped crying. "Let's go water the baby trees," Gertrude said, taking Ryan's hand. Ryan nodded, wiped her nose with the back of her hand, and bounced off to water the plants with her. The square finally quieted down. Luna let out a deep sigh of relief, at last some peace. She even had the energy to joke with the live stream viewers. "I'm totally saving this footage and playing it on the big screen when these kids get married." By the time the sky darkened, the adults who'd been harvesting corn returned on the back of a tractor. The lights on the little square were dim. Luna sat in the center, lit by the faint glow of her phone screen, with a bunch of tiny faces huddled close, staring up at her as she read them a bedtime story. And in the end, the little mermaid just couldn't bring herself to hurt the prince. When the sunlight hit the deck, she turned into sea foam and drifted away with the wind. Luna lowered her phone, looking at each of the kids around her. "So, my little beans, what do you think this story is trying to tell us?" Gertrude shot her hand up high. "If you do something nice, you gotta let everyone know." Ryan nodded seriously. "Always listen to Mom. Don't sneak out like that. Talk more. Never sell your voice. Bad guys will mess with you," Daniel added with a little fist pump. Ethan stayed farthest away, arms crossed like he didn't care, but his ears were clearly tuned in. Only Chloe, who was still too young to fully understand, looked puzzled. She blinked her big eyes, cuddling into Luna's arms, and asked softly, "Why did the mermaid turn into bubbles? Where'd she go?" Luna wrapped an arm around her tiny shoulders and replied gently, "She went to a really beautiful place where there's yummy food and fun games, and no one can hurt her anymore." Chloe nodded like she sort of got it, her little face looking super sweet. "I don't really like that story. That prince is kind of mean, just like..." Before she could finish, the adults' voices interrupted. "Oh my God, Luna, what the heck happened to your face?" Sophie Ellsworth cracked up, pointing at Luna and laughing so hard she had to hold her stomach. The face that once earned Luna the Goddess title when she debuted was now totally unrecognizable. Her captivating big eyes were covered in gold glitter. There were smudges of yellow and black all over her cheeks, and her once cherry red lips were now painted in some weird mix of black and green. Her voluminous curls were sticking out all over like a proper bird's nest. "Luna, did you step on a landmine?" Eric joked as he walked up. Luna forced a tired smile, clearly exhausted. Gertrude and Ryan tore down the village chief's spring festival couplets and insisted on using the gold bits as makeup. Then Daniel found a bunch of coal ash from who knows where to draw me some eyebrows. Chloe picked a wildflower to use as lipstick. And at the end, Ethan helped brush my hair. So yeah, this is what I look like now. Luna Evans's defeated tone had the adults around bursting into laughter, and the livestream chat was going wild. LOL, Chloe's really ahead of the trend. Green lipstick is so now. Why does she look like the Monkey King, though? Seriously, even pulling off a makeover like this is talent. Respect. This is 100% going into Luna's top blackmail material folder. But does no one else think she actually looks kind of soft like this? Usually she's all glamorous and intimidating. True that, she normally has this untouchable vibe. Could this be the power of motherly love? Gorgeous, good in the kitchen, and knows how to handle kids, wife material right here. Bro, calm down. You drank too much cringe today. Take several seats. Tsk, tsk. Sophie Ellsworth patted Luna's shoulder with sympathy. Tough day, huh? She didn't really expect a response. After all, they were filming live and every word could be clipped for the internet forever. But next second, Luna didn't hold back. She threw her hands up, complaining loudly, "Yeah, I'm totally wiped. Taking care of kids is exhausting." As soon as those words left her mouth, a little ding went off in her head. The familiar voice of the system chimed in. +5 honesty points. Total 0. Luna's lips curled. She gave a quick glance at the stunned faces of the others and added, "To all the parents watching out there, anyone taking care of a kid is a superhero." The tension broke, the other guests visibly relaxed. "Ha, yeah, totally," Sophie laughed awkwardly. Emily Harris offered a gentle smile. "You've really done a lot today, Luna. Let us cook tonight, you take a break." The scrolling comments in the live chat lit up again. "Quick, someone bring Luna some of my handmade pasta. She's earned it. Come on, women back then all did it like this. Now it's suddenly too hard?" Yeah, right? Didn't Emily pick corn in the sun all day and never whined once? Y'all clearly missed how much Luna's been hustling. Open your eyes, people. Luna, still sluggish, opened her eyes halfway and glanced over at the sunburnt faces of the rest of the cast. "No worries, I'm good. Everyone's tired. I'll make some chicken soup. Good for everyone." She headed straight for the chicken coop. Bawk, bawk. Before the big rooster could even react, Luna had already grabbed it by the neck. With a practiced move, she slammed it onto the cutting board and sliced its throat in one smooth motion. All of this took under 5 minutes. Everyone stood frozen, eyes wide, silently shifting their gaze from the now lifeless bird to Luna's blank expression. The director swallowed hard, whispering to his assistant, "You think, if she gets mad at us, she'll pull something like that?" "Not ruling it out," the assistant muttered, nervously dabbing at his sweaty forehead. "At this point, nothing she does would surprise me." Meanwhile, the chat exploded with jokes. "So who still wants to marry Luna? Anyone? Hello? Nope, not nopey. I was temporarily possessed by a fool earlier. Please forgive me, Luna. Have mercy. Every time I think Luna's maxed out her craziness, she proves me wrong. Again. Honestly, is there anything she can't do? Well, yes. Luna can't sew dolls, remember? While the chicken soup was simmering, Chloe sneaked over to Luna Evans when no one was paying attention. Her big, round eyes were locked onto Luna's every move. Luna looked down to find the little one squeezed next to the stove, her tiny hand gently holding on to Luna's shirt. "Hungry already, Chloe?" "Dinner's not quite ready yet. Just a little more wait." Chloe shook her head, eyes blinking sweetly. This afternoon, she had been crawling through bushes and climbing trees just to find wildflowers to use as lipstick for Luna. Now her curly hair was a full-on mess like a bird's nest, with a few leaves still stuck in it. Her chubby little face was smudged with dirt, too. Luna rolled up her sleeve and gently wiped the dirt off her face, then plopped down on a stool and patted her lap. "What happened to your hair, huh? Come here. I'll fix it up." While speaking, she ran her fingers gently through Chloe's tangled hair and tied it up into two little pigtails sticking up. When she finished, Chloe started shaking her head excitedly, making the pigtails bounce along. Out of nowhere, Chloe's eyes widened like she'd made a discovery. "Auntie Luna, you have a sun on your neck. Chloe has one too." Following her gaze, Luna looked down to see the sun-shaped pendant hanging around her own neck. "Oh, you mean this necklace?" She took it off and placed it in Chloe's little hand. Chloe nodded fast like a pecking chick, staring intently at the tiny sun. Hearing her mention it, Luna thought for a second. She couldn't remember where the original character got this necklace. She didn't even catch that part when she read the novel. Just then, the soup pot started bubbling, and the smell of delicious chicken filled the air. Chloe instinctively handed the necklace back and completely forgot what she was about to say. "Auntie Luna, I'm hungry," she said, drooling a little and looking up with pleading eyes. "Shh!" Luna stood up and put a finger to her lips. "Let's sneak you a bowl before dinner starts." She fished out a fat, juicy drumstick from the pot, plopped it into a bowl, and passed it to Chloe, cautioning her softly. "Blow on it first, okay? It's hot." "Okay." Chloe grabbed the bowl excitedly and ran off like lightning. After finishing the soup, Luna glanced over at the few leftover ingredients on the cutting board. She figured she'd grab some bok choy from the garden and toss together a cold side dish to balance the heavy soup. By then, the sky was already getting dark. Unlike the city, the countryside didn't have streetlights, so the garden was pitch black. She could barely make out the outlines of the vegetables. Holding a flashlight in one hand and a basket in the other, Luna awkwardly crouched down to pick vegetables. She was completely focused when suddenly a pale little hand reached out from behind and touched her wrist with cool fingers. Startled, Luna jerked up, letting out a small yelp, and ended up smacking right into someone behind her. "Who's there?" She raised her basket instinctively, eyes wide and harsh. Who the heck had the nerve to sneak up on her like that? She took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart, grabbed the flashlight, and aimed it at the person she'd knocked over. Once the beam lit up his face, she raised an eyebrow and said loudly, "Ethan Walker, what are you doing sneaking up behind me?" Ethan was lying flat in a little dirt trench, flailing a bit as he tried to sit up. She sighed and walked over to pull him out of the dirt, brushing the soil off his clothes. "You were supposed to be waiting at the square for dinner. What are you doing out here in the garden?" The kid puffed up his cheeks and gave her a grumpy glare, pulled his hand free, and turned around to run. But it was getting too dark, and the uneven ground in the garden tripped him up. He slipped again, landing face first in the dirt with a solid thud. Luna could only stare in silence. Luna Evans held back a laugh, worried she might hurt the kid's pride. She cleared her throat awkwardly before helping Ethan Walker up from the ground again. What are you doing, huh? Practicing how to trip on flat ground. Ethan sat down cross-legged in silence, staring at her for a few seconds before tears suddenly started spilling down his cheeks, out of nowhere. Why are you crying now? Luna was caught off guard, fumbling a little as she raised her hand to pat his shoulder. But just as her fingers nearly touched him, she stopped herself midair. She had promised to keep her distance. Since she was set on leaving the Walker family, the last thing she should do was get emotionally tangled with any of them. With that thought, she steeled herself, pulled a tissue from her pocket, and shoved it into the boy's hand. You're not a baby anymore. Wipe away the tears and go eat. And don't come here again. Ethan clenched the tissue tightly. As he looked up, he met her emotionless gaze. His face turned pale, and he slumped a little, like a wilted flower. Okay. He got up slowly, biting back the pain in his knee, and limped back to the square the way he came. Luna stayed hidden in the dark, eyes fixed on the small figure limping away, and couldn't help but feel a sting in her heart. Naturally, Ethan's injury caught the full attention of the show's crew. The director broke into a cold sweat, terrified that Mr. Walker would blow up and shut the whole production down overnight. He called in what looked like an entire ER team, wrapping Ethan's knee up like a mummy. Emily Harris, ever the sweetheart with a heart of gold, wasn't about to miss the spotlight. The second she heard about Ethan getting hurt, she made him a big bowl of comfort food herself and brought it straight over, watching eagerly as the little guy finished every bite. When he was done, she gently reached out to take the empty bowl and said sweetly, "It's late, Ethan. You need to stay safe, okay? If there's anything you want to do next time, just tell Auntie. I'll go with you." The live stream blew up. The second viewers saw injured Ethan. Wait, isn't Luna Evans his guardian? What was she even doing? She doesn't want to cozy up to the kid, fine, but being heartless? That's next level. Knew she was awful before, now she's not even pretending. So much for responsibilities. Come on, guys, we all saw how nice Luna is to Chloe and the others. Here come the brainwashed fans. Get a grip. Look at how Emily cares for the kid. Now compare that to Luna, not even close. Gotta say, Luna really let us down this time. That night, Ethan got special treatment from the production crew and rested comfortably in a camper van. Meanwhile, Luna Evans lay alone in that shabby straw hut, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She couldn't help but wonder how that kid was doing now. The next morning, with dark circles under her eyes, Luna sluggishly got ready to take on her assigned task, fetching water from the well at the foot of the mountain. Right before she left, Emily Harris suddenly called out to her, "Luna, thanks for going to get the water. The director asked me to look after Ethan." She smiled sweetly, lips curved. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of him. No chance he'll trip or get hurt again." Luna gave her a flat glance. "Whatever." She lifted the carrying pole and walked off, completely ignoring Emily's little dig. The village where they were filming was super remote, no running water at all. If anyone wanted water, they had to carry buckets to the only well in the village. Luna hauled up 2 full buckets of water from the well and hooked them onto the carrying pole, one on each side. Hup! She pressed the pole onto her shoulder and gave it a try. The buckets didn't budge an inch. She gritted her teeth and tried again a few times, but same thing. Those buckets weren't going anywhere. How am I supposed to carry these back? Wiping sweat from her forehead, Luna stared hopelessly at those rock-solid buckets. Maybe borrow a little cart, but then it might spill everywhere. She plopped down onto the ground, lost in thought, when a voice suddenly cut through her spiral. "Hey, if you're not carrying, get out of the way." It was a teenage boy, probably 14 or 15. Ding, system has detected an important supporting character. Name Jake Brooks. Would the host like to initiate bonding? Luna hesitated. More trouble, really. No bond. The system replied coldly. Acknowledged. Host has forfeited 100 sincerity points. Wait, Luna suddenly shouted. What? There's a reward. Why didn't you say so sooner? Bond. Confirmed. Congratulations, host is now bonded with Jake Brooks. Current trust value 20. New mission. Alter the character's past fate of suicide. Earn sincerity points by gaining his true trust. Suicide? Luna instinctively looked over at the kid. His skin was tanned so dark it was hard to make out his features. He looked too skinny. His thighs, the thickest part of him, could probably be encircled with one hand. His wrists were just skin and bones, not much different from Luna's own slender frame. Luna had just gotten up to move aside, but, remembering the mission, forced herself to start a conversation. "Hey, it's Wednesday. Shouldn't you be in school? Skipping class today?" The boy froze for a second but didn't bother responding to Luna Evans. He walked straight to the well and got to work, drawing water and filling the bucket in one smooth motion. Once done, he grabbed the heavy bucket and started trudging back, panting with each step. Watching his scrawny figure struggle, Luna couldn't help but speak up. "Let me give you a hand. 2 people can handle it better." Without waiting for an answer, she jogged up to help carry the load. One on each side, they awkwardly staggered along the uneven path with the heavy plastic bucket between them. By the time they reached the boy's house, Luna lifted her hand to fan herself from the heat. But before she could catch her breath, the boy's face suddenly turned grim and he barked out, "All right, you can leave now." That cold, dismissive tone lit a fire in Luna. Her temper flared instantly. "Seriously, I helped you out here. You don't want to say thanks, fine, but at least offer me some water before I go." The boy frowned and pointed down toward the hills. "There's a well over there. Go drink from that." Luna let out a dry chuckle in disbelief. She didn't push it further, but replied coolly, "Fine, my bad for meddling." Just as she turned to walk away, a violent coughing fit exploded from inside the house. "Cough, cough!" "Cough, is someone out there?" Liam's frosty expression cracked. He quickly swept the curtain aside and rushed in. "Mom, it's nothing. Just a lady who helped me with the water." "You didn't invite her in for a minute?" "Liam, that's rude. Cough, cough, you really need to learn some manners." Reluctantly, with visible annoyance, Liam shuffled back out and mumbled coldly, "You can come in." Luna wasn't about to entertain this kid's bad attitude, but the nonstop polite calls from his mom softened her up. Casting Liam a sideways glance, she stepped inside. The room was clearly old and worn. The wooden cabinet was riddled with termite holes. The center table looked like it might collapse any second, and there were all kinds of white medicine bottles crowded on top. Liam's mother lay in bed under a thin sheet, coughing helplessly. "Mom, are you okay?" Liam immediately sat down by her side, gently patting her back. "I'm fine, just cough, don't worry." She brushed his arm aside and turned to Luna with a smile. "Thank you. Sorry you had to see this mess." Luna's eyes met hers, and that's when it hit her. This woman and her son were the same tragic mother-son pair that Emily Harris had indirectly caused the death of in the original story. The realization rattled her, but her face stayed neutral. "It's all right. Just focus on getting some rest." Liam's mom coughed a while longer before speaking again, her voice faint. "Miss, I heard from the villagers you're with the crew filming that show here?" Luna Evans quickly waved her hands. "Nah, I'm not anyone special, just tagging along with the filming team." "Okay." Liam's mom nodded, sneaking a glance at Luna's face, eyes full of hesitation. "I heard your show's bringing both kids and adults together to participate. Do you think maybe Liam has a chance?" Luna's expression turned a bit awkward. "The guest list is up to the director's team. We really don't have any say in that." "Then, does your crew need any help around?" "Liam's not picky, just needs food and a place to sleep." Her voice was soft but full of hopeful pleading. Luna looked at her with a bit of disbelief, then turned her face slightly, sighing, "We can't hire kids, and Liam's still school-aged." Before she could finish, Liam, clearly annoyed, cut her off. "Mom, can we stop with this already? I told you I'm not going." "But you can't keep circling around me either. You're still young. What's going to happen to you in the future?" Her voice cracked, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Luna stood off to the side, feeling super awkward. This was someone else's family issue, definitely not something she should butt into. "Mrs. Liam, I've got something to take care of, so I'll head off now." With that, Luna turned and left the house. As soon as she stepped outside, she didn't hesitate a second before making her way straight to the village chief's house, spotting him just about to head out for work. "Chief, what's the deal with Liam's family? Why isn't that kid in school? And what kind of illness does his mom have?" That barrage of questions honestly startled the old man. He let out a long sigh. Sigh. Liam used to be one of the top students in the whole village, but earlier this year, he dropped out on his own to care for his bedridden mother. Her illness is serious. Just buying medicine every month costs roughly 3,000 yuan. His father passed away years ago, and there's no family left to help. He shook his head slowly. Liam's a good kid, really devoted. Luna's brows furrowed. So that's the story. She exhaled softly. Still, dropping out can't be the only option. Isn't there any kind of financial aid for them? The chief shook his head, with a helpless smile flickering across his face. That boy's as stubborn as they come. He won't leave his mother, no matter what anyone says. And about subsidies, this village isn't doing well, you see. By the time the aid gets here and is divvied up, there's hardly anything left for Liam's household. Luna lowered her eyes, thick lashes casting a shadow over the emotion in them. All right, got it. After taking everything in, she nodded to the chief and turned to leave. On her way back, she paid extra attention to each villager's house along the road. This place was clearly off the beaten path. The narrow, muddy roads barely fit a bull cart. You could hear villagers yelling as they slowly rode past, and fields of green corn stretched as far as the eye could see, lush and vibrant. A peaceful little village untouched by modern industry. But that also meant poverty and lagging development. Luna was deep in thought about everything when suddenly someone tapped her on the shoulder. "Luna!" Grace raced toward her, completely out of breath. "Where were you? The director's been freaking out. They thought you went to fetch water, but all they found near the well were 2 empty buckets. They seriously panicked. Oh, I was just wandering around. Let's head back." But as they turned, Luna suddenly seemed to remember something and pulled out her phone to transfer 30,000 yuan to Grace. "I need you to take care of something for me." After giving Grace her instructions, Luna rushed back toward the main square. The director was pacing anxiously, mumbling nonstop, "Where is she? Did anyone check everywhere? Please, don't let anything happen to her. I still need this show to make money, okay?" Chloe squatted by his feet, clutching a tiny flower in her chubby fingers, her round little face scrunched up full of worry. Next to her, Ethan Walker sat on a small stool. His expression was stern, but the furrow in his brow gave away his unease. "I'm back." Luna Evans walked up, looking a bit apologetic as she glanced at the director. "Sorry for the trouble I caused." The moment he saw her safe and sound, the director finally let out a breath. Just don't disappear without telling anyone next time, okay? This isn't the city. If something really happens here, we won't even have time to react." "I get it," Luna nodded. "It's my bad." Before she could finish, Chloe suddenly launched herself over and hugged Luna's leg, flashing her a sweet smile. Chloe was super worried about Aunt Luna too. "Ah, thank you, sweetheart." Luna picked her up with a warm smile, but her eyes couldn't help drifting to Ethan sitting off to the side. His little face was blank, arms crossed, doing his best to act like he didn't care. He glanced at his stepmom a couple of times, said nothing, and then coolly turned around and walked off without a word. Luna noticed the bandage on his knee and bit her lips slightly, her heart twisting a little. She stood there a while watching him disappear from sight, then finally turned to the obviously upset but holding it in director with a soft smile. "Really sorry again, especially in this heat. How about this? I'll cook lunch for everyone as an apology. Once we're back in the city, I'll treat everyone to something fancier." Her offer eased the tension, and the staff's expressions softened. That noon, Luna bustled around and whipped up a whole table of food. The crew, feeling a little guilty about eating her food after being mad, sheepishly sat down and dug in. There were bright green baby bok choy and crispy radish strips, paired with perfectly seasoned crispy pork bites. The aroma alone was mouth-watering and drifted far beyond the table. Luna glanced at Chloe, who was happily munching away, and then looked over at Ethan, who hadn't touched a thing. Ethan had made up his mind to ignore his so-called mean stepmom, but this food, it smelled ridiculously good. After waiting a bit too long, he finally gave in and reached out to grab a beautifully marbled slice of pork belly. Fine. I'll delay the stepmom boycott till tomorrow." He gave up on pretending and focused on demolishing his meal. Luna noticed from the side, lips curling into an amused smile. Yep, still just a kid. After lunch, Luna grabbed a bucket and went to finish the morning chore she hadn't completed. But this time she wasn't alone. She had bribed the camera crew with 2 Rougiamo to help her carry the water. No way her petite frame could have handled everything by herself. At the foot of the mountain, just as she set down the yoke, she spotted a familiar figure standing by the well. Liam? What are you doing here? Liam still had that stiff expression on his face. Seeing her approach, he reluctantly stepped forward. Thanks for the medicine. Grace told me what you did. I'll pay you back once I start earning. His voice was small as he handed her a tiny basket, then turned on his heel and bolted. Luna lifted the lid and was met with a basket full of bright red, juicy cherries. Tucked underneath was a neatly written IOU. At that exact moment, a familiar ding sounded in her head. The system was chiming in. Congratulations, host. You've received a heartfelt token from key supporting character Jake Brooks. Sincerity points plus 20. Current sincerity score 20. The system interface popped up in its usual blue hue. Liam's avatar was now lit up, with a red bar beneath showing his sincerity level. It currently sat at 40. Whoa, that's higher than I expected. This kid really just pretends to be all aloof, huh? Luna couldn't help but grin in surprise. Scrolling through the rest of the character list, she spotted others still locked, and then her eyes landed on Ethan's name. Hey, pop out here and explain something. She crossed her arms, eyes narrowed. Why is Ethan's icon still grayed out? He doesn't care about me at all. Isn't this system of yours a little rigged? Host level too low, unable to unlock high-tier characters. Great, so I gotta level up before I can see how much Ethan actually cares? Wait a sec. Did she just imagine that? She squinted hard at the screen, double-checked 3 times, then hesitantly asked, why is Alexander Walker's name here too? Don't tell me I have to win him over too? Technically, yes, as long as the host reaches a high enough level and safely dodges online trolls and any potential threats from your designated male lead. Luna stared at the screen deadpan. Staying alive in this book sounded like a full-time job. After rinsing the cherries with fresh well water, she handed half to the staff who had helped her and carefully stored the remaining ones. The day's shoot finally wrapped. Late at night, with the whole crew sound asleep, Luna snuck out under the moonlight and tiptoed her way toward the van. Ethan was staying in. The little guy was buried under the sheets, cheeks red, breathing unevenly. His eyes stayed shut, but his brows were tightly knit. It was clear he wasn't sleeping peacefully. Luna stood beside him for a bit, then gently placed the washed cherries on the bedside table. Moving as quietly as possible, she tucked the blanket around him carefully. Just as she reached out to smooth his frown, her fingers brushed something alarmingly hot. That's when it hit her. Ethan wasn't just having a restless sleep. He was burning with a fever. And at this hour, in the middle of the mountains, there wasn't a clinic for miles. Panic surged through her. She grabbed her flashlight and poured the well water she'd carried up earlier into a basin. Dipping a towel into the cold water, she wrung it out and laid it carefully on Ethan's forehead. The whole night, she barely got a moment's rest. As soon as the towel warmed up, she'd swap it for a fresh, cold one. Finally, when the rooster's crow signaled dawn and the sky began to lighten, Luna slumped forward in exhaustion, dozing off beside the bed. Ethan slowly cracked open his eyes, feeling the damp towel on his forehead and a strange heaviness in his chest. Sitting up groggily, he blinked, only to find Luna leaning next to him, fast asleep. What is she doing? His voice was barely a whisper, but it was enough to jolt Luna awake from her nap. She lifted her head, meeting the boy's wide, glassy eyes head-on. Outside, the crew was beginning to stir. Luna was about to ask for a thermometer to check if his fever had gone down. But just as she stood, Ethan clutched the edge of her shirt tightly. Don't go. The kid's voice was a little raspy. You stayed with me all night? Nope. I just got here. You must have been dreaming. Luna Evans denied it flatly, trying to brush it off, waving her hand to shake off his grip. Ethan Walker pouted, his soft fingers holding tightly onto her wrist, eyes full of hurt. Why won't you admit it? Did I do something wrong? Don't you like me anymore? Luna was speechless for a moment, unsure what to say. Should she tell him that one day his dad might throw her out of the house? That he might fall for Emily Harris and end up siding with the whole Walker family against her? She said nothing in the end and just lowered her head silently. The sparkle in Ethan's eyes faded, his last bit of hope gone. "Okay, you can leave now." He turned over, his small figure looking extra lonely. Luna turned around too, her gaze swept over the cherries by the bed, then paused on the dinosaur plush toy, and finally landed on the bandage on Ethan's knee that still had a bit of blood seeping through. Her heart suddenly tightened at the sight. After all, the whole divorce mess was between her and the so-called male lead. Why drag a kid into it? At least until now, this poor child without a mom had been genuinely good to her. She thought back to when Ethan had shakily stood in front of her to keep Mrs. Evans away. Luna couldn't hold it in anymore. She plopped back down on the bed and wrapped the little guy in her arms. Letting out a sigh, she gently patted his back. "Don't cry. How could I not like you?" Ethan sniffled, looking up with wet eyes full of tears. It was a heartbreaking sight. "Then promise you won't ignore me ever again." "Okay, then hook pinkies with me." He reached out his tiny, soft hand. All right, Luna chuckled, linking her finger with his. Seeing he wasn't sniffling anymore, she asked tentatively, "Hungry? Want me to whip up some porridge for you?" "Yeah, kinda." Ethan nodded obediently. Luna smiled warmly, stepped out of the RV, and came back shortly with a bowl of red date porridge, the steam still curling upwards. Ethan picked up the bowl and slurped it down. Once he was done, his gaze kind of darted around before zeroing in on the cherries on the bedside table, clearly eyeing them with desire. It made Luna want to laugh. She nudged the cherries toward him. "Go ahead, dig in." When he didn't move, she felt a tease coming on and grinned. "What? Don't tell me you want me to feed you?" "I do not." Grumbling, Ethan grabbed the bowl. "I can eat by myself, sheesh." He muttered under his breath and popped a cherry into his mouth, its sweet juice bursting instantly. His eyes lit up like stars. He reached for more and tossed several into his mouth, one after another. "Where are these from? They're so good." "Of course they are." Luna laughed at how he was snacking like a little piglet. "A big brother gave them to me. You can't buy these anywhere." Ethan suddenly looked up. "Big brother?" "Yup. He's been working super hard taking care of his mom. Didn't even go to school anymore." She sighed a little, then added, "Anyway, slow down, okay? You're still recovering. You eat too much. Your tummy's gonna protest." Ethan lowered his head, falling silent. Just as Luna reached to take the bowl from him, a sudden knock came from the door. Thump, thump. "Ethan, are you up? I made you some porridge. Have it while it's still warm." Emily Harris knocked a couple of times before gently pushing open the RV door. Right at that moment, she saw Ethan Walker sitting on the bed eating cherries, while Luna Evans stood nearby, watching over him. Her smile didn't waver, but her brow slightly furrowed. "Luna, seriously? Giving Ethan cherries first thing in the morning?" "Why? Are cherries poisonous now?" Luna shot back almost instantly. "That's not what I meant." Emily quickly put on her signature sweet expression. "I just meant with Ethan's knee still healing, eating random things might slow down his recovery." Luna quietly rolled her eyes. "He's just having some fruit. It's not like he's downing junk food." "A little caution is fine, but overthinking everything is just being dramatic." Emily either missed the sarcasm or pretended not to hear it. Her expression was full of concern. "He's still a kid. Someone needs to be extra careful with him. Honestly, if it weren't for you, his knee wouldn't be this bad." There it was again, the not-so-subtle blame, like she was one step away from outright calling Luna irresponsible. Luna gave a sharp laugh, just about to hit back, when Ethan suddenly spoke up from the bed. "Aunt Emily, aren't you supposed to be with Chloe? What are you doing in my room?" Seeing he spoke to her, Emily quickly stepped around Luna and headed to his side. "They haven't started filming yet. I was just worried you hadn't had a good breakfast, so I brought this for you." Ethan smiled politely. "I already ate. Aunt Luna's taking good care of me, but thanks for the porridge." Emily tried to salvage the moment, clearly not ready to give up, but just then, a chorus of footsteps and voices came from outside the RV. "Wakey, wakey, Ethan. How's our star today? Can we start filming?" The director barged in with his usual booming voice. He paused mid-step as he saw the crowded room. Whoa, full house in here, huh? Behind him, the camera crew swarmed in with all their gear. Naturally, the live broadcast caught everything, and the chat exploded. Luna's barefaced look is drop-dead gorgeous. What's the point of a pretty face if you can't even take care of a kid? Look at poor Ethan. How do you know it's her fault? You spying under the bed or something? Our goddess Emily is such an angel, showing up early just for Ethan. You can't fake that kind of care. Then how come Ethan didn't touch her porridge? Total friend zone moment, lol. Stop being gross. Unlike Luna, nobody else is trying to butter up a kid. It's creepy. Hello? Is no one talking about those cherries? They look so good. Ethan, don't at me. Busy munching. Back in the RV, everyone turned to Ethan, waiting for his response. I'm feeling way better, he answered obediently. I can do the tasks today. That got a nod from the director. He took a glance at both Luna and Emily and hesitated. We're about to start filming, so between the two of you. Before he could finish, Emily chimed in softly. Director, Ethan's still recovering. We shouldn't take any risks. How about I look after both Chloe and Ethan today? The director glanced at Ethan's knee, still bandaged up, and clearly wasn't sure what to decide. What do you think, Ethan? He asked, handing over the final say. Under everyone's gaze, the boy quietly reached out and held on to Luna's arm. It's fine. Aunt Luna can take care of me. No matter how reluctant Emily looked, she couldn't say much more. She forced a smile and slipped out of the room without another word. And just like that, the little storm passed and the duo was back to their usual rhythm. After breakfast, all the guests gathered at the plaza. The director waved a small red flag and announced the task. To help our little darlings build some hands-on skills, we've rented an entire orchard just for today. You'll go pick cherries while the adults head to town on the tricycles to grab some veggies and meat for tonight's dinner. The kids lit up at the mention of cherry picking, instantly buzzing with excitement. Soon enough, the 5 kiddos were geared up with bamboo baskets, dressed in blue coveralls and sturdy non-slip shoes, marching off to the orchard like a tiny army. Inside the orchard, red and green leaves danced under the sunlight, and the trees were heavy with ripe cherries. Ryan, quick as always, darted into a thicket. In no time, she was shoving cherries into her mouth. So yummy, seriously, so good. She kept babbling with delight, grabbing more cherries and stuffing them into her cheeks till she looked like a chubby little chipmunk. Chloe stayed hot on her heels, completely dazzled by the fruits hanging above. But she kept her cool, carefully wiped the cherry with her sleeve before cautiously popping it in her mouth. The burst of sweetness froze her. Her eyes went wide. Moments later, she gave up pretending to be sensible and grabbed a whole bunch, happily munching away. The little ones were a mess, mouths sticky with juice, dribbles running down their chins in deep red streaks. Why aren't you eating? Ryan noticed Daniel standing still and offered him a glossy cherry. Daniel, a bit of a clean freak, twitched his mouth at the sight of Ryan's grubby fingers. Thanks. I'll have one later. Gotcha! Cherry bomb incoming. Before he could react, Gertrude sneakily shoved a cherry into his mouth. Daniel pulled a face, chewed a bit grudgingly, then lit up. Okay, this is actually really good. But guys, we gotta wash them first, or we'll end up with tummy trouble. He pulled out tissues from his pocket and handed them out to the group. Wipe your mouths, and let's put the cherries in the baskets. No more eating. We'll rinse them when we get back. As he talked, Daniel carefully helped Gertrude and the others clean off the mess from their faces. The tiny gang huddled together like warm fuzzballs, absolutely heart-melting. Ethan, meanwhile, calmly carried his basket and quietly focused on picking cherries. Totally unfazed by the chaos around him, he was all in on the mission. Their interactions had the live stream chat going wild. OMG, my heart is melting. Somebody please let me give them a kiss. Mwah, mwah, mwah. These kids are lucky there's a screen between us. I'd smooch their little faces off. Ethan is so disciplined. He's the only one actually doing the task properly. That vibe screams mini CEO. Well, with a dad like his, it totally makes sense. Are those cherries really that tasty? They look like they can't get enough. Agreed. Can the show hook us up with a place to buy them too? After wiping everyone's mouths, Daniel joined in and started picking cherries seriously. Out of nowhere, Gertrude came back with a caterpillar. First, she snuck up to Ethan, waving it near his face, hoping to scare him. He gave her a stone-cold look, totally unbothered. Pouting, Gertrude turned to a new target. Her eyes locked on Chloe, who was quietly picking cherries. "Chloe, look what awesome surprise I got for you." Chloe turned in response, catching sight of the wiggly little monster. She shrieked, dropped her basket, and bolted. "Don't run! Hee-hee!" Gertrude giggled, giving chase. Chloe panicked, running blindly, and ended up darting out of the orchard. Too scared to look back, she suddenly banged her forehead against something solid and started toppling backward, arms flailing. Ah! But the expected pain never came. A strong arm had grabbed her shoulder just in time. "Hey, watch out! Are you okay?" Chloe looked up at the voice and saw a teenage boy standing in front of her. His skin was tanned from the sun, and it was hard to make out his features clearly. He wore a ragged, sleeveless shirt with a shovel and hoe strapped to his back. If Luna Evans had been around, she would have recognized him instantly. It was Liam. Hearing Chloe's yelp, the rest of the kids stopped picking cherries and raced over, immediately forming a circle around Liam. "Who are you? Why'd you bump into Chloe?" "It's not his fault. Chloe ran into him." "Blame Gertrude. She scared everyone with that caterpillar." The kids chimed in one after another, their small voices full of concern and confusion. Liam, now surrounded, crouched down slowly, wiped the dirt off his hand on his pants, and gently reached out to touch Chloe's soft cheek. "You all right? Did it hurt?" Chloe pouted and nodded a bit. "Just a little ouchy." "Sorry, I didn't see you there," Liam said, eyes full of guilt. Chloe blinked a few times, finally seeing the boy's face clearly for the first time, handsome like a prince straight out of a fairy tale. Her eyes lit up. She tugged at Liam's sleeve and pointed at her forehead. "You gotta blow on it so it'll stop hurting." Liam chuckled softly and blew on it a few times before gently asking, "Better now?" Chloe nodded obediently. "Thank you, big brother. It feels much better." Viewers watching the live stream were completely charmed by the scene. Just your average sucker for good looks. He looked kind of rough at first glance, but he's actually really good looking. All this drama caused by one tiny caterpillar. Anyone else notice how thoughtful he was? He didn't touch her face until he cleaned his hand. "Wait a sec. Isn't today Thursday? Why is this kid not in school? Don't tell me he skipped class." "What are you guys up to? Picking cherries?" Liam asked casually as he bent down to grab the dropped basket. "Yeah, we're doing a mission," Chloe answered sweetly, her voice syrupy like candy. Liam ruffled her fluffy curls, half smiling. "Then why do your baskets look like that?" He glanced into one of the baskets, seeing a mess of squashed cherries, and let out a helpless sigh. "They're all crushed. How are you going to eat these later?" The kids looked down into their baskets and realized he was right. Almost none of the cherries were intact. Gertrude set down her basket, eyes spinning like gears, then suddenly wrapped herself around Liam's leg. "Big brother, help us out. Pretty please." "Yeah, we're not very good at this," the others chimed in, surrounding him like little ducklings. Liam laughed and nodded. "All right, all of you hold your baskets up. I'll show you how it's done." He took Chloe's hand in one of his own, carrying the baskets with the other, leading the gang into the orchard. Liam patiently helped the kids complete their task, picking cherries with easy, practiced movements, while the little ones bombarded him with questions. "You're so good at this," someone said. Daniel took the basket from him and gasped. "Do you work a lot?" "Yup," Liam chuckled and pointed over to the neighboring field. "That orchard's mine to take care of. So yeah, seeing all those smashed cherries was kinda heartbreaking." "Whoa, that's impressive, but why aren't you in school?" "My brothers all have to go to class," Ryan asked, confused. "Well," Liam gave a faint smile, "I'm staying home to help out for now, not going to school. Don't you like school or something?" Gertrude tilted her head, propping her chin on her fingers. "Heh, I don't really like school either." Liam shook his head. "I dropped out because of, well, never mind. Promise me you'll keep going to school, okay?" "But why? You're not in school either," Gertrude pressed, tilting her head in confusion. Liam hesitated, his fingers curling slightly. After a beat, he mumbled, "I'm not like you guys, but if you've got the chance to study, you really should." The little ones nodded, kind of getting it, but not really. Ethan stood off to the side, frowning slightly. His stepmom had mentioned yesterday about a guy growing cherries who couldn't afford school. He was pretty sure that guy was standing right in front of them. The kids huddled around Liam, chatting nonstop, totally unaware that their cute talk had sparked a storm in the live stream comments. Wait, he looks even younger than my nephew and he's not in school? Is he one of the guests? He wasn't in the promo. Is the crew seriously hiring kids now? His outfit doesn't scream guest. I think he's a local. It's 2024 and not everyone's getting a proper education? Seriously? Hope this isn't some child trafficking thing. The kid looks so tiny. Has he been abused? At official media, can someone look into this? And just like that, netizens went full conspiracy mode. That night, some gossip accounts falsely claimed the show was actually an undercover sting on human trafficking. Others even alleged the crew was in cahoots with traffickers. Suddenly, Countryside Moments was trending for all the wrong reasons, with headlines that could make anyone's scalp go numb. The director's face drained when he saw the comments. He hit pause on filming and dashed to the village chief's house to get the real scoop. Once he knew the ins and outs of Liam's family and his mom's health condition, he made a quick call, literally clapped his hands, and got all the guest stars together for a late-night meeting. In the end, everyone agreed. All the earnings from episode 2 would go directly to the villagers, and they'd also sponsor Liam's college education. They planned to make the announcement live on the next day's show. Late at night, the guests headed back to their rooms. The moment Emily Harris walked in, she didn't even sit down. She whipped out her phone, dialing someone in her contacts. "Hey, it's me. I need you to take care of something ASAP." By dawn the next day, her fans had completely taken over the trending page. 7 out of 10 tags were about her. Emily Harris donates funds. Emily Harris helps village teen, and so on. Curious onlookers clicked in, and only then pieced the story together. Emily had donated her entire paycheck from the shoot straight into the Little Leaf Charity Foundation, earmarked for helping kids who couldn't afford school and struggling villagers in the area. Under that Weibo post, her fans flooded the replies with receipts from all the good deeds she'd done over the years, begging newcomers to go check out the charity. Some people were just there for drama, but even they couldn't help leaving some heartfelt praise. Emily's image got an insane boost overnight. Even state media chimed in with a like. The director and the rest of the cast were stunned when they saw her all over the trending list. No one had expected Emily to go this hard, donating every cent to the locals. While everyone else was hyping her up, Luna Evans had a more complicated look in her eyes. The so-called selfless White Lotus clearly couldn't hold back anymore. She sat quietly at the end of the group, brows furrowed deep. She just remembered the plot from the original story after seeing the hashtags. In 2 weeks, those charity folks would visit, and not long after they leave, Liam would kill himself out of sheer hopelessness. She thought about that awkward, red-faced boy who gave her cherries yesterday and felt a sharp pain in her chest. Whether it was guilt or genuine care, Luna just knew. She couldn't let that ending happen. Luna Evans found herself frowning without realizing it, somehow ending up right outside Liam's house. Coincidentally, Liam was just about to head out with a hoe in hand. The moment he spotted her, a faint smile naturally tugged at his lips, but in a flash, he wiped it away and stiffly asked, "What are you doing here?" Before Luna could say a word, he quickly dropped the hoe and bolted back into the house, calling behind him, "Don't go anywhere. Wait for me a sec." Less than a minute later, he came running out, panting, and handed her 2 jars of cherry preserves. "Here, take these. Mom made me give 'em to you. If you don't want 'em, just throw 'em away," he muttered, not meeting her eyes, acting like it was no big deal. Luna grinned and hugged the jars in her arms, eyeing the bright red cherries inside. "Thanks. The cherries you gave me before were super tasty. These look great too." "Whatever." Hoisting the hoe over his shoulder, Liam turned and walked away. He looked cold and indifferent, but Luna clearly caught the system notification. Liam's sincerity points +5. Watching his retreating figure, she couldn't help but chuckle. What a tsundere kid. Just then, a faint, ragged cough came from inside the house. Luna quietly sighed. If she suggested helping out financially, she knew Liam would shoot it down instantly. Just like in the original story, he'd rather grit his teeth and quit school than accept pity from anyone. But without income, how was this skinny teenager supposed to support both himself and his sick mom? She needed a plan, something that helped Liam and at the same time earn her more sincerity points. Letting out a soft breath, Luna turned and left. Back in the shabby house, Ethan Walker was lying on the bed, legs up, eyes glued to an animated show on his tablet. "Guess what I brought back?" The little guy blinked and tilted his head. His face was full of curiosity. "What's that?" Luna frowned slightly at his confused look. "You've never had fruit preserves?" "Nope." He shook his head, eyes fixed on Luna as she twisted the lid off a jar and poured the deep red syrup and cherries into a bowl. "Go ahead, it's hot today. Should help you cool off a bit." She handed him the bowl filled with cherry juice and fruit. As she watched him eat happily, an involuntary auntie smile crept onto her face. Suddenly, Luna jumped up, eyes lit. "You like it?" Ethan was taken aback by her sudden intensity and gave a cautious nod. "Yeah, pretty good." "Right, even better than those imported ones I used to buy." Luna started mumbling to herself. "We could totally sell these. I can't believe I didn't think of that before. These are so good, they've got to be worth something. That way, Liam won't have to worry about school fees anymore. That's it. That's the move." Talking to herself, she made for the door. "Where are you going?" Ethan blinked in confusion, watching his stepmom dash out like her pants were on fire. "Keep eating. I'll be back in no time." With that, Luna darted off into the distance. She jogged all the way to the village chief's home. "Miss Evans, what brings you here?" The village chief raised his eyebrows in surprise, noticing the sweat glistening on her forehead. "Ahem," Luna cleared her throat. "Uncle Chen, I've noticed every household here grows cherries, right?" The village chief nodded. "Yeah, with the right amount of rain and plenty of sun, our land's just right for growing cherries. So how do you guys usually deal with them?" "We sell them to buyers." "Buyers?" Luna Evans paused, thinking for a moment. "How much do they pay for them?" "Well, when things are decent, 10 yuan a jin. Most of the time, just 5. "You're kidding me." Luna's jaw nearly hit the ground. "Why is it so cheap?" She jumped up, grabbed a cherry from the table, and held it up in front of the chief. "Look at this size, how juicy it is, and the taste. This would cost way more in the city." The chief's face lit up at her compliments, a proud little smile slipping onto his face. "You're too kind, really. I'm flattered." Luna gently put down the fruit, sitting upright with a serious look. "Then why don't you try selling them yourselves? I mean, even the staff on our show had some, and they couldn't stop raving about it." The chief's face tightened as he shook his head. "You've seen it yourself. We've only got 3-wheeled carts. Getting to the city is slow and pretty annoying. And setting up a street stall, first, there's no guarantee we'd make money, and second, cherries bruise easily. If we don't sell them quick, that's a total loss." Luna nodded, absorbing what he said. "I could help connect you with some supermarkets. Maybe give you a little push with a post in my feed. Once the word's out, I doubt you'll have trouble selling them." For a second, the village chief's eyes brightened, but then he sighed and his face dimmed again. "But how would we even get them there? No buyer's going to pick them up themselves. And even if you post about it, your friends can't buy up our whole harvest." "True." Luna lowered her head too, falling silent. After a pause, the chief forced a small smile. "Still, thanks for thinking about us. It's just, this harvest is our main income for the whole year. If it doesn't sell well, I don't know how we'll make it through the rest of it. It's tough, really tough. For now, let's leave it at that. I'll try to figure something out." Luna pressed her lips together and stood up to leave. But just as she was stepping toward the door, Emily Harris came strolling in with a bright smile. The chief beamed when he spotted her. "Miss Harris, you're here." Emily smiled warmly, her eyes casually sweeping over to Luna. "I came to talk about the next step with the foundation." "Oh, are you in the middle of something? I can wait." No, not at all." The chief waved his hands quickly. "This woman was planning to donate to the village. They had to treat her like royalty." "Miss Evans, was there anything else?" The chief turned to her, half apologetically. "Nope, I'm good." Without a second glance at Emily, Luna walked off. As she stepped outside, the chatter from inside floated out, the chief's flattering tone and Emily's soft voice. From the outside, it all seemed great. Emily swooping in to help the village and Liam financially? A total win-win. But Luna knew better. Once they took her money, it wouldn't be long before things spiraled. Because not long after the show wrapped, Emily would pull the plug on the donations. And the villagers? They'd be even worse off than before. All of it was just a facade to keep her kind philanthropist image going. Luna stared at the endless stretch of cherry orchards ahead and tightened her fists. She had to figure something out, fast. No way was she letting the original storyline play out like this. When Luna Evans walked back into the room, Ethan Walker was sprawled on the bed, barely keeping his eyes open. "You're finally back?" The kid rubbed his eyes. "Took you long enough." Her heart melted a little. She walked over and sat beside him. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Ethan puffed up his cheeks, muttering under his breath, "I was waiting for you." Luna didn't catch what he said exactly, figured he was just grumpy about her being late. "Want me to read you a story?" His soft little face was pressed against a stuffed dino. He tilted his head and nodded. "Yeah." She grabbed the tablet next to the bed and had just opened the story app, but her fingers slipped and tapped an ad in the top corner. Suddenly, it switched to a shopping site and a loud, over-the-top host popped up on screen. "Welcome to Lao Liu's live stream. Watch me eat a raw green pepper, no big deal. Guys, just tap the link right below and grab some of our organic green peppers. Free shipping, of course." Comments flew across the screen like crazy, and the viewer count shot past 10,000. Ethan frowned at the snot and tears guy, clearly annoyed. "I don't like this." "It's kind of funny," Luna chuckled, following his gaze. "Look, they're selling a lot." She stared at the rocketing sales numbers and said seriously, "Live stream selling is a big thing now. I've heard it makes good money." Ethan glanced at her, then mumbled, "Dad's rich. I have plenty of allowance anyway. You don't need to work so hard." Luna raised an eyebrow, laughing. "Look at you sounding all bossy and rich." "But it's super convenient. People see stuff on screen, place their order right there, and boom, gets delivered. Plus, sales seem great." Wait, why hadn't she thought of this before? Selling cherries via live stream, that might just solve everything. Huh? Ethan looked up, confused at her sudden burst of energy. Luna leaned down and planted a big kiss on the kid's soft little cheek. "Thanks, sweetie. You're seriously my lucky charm." Ethan froze, his tiny hand touching the lingering warmth on his cheek. "Wait a sec. Did his stepmom just kiss him?" "That's weird. Who does that?" he whispered, cheeks bright red, the color crawling all the way to his ears. "I'm going to bed," he mumbled, grabbing the blanket and curling up into a ball. Luna couldn't help but laugh softly at his flustered reaction, then gently said, "All right, sleep tight. I'll tell you a story." As her soothing voice filled the room, Ethan drifted off. Quietly, Luna tucked the blanket around him and tiptoed out. A moment later, she pushed open Grace's door and jumped right in. "What do you think of me starting a live stream to sell stuff?" Grace froze for a moment, then slowly looked up, a little cautious. Wait, did the Walker family go bankrupt or something? She was one of the few who knew Luna had secretly married. "Nope, though honestly, I wouldn't mind if they did. Would save me from Alexander messing up my life." Luna muttered. "Then why the sudden interest in live streams? You used to snap at brands even contacting you. Swore you'd never touch this kind of thing in your life." Grace was clearly confused, but still kept sneaking glances at Luna's expression. "I can reach out to a few brands now, though. You've got serious buzz online these days. Lots of companies dying to have you do ads." "No," Luna cut her off sharply. "I want to do it myself. Remember those cherries from last time? I want to sell those." Grace nodded. "Yeah, it tastes pretty good. But with your influence, is this kind of project really worth your time?" Luna Evans didn't seem to hear her at all and kept talking. "Oh, and help me contact a courier company too. See if anyone's willing to open a delivery route from the village to the city." Can I ask who exactly you're trying to help sell cherries for?" Grace asked hesitantly. "That kid Liam, remember him? Dark-skinned, skinny, but kind of a cheerful-looking boy." Of course Grace remembered. Luna had even asked her to get some medicine for him before. Got it. I'll take care of it. After ironing out the details with her assistant, Luna made her way to the village head's house to explain her plan. The village head took his time thinking, sipped a mouthful of tea, and finally said, "It's a decent idea, but honestly, it feels kind of shaky to me. Folks here won't just gamble their whole year's income on something so uncertain. How about this? You talk to the villagers yourself. Anyone who's interested in trying the live stream thing, I won't stop them." Luna got the message right away. He wasn't totally against it, but he definitely wasn't backing it either. Still, that was fine by her. At least he wasn't blocking the idea. She went straight to Liam's place and gave the door a knock. As she stepped inside, she saw his mom lying on the bed, pale and looking weak. Liam was standing nearby, holding a bowl of herbal soup. "Mrs. Liam, how are you feeling?" She made some small talk, then quickly got to her point. "I've heard the cherries here usually get sold to wholesalers, but the price is really low. Seems like a waste, honestly. I have an idea. What if we try selling them through livestream? We show the cherries on camera, people place orders online, and we get them shipped right to their doors. That way, you can sell them for more and reach more buyers without having to haul stuff into the city yourself." She finished, eyes full of hope as she looked at the two of them. "So, what do you think?" Liam's mom looked like she wanted to say something, but her eyes turned to her son instead. The boy looked thoughtful, lips pressed tight. "It sounds kinda hard. Even if I go live, no one knows me. And seriously, no delivery company's gonna come all the way out here." "You don't have to worry about any of that," Luna said. "I've already arranged everything. Couriers, platforms, all set. You just need to pick all the cherries you've got. I hear you've got not only the backyard trees, but half a hillside of them too. If this works, you'll cover your tuition and your mom's medical bills. No problem." Liam stared at Luna like he was trying to read her mind. "Why would you help us like this?" Well, for the points, obviously, but that wasn't something she could admit out loud. Luna lowered her eyes for a second, then looked up with a relaxed smile. "Why else? To make money, of course. Think of it like you hiring me to sell your stuff. If business is good, there'll be commission, naturally." Liam frowned. "But you don't need the money. You even got Grace to bring medicine for my mom." Luna chuckled and shook her head. "Come on, who'd say no to more money? And helping you out boosts my own exposure too. You know how celebs are all jumping on the livestream bandwagon, right?" As she spoke, she got up and patted his shoulder. "You've got potential, kid. Whether we hit it big or not, it's all on you." Liam stayed quiet, still frowning. He gave her one last look, posture stiff. "I'll talk it over with my mom and give you an answer tomorrow morning." "All right, sounds good." Seeing there was a real chance, Luna Evans held back any extra words. Just before leaving, she glanced at the worn-down front gate and the empty courtyard. She couldn't stop silently hoping. "Please agree to this. It's not just your future on the line, mine kind of depends on it too." The next morning, Liam knocked on Luna's door bright and early. "I'm in." He stood with light behind him, face calm. "If we get a good price, you take 60, I take 40. I know this cash isn't enough for someone like you." Mid-sentence, he turned his face away. "If it's not enough, I'll pay you back later." And with that, he bolted. As Luna watched him run off, she couldn't help chuckling inside. Behind her, little Ethan Walker shuffled over groggily, rubbing his eyes. His chubby little hand grabbed onto the edge of her shirt. "Who was that?" Luna turned and gave his messy hair a good ruffle. "That was Liam, the guy who always brings us cherries." "Oh," Ethan pouted. "You seem pretty close to that guy, huh?" Hearing that, Luna grinned and teased. "Aw, jealous much? Don't worry, you're still my number one." Her cheeky tone clearly pushed Ethan's buttons. The kid shoved her hand off, ran back to his room, and yelled, "You're the worst! I'm not playing with you anymore." "Bah-ha-ha!" Watching his tiny figure storm off, Luna burst out laughing. After breakfast, Luna led Ethan to meet up with the rest of the group, and everyone headed to the stream to wait for the day's mission from the director. Today's task? Catch fish in the river with your bare hands. The guests stood by the shallow creek, hyped and ready. At the director's signal, they rolled up their pant legs and stepped into the cool, clear water. But after a while of splashing around, not only did no one catch anything, they all ended up soaked. Eventually, everyone just gave up, turning the mission into a giant water fight. Hey, hey, cut it out. No fish means no food, the director started yelling. Before he could finish, a big splash of water poured over him, drenching him completely. Look, the director took a surprise shower. The one who got him was none other than Sophie Ellsworth. She'd been stuck doing back-breaking farm work all week, and her sun-tanned face and arms looked nothing like the glam star she used to be. Seeing Sophie go for it, the others couldn't resist and joined in, dousing the director with water from all sides. "Ah, you guys," he shouted while scrambling to get away. "I'm doubling your tasks, you hear me? Double." "He's making a run for it. Ryan, stop him." Little Ryan Smith dashed forward and wrapped himself around the director's leg. "Got him! Auntie, help!" Luna sprinted up, scooped a big handful of water, and splashed it right onto the director's face. Looking super pleased with herself, she turned to walk away, then suddenly felt a chilly stream down her back. Ethan had sneakily blasted her with a water gun. Luna raised an eyebrow. "Oh? And here I thought we were teammates." "Blah!" Ethan stuck out his tongue and made a silly face. He looked way more adorable now than when they'd first met. Luna jokingly called him a little traitor, but her smile only widened. The group kept messing around until even the cameraman was dripping wet, the lens completely covered in water droplets. Finally, as noon approached, they started to settle down. Ben Carter slung an arm around the director's shoulders and grinned. "So, boss, when's lunch happening?" The director brushed his hand away, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "Eat? You still think you're getting lunch?" He grabbed a dry towel handed over by the assistant director. "Get up to the bank. Everyone meet at the plaza in a bit." Hearing that, the guests obediently returned to their rooms, quickly changed into dry clothes, and headed toward the meeting spot. As soon as they stepped into the square, a wave of delicious aroma hit them. The long table was loaded with all kinds of dishes: juicy steaks, piping hot fried chicken, and a massive pork knuckle sprinkled with chopped scallions. Everyone instinctively swallowed hard. Sophie leaned close and whispered to Luna Evans, "Is it me, or did the sun rise from the west today? Director's not mad and even put this feast out." Right in the middle of the crowd, the director was all smiles. With a wave, staff brought over 2 big crates full of cherries, leaves still attached. Then they handed out hilariously tiny spoons to the adults, barely bigger than a finger, and giant stainless steel basins to the kids. "Ahem, time to see how in sync you all really are," the director said, eyes sparkling with humor. "Weren't you working together perfectly fine when you were splashing me earlier?" Then he explained the rules, still grinning. "Here's the deal. Adults use these baby spoons to scoop cherries into the kids' basin. Once the basin's full, the kids carry it from the left side of the table to the right. The fastest team gets first dibs at lunch." The second he finished talking, Chloe looked stunned as she held up the basin that was almost bigger than her head. Luna glanced down at the pathetic little spoon in her hand and said with clear disbelief, "Director, are we playing this on nightmare mode?" The director laughed like he was loving every second of this. "Oh, almost forgot. If anyone dares grab cherries with their hands, you're out. Cheating's not allowed." All at once, the guests started groaning and whining, completely losing that playful energy they had earlier in the water fight. Back in the live stream, viewers were having the time of their lives. Director's motto, "I don't hold grudges, I settle them on the spot." Ugh, Luna Evans is so annoying. Go look at Emily Harris instead. Now that's kindness. Why are we dragging Emily Harris into this? You good? Spreading positivity, duh. Emily's literally praised by official media. Luna just hoards her money like a dragon. Drama queen. Exactly. She talks big, but where's the charity money? Please, compared to Emily, she's not even close. Meanwhile, at the plaza, the guests were whispering among themselves. "Auntie, look." Chloe pressed her chubby little face against the huge basin. Her voice came out muffled. "My face fits perfectly inside." Then she looked up with wide, shiny eyes straight at Luna. Luna smiled as she coaxed her gently. "That's because our Chloe's just the cutest little bun." "Then Auntie's the cutest big bun." Chloe beamed and rubbed her cheek against Luna's hand. Luna's heart practically melted right there. Just as she was about to reach over and squish that squishy face, She felt a tug at her sleeve. A cold little voice piped up behind her. "Stop chatting. Get ready for the game." Luna turned to see Ethan Walker pouting, cheeks puffed up. He glared at her a few times, the steel basin in one hand, and with the other led his stepmom to stand near the crates of cherries. "My stomach's basically caving in and you're still talking." Okay, Luna said, nodding along good-naturedly. "You'll be the first to eat, promise." The boy tilted his chin up proudly. "Now that's more like it." The guests on set were all trying their best to scoop up cherries, but most of them were failing miserably. Sophie Ellsworth stared at her tiny spoon and the mashed cherries with a frustrated look. "Is the director trying to starve us or what?" she complained. Sitting comfortably in the center, the director raised his eyebrows smugly. "It's fair competition, folks. Now everyone, gear up. The real match starts now." Each guest moved to stand in front of their bamboo baskets. As the director gave the signal, the adults scrambled, clumsily using their spoons to scoop cherries into their bowls. But the spoons were minuscule, and the cherries super slippery. No matter how hard they tried, the kids' bowls stayed empty. "Oh no, they all fell again." Ryan Smith looked like he was about to lose it, watching his guardian Ben Carter fumble around. He practically itched to snatch the spoon and do it himself. Chloe didn't say a word in tea, but her eyes never left Emily Harris's spoon. Holding her bowl up high, she shuffled in place anxiously like a puppy waiting for its treat. Ethan Walker looked just as anxious. He kept craning his neck toward Luna Evans, hoping she'd land a cherry soon. Luna was sweating bullets, concentrating hard as she carefully scooped up a shiny cherry with her spoon. Moving like she had a glass of water balanced on her head, she edged toward Ethan in tiny, careful steps, urging, "Hurry, come take it from me." Ethan dashed forward like a shot, clutched the bowl, and positioned it right under the wobbling spoon. Plop, 2 fat cherries dropped right into the center of the bowl. Keep going. Ethan lit up with excitement and waved her back toward the basket. Seeing someone succeed lit a fire under the other guests. Ben Carter started scraping cherries up the edge of the bamboo basket, while Ryan crouched on the ground, holding the bowl to catch anything that rolled in. One frustrated player angrily stabbed the cherries with the spoon, scooping up a mess of pulp and tossing it in. Emily Harris went for twin cherries, hooking them by the stem and flinging them into the bowl like a pro. Luna, after a few tries, finally figured out the cherry scooping rhythm. Ethan's bowl seemed to fill up all at once, and before long, they'd nailed the task. The little guy proudly bolted toward the table, super pumped. Gertrude's team was the next to fill their bowl. Before her guardian could even react, she grabbed it and took off running, chanting, "No way, I'm coming in first." The other little teams also started dashing toward the table, cherries in hand. Ethan was midway through his run when a tiny figure zipped past him. Eyes wide, he turned to see Gertrude zooming ahead, holding her bowl high over her head like a little rocket. Sand even kicked up under her feet. Chat was going off. "Dang, Gertrude's got wheels." "The kids are shook." "Lol, Gertrude. Can't rely on adults. Guess I gotta save our team myself." Seeing her pull ahead, Ethan clenched his jaw and picked up the pace, puffing hard as he ran. Dripping in sweat, he gave it his all, but couldn't beat Gertrude's lightning legs. He came in second, barely behind her. Gertrude handed her bowl to the director, then spun around and gave Ethan this cheeky look, eyebrows raised and head wiggling happily. Ethan's expression was stone cold. He snorted through his nose and turned his face away. "Mr. Director, can I eat now?" Gertrude was practically drooling with anticipation. Just as she was about to run off, the director gently held her little shoulders, crouched down with a playful finger tap on her nose, and said, "Sweetheart, we gotta follow the rules, okay? Look at everyone else's cherries. They're whole and neat. But yours? You guys straight up stabbed them with your spoon. Look what a mess you made." He picked up the metal bowl and showed it to the camera, letting everyone get a good look at the red, gooey mess inside. "This thing's practically cherry jam now." That got the whole crew cracking up behind the scenes. The director sighed, rubbed his temple helplessly, and set the bowl down. "Sorry, sweetheart, but if the task isn't finished properly, it doesn't count. The winners are Ethan and his team." He held up the bowl Ethan had handed him. Those cherries inside were all perfectly round and intact. Nodding in approval, the director pointed at the feast laid out on the long table and told Ethan, "All right, go ahead. You guys get first pick." "Awesome!" Ethan's smile lit up and he eagerly dragged Luna Evans by the hand toward the food table. But right then, "That's not fair! Wah!" Gertrude burst into tears, her little fists thumping the director's chest in protest. Seeing this, the director scooped her up and tried his best to calm her down, but no matter what he did, she wouldn't stop crying. Eventually, Sarah Thompson stepped in, gently comforting the child and apologizing over and over. Only after a lot of coaxing did Gertrude finally sniffle her way to calm. She sat at the table, teary-eyed, watching all the other kids happily picking out their food. Ethan, used to fancy stuff, immediately locked eyes on the most expensive item there, Australian Wagyu beef. The second Gertrude saw Ethan choose it, her lips quivered and her eyes filled with tears again. "I want beef too." "Ah!" She opened her mouth wide again, about to go into full meltdown. Sarah quickly pulled her into her arms, gently coaxing her. "Shh, baby, don't cry. Auntie Sarah will buy it for you after the show, okay? It's my fault. I shouldn't have poked the cherries with the spoon." Sitting nearby, Emily Harris was clearly panicking. She turned to Ethan and said, "Ethan, maybe you could share your Wagyu with Gertrude. She's really upset. You're such a thoughtful kid. I'm sure you'd want to cheer her up, right?" Ethan's hand froze inches from his steak, and he gripped his fork tightly, eyes darting nervously. Noticing his hesitation, Luna Evans frowned and cut in sharply. "No, this is Ethan's reward. He earned it. Who are you to make that decision for him?" "What?" Emily blinked in surprise, clearly not prepared for that answer. "But Gertrude's really upset." "I get it. I feel bad too," Luna said firmly, cutting her off. "But this isn't about feelings. The prize belongs to Ethan. No one should make his choice for him, not even you. Just because a kid is young doesn't mean their opinions don't matter." Her words were confident and level-headed, leaving Emily speechless. Then Luna turned her gaze to teary-eyed Gertrude and softened her tone. "Honey, is there anything else you'd like to eat? I can help you pick. There's lobster, matsutake mushrooms. How about that?" But the little girl just shook her head, tears still spilling. Across from them, Ethan stared wide-eyed at his stepmom. Honestly, he was actually ready to give up the beef earlier, but she just stood up for him, right in front of everyone. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was exploding. "OMG, this hits home. When I was a kid, I was always forced to give my stuff up. No one ever asked what I wanted. Props to Luna. Seriously, that's the kind of parenting we need. Kids deserve respect too. Respectful parenting equals awesome kids. You can totally see it in Ethan." "Yeah, right, just say you don't want to share." "What happened to kindness? Giving up the bigger pear is part of our culture, okay? No wonder kids these days are so selfish." As the debate in the chat got more heated, the people at the scene stayed completely unaware. Ethan picked up the Wagyu beef, glanced at the teary-eyed Gertrude, then stood up and walked over with the plate. "Hey, don't cry anymore, okay? This one's for you," he said softly. Gertrude turned her head, refusing to look at him. Ethan gently pushed the plate in front of her, gave a thumbs up, and added, "You were amazing just now. Ran so fast. You're totally Olympic gold material." At that, Gertrude slowly turned her face back around, her puffy eyes still red from crying. "Really? What's Olympic champion?" Just means someone super awesome." Ethan nodded seriously. "Ask everyone. You were flying out there, right?" Ryan, who'd been standing nearby, jumped in. "For sure. You were a speedster. I was behind you, and it looked like you were on wings." Daniel, always prepared, handed over a tissue and gently wiped her cheeks. "Yeah, don't be sad anymore, okay? You're way too cute to be crying like that." "You were awesome," Chloe chimed in, hugging Gertrude's arm and showering her with praise. Gertrude's face lit up with a shy smile. "I was really that good?" "Of course. Would we lie to you?" Ethan grinned, handing her a fork. "So now you've got to eat well. Champions need proper fuel to grow strong." "Okay." Gertrude finally cracked a full smile and took a small bite. The rest of the kids giggled and gathered around her, their warm little group full of joy. Not far away, Luna Evans stood with a gentle smile, quietly watching the heartwarming scene unfold. The other guests gave relieved sighs. Emily Harris, however, forced a stiff smile, but her curled fingers and the slight tremble in her body gave her away. She was boiling inside. "All righty, let's eat too. I'm starving," said Ben Carter with a silly smile, plopping down at the table with his chopsticks. Ethan shuffled back to his seat with his little legs. Just as he got down, his stepmom handed over a bowl of soup. "Here you go," Luna said sweetly. Ethan took the mushroom soup with a poker face, though the faint blush on his ears betrayed his inner thoughts. He absent-mindedly blew on a spoonful, peeked at Luna discreetly, then took a sip. A sharp, spicy burn blasted up his nose and nearly made him cough it out. This wasn't mushroom soup, it was ginger soup. Ugh, she tricked him again. With puffed cheeks and a fierce stare, Ethan glared at Luna. Luna blinked at him, confused by his sudden glare. She picked up the soup in front of him and took a big sip. Realization hit her instantly. Oops, she'd mixed up the ginger soup with the mushroom one. She cleared her throat and gave a half smile. "Ginger's great in summer, good for the body. See how much I care about you? No need to thank me." Ethan said nothing, just stared at her like he was peering into her soul. Under the silent pressure, Luna laughed nervously. "Don't just stare, eat up. Lunch is really tasty today, ha." The kid nibbled at his veggies, still sneaking glances at his guilty-looking stepmom now and then. And just like that, the lunch ended on a warm, fuzzy note. That afternoon's schedule was nice and relaxed. Everyone got a fishing rod and the whole group lined up by the creek to fish together. This time, the director played it safe and kept his distance. He wasn't about to risk getting dragged into the water again. The guests had their fill at lunch, and with their mischief towards the director finally paused, they obediently followed the schedule and sat quietly until the sky turned dark. All 10 of them ended up catching just 4 fish altogether, definitely more about spending time than actual fishing. Once night fell, filming wrapped for the day. Luna Evans stretched her arms overhead and gave Ethan Walker a friendly pat on the shoulder. "All right, let's go home and wind down." The little guy nodded obediently. They'd just walked a few steps when he suddenly smacked his forehead. "Shoot, I left my fishing rod by the stream. I'll go grab it." "I got it, don't worry." Luna glanced at the dimming sky and stopped him. "You go sit in the car. I'll be quick." With that, she hurried down the path toward the creek. Luna bent down to pick up the fishing rod resting on the smooth stones, then turned around and strode back confidently. But when she looked up, that familiar car was completely gone. Only Grace stood by the roadside, glancing around anxiously. "Why'd you get out of the car? Where is it?" Luna blinked in confusion. Grace looked awkward and stammered for a bit before saying in a tiny voice, "Young Master Ethan told the driver to leave. Said walking more is good for your health. He insisted it was for your own good. You don't need to thank him." Luna let out a bright laugh. She stared off into the distance, eyes glinting with amusement. That little rascal, really holding a grudge, huh? But to Ethan's dismay, Luna didn't walk back to the village on foot. Instead, she spun around and hopped straight into the director's car. On the ride back, she offered some free promo in exchange for the director allowing cherries to be used as props in the next few filming days. Once things were settled, they reached the village even earlier than Ethan's group. Luna crossed her arms and strolled back to the room at an unhurried pace. Soon after, Ethan joyfully pushed open the door, only to be met with Luna's amused expression. "Wait, what? You're back already?" His eyes went wide like saucers before he tried to bolt. But Luna was faster. She snagged the back of his collar effortlessly. "Ha! Gotta try harder if you want to outsmart me." Then she lightly flicked his forehead. "Still got it in you to try that again?" Ethan clutched his forehead, looking totally wronged, though his eyes absolutely said, "Next time for sure." Luna didn't press it. With a couple of playful teases, she let it go. The two of them freshened up and climbed into bed, snuggling up for the night. And sure enough, the director kept his word. In the following episodes, cherries started popping up more and more on camera. Fans began flooding the comment section asking where they could buy those sweet, juicy-looking cherries. Meanwhile, Grace was running herself ragged, getting all the live stream gear together and finding a reliable shipping partner willing to collaborate. That night, after filming wrapped, Luna didn't chill with Ethan watching cartoons like usual. Instead, she changed into a stylish outfit, her makeup flawless, and even her hair curled into soft, elegant waves. "I've got something on tonight, no need to wait up. If you get sleepy, go ahead and sleep. Aunt Grace is next door. If anything comes up, find her, okay?" After leaving those instructions, she walked out of the room. "Okay," Ethan responded on the surface, but inside he was absolutely bursting with curiosity. Why'd his stepmom get all dressed up at night like this? What was she up to? Unable to hold back, he pulled on a jacket and knocked on Grace's door, begging her to take him to Luna. Of course, Grace wasn't thrilled about that idea. So Ethan pulled out all the stops, sweet-talking, pleading, even name-dropping Alexander Walker. At that point, Grace had no choice but to sigh and take him over to the west wing of Liam's house, which had been tidied up specifically for live streaming. Inside, Luna had just finished picking out the biggest, juiciest cherries and arranged them neatly in front of the camera. She gave her reflection one last touch-up, then clicked the mouse to go live. "Hey guys, welcome to my stream. I noticed a lot of people recently asking online about where to buy cherries." While speaking, she picked up a freshly washed cherry from the table, water droplets still glistening on the skin. With a bright smile, she added, "These are grown by local villagers, completely organic and chemical-free. And today in my live room, I'm giving you the best deal ever. No fake discounts, no gimmicks. Not $9.98, not even $98, just $20 a pound, with free shipping right to your door." Luna's finally back on stream. Let's go. Wait, Luna Evans is selling cherries on a live stream now? Not gonna lie, feels a bit low. Are these the cherries from the village on the show? Been craving them for days. Finally, a way to buy them. I'm in. My whole fam loves cherries, and the guests look so happy munching on them. Must be good. Stop debating, just click the link already. Most of the comments popping up on her screen were pretty positive. A few snide remarks mocked her for selling cheap fruit, saying it was beneath her, but Luna just chuckled and brushed them off like they didn't exist. "Yep, this is my first time doing a sales stream, so I'd really appreciate your support. Yes, they're the exact cherries grown by the villagers, guaranteed quality. And seriously, everyone who tried them couldn't stop raving about how good they taste." She went through the chat replying to messages one by one, her tone calm and friendly. The viewers, seeing how chill and approachable she was, got even more hyped and engaged in the comments. "Can you show us more of the cherries under the ones on top? Want to check the batch? Yeah, give us a better look at the rest." "Sure." Luna had clearly planned for this. "Hang on a sec, I'll go grab another plate from the kitchen." After minimizing the stream screen, she got up and headed out to fetch more. 3 minutes later, the quiet creak of a door opening broke the stillness. "Hey, you here?" No answer. Little Ethan tiptoed in, head poking through the doorway like a sneaky little scout. "Didn't they say she's here? Where'd she run off to?" With a puzzled frown and wide-eyed curiosity, he scanned the room. His big round eyes sparkled as they landed on a bowl full of shiny red cherries sitting right there on the table. Hee. A cheeky grin lit up his chubby little face. With tiny, determined steps, he waddled over to the table, reached out with his squishy hands, and popped a cherry into his mouth. As he happily munched away, the smile on his face just kept growing. He had no clue cameras were still rolling and that online viewers were watching his every move in real time. The chat exploded. Total chaos, but the good kind. Ethan's first live mukbang. Too cute, I'm dead. A child like that wouldn't fake it. Must taste amazing. I'm buying. Seriously? One look at a kid and y'all are instantly convinced? Weak. You do know whose kid that is, right? Doesn't even need to try. We're sold. If Ethan says it's tasty, I'm in. No doubts. Just as the mom squad was flooding the sales link with orders, the screen suddenly went dark. Big, bold letters appeared. Live stream suspended, underage appearance detected. Please follow platform rules. The moment that dreaded notification showed up, everyone watching groaned in frustration. Some were even joking they wanted to reach through the internet and squish Ethan's adorably plump cheeks. Meanwhile, Luna returned, carrying a big foam box stuffed full of cherries. The moment she pushed the door open, Luna Evans spotted Ethan Walker munching away, juice dripping down his chin. The kid didn't look one bit guilty, straight up defended himself. "I wasn't sneaking food. You're the one who left cherries out. They basically attacked me first. Oh, really? Luna played along, feigning shock. So you're telling me the cherries just jumped into your mouth, huh? Must have been some wild fruit. She called him out without mercy, and Ethan finally couldn't keep a straight face. Humph, so mean. You're the one hiding here eating by yourself, he grumbled, instantly trying to change the subject. Luna raised a brow, her eyes glinting with amusement. You're blaming me now? I'm literally working. What kind of job needs you to sneak around and snack? Don't treat me like I'm dumb. I may be little, but I'm not clueless, Ethan huffed, lips pouting hard enough to hang a coat on. That did it. Luna burst out laughing. Yes, you're obviously the genius here, and I'm just the clueless adult. But, Mr. Smarty Pants, did you know I'm live streaming right now? Everything you just said and did was seen and heard by the viewers. Wait, what? Ethan nearly jumped out of his skin. He glanced in terror at the computer screen, and at the bottom, sure enough, sat the minimized live stream app icon. As he replayed everything he'd just done and said, his whole face went pale. That carefully built image of being the cool, mature kid, totally destroyed. Everyone now knew he was just a cherry-loving gobbler. He stood frozen, devastated, while Luna wickedly reached over and maximized the window. The live stream was back on. The screen was instantly flooded with comments flying past at light speed. LOL, Luna. Our little Ethan just got your stream flagged for having a minor on camera. He was caught in the act stealing cherries. He really tried to argue the cherries made the first move. I'm dying. A new legendary quote unlocked. It seduced me. This feels more scripted than a drama, but I love it. Absolutely hilarious. Poor innocent cherries being blamed. Anyone gonna stand up for their rights? Ethan stared at the chat roasting him alive, then looked up at Luna, who was practically smirking at him. Red-faced and fuming, he let out a frustrated, "You're the worst," before darting out of the room at top speed. Luna was laughing so hard she had to lean on the table. She opened the door slightly, saw Grace trailing behind Ethan, and felt safe enough to refocus. She returned to her spot and picked up where she left off. All right, folks, the little one got shy and bailed, but we're rolling on. Take a look. These are the cherries even our picky little prince couldn't resist. As she spoke, Luna held up the phone box and grabbed a handful of cherries with her right hand. Look at that. Every one of them plump and juicy, no duds in sight. Go ahead and place your orders, no disappointment incoming. The chat exploded with playful banter. Wait, have these cherries gone to college yet? Are they boys or girls, though? Serious question. Can your cherries sing, though? The viewers were cracking up, but Luna just chuckled and rolled with it. Not in college yet. Currently prepping for exams. You'll taste the knowledge once you take a bite. Yes, we've got boys, girls, and even some couples. Better buy a bunch so they can be one big happy family. They sing, all right, but it's too high level for humans to understand. With Luna Evans' quick-witted and hilarious comebacks, the stream burst into laughter and the viewer count quietly soared. That very night, clips from her live stream flooded social media, setting off quite the buzz online. Luna Evans, stand-up queen trapped in the wrong industry. OMG, haven't laughed this hard in forever. Kinda just clicked into Luna's live stream out of boredom, thought it'd be another boring sales pitch. But right off the bat, I saw Ethan sneak a cherry and get caught red-handed. Then the chat just went nuts with jokes, and Luna kept feeding them like a pro. Seriously, my belly hurts from laughing. Love her vibe, calm and cool all the way. Just snagged 3 boxes of cherries to show support. We'll keep y'all posted on how they taste. The comment section was full of praise for her sense of humor, and honestly, the cherries did look pretty tempting. The stream was a hit. Everyone online seemed to be vibing with it. The next morning, Luna checked the confirmed orders and just couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Liam, we sold 175 boxes last night. That's over 300 pounds of cherries. At this rate, your whole batch might be gone in under a week. Liam's face lit up with joy. That's amazing. I'll start prepping the packaging materials right now. Perfect, Luna nodded. I'll help too. Liam's smile froze for a moment. He was just about to tell her to rest. But Luna cut in first. Come on, I'm your partner now. The sooner we get these shipped, the better. Less stress for me too. Well, thank you. He didn't argue any further and agreed without hesitation. The heavy look of caution in his eyes when he first met her was long gone. Now, gratitude, maybe even a bit of admiration. As the familiar +5 trust points notification sounded in her mind, Luna knew he was starting to truly believe in her. She turned and gave Liam a warm, dazzling smile. The boy instantly looked down, face flushing red against his tanned skin. Let's get to it. They worked side by side all morning in the courtyard, hands moving nonstop. At some point, the village kids must have caught wind of it. Soon they were pouring into Liam's yard like a mini army. Seeing the two adults so focused on packing, the kids eagerly raised their hands to volunteer. Liam glanced at Luna, who was still busy with her head lowered, then turned to the kids and warmly said, "Aw, thanks, guys. Come here. I'll show you how to help, okay?" He set out a few foam boxes in front of them, then pulled out a stack of white cushion paper. "All right, your job is to line the boxes with this white paper. Sound good?" "Yes. Watch out. I'm a pro at this kind of stuff. You can count on us, Liam." The little ones all shouted in unison and quickly perched on tiny stools, carefully following Liam's instructions like tiny assembly line workers. But it didn't take long before Gertrude got creative, pulling a sheet of the white paper over her head. Standing up, she swung her arms dramatically, voice trembling like she was telling a spooky story. "Ooh, I'm a ghost, coming to get all the naughty kids." With tiny, wobbly steps, she tiptoed over to Chloe. But to her surprise, Chloe just kept her head down, laser-focused on her task, never even glancing her way. "Wait, huh? That's not how this was supposed to go." Chloe's the most easily scared one. Too puzzled to hold back, Gertrude asked, "Aren't you scared?" Chloe shook her head gently. "Nope." She blinked up with those round, sparkly eyes and said sweetly, "I'm a good kid. Ghosts don't get me." Ryan, who had been quietly squishing the foam paper into balls, looked up with a mischievous grin. "If there really was a ghost, it'd totally take you first. You're the wildest one here." Gertrude puffed up her cheeks, clearly annoyed. "You're no angel either. We're totally going to get snatched together." Daniel waved his hands hurriedly. "Don't say stuff like that. We're all good kids. Nobody's getting taken away, trust me." "Yeah, that's just old superstition," Ethan said, sounding way too grown up for his age. Fine, I'll zip it." Gertrude pooted, dropped the wrapping paper in her hand, then obediently sat back on her stool and got back to work. The grown-ups and little ones had been going at it all morning, and finally, all the cherries were boxed and ready. Right around noon, a big truck from the logistics company slowly pulled up to Liam's house. Workers in blue uniforms started loading the boxes of cherries onto the truck. The kids watched with sparkling eyes as the truck rolled off towards the city. Liam wiped the sweat off his face and flashed a bright smile. "Nice job, everyone. Come inside, grab a drink, and take a break." The kids bounced along behind him like a happy little parade. Inside, Luna Evans had already whipped up some refreshing drinks. Chilled lemon water with a splash of mint, and a deep red drink made from bayberries and lychees, the ice cubes floating around like they were dancing. There was also a big pot of green bean soup giving off a sweet, earthy smell. The kids' eyes lit up. Next second, they were charging like little stampedes. "I want the bayberry one." "One each. Don't try to snag more." "No, I'm going to taste everything." Chloe zipped over, jumped into Luna's arms, and grabbed a glass of lemon water. She gulped down a huge mouthful. This is so yummy. Auntie, you're amazing." Luna gently ruffled the little girl's soft curls. "Don't chug too much, sweetie. The ice is super cold. After the lemon water, have some green bean soup to cool down properly." Okay. Chloe nodded quickly, like a little bobblehead, the two puffs on top of her head swaying along. Luna then glanced over at Ethan, who was quietly sipping his fruit drink from a porcelain bowl. His thick eyelashes cast shadows over his eyes, and the sight of him calmly sipping made him look extra gentle and well-behaved. "After this, try a bit of the green bean soup too." "All right." Ethan gave a small nod, eyes drifting back to Luna, full of quiet curiosity. Why was she being so nice to Liam, helping him sell cherries, even doing the packing part? He tried to figure it out, but his little brain just couldn't come up with anything. With a quiet sigh, he went back to sipping his lychee drink. Luna sat with the kids under the big willow tree in the yard. Drinks in hand, fans swaying gently. It was the perfect summer afternoon. Everything was calm and cheerful. Meanwhile, on the other end of the village, Emily Harris was nowhere near relaxed. She glared at her assistant. "How are you people doing your jobs? Why is Luna Evans getting even more popular?" With a scowl, she scrolled through trending posts on her phone. "Streaming to sell cherries?" she scoffed, eyes full of disdain. "Humph, country bumpkin stuff. No style whatsoever." Her assistant nodded quickly. "Exactly, she's just some wild girl from the sticks. No way she can match your level." The sneer on Emily's face eased up just a little. "Get the streaming gear ready. I'm going live tomorrow night too." There was a flicker of spite in her eyes. "And make sure to hire spam bots to flood her live chat. I'm not letting that woman steal my spotlight." Her assistant wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded fast. "Got it, I'll get right on it." That evening, after dinner, Luna went back to Liam's house for her usual live stream. "Hey guys, I'm back again. Tonight's product is, as always, our super yummy and super pretty cherries. Tap the link below, just $20 a pound with free shipping straight to your door." As she held up the cherries to the camera and gave a bright smile, her eyes skimmed the chat. Then her expression froze. "I bought these cherries, and honestly, they're terrible. Luna Evans just got popular and she's already chasing quick cash. Refund now. Don't waste your money on her cherries. Mine showed up all rotten. Can't stand Luna Evans. Just quit the industry already. Her face alone is enough to make me sick." Typical. She just got a taste of fame, and now she's squeezing fans dry. Not like our goddess Emily, kind, sweet, a total queen. Exactly. They were on the same show. One donates to help kids go to college. The other just uses villagers to make money. Talk about a difference. Luna stared at the flood of nasty comments, momentarily stunned. Everything was normal just a few days ago. What changed? To the one saying the cherries taste bad, "Did you actually buy from us?" And the person claiming they were spoiled, "Please reach out with your order details and a photo. We'll absolutely take care of it. If there's a legit issue, we'll handle it seriously. But if you're making things up just to stir trouble, don't think we're letting that slide. Rest assured, anyone who bought our cherries will always get proper service and support." Her responses were calm, polite even, but every line had an edge. One by one, she replied to the comments, each word firm but measured. Seeing that she wasn't flustered, the trolls backing off the cherry complaints and just aimed their hate at her directly. "Oh, wow. Threatening with legal action? You think I'm scared?" Emily Harris is a total angel, and then there's this clown. Why not go watch the Queen's stream instead? She bullied a kid on the show. Now she's milking money like crazy. Poor Ethan for ending up with her as a guardian. Honestly gross. Just disappear already. Even your face is annoying. Used to think just her face was fake. Now it's clear her whole heart's rotten. Where are all these haters coming from? How much are you getting paid to trash Luna? And why keep bringing up Emily unless she's the one paying you? The chat flew by, cruel words piling on. A few fans tried to speak up for Luna, but their voices were drowned out in the noise. Seeing this, Luna knew the live session was a lost cause tonight. No point arguing with trolls. She gave a small smile, her tone cool. "That's it for tonight, guys. I'll be double-checking every order myself. Anyone with feedback will be contacted directly. If it's something we did wrong, we'll fix it. But false accusations? I won't let those slide." Her eyes flicked over the stream of insults, unfazed. In the end, the truth always comes out. After ending the stream, she called over Grace. Together, they began digging into the usernames spamming the chat. As expected, none of them had actually bought the cherries. Total fake accounts set up to spread lies and stir trouble. But that was all they found. Just empty profiles, nothing else tracing back to anything useful. Luna sat in thought for a moment, her brows furrowed. Those comments had one thing in common: endless praise for Emily Harris, constantly throwing her into the comparison. She narrowed her eyes and asked quietly, "Is Emily Harris live too?" I'm not really sure." Grace looked a bit puzzled too. Then all of a sudden, something clicked. She slapped her thigh. "Oh, right. I saw Emily Harris's assistant driving out of the village yesterday afternoon, and this morning she came back in a freaking huge truck." Luna Evans lowered her gaze and pulled up the live stream app, typing in Emily Harris's name. Yup, she was streaming right that second. On screen, Emily was wearing a light blue flowy dress, her long hair down, makeup flawless. She totally had that graceful vibe going on. Alrighty, let's see which little angel just joined the call. Oh, it's Wang Yu, sweetie. Tell us what wish you'd like to come true. The little girl on the other end looked about 7 or 8, with rosy cheeks and simple clothes. The room behind her looked worn down. Hi, Sister Emily. My family's really poor. My mom's sick a lot and my dad's not at home. It's just me, and my schoolmates always make fun of my old backpack. I really want a new one. The kid stumbled through her words, looking all pitiful. It tugged at your heart. Emily stayed quiet for a beat. Then when she looked up again, her eyes were glossy with tears. You're such a good girl. Leave your address with the admin, okay? I'll get you not just a backpack, but also some school supplies. And remember to be good at home and help your mom, all right? Okay, thank you, Sister Emily. The little one gave a smile so pure, so sweet, it melted hearts. The live stream chat instantly blew up with comments. Emily's heart is just, wow. She's really out there helping kids. Not like that Luna Evans, who tricks kids to do streams with her. Shameless. Exactly. Luna doesn't even come close. Ugly and stingy. Guys, let's keep this chat clean. Don't bring up that downer Luna in Emily's stream. They're going too far. Grace was already fuming while Luna just stared at the chat with a blank face. Okay, dissing is one thing, but taking it this far and trolling on someone else's stream? That's messed up. Heh. Luna let out a cold laugh. Stepping on me just to make Emily look better? Classic move. But we didn't even do anything. We were just trying to sell some cherries, minding our own business. Why are they painting us like the bad guys? Grace clenched her fists, clearly on the verge of throwing hands. Watching comment after comment tear her apart, Luna didn't get angry. She actually found it a little ridiculous. She tapped her finger on the desk. Grace, listen up. Here's what we're going to do. Leaning in, Luna whispered her plan. Grace's eyes lit up midway, excitement all over her face. On it, right now. And just like that, off she went, flying out the room in a blur. Later that night, Luna posted on her Moments a photo of a turtle chilling in a basin with the caption, "Even the turtle from a wishing pool thinks it can flex in front of me? Careful or you'll end up in a stew pot." Comments dropped in quick. You out exploring again? Didn't know we had a wishing pool here? Who made my girl mad? Give me a name, I'll cheer you on while you take them down. After the post, Luna didn't really bother with it. She just hopped into bed and slept early. What she didn't know, though, was that Emily had seen it too and completely lost it. The sound of a glass smashing echoed across the room. She's calling me a turtle? A damn turtle. Emily was seething. She slammed her palm down on the desk. Hire more trolls. I want her stream drowned tomorrow. If she dares go live, we'll end her. Got it. Her assistant nodded like crazy and slipped out of the room quietly. The next evening, like clockwork, Luna Evans opened her live stream. Still the same wave of hate. Back at it with the cherries? Shameless. Luna Evans, get out of the industry. You're nasty to look at. Quit, seriously. Rotten cherries for a rotten woman. Luna stayed calm, waited for the wave of comments to die down, and then said slowly, "Lately my stream's gotten a bunch of people spreading fake rumors." She picked up a thick stack of papers on her desk. These are draft legal notices. If some folks keep pushing lies about our products, sorry, we'll settle it in court. Internet doesn't mean no rules. Just because you're hiding behind a screen doesn't make you untouchable. Her face turned serious, and some trolls clearly got spooked. Only the hardcore paid haters stuck around. Ooh, I'm so scared. I just can't stand you. What now? Call the cops? Yeah, right? Report every single one of us then. Good luck with that. Luna read those insults and suddenly cracked a smile. You liking me? Doesn't matter to me. Reality check, I'm way out of your league, so why would I waste energy arguing with someone not even close? Then she locked eyes with the camera, directly responding to the haters. What the heck is she even saying? This chick's nuts. Yep, sure, whatever you say. You must be cozy under that bridge, huh? Ugly and annoying. Just leave showbiz already. I know, right? I've thought about quitting too, but my manager and boss, not happening. Back and forths like that made the hate feel like punches landing on marshmallows. Instead of making Luna mad, it actually sent her stream views through the roof. Crowds swarmed in, all wanting to see her clap back at trolls. That same night, her stream hit the #1 spot, topping trending topics. Luna vs. the haters. Queen Luna claps back. Don't care if you like me. Just like that, from being internet public enemy #1, Luna flipped it, becoming the queen of controversy. Everywhere she went, storms followed. On the trending post comment sections, fans and haters were battling it out, but the trolls were still louder. Click into any post about her, it was wall-to-wall hate. Emily Harris stared at her phone, satisfaction all over her face as she shut her screen. The next morning, she showed up early at the square, waiting to watch Luna crash and burn. After a while, Luna finally strolled in. She had on a simple gray tee, hair tied up in a messy bun, not a trace of makeup, still stunning. Emily bit her lip, eyes locked on Luna's perfect features, jealousy practically dripping from her. "Luna, are you okay? I saw you trending last night. People were being pretty harsh." Emily faked concern, her tone sickly sweet. Before Luna could answer, Sophie Ellsworth's voice chimed in cheerfully, louder than Emily's. "Luna, you were on fire last night. How do you shut those trolls down so effortlessly? Teach me, please. Every time I get hate online, I end up crying. If only I had half your guts." "Nothing big, just the usual trolls. Not worth our time." Luna Evans lifted her head, throwing a quick glance at Emily Harris's overly sweet smile, her eyes laced with sarcasm. Sophie Ellsworth looked visibly troubled. "Ah, I seriously wish I had your mindset. I get so worked up over those people. Why waste energy being mad at people who aren't even on your level?" Luna chuckled lightly as she shook her head. "Focus on living your best life. It's not worth getting hung up on them." "Yeah, totally." Sophie nodded, her gaze brimming with admiration. Behind them, Ethan Walker frowned slightly. "Wait, someone said something nasty to his stepmom?" While the kid's imagination was running wild, the director strolled into the courtyard, slowly announcing the day's shoot. Watering cucumber seedlings. Ethan, carrying a toy spray bottle, trailed after Luna, stealing glances at her every now and then. Surprisingly, Luna seemed totally normal, smiling as usual. She even sneakily caught a caterpillar and waved it around cheekily. "Look, creepy crawler incoming." She wiggled it right in front of the boy's face on purpose. Ethan turned his head away, completely unamused. His sparkle-filled eyes were dull today. "Stop messing around." "What's up with you? You've been moping since this morning." Luna blinked, genuinely wondering who had ruffled this little guy's feathers. "Want to try some cherry juice later?" she asked, testing the waters. Ethan shook his head so fast it was a blur, then rushed into the vegetable patch with his little watering can, disappearing in seconds. That night, Luna's usual live stream kicked off, complete with some classic troll-fighting commentary. The drama only escalated. She played it cool the whole time, grinning like usual, totally unfazed by the hate flooding in. Trolls piled into her chat, cussing her out like it was their job. Curious bystanders followed to watch the train wreck. Before long, Luna's viewership numbers shot through the roof. Liam's cherry business? Zero marketing, all thanks to Luna's accidental shout-out, and now everyone was talking about it. "You ugly piece of trash. Stop embarrassing yourself and just leave. You're disgusting. Who gave you the nerve to live stream? You washed up fake. Like, seriously, get lost." Luna glanced at the furious hate comments and slowly sipped her cherry juice. "Y'all really doing the most here," she said, voice calm. "Spending time cursing me out nonstop. Kind of feels like you're helping with promo, huh?" She suddenly laughed out loud. "Can't stand the sight of me? Well, maybe think about donating your eyes. Problem solved." Then she raised the cherry juice again. "Or maybe have a bit more juice. Feeds your body and your mood." Ha ha! The haters just rage quit. Classic. I'm buying. For that attitude alone, Luna has my vote. Seriously, trolls still not tired? Same recycled insults every day? Your idol needs to hire better fake fans. Luna looked calm as the comments whizzed by. She leaned her face on one hand, lashes fluttering gently, her light brown eyes glowing like honey gold under the ring light. This face had earned her absolute beauty status the moment she entered the entertainment scene. Years later, people might trash her for her personality or choices, but never her looks. No surprise, the chat lit up. Who says this woman's ugly? Y'all need glasses. This is insane. How much are these fake commentators getting paid to lie like that? Seriously, drop the link. If trolling pays that well, we're in. Stop hiding behind screens. With the comments turning in her favor, the live stream neared its end. Luna Evans took a sip of fruit juice, smiled at the camera, and said, "Hey guys, just tap the link below to grab some of our big juicy cherries. Only $20 a pound, free shipping right to your doorstep." You can check out the real customer reviews on the page. We've got solid after-sales support, and every cherry we ship is carefully handpicked, so no worries about the quality. After chatting with her viewers for a bit longer, she stretched with a yawn. Finally, she could call it a day and head home to sleep. When she got back to her room, Ethan Walker was already fast asleep, snoring softly. Luna chuckled, bent down to pick up the little blanket he had kicked off the bed, and gently tucked it back over him. After changing into her pajamas, she climbed into bed herself. It had been a long day, and before long, she drifted off. In the dark, a pair of big eyes slowly opened. Ethan turned over and looked seriously at his stepmom lying beside him. He'd sneakily clicked into her live stream earlier and saw the whole chat filled with nasty comments. He'd learned quite a few characters by now, so he could understand what those messages said, and they had made his eyes go red with anger. He just couldn't get why people were so mean, constantly coming after Luna like that. What really puzzled him was why she still insisted on doing live stream sales with all that hate. Ethan gave up trying to figure it out. Puffing up his cheeks in frustration, he scooted closer and snuggled into Luna's arms. "Why are sales going up instead? Didn't I pay a bunch of trolls to flood the comments? What the hell were you all doing?" While Luna and Ethan shared a quiet moment, Emily Harris was nearly losing her mind. She'd spent a ton hiring internet trolls to throw dirt at Luna, hoping to ruin her reputation. But not only did it not hurt Luna's business, it actually boosted her popularity and even pushed cherry sales through the roof. "We can get more trolls," her assistant offered nervously. "Buy more? Are you brain dead? Can't you tell she's flipping the hate comments into free publicity?" Emily smacked her assistant's hand away. "Pull all the trolls. And cut my live stream too. I'm sick of those stupid kids I have to collab with every day." The assistant shrank back, nodding quickly, not daring to say another word. Emily exhaled sharply, then picked up her phone and dialed a familiar number. After she hung up, a wicked smile tugged at her lips. "Trying to block my donation campaign with a cherry sale? Let's see how long that little victory lasts." The dim light hit the side of her face, casting sharp shadows that made her look nothing like her usual gentle self. Her assistant kept her head down, too scared to meet her eye. Ever since Emily yanked her troll army offline, Luna's live streams had been way calmer. But traffic didn't drop one bit. Thanks to the cherry's top-notch quality and the viewers sharing it like crazy, Liam's cherries were selling out fast. The whole team had been busting their butts for hours getting orders packed. Finally, every single box was ready. All they had to do now was wait for the logistics truck to arrive early the next morning. At 5 a.m, Luna and Liam were already waiting at the edge of the village for the truck. But even after a long while, not a single truck was in sight. The shoot was supposed to start in just 30 minutes. Getting antsy, Liam stood up fast. "Sis, you should head over to the shoot. I'll stay here and wait. No need to hold up your work." Luna frowned. "They said 5 a.m. sharp. How come there's still nothing?" She took out her phone from her pocket and dialed the driver's number without wasting a second. "Hi, didn't we agree you'd be here this morning to pick up the cherries? It's been over an hour and a half now. What's going on?" "The boss said this morning we don't need to go anymore." The voice on the other end of the call sounded genuinely confused. "What?" Luna Evans' expression darkened. "Got it. I'll make a call and check." As soon as she hung up, she immediately dialed the logistics company's manager. "Hello, Mr. Wang? The driver just told me he's not coming to pick up the cherries today." Mr. Wang chuckled awkwardly. "Well, Miss Evans, the last few deliveries didn't bring much profit, so the company's decided it's not worth it anymore." Luna glanced over at Liam, then turned slightly and muttered quietly, "What if I raise the price? I can double the delivery fee." I mean, the cherries can't just sit here. Heh, Miss Evans, let's just not make this hard for either of us. Mr. Wong laughed a bit and abruptly hung up. No matter how many times she tried afterward, his phone stayed unreachable. Liam had overheard everything. Clenching his fists, he forced a smile. Sis, you should go for your shoot now. I'll move the cherries into the cold storage first. Okay. With the clock ticking close to 7 a.m., Luna had no choice but to leave Liam's house for the filming location. Before stepping out, she patted Liam on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. The boy gave a small nod and smiled gratefully. I know, I believe in you. On the way to the plaza, Luna kept trying other courier companies. But no matter which one she called, the responses were pretty much the same. They weren't willing to pick up from the village, even if she offered more money. Her anxiety was practically burning in her eyes. Cherries were so perishable. If she couldn't get a logistics company by tomorrow afternoon, the losses would be massive. Her heart heavy, she arrived at the plaza to start filming. Ethan Walker quickly noticed something was off with her. After secretly listening in on a chat between her and her assistant, he finally got the gist. It was a logistics crisis. But Ethan was just a 5-year-old kid. He couldn't really do much. Frowning, he stepped out of the room and squatted in a flower bed, staring at the ants passing by as he tried to come up with an idea. What are you squatting for? Didn't the director tell us to go pick grapes? Out of nowhere, Gertrude showed up behind him and playfully poked him with her foot. Ethan rubbed his butt and stood up, shooting her a serious glare before turning around and walking off. Hey, don't leave. Gertrude trotted after him, talking nonstop. Why do you look so grumpy? Who ticked you off? Come on, just tell me what's wrong. Maybe I can help. He paused, glanced at her hesitantly, and asked, yeah, there's something. What do you think we should do when something goes really wrong? Gertrude tilted her little head, thought for a couple seconds, then said confidently, when something goes wrong, easy. We call Ultraman. Ethan, seeing him go silent, Gertrude pouted. Well, if even Ultraman can't help, then we tell our parents. That hit home for Ethan. Right. Why didn't he think of it sooner? He could ask Dad for help. Got it. Thanks. Ethan squeezed Gertrude's hand gratefully and bolted off with his tiny legs. Wait, where are you going? Aren't we picking grapes? Gertrude yelled after him, but got no reply. Still confused, she had no choice but to sneak after him. Back in his room, Ethan picked up his smartwatch and called Alexander Walker, his dad. Hey, Ethan, what's up? Why the sudden call? A low, smooth voice came through the phone. Dad, are you super busy with work lately? When are you coming back? Ethan asked sweetly. Alexander Walker chuckled. Well, someone's worried about me now, huh? I'll be home next month once I wrap up a deal. Yay, awesome. Ethan's voice lit up with excitement. They chatted a bit more, then Ethan hesitantly asked, Dad, I've been helping Stepmom in her live stream selling cherries. It's actually kind of fun. But now none of the delivery companies want to come out to the village. She looked really upset about it. Alexander raised an eyebrow at that. Hold up, since when did you and her get so tight? Ethan bit his lip and looked away, his tone pouty. We're not close or anything. Just thought it's sad my cousin's cherries can't be sold. As he talked, he puffed up his chubby cheeks, those big round eyes looking all hopeful. Dad, can you please help her out? Seeing his usually stoic little man acting all cute made Alexander's heart melt a little. A soft smile played on his lips. Okay, I'll handle it. After getting what he wanted, Ethan looked a bit shy. He turned his face to the side, only to see Gertrude peeking through the window, wide-eyed like she'd just seen a ghost. Boom. Ethan's brain froze. What is she doing here? Did she hear all of that? His face instantly dropped, the cutesy act gone in a second. Trying to stay cool, he narrowed his eyes at the eavesdropping Gertrude and cleared his throat. Got it. Thanks, Dad. Alexander gave him a few more instructions before ending the call. Thousands of miles away, across the ocean, Alexander sat behind a luxurious mahogany desk wearing a sleek charcoal suit, his long legs crossed, one hand resting elegantly in front of him. His sharp jawline, defined features, and high nose bridge made it hard to look away. Buy out the biggest logistics company back home, he told his assistant, voice cold and firm. Fix the issue Ethan mentioned, and dig into what Luna Evans has been up to lately. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. What's that woman really up to? Meanwhile, Luna had just wrapped up a recording session and rushed over to Liam's house. Inside, Liam and his mom sat with their heads down, surrounded by unused foam boxes. Seeing her arrive, they tried to smile. "Miss Evans, you're here." Luna gave a small nod and glanced at Liam's worried mom. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. No matter what, all of these cherries will be shipped out by tomorrow morning." At her words, hope flickered in their eyes. Thank you so much." Liam's mom, lying in bed, clutched Luna's hand tightly. "It's okay. In a bit, I'll go help Liam sort out the cherries." Before she could finish, angry shouting came from the courtyard. "You little brat, get out here!" Then came loud banging on the door. "Open up! I know you're in there. Don't think you can hide." Startled, Luna and Liam exchanged glances before cautiously opening the door. A group of villagers stood outside, looking furious. The man at the front looked to be around 40, short and wiry with a mean glare in his eyes. Seeing them, Liam stepped protectively in front of Luna, puzzled. "Uncle Zhang, what's going on?" "What's going on?" Uncle Zhang sneered, spat on the ground, and shot back. "You people left trash everywhere when you were packing cherries. Those plastic sheets blew into my fields and ruined my trees. Now, who's going to pay for the loss?" "Exactly," the villagers behind him chimed in. "Plastic flew into my yard too. You're giving us an explanation today, one way or another." City folks, huh? No manners at all. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Liam instinctively wanted to back away. But with Luna Evans standing behind him, the teenager bit his lip and forced himself to meet the angry crowd's gaze. "Uncle Zhang, Before he could finish, Luna stepped in. She gently pushed the boy aside and scanned the group with an icy look. "We're being accused of littering? Got any proof?" Her tone was calm but firm. "We've been really careful with trash. Everything was collected and hauled off with the trucks. No way some plastic just flew around like you said." As she spoke, she slowly walked to the gate, her expression unreadable, completely unfazed. "Just a few days ago, I took legal action against some people who spread rumors online. So trust me, I know how to deal with this kind of slander. If anyone here keeps making stuff up, my lawyers would love to have a chat." That made a few people whisper to each other, clearly second-guessing their approach. But Uncle Zhang stood his ground and glared at her with spiteful eyes. "What? You think I'm scared of you?" He suddenly pulled out a flattened cardboard box with a courier company's logo on it. "This your idea of cleaned-up trash? This beauty flew right into my yard. Let's hear you explain that." Luna frowned at the beat-up carton. "That doesn't make sense, I thought." Just then, Liam stepped forward, eyes wide in disbelief. "Uncle Zhang, you told me to give you the leftover boxes so you could sell them. Did you forget that?" "When did I say that?" Uncle Zhang sneered. "What, now you're making things up? Is that how your mom raised you? Figures, a stray kid with no dad." His words just kept getting nastier. Even the villagers behind him looked uncomfortable now, glancing at each other in awkward silence. Liam dropped his head, not sure how to respond, his lip trembling in frustration. Then, bam, Luna turned on her heel. She grabbed a broom from the corner, pointed it at Uncle Zhang's head, and shouted, "Look who's got no manners. You're what, 40-something? And you're out here lying to a kid?" She didn't hold back. "Pathetic, picking on a mother and her kid like you're proud of it?" Uncle Zhang didn't even flinch. Instead, he flopped down onto the ground like a pro, pointing to his own head. "Go on, hit me. What's the matter? Guts ran off?" Seeing Luna hesitate, he smirked even harder. "I'm not bullying anyone, just asking for fairness here. I heard you guys made a good buck selling cherries. How about coughing up some of that money? A little compensation for us, and we'll let the trash thing go. Oh, and those trucks you keep bringing in totally messed up the roads. That's on you too, right?" The villagers, encouraged by his words, immediately started shouting again. "Yeah, pay up. You ruined our roads." Looking at their faces flushed with greed, Luna couldn't help but let out a dry laugh. So that's what this was really about. They didn't care about the trash at all. They just couldn't stand seeing Liam's family making money. Well then, no way she was letting them get their way. Luna Evans dropped the broom, almost half her height, without a second glance. She clapped the dust off her hands and turned to look at Liam, who looked completely lost. Come on, let's go home. Don't waste time with these shameless people. She glanced coldly at John Green, still sprawled on the ground, pretending to be pitiful. Her voice was icy. We're not giving you a dime. Want to lay there all day? Be my guest, old freeloader. With that, she grabbed Liam's wrist and shut the gate behind them without hesitation, ignoring the noise outside like it didn't exist. As soon as they stepped into the yard, Liam froze, head hanging low. His voice trembled slightly, like he was about to cry. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. Luna blinked, unsure how to comfort him. She gently held his shoulder and reached out to wipe a tear from the corner of his eye. Why are you crying now? I never blamed you, she said softly, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Liam's head dropped even lower. But I know everyone online is mad at you. I shouldn't have agreed to do the live stream. If I hadn't, you wouldn't be getting hate and no one would have come to cause trouble. It's all on me. He tried to move away, but the tears just kept piling up in his eyes. Seeing him like that, Luna sighed. So what? You're telling me to quit live streaming now? He wiped at his eyes with his sleeve and gave a little nod. But I think it's actually going pretty well, don't you? The cherries sold out, more people noticed the channel, and I gained a bunch of new followers. She smiled while gently brushing more tears off his face. Right now's not the time for guilt or backing down. We need to face stuff together. Dry those tears and let's talk things through inside, okay? Don't make your mom worry. Her words finally got through. Liam stopped crying. He turned away and wiped his face with his sleeve, eyes still red but now full of gratitude as he looked at her. Affinity with supporting character Jake Brooks 5. Unlocked relationship stage 2. You matter the most to me. That familiar system chime sounded off in Luna's head again. But now wasn't the time to celebrate. What mattered was handling these villagers properly. Come on, let's go inside, she said, patting Liam's shoulder. She waited patiently while Liam got himself together, and the two of them quietly went back into the house. Outside the gate, the villagers were still hanging around, refusing to leave. John Green, still lying on the ground and faking injury, suddenly heard his old flip phone ringing. He fumbled to get it out and saw a familiar number. Quick as lightning, he jumped up, glanced around to make sure no one noticed, and hurried off a few steps before answering. Hello, Miss Harris. I've done everything you asked. The defiant tone from earlier was gone. John's face lit up with a wide, flattering grin, and his voice was low and respectful. On the other end, Emily Harris raised an eyebrow and gave a sweet, gentle reply. Great job. I really just want the best for everyone here. Yes, of course we know that. You've helped our village so much. You actually care about us. So much better than that Luna Evans, whatever her name is. John practically bowed through the phone, all flattery now. Emily, pleased with his praise, smiled faintly and continued, Of course I'll keep supporting the village. I genuinely want to help. But think about it. If people online find out Liam's family makes bank selling cherries, who's going to donate money to you guys? What if the donations dry up? John Green froze. He had just felt bitter seeing Jake Brooks make money. He didn't even realize this would mess with his own profits. Sigh. Emily Harris faked a sympathetic sigh. That live stream selling stuff? All about screwing others for your own gain. I wanted to help you guys, but there's really nothing I can do. Just a few words and John was already fuming. He gripped his phone tight, his fists creaking with tension. Fine, I'm smashing Jake's place right now. I won't let that woman screw up our cash. Emily didn't bother to respond again, just hung up with a satisfied smile. A short while later, John stormed back to Jake's front gate, a brick in his hand. He barged through the crowd, raised the brick high, and hurled it at the window. Crack! The glass shattered into pieces on impact. Get out here, you damn witch! I swear I'll beat you to death! He screamed, then grabbed another big rock and chucked it at the window again. The villagers jumped in shock, hurrying forward to stop him. John, that's enough. What are you doing? Want to kill someone? She's got connections from the city. We can't afford to piss her off. Jake's just got his poor mom at home. Let's just go. But John had lost it. He looked like he wouldn't stop until Luna Evans was dead. Inside the house, Liam's mom was trembling in fear after hearing the shouts. Mom, don't worry. Liam rushed over, holding his pale-faced mother tightly. Then he looked at Luna, his voice shaking. "Sis, you should go. Leave through the back door. Don't let him catch you." Luna let out a cold chuckle. "Run? Why should I?" She pulled out her phone and immediately dialed 110. "Hello, police? I need help. Someone in Sifang village is threatening to kill me." About an hour later, police sirens blared outside. Fully geared officers quickly surrounded the angry mob. The tallest, most intimidating officer, Officer Roberts, stepped forward, baton in hand, and yelled at the man still cursing at the gate, "You! Drop the brick now." John jolted in fear. Seeing the scene, he instantly deflated. "I didn't do anything." Trembling, he dropped the brick and crouched down with his hands over his head. Officer Roberts lowered his baton, face stern. "We got a report about an attempted murder. That you?" No, officer. I was just bluffing, just trying to scare her." Before he could finish, a calm female voice cut him off. "I'm the one who called." Luna stepped out steadily from the house. He was throwing rocks at the window, yelling he'd kill me. She held up her phone. "I recorded everything. Please take a listen." Officer Roberts frowned and hit play. Sure enough, the recording was filled with curses and violent threats aimed at Luna's whole family. "Shh." Officer Roberts gave John a sharp glare. "Take them all down to the station." Then he turned to Luna. "You and everyone in the house, come with us for a statement." Just like that, everyone was taken to the police station. After Luna explained what happened, Officer Roberts got a clear picture of the whole situation. "So let me get this straight. John Green was jealous that Jake Brooks was making good money selling cherries and demanded you pay him for his loss. When you refused, he resorted to violence?" Officer Roberts crossed his arms, giving John a hard look. "No, officer, I was just—" John Green was about to argue back, but Officer Roberts cut him off coldly. "Let's not hear from you right now," he said, raising an eyebrow and shifting his gaze to the crowd behind him. "You guys talk." The other villagers involved glanced at one another, hesitating, but finally the pressure got to them and the truth spilled out all at once. "It was all us making trouble. That trash didn't really end up in my yard." "Yeah." John Green came over and stirred things up, told us to go 'cause drama at Liam's place. Enough. Once the crowd quieted down, Officer Roberts slammed his hand down on the table, his eyes sweeping across the room with sharp intensity. "Being jealous and trying to make money without working for it? Not gonna happen. You think someone owes you what they've worked their butts off for? And if they don't give it to you, you just go snatch it? How's that different from robbery?" Shame swept through the villagers like a cold wind. They all lowered their heads, not daring to meet Liam's eyes. After giving the villagers a proper telling-off, Officer Roberts had Liam and Luna Evans stay behind to give detailed statements. By the time everything was sorted out, it was already 9 at night. Luna walked back to the village, dragging her tired feet. She had planned to make one last call to the logistics company on the way home, but was surprised when her phone rang first. "Hello, is this Ms. Evans? I'm the manager at Joda Logistics. We'll have 2 trucks at Sifang Village tomorrow to collect the cherries. Does that work for you?" "That would be great." Luna's voice was full of relief. "Should I pay when the trucks arrive, or—" The man on the line quickly replied, "No rush at all. You can pay after the goods are delivered to the buyers." Luna was a bit skeptical. Who works first and gets paid later these days? "Why are you guys willing to do this for Sifang Village and even delay the payment?" He chuckled warmly. "Our boss heard how you're helping poor kids in the village sell cherries. Thought you had a kind heart, so he wanted to support that." He went on praising her, calling her altruistic and admirable. Luna didn't really buy all the flattery, but hey, as long as someone was willing to get the cherries shipped, she wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. After setting up the time and place for pickup, she let out a long breath and headed home with much lighter steps. Back in her room, she shared the good news with Liam. Bright and early the next day, they were already waiting at the village entrance. When the last box of cherries was loaded up, Luna finally felt at ease. She glanced at her watch. It was almost 7. Stretching her arms, she gave Liam a friendly pat on the shoulder and said, "I'm heading off to film for the show." The boy lowered his head, hiding the emotions in his eyes. After a moment, he quietly whispered, "Okay, thanks, sis." Luna didn't notice anything odd, casually waved goodbye, and walked toward the filming site. As she walked, the smile on her face grew wider. The gloom from previous days seemed to lift like clouds after the rain. Ethan Walker, already on set, caught sight of her grinning like that and couldn't help cracking a half smile himself, even if no one knew the part he played in her mood shift. Today's filming task was super chill. The crew had dragged out a giant metal basin and placed baskets of peanuts and soybeans in front of everyone. As long as they filled up that big basin, they'd pass. The guests sat around, casually shelling pods while chatting about anything and everything. The mountain air was fresh, with mist wrapping the distant peaks. Even the distant barking of a yellow dog added a bit of life to the peaceful village. In such a fairy tale-like setting, everyone's mood naturally relaxed. Luna Evans looked out at the endless stretch of green mountains, a soft smile blooming on her face. "It's beautiful here," she murmured. "If I could just stay in a place like this forever, that'd be perfect." Sophie Ellsworth had the same dreamy look in her eyes, for about 2 seconds. Then she snapped out of it and shook her head hard. Nope, you can have it, Luna. I'd never make it out here. I can't cook. No takeout, I'd starve." Ryan Smith jumped in, nodding like crazy. "Facts. Aunt Sophie can't even manage plain rice. It came out like black." Gertrude leaned in, whispering to Chloe like it was top secret info. "One time, I saw Aunt Sophie burn the whole kitchen. Smoke everywhere." Chloe's big eyes blinked at Sophie like she was seeing her in a whole new light. Then she turned to her and shook her head seriously. She puffed up her cheeks like she was thinking real hard, then her face lit up. "But Aunt Luna's cooking? Super yummy." The kids all started chattering away, roasting Sophie's cooking and praising Luna's like it was a national treasure. Sophie didn't get mad, though. She jumped to her feet, put on a fake angry face, and started squishing Gertrude's cheeks. "You little brat, when you were begging me for food, you didn't say it was awful." "Mph, wah, I was just being honest," Gertrude protested, scrunching up her nose dramatically. "Oh, you're done for. Don't even think about stepping foot into my room tonight," Sophie said, flicking her forehead lightly. Their playful chaos had everyone laughing, and even the viewers in the live stream were cracking up. "Sophie, cooking might not be my thing, but eating definitely is. Big congrats to Gertrude for becoming Sophie's #1 hater, LOL. Why are the kids all about Luna's food? Emily Harris cooks too, you know. Because Luna probably tricked them, duh. Totally fake. Emily's the real deal, and you know this how. Did she call you up and confess or something?" While the comment section turned into a wild back and forth, the vibe in the yard stayed warm and easy. Gertrude, always full of energy, cracked open a few peanuts, then quietly tugged Chloe's hand and darted off to pick flowers in the field. White blossoms climbed along the ridges of the path, glinting like little stars stretching into the hills. The two little ones reached out with both hands, soon carrying a colorful bundle back to the yard. That's when Gertrude's eyes drifted over to Ethan Walker, who was sitting super straight on a little stool, quietly focused on his task. Her mischievous gears started turning. Tiptoeing over, she gently dropped a bunch of wildflowers onto his head. Ethan sensed it, turned around, saw Gertrude behind him, and rolled his eyes before turning back like she wasn't worth responding to. That cold, aloof reaction? Pure Alexander Walker 2.0. Seeing him stay all stone-faced, Gertrude sighed dramatically and turned to sneak off. But just as she took 2 steps, "Ah, Bee!" Ethan suddenly yelled, jumping up like he'd sat on a hot plate. Gertrude froze, mouth open in shock. 2 beats later, she clapped her hands and burst out laughing. "Ha! Run! The bee's gonna sting your butt!" The other guests cracked up too, except Luna. She could tell Ethan was genuinely scared. Without missing a beat, she rushed over and swooped in, kicking the buzzing bee away before scooping Ethan into a hug. "No more bee. It's gone now, you're okay," she whispered gently. Ethan nodded, his fingers clutching tight at her shirt. He didn't let go for a long time, his face still pale. Thanks," he murmured once he finally calmed down. Then he suddenly realized he was curled right up in his stepmother's arms, still gripping her shirt like a baby. Mortifying. Kill. Me. Now, Luna Evans felt the little boy freeze up in her arms and couldn't help but chuckle as she looked down. "Oh, What happened? Cooling off already? Not scared anymore? Ethan Walker sniffled, putting back on his usual too cool for this expression, though his chubby cheeks were still beet red. He wriggled out of her arms and plopped back onto the stool, completely ignoring her no matter how much she called. Not even a glance in her direction. The spectators were equally taken aback by the sudden shift. Ethan, crawling out of bed at midnight. Wait, is she nuts or what? Poor baby Ethan, cool for like 3 seconds tops. Did Luna seriously laugh at him after he freaked out? What's wrong with her? Bro, you good? She literally saved him from the bee. You blind or something? I'm sorry, Ethan. Don't be mad. Gertrude crouched by his side, flashing him a sweet look while he peeled chestnuts with a focused, dead serious face. Ethan merely glanced at her and went back to his peeling like nothing happened. Luna let out a loud laugh, seeing him keeping up the tough guy act. Just then, she felt a tiny tug on her sleeve. Looking down, she saw Chloe holding out a soft pink rose in both hands. For you, Auntie. Pretty flower for the pretty auntie. The little girl tilted her head, blinking her big, sparkly eyes, completely melting Luna's heart. Taking the rose, she breathed in its gentle fragrance. She bent down and gently ruffled Chloe's fluffy curls. Want to try some flower cookies, sweetheart? Yes, please, the little one chirped. With a soft smile, Luna said, Then go pick lots of flowers. I'll make cookies with them for you. Yay, yay! Chloe hopped up and down, yanking Gertrude by the arm and running off toward the garden gate, shouting, Everyone, come quick. Aunt Luna's making flower cookies for real. Hearing that, the little crew dropped whatever they were doing and dashed after her. After a while, the 5 kiddos came trudging back, each holding a huge bundle of roses, like they'd just returned from a treasure hunt. Of course, kids being kids, someone reached out and nudged someone else for fun, and within seconds they were zooming around the yard chasing each other. Hey, you can't catch me! Ryan Smith yanked off the bunny scrunchie from Chloe's hair, then darted straight into the courtyard. Chloe, being the smallest and with the shortest legs, huffed and puffed as she chased him around and around, barely getting close. Panting hard, her face now flushed, she whined, Ugh! Gee, give it back! Just as she was about to start bawling, Gertrude hurriedly smacked a hand over her mouth. Blah, blah, blah. Suddenly, Chloe's sobs turned into a goofy stutter, making her stop and blink in confusion. Her eyes filled with righteous indignation. Gertrude scratched her head awkwardly. I just didn't want you to cry. Hang on, I'll go get it back. I'm the fastest. Nobody's got moves like me. Before Chloe could say a thing, Gertrude launched herself like a bullet, and within seconds, she was back with the scrunchie in hand. Holding her chin up with pride, she handed it to Chloe, who looked at her like she'd just witnessed a superhero in action. Told ya, I'm awesome. Let's go deliver the flowers. With their arms full of blooms, the kids marched over to Luna like they were offering gold. So many flowers. Luna stood up, taking the bundles and waving them over. All right, everybody, let's go make something yummy. Coming, the kids cheered, piling in behind her. Over in the kitchen, Ben Carter had already boiled a big pot of water. Sophie Ellsworth had cleaned the baskets just like Luna asked, and at the sink, Emily Harris was quietly washing dishes. As soon as Luna walked in, Sophie beamed and zipped over. Luna, you're back. What do we do next? Yeah, first we need to dry the petals. Luna Evans nodded, handing half of the flowers to Sophie Ellsworth. You take these and get them drying. I'll handle the rest. Sophie snapped her fingers with a wink. Sure thing. Leave the easy stuff to me. Luna chuckled, tossed the rest into a large bowl, then carried it over to rinse the petals carefully. Once cleaned, she dropped them into a pot of boiling water. Ethan, pass me the honey. Ethan Walker immediately handed it to her. Ethan, sugar please. Ethan, the glass jar. Poor kid was basically on delivery duty, his cheeks flushed pink and sweat trickling down. Ethan, hand me the Coke. The boy, confused but obedient, passed her the bottle with shaky hands. Then Luna casually unscrewed the cap and took a huge gulp. Ethan stared in shock, his face going red. Wait, are you messing with me? None of this stuff is for cooking, is it? When have I ever lied to you? She said as she waved him off, that signature cheeky grin plastered on her face. Look, see, it's all getting used. She dumped the honey and sugar into the boiling water, letting it simmer down to a syrup, then tossed in the flower petals, stirring patiently. Soon, a rich, sugary aroma filled the air. The kids nearby sniffed eagerly as if they could already taste it, practically drooling. Meanwhile, Emily Harris had already finished washing all the dishes. She placed them neatly on the counter in front of Luna, her smile gentle, but her eyes were as cold as glass. "Luna, anything else I can help with?" "Nope, all done here. Just wait and enjoy." Luna didn't even glance up, still stirring away. Ben Carter stood to the side, fanning himself. "I'll step out then. Thanks for the hard work, Luna." Yeah, take the kids too. Way too hot in here." Hearing that, the adults started herding the kids out of the stuffy kitchen. Luna stayed behind, mind focused on the pot still bubbling away. After a while, the liquid thickened into a syrupy consistency. Satisfied, she turned off the heat and poured the deep reddish-purple syrup into bowls to cool. "Fresh flower nectar's ready," Luna announced as she walked out holding 10 full bowls. "I want some." "Don't push. Let me see." The little ones rushed over in chaos, all trying to be first. Luna shook her head, laughing, and started handing some bowls to the guests. "Tastes amazing. No wonder you're the queen." Sophie gushed, throwing Luna a dramatic thumbs up. Ben nodded, savoring the drink. Whoever married you must have hit the jackpot. By the time Emily approached, only 2 bowls were left. "Here, yours." Luna's tone was cool, and her gaze even cooler. Emily acted like she didn't notice, taking the bowl quietly. "Thanks," she replied softly. Luna began to walk off when Emily's voice rang behind her, delicate and sweet. "I heard you've been through some rough patches lately. Honestly, I admire how little you seem to care about the haters online." "Ha!" Luna rolled her eyes internally. Sitting down, she flashed a well-practiced polite smile. "Yeah, I admire myself too, still managing to stay civil even when dealing with the most insufferable people." Emily's smile only grew wider, as if the jab hadn't landed at all. Their eyes met, both faces calm but clearly playing a silent mind game. The unspoken tension hung in the air like smoke. Emily Harris had just gotten back to her room to rest when her assistant suddenly knocked like crazy. "Emily, something's up. I just heard from the villagers. A delivery truck came this morning and took all the cherries away." "What?" Emily's hand jerked, and the luxury skincare she was using spilled all over the table, and all over her. "Didn't we already talk to the delivery companies around here? How the hell did Luna Evans manage to get hers shipped out?" Her voice was low and sharp, fury written all over her face. It's because Mr. Zhou apparently bought out the delivery company, and they accepted Luna's order." Grace's voice barely rose above a whisper. She didn't dare look Emily in the eye. Emily was so mad her whole body was trembling. After a full minute of silence, she finally let out a tired-sounding sigh and rubbed her temples. "Forget it. We'll deal with it later." Frowning, she grabbed her phone to call John Green, only to find out she'd been blocked. Seriously, what the hell are they up to? Bam! She threw her phone to the floor. It shattered instantly. Meanwhile, Luna Evans was all smiles. Carrying a basket of sun-dried flowers, she headed home in a great mood. But the moment she reached her gate, she spotted Liam, dressed in black and leaning against the door, looking troubled. The teenager's brows were tightly furrowed, his sigh cutting through the quiet evening air like a knife. Luna approached casually, eyebrows raised. "Liam, what's up? You okay?" "You're back," he mumbled, looking down at his shoes, voice timid and hesitant. "The villagers, they want me to help sell the cherries." "What? Didn't we already settle this? After everything that went down with the cops, they're still pushing you?" Boiling with anger, Luna rolled up her sleeves, grabbed Liam's sleeve, and looked ready to storm off. "Come on, I'll go talk to them right now." "No, wait," Liam grabbed her hand. My mom said it's okay." That made Luna pause. Why would she agree to that? "In a small place like this, we see each other every day." She didn't want things to get too ugly. Liam trailed off, eyes still lowered. "Also, Mr. Chen and Mrs. Wong used to bring us rice and flour. We kinda owe them." Luna glanced at him, noticing how awkward and unsure he seemed. She instantly knew it wasn't Liam's words, it was his mom talking through him. No way a teenager would think about things like this on his own. "All right, as long as it wasn't forced," she nodded. "It wasn't, I promise." Liam shook his head quickly. "So, why'd you come looking for me?" Luna tilted her head at him, noticing he still hadn't left. Liam bit his lip, face turning red. Could I maybe borrow the streaming setup you left at our house? The others want to try selling cherries online. As if expecting her to say no, he peeked up to check her reaction and quickly added, We'll pay you. It won't be for free. Luna couldn't care less about the money. She waved a hand. Sure, if it's already at your place, just use it however you want. Then she stepped forward and ruffled his hair with a smile. Just make sure you're not the one being taken advantage of. Right then, the system chimed in her head with another increase in sincerity points. Liam had seen how much Luna had done for him lately, and he felt every bit of it. Eyes welling up, he couldn't stop himself from grabbing her hand. Thanks so much. Really, thank you. Don't get all emotional on me. We've known each other a while, haven't we? Luna laughed and gave his shoulder a friendly pat. They chatted a bit more before the boy finally walked off, casting glances over his shoulder every few steps. Luna watched his silhouette disappear into the night, then turned back toward her room, completely unaware that someone else was sitting quietly in the courtyard. Grace had been standing quietly by the wall, looking like she'd just seen a ghost, eyes wide as saucers. She was a bit too far to catch what Luna and Liam were actually saying, but from where she stood, it kind of looked like they were. Hugging? Pulling on each other? No wonder Luna kept helping Liam, so that's the type she's into? The sweet little puppy boy? Crap. If she knew something she shouldn't, would Luna or Mr. Walker try to silence her? Ugh! Grace didn't dare say anything out loud. She just let out a long, defeated sigh and shuffled numbly back to the RV. Back in her room, Luna saw that Ethan was already fast asleep, soft snores escaping him. She tapped her screen to open the system panel. Ding! The familiar blue interface lit up in front of her. Liam's affection level had hit 80, which meant her points were skyrocketing too. She'd just unlocked the second-tier shop. Unlike the basic store, this one was filled with all kinds of weird and futuristic stuff. Earbuds that let you hear someone's thoughts, glasses with X-ray vision, and a wig that could totally change your appearance when you wore it. But her level was still kinda low, so all these gadgets were one use only. Luna thought for a moment, then spent 20 points on that disguise wig. If Alexander ever lost it and came after her again, she could fake her identity and book it to another country. Staying alive was still priority number one. As her mind wandered aimlessly, something soft snuggled up against her. Mommy. Bad lady. Ethan murmured through a dream. The little guy was completely out cold, rolling across the bed without a clue. Luna reached out and tucked the blanket around him, then looked down at his little face. When he was asleep, he looked extra cute, his lips slightly parted as he breathed, little puffs of air brushing against her arm. Her heart softened. With how attached this kid was right now, maybe she really had a shot at not ending up the tragic character from the original plot. She gave his warm little ear a gentle squeeze and thought, I gotta level up fast. Then I'll finally see how much this cheeky little guy really cares about me. Maybe it was because they were nearing the end of the second episode, but the recent days of filming felt super chill in comparison. On this particular day, they'd finished the rice planting task earlier than expected and were just lounging by the field, enjoying the view. Suddenly, the village chief popped out from behind the cornstalks, making a beeline for Emily. With a wide grin and a tone thick with flattery, he said, Miss Harris, you mentioned something about a donation earlier, remember? Just wondering, when might the foundation folks be arriving? Emily hadn't expected him to ask that right on camera. She froze for a second, then flashed a serene smile. What a coincidence. I was just about to bring that up. The funds have all been arranged. The foundation will be here with the money the day after tomorrow. That's amazing. Thank you so much. The chief was practically stumbling over his words with excitement, bowing and thanking her profusely. We knew you'd be leaving soon, so we're throwing a farewell party. Be sure to come. Bring the foundation folks, too. This is just incredible. You're honestly such a kind soul. He gave her a big thumbs up, piling on the praise. In response, Emily tilted her head and gave her signature sweet smile, eyes full of gentle sincerity. It's nothing, really. I'm just glad I could help. Back in the live stream chat, the reactions were a mixed bag. Emily is honestly an angel. Beauty and compassion. Something feels off. Why would the chief bring it up during filming? Feels like she hasn't donated yet. Pretty shameless of the chief to do that on camera just for some cash. Uh, Emily offered the donation herself. The chief's just checking in. Can't blame him for that. Lol, how much have you donated, keyboard warrior? Instead of nitpicking Emily, maybe do something useful. At least she's trying to make a difference. You just talk big online. Luna Evans stood a little ways off, arms crossed, watching Emily Harris awkwardly force a smile and couldn't help grinning to herself. She'd already seen through Emily's act. Now she was just waiting for the moment it all blew up. But what really made her happy was that Liam didn't have to rely on charity anymore. Thanks to the Cherry live stream sales, he could stand on his own and didn't have to go up on stage and give some fake thank you speech to Emily. And just thinking that this pure-hearted boy wasn't going to end it all over some online harassment anymore, that alone made Luna's expression soften. She smiled, the kind of smile that lit up her whole face. Beside her, Grace handed her a tissue to dab off some sweat, shooting her a teasing look. "What's got you all smiley, Luna?" "Oh, just thinking about Liam," Luna chuckled, her eyes soft and bright. Grace almost choked on her own spit after hearing that. "Ha, right." She laughed nervously, heart pounding like mad. "Please, for the love of all things legal, don't fall for a minor, Luna." 2 days later, the farewell party went ahead as planned. The village head didn't hold back. His courtyard was all decked out with banners, streamers, and 10 whole tables covered in food. He even set up a little stage to give a thank you speech in Emily Harris's honor. And of course, Emily wasn't about to pass up a PR moment. She had personally called in a bunch of media outlets. The courtyard was packed, not with people but with cameras and tripods everywhere you looked. She wore a white dress, light makeup, and a delicate little leaf brooch pinned at her chest. The whole look made her seem extra delicate and elegant. "Miss Harris, once folks arrive, we'll kick things off," the village head said enthusiastically, rubbing his hands like he'd just hit the jackpot. Emily nodded, letting out a fake sigh. "You really didn't need to go to all this trouble. I told you, no need for a big send-off." Before she could finish, the village head waved her off. "No way. You're a real hero to us. We got to give you a proper send-off." Emily could only offer a helpless little smile and sat herself down at the head table set in the middle of the yard. But as time ticked by, the two of them sat there smiling so long their faces were starting to cramp. Still, no sign of any villagers. Just a handful of drifters lounging around, legs propped up like they were waiting for a poker night. "Why haven't they served food yet?" "Yo, old man, you sure you even told people about this?" That finally rattled the village head. Frowning, he dug in his pocket for his phone while muttering to himself, "No way, I told every household." He tapped the first contact on his list. Took a while, but someone finally answered. "What is it? We're in the middle of something here." Mrs. Brown's voice came through, a bit staticky over the background chatter and noise. The village head frowned harder. "Mrs. Brown, where are you right now?" "I'm over at Liam's. We're having a barbecue." "Hey, don't add so much charcoal, it's all smoke. Anyway, what's up?" Her attention was clearly not on the call. "We're supposed to be at the farewell party. What are you doing at Liam's?" "Hurry over. Miss Harris is waiting." The village head's voice rose, sharp with frustration. "Oh, we're all here thanking Miss Luna Evans. The cherries sold so well these past few days. We're just celebrating. This Miss Harris of yours, I don't know who that is. I'm not going." She was about to hang up. "Don't forget about the donation. Miss Harris is giving to the village out of the goodness of her heart. How can you guys not appreciate that?" The village head shouted into the phone, flustered and mad. That was when Mrs. Brown finally remembered who Miss Harris was. She walked over to the grill, frowning and sighing heavily. "Chief, we're honestly grateful for Miss Harris's generosity. But truth be told, if we can make money on our own, who really wants a handout? Besides, she can give us money now, but that won't last forever. I say we drop this donation thing." Before the chief could respond, she cut the call. This brat burnt the skewers again. The call ended abruptly, leaving the village chief standing there stunned. It took a few seconds for him to snap out of it and glance awkwardly at Emily Harris. Emily had heard every word of the conversation. Even though her heart was burning with anger, the surrounding cameras forced her to keep a fake smile plastered on her face. "I'm so sorry, Miss Harris. I had no idea this would happen." The chief bowed slightly, apologizing again and again. But a few of the hired thugs grew restless. "Hey, are we getting the money or not? Don't tell me this donation thing's all for show." Emily had no choice. She reassured the chief, then quickly arranged for the foundation to send funds to the handful of villagers still willing to take them. She even emphasized a special donation for fixing up the orchard. Once things were settled, no matter how much the village chief pleaded, she refused to stay a second longer and left without looking back. The whole incident ended up online, and the internet blew up. "Can't believe the villagers are such ingrates. Emily's being so kind and they still turn their noses up." Emily Harris is literally the nicest celebrity out there. Why is everyone blaming the villagers? They're not wrong. If they can earn for themselves, why take someone else's money? It's not like she'll support them forever. Honestly, I think Luna did the right thing. Helping them sell cherries through streaming is way better than handing out money. Meanwhile, Luna Evans had no clue about the storm online. She was too busy enjoying grilled skewers at Liam's place with a bunch of happy villagers. "Hey, sweeties, roasted sweet potatoes are ready. Come get some," Luna called out to the 5 little ones. Gertrude dashed over like a little rocket, grabbed a potato, and took a huge bite. "Ow, super hot," she yelped, tossing it away and blowing on her red fingers. Ethan shook his head and picked up the one she just threw, placing it gently on the table. "No one's stealing it from you, you know." Gertrude's eyes turned misty as she looked up pitifully at his unimpressed face. Chloe grabbed a fan and started fanning the sweet potato like her life depended on it. The warm, sugary smell drifted around and made everyone's mouth water. "Think it's okay now?" Ryan was basically drooling as she reached out, tested the heat, and finally picked it up to munch. This is so good." The other little munchkins followed, each grabbing a potato and chomping away happily. Halfway through eating, Gertrude glanced at Ethan and burst out laughing when she saw smudges of ash around his mouth. "Ha ha! You look like Grizzly Bear." "Yeah?" Ethan quirked a brow. "You should see yourself, baby bear number 2. Gertrude puffed up her cheeks, getting ready to retort when Liam's voice called from behind. "Kids, barbecue's ready." Before he even finished the sentence, the kids bolted toward the grill with their sweet potatoes in hand, racing to grab the freshest skewers. The skewers were sprinkled with cumin, the golden brown wings covered in sesame seeds, and the veggie sticks had a nice glaze. Gertrude got there first and reached for the biggest chicken leg, only to get blocked by Liam. "It's way too hot. I'll put it in your bowl. Let it cool before you eat," Liam said, grabbing the biggest chicken leg and handing it to his drooling sister. "Thank you, bro." Gertrude took the bowl, plopped down on a tiny stool, blew on the chicken a few times, and stuffed it in her mouth without hesitation. Ethan Walker stood by the table, eyeing the food for a while before cautiously picking up a skewer of lamb. He held it by the very tip of the stick, fingers raised, clearly trying to avoid any grease. Ryan Smith and Daniel each grabbed a juicy sausage and nibbled at them slowly, savoring each bite. Meanwhile, Chloe was caught in a bit of a dilemma before eventually deciding on a chicken wing skewer. But instead of eating it right away, the little one held it up and trotted over to Luna Evans. Luna was busy at the grill, brushing on some sauce. She sprinkled a mix of chili and cumin onto the sizzling meat with practiced ease. Just then, her sleeve was tugged by a tiny hand. A soft, sweet voice followed. "Auntie, here's meat for you." She looked down to find Chloe holding up a chicken wing, her big eyes gleaming with excitement. "Aw, thanks, sweetheart." Luna bent down and took the skewer, giving Chloe a big kiss on her squishy cheek. Chloe giggled, thrilled to get some affection from her favorite auntie. She leaned in close, pressing cheeks with Luna. "Go on now, go eat. Too much smoke here?" Luna gently reminded her. "Okay." Chloe nodded like a little chick pecking rice and scurried back to the table, plopping down beside her buddies and munching on her food. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, Emily Harris showed up at Liam's yard out of nowhere. She wore a long white dress trimmed with pearls at the hem, a designer purse slung over her shoulder, and flawless makeup, completely out of place at the smoky outdoor barbecue. "So this is where everyone is." She smiled casually, walking straight up to Liam. In a low voice, she said, "I heard from the village head everyone's doing live streams to sell cherries, so I donated some money to help build an orchard. Makes it easier for future harvests. If there's anything else I can help with, just let me know." Liam didn't even look up. "Oh," he replied flatly, still flipping skewers. Seeing this, his mom quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Don't mind him, Miss Harris. That's just how he is. We really appreciate your generosity and support." Emily offered a polite smile. "You're too kind. I just want to lend a hand however I can." "Haha, Miss Harris. You really are generous," Liam's mother chuckled awkwardly. Noticing Emily wasn't leaving, she carefully added, "Since you're here, why not join us for some barbecue?" Emily looked around at the sweaty villagers. Though it was already afternoon, the sun was still beating down hard. Foreheads were shiny with sweat, shirts soaked, hands streaked with charcoal smudges. Her smile faltered for a second as she frowned slightly. Ugh, these people. She was offering them money, and they'd rather sit around eating greasy meat with their filthy hands. She pressed her lips together, then turned as if to leave. Just then, Mrs. Brown walked over with a huge basket of plums, cheerfully shouting to Luna, "Luna, want some plums?" "I'll pass. Busy with the grill." Luna waved her off with a grin. "Hey, let me take over. You take a break." Mrs. Brown snatched the fan from her hand, shoved a plum into Luna Evans' hand and grinned. "Come on, have a taste. Picked them fresh this morning, already rinsed too." Luna had no choice but to go with the flow and took a few bites. That's really good." Mrs. Brown laughed heartily. "Told you, eat more. Once you head back tomorrow, I'm packing you a whole box to take." Before Luna could respond, the villagers sitting behind them with skewers and beer piped up, all wanting to give her something too. A few of the more enthusiastic ones even brought up slaughtering a pig so she'd have fresh meat to take home. Luna smiled helplessly. "I can't possibly eat all that. You all really don't have to. I've got everything I need back home. I'll come visit when I can, I promise." "Seriously, don't forget us. We'll be waiting," a few villagers reminded her, their words full of warmth. Laughter filled the yard, the whole vibe cozy and joyful. Only Emily Harris stood off to the side, leaning against the wall, totally ignored. Someone as proud as Emily couldn't take this kind of cold shoulder. Her fists clenched, a vein popping in her neck. She clicked her heels, planning to walk up and throw a few snide remarks at Luna. But just 2 steps in, she ran straight into Sophie Ellsworth and Ben Carter, who were busy chowing down. "Sophie? Ben? What are you doing here?" Emily frowned, clearly confused. Sophie got startled, hand jerking and dropping a chicken claw right on her shoe. "Ah, my shoe!" she screeched, then quickly bent down with a wad of tissues, frantically wiping, clearly too busy to even answer. Ben gave an awkward cough, trying to smooth things over. Emily, weren't you at the farewell banquet? Heard the village chief set up like 10 tables of food. That's why no one called you over." As he spoke, he grabbed a lamb skewer from his plate and held it out to her. "Want some?" Emily almost lost her composure right then. She inhaled deeply a few times before managing to suppress the rising anger. "I'm good. You two enjoy." But just as the words left her lips, she stepped back, and pain shot through her like fire, her back burning in an instant. "Ah!" she shrieked and whipped her head around, only to see that she'd knocked over Mrs. Brown's skewer tray. Now skewers were stuck all over the back of her dress. Forget keeping up appearances. Emily was in full damage control mode, shaking the skewers off her dress in a panic, yelling, "It hurts! Get them off me! Good Lord, go change and get that burn looked at." Sophie and Ben both jumped up, trying to calm her down. Meanwhile, Mrs. Brown was flushed with anger. "Why were you stomping around here like that? Can't you watch where you're going?" Emily stood frozen, too dumbfounded to react. A few villagers rushed over, trying to diffuse the tension. "Come on now, she didn't do it on purpose. Didn't Miss Harris donate some money to help out the village? She means well." They really shouldn't have brought up that donation. Mrs. Brown's temper flared instantly. "I told you we didn't need your money. What are you still hanging around for? You think flashing some cash will make us want to suck up to you? Pfft, take your money and get lost. I don't want it. Emily clutched her scalded arm, eyes shining with tears, looking utterly pitiful. But Mrs. Brown wasn't buying it one bit. She shoved some villagers aside and snapped, "Don't think I don't know what kind of shady stuff you've pulled. You know John Green? He's my cousin. Everything you've done, I know it all. You people better not get fooled. This woman's nothing but trouble." The moment Emily Harris heard the name John Green, her face went pale instantly, heart racing like crazy. "What are you talking about? I don't know any John Green." She forced a smile, trying to keep it together. "Mrs. Brown, you've got the wrong person." Mrs. Brown rolled her eyes hard. "Just go. Don't make me spill all your dirty laundry out in front of everyone." Seeing there was no point arguing, Emily bit her lip, holding back the tears that were threatening to spill. Head down, she turned and left Liam's house, looking all kinds of upset. Hearing the commotion, Luna Evans put down the half-eaten plum in her hand and walked over to Mrs. Brown, gently patting her back. "Take it easy, ma'am. No need to get so worked up." She handed her a bottle of water. "Here, drink this. It's way too hot out to be getting angry." Mrs. Brown was so furious she couldn't even catch her breath, but after a while of deep breathing, she finally calmed down. Seeing her settle a bit, Luna carefully asked, "Just now you said Emily knows John Green. What's the story there?" "Oh, that." Mrs. Brown didn't answer, just lifted the bottle and drank deeply. After draining the water, she stood up and set the empty bottle on the table. "All those kebabs got knocked over. What a mess. I'll grill some more." Clearly, she didn't want to explain, and Luna, being tactful, didn't push it. But deep down, Luna already had her suspicions. John Green showing up at Liam's door definitely had something to do with Emily. As she mulled it over, Liam came bouncing over with a plate of skewers. "Sis, I brought some wings." The boy's face lit up with a bright smile, completely different from the gloomy look he had the first time they met. Luna smiled and took one, just about to dig in, when Sophie Ellsworth pouted and whined, "Liam, you're so biased. The wings you gave me are tiny, and the ones for Luna are huge. That's not fair." She reached out, trying to snag one for herself. "Nope." Liam quickly yanked the plate back protectively. "These are special ones, just for Luna. I'll grill more if you want." Seeing how serious he was, Sophie backed off, amused. She squinted at him for a bit, then suddenly quipped, "You know, Liam, I used to think you were just a tan kid. But now I gotta admit, you're kinda good looking." "Huh?" Liam blinked, totally caught off guard. Luna raised an eyebrow with a playful smirk. "Took you long enough. I noticed he was cute the moment we met." She reached out and pinched Liam's arm. "Looks skinny, but it's all muscle." "Ooh," Sophie teased. "Sounds like you really know him well." "Of course I do," Luna beamed. "We're tight like that." Liam's face turned bright red as he lowered his head, too shy to even look up. As everyone laughed and joked around, Grace stood not far away, nearly forgetting how to breathe. "Oh my God, is Miss Evans not even trying to hide this anymore?" In a panic, she marched over and wedged herself right between Liam and Luna. Seeing her confused face, Grace gave a sheepish grin. Miss Evans, I'd like some wings too." "Then grill some yourself," Liam replied, completely oblivious as he got shoved aside. Sophie joined in, laughing. "Yeah, Grace, grill your own. Liam's wings are only for Luna. Smells so good." Liam, cheeks still pink, nodded shyly. "Yeah, these are for her." Watching him blush like that, Grace nearly lost it on the spot. She yanked Liam's arm, trying to drag him away. "I don't know how to grill. Come and teach me." "I'm not going. Ask Mrs. Brown." Liam frowned, clearly not buying it. Just as the two were tugging back and forth, Ethan Walker popped out of nowhere, holding up a green apricot in front of Luna Evans. "Here, eat this." "So green. That's got to be super sour." Luna shook her head. "If you're trying to prank me, at least do it right." The little boy looked deadly serious and forced the apricot into her hand. "It's not a prank. Tastes great. Try it." All right, I'll try it." Luna gave in and took a small bite. The sour sweet juice burst in her mouth, crisp and refreshing. "Okay, you were right. That's actually good." Luna took another big bite. "Guess our little Ethan is growing up, huh?" Hearing what he wanted, Ethan proudly lifted his chin and grabbed her hand. "Come on, there's more good stuff this way." Watching them walk off, Grace finally let out a sigh of relief. Good job, Ethan, she thought, giving him a silent thumbs up. By 7 p.m., the full moon was already up, and the charcoal that had been burning all afternoon finally died down. Skewers were wiped clean, only empty sticks and bottles were left on the table. Villagers started filing out of Liam's house. Luna glanced at the time and rubbed her full belly, stretching a little as she got ready to head back and crash. But Liam suddenly grabbed her hand. "Wait a second, sis. I've got something for you." "Oh, okay." She sat back down, curious, as Liam darted inside to grab whatever it was. Meanwhile, Grace, who had been holding it in all afternoon, couldn't take it anymore. She rushed over and clung to Luna's arm like her life depended on it, her voice shaky and edged with panic. "Please, Luna, don't lose your mind. Liam's a minor. If you touch him, you're going to jail." Grace's brows were knit tight. "I'm still young. I don't want to be jobless." Luna blinked, suddenly understanding everything. Oh, so that's why Grace's behavior had been so weird all day. She laughed, annoyed and amused, and pushed Grace's face away. "What's going on in that head of yours? I think of Liam like a little brother. He's 8 years younger than me. What do you think I'm going to do?" Smacked with that truth, Grace stood stiff like a statue, embarrassment written all over her. You could practically feel her toes digging a grave in the floor. Just then, Liam called out from inside. "Sis, come here." "Coming," Luna called back, then patted Grace on the shoulder with faux seriousness. "Delusions are a medical condition. You should really get that checked." She bypassed her petrified assistant and stepped into the house. Liam had brought out a wooden bracelet made from polished beads that gave off a light scent. "My dad left this. It's sandalwood, good for energy and stuff." "Wearing it helps," Liam mumbled, still avoiding eye contact. He suddenly felt uneasy. Luna was a big city star, used to fancy things. Would she even want such a simple bracelet? Never mind, maybe. Before he could finish, Luna had already grabbed the bracelet and slipped it on. She raised her arm and let it dangle in front of her. "Looks good, right?" "Yeah." Liam's face lit up with a grin. Luna smiled too. "Thanks, it's beautiful. I'm heading back now. See you tomorrow." "Yeah, I'll walk you there." Liam scratched his head bashful. "Don't sneak off or anything. Wait for me tomorrow." "Got it." Luna waved as she turned and left Liam's place. Ding, congrats, host leveled up. Current level LV2, an average, honest person. Once again, that emotionless electronic voice echoed in Luna Evans' mind. The moment she put on the bracelet, the system had notified her that Liam's affection level had maxed out, which triggered her level up. Now she could check how the minor side characters felt about her. Unlike key players like Liam, these lesser characters weren't romanceable. Their feelings didn't convert into any points. It was just emotional feedback. Back in her room, Luna opened the icy blue system interface. It displayed the affection ratings of those she'd recently interacted with. Grace, 55. Mrs. Brown, 10. Emily Harris' assistant, Jake Brooks, man of 40. Luna frowned. She had no idea what she'd done to tick off Jake that badly. Thinking back to what Mrs. Brown said earlier, Luna guessed that the mess John Green stirred up probably had Emily pulling strings behind the scenes. Odds were, the random package delivery issue earlier was her doing too. But without proof, there was nothing Luna could do except stay on her guard with Emily from now on. The next day, the director stood in the town square, megaphone in hand, officially wrapping up the second episode. This time, there were no tearful group hugs. After all, they'd be back together in just 6 weeks. So the kids cheerfully said their goodbyes, already planning to hang out during vacation. Liam and his mom arrived early at the square. Along with the enthusiastic villagers, they packed Luna's car full of local goodies. Luna thanked every single one of them before finally leaving, surrounded by warm smiles and reluctant waves. Once again, she walked into the house with Ethan, trailing a few steps behind. No sooner had she stepped inside than she saw an older woman in a navy cheapao, her face lightly made up, calmly sipping tea in the center of the living room. That woman didn't even glance up as they walked in, just continued drinking her tea like nothing happened. Luna wasn't about to act friendly and get ignored for it. Without a word, she headed straight toward the stairs. Just as she reached the first step, the woman's voice rang out. "Stop right there." Setting her cup down with a thud on the wooden table, Mrs. Walker finally looked up, her eyes sharp and tone cold. You walk in here and don't even bother greeting the elders. Is that how the Evans family raised you? After hours in the car, Luna's back ached and her legs were killing her. The only thing on her mind was collapsing in bed, so she didn't bother putting on a show. She glanced at Mrs. Walker and gave a polite nod. "Hello, madam," and with that she turned to go upstairs. "I didn't say you could leave." Mrs. Walker narrowed her eyes, clearly not pleased. "I don't care if we accept you as part of the family or not. Once you step into the Walker house, you follow our rules. Don't think you can play your petty tricks. Ethan might be young and naive, but we're here to protect him, so drop the act." Luna let out a small, exasperated sigh, then looked at her with all the sincerity she could muster. "Sure, you're absolutely right. May I go now?" That deliberately bland response made her even more annoying. Mrs. Walker felt like she was throwing punches into a cloud. With no excuse to keep arguing, she lifted her teacup again and went back to ignoring the rude daughter-in-law. As Mrs. Walker gave Luna the stink eye, Luna was quietly sizing her up in return. Wow, no wonder she's the toughest nut to crack in the whole novel. Maybe only someone fake sweet like Emily could stand groveling and smiling all the time around her. Me? No thanks. With that, Luna tossed the whole drama out of her head and headed upstairs. She'd been running on fumes the past month and a half, daytime shoots, nighttime live streams. Finally, she could crash and actually rest. She slept straight through until 6 in the evening. Luna Evans groggily opened her eyes and glanced out the window. The sky outside had dimmed. Whatever was left of daylight had long vanished behind the hills. Holding her rumbling stomach, she pushed the door open and headed downstairs, hoping to find something to fill her belly. When she got to the dining room, she realized dinner had started much earlier. A long table stretched down the room, lined with elegant silverware. Mr. Walker sat at the head, flanked by Mrs. Walker and Ethan Walker on either side. The three of them were quietly enjoying their meal. Luna didn't think much of it. She had, after all, slept until evening, kind of her own fault. She tiptoed to the empty seat at the table and gave a little wave to the butler. "Could you bring me a set of utensils?" But Mr. Roberts didn't budge. He stood there like a statue. Luna frowned slightly and was just about to say something again when she noticed Ethan glance up and give her a subtle look. She followed his eyes. Mrs. Walker's face was thunderous. The mood around her was downright icy. Yikes. So that's what this was about. "I'm sorry, I've just been really worn out lately," Luna started to explain, but Mrs. Walker had already set her fork and knife down with a soft clink. Her eyes were sharp, voice colder still. "Clearly, you don't take my words seriously. If you're not willing to follow the Walker family's rules, I won't stop you." She dabbed her lips delicately with a napkin, the huge jade ring on her finger catching the light. "You can't teach an old dog new tricks, and useless people will never make something of themselves." Hearing that, Luna let out a short laugh, tone sharp. "All this fuss over missing dinner? Wow, even personality judgments are on the menu tonight. If these are the so-called family rules, no wonder I'm struggling to keep up. Call me a lost cause if you'd like, but don't bother wasting your energy on me." With that, she turned and walked off without hesitation. Behind her, Mrs. Walker's face flushed with anger, while Mr. Walker sighed and frowned deeply. Only Ethan looked back at Luna's retreating figure, worry written all over his little face. Back in her room, Luna opened a food delivery app, ready to order something easy. She scrolled for a while before it hit her. This was a private neighborhood. No delivery drivers could get in. Sighing, she set her phone down and flopped back onto the bed in defeat. Not long after, the door creaked open softly. Ethan peeked in nervously, his small figure sneaking in like he was up to no good. He tiptoed over and tugged at her blanket. "Get up." Luna sat up, confused, and saw him holding a big tray of cupcakes, the sweet smell instantly filling the room. "Here, these are for you," he said, proudly offering them like he'd found buried treasure. "Aw, you're the sweetest." Luna didn't grab the cupcakes right away. Instead, she tousled his soft black hair. "Thanks, little one." Ethan huffed, looking away. "I just wanted to eat them myself, okay? I wasn't doing it for you." "Oh, really?" Luna dragged out her words with a teasing grin. Then we'll share. With that, she shoved a cupcake into his hands. He hesitated a second, pouty lips pressing together, then gave her a fake glare, classic reaction to her teasing. Still, he carefully held the cupcake, nibbling at it like a tiny bunny. Luna couldn't help but laugh at the sight, then gently took the half-finished dessert from his hand. Stop if you're full. Thank you for bringing these. Really, they're delicious. Ethan turned his head away, cheeks suddenly tinted pink. Luna's heart melted. Her gaze softened. This little rascal really had a warm side. Too bad his tsundere streak was pretty much unshakable. The next morning, Ethan came bouncing in with 2 toy race cars, asking Luna Evans to race him. Luna smiled and said yes. A grown-up and a kid each grabbed a remote, drifting their cars around the living room. Thing was, she'd never touched an RC car before, so of course she couldn't keep up with pro driver Ethan. Barely 5 seconds in and she was already way behind. Seeing he'd beat his stepmom, Ethan's face lit up like sunshine. The kid just lost his front teeth recently, part of that awkward tooth swap phase. Back when he was on that show, he tried so hard not to laugh, scared everyone would see the huge gap in his smile. Luna crossed her arms and gave him a sideways stare. Tsk, lost your front teeth and still laughing like that? You're so annoying. Ethan instantly slapped both hands over his mouth, but his bright little eyes were still full of joy. He clearly couldn't hold back the smile. Luna waved her remote with a smirk. Come on, one more round. I'm definitely winning this time. No way, I'm winning again. Ethan rolled up his sleeves, ready for a rematch. Right then, just as they were having the time of their lives, Mrs. Walker walked in from a shopping trip. What's all that noise? She asked with a frown, suddenly standing at the doorway. Caught off guard, Luna's red race car zoomed straight toward her. Oh, shoot! Luna panicked and started frantically turning the remote. Only the more she tried to steer, the worse it got. The little car rammed right into Mrs. Walker's foot. Mrs. Walker gave Luna a cold glance, then looked at Ethan instead. Ethan, do you know what time it is? Shouldn't you be studying instead of playing around? Ethan drooped his head. I'm sorry, Grandma. I'll go study now. And off he went, all bummed out, back to his room. Walker slowly made her way to the couch and sat down, then gave Luna a long, calculated stare. After a pause, she said sharply, Stay away from my grandson, and whatever nonsense you're up to, cut it out. Luna blinked in confusion. What nonsense? She seriously had no clue what the woman was talking about. Before she could think of a response, Mrs. Walker continued, You know exactly how you became part of this family. I won't repeat the shady tricks you used, but don't think I've forgotten. Luna clenched her fists, frustration boiling inside, but didn't know how to fight back. After all, the original Luna had drugged Alexander Walker to make it happen. No matter how she tried to explain, it wouldn't change that. Mrs. Walker shot her a warning glare, then got up and walked off to her room. Luna stood alone in the living room, hands clenched tight, heart heavy with anger and sadness. Just then, her phone buzzed. Sophie Ellsworth was calling. As soon as she answered, Sophie got to the point. Hey, Luna, you free today? Want to grab tea with me? Luna really didn't want to stay in that tense house any longer, so she agreed right away. Following the address Sophie sent, Luna drove to the tea house. It was tucked in a lush bamboo grove. Through the carved windows, you could see soft green hills and a glimmering lake stretching out into the distance. A server led her to a quiet corner on the first floor. Across from her sat a woman bundled up in a baseball cap, mask, sunglasses, not even a strand of hair showing. Sophie? Luna hesitated, peering at her. Yeah, it's me. Sophie pulled off her sunglasses and gave a sheepish grin. Luna raised an eyebrow. What on earth are you wearing? Don't even mention it. I ran into paparazzi as soon as I stepped out. I'm paranoid now. Can't go anywhere without full gear, Sophie said, looking exasperated. Seriously? Luna raised an eyebrow and glanced around the vintage-style tea house. Didn't expect you to be into this kind of classy vibe. Never took you for a tea person. No, not at all. Sophie waved her hands frantically. I'm not into tea. This place just happens to be known for its privacy, especially the private rooms upstairs. Usually only the big shots get in. People like me, not a chance. Luna picked up her tea and took a slow sip. So why'd you ask me here? As soon as things got serious, Sophie's expression turned grave. She glanced around cautiously. Not seeing anyone nearby, she leaned in and lowered her voice. Luna, I couldn't say this with cameras rolling, so I had to catch you now. There's a lot of chatter online lately, comparing you and Emily Harris. Some even think you're starting to outshine her. Just be careful. Luna frowned, clearly puzzled. In the script, Emily's background isn't revealed, but everything about her screams she's not ordinary. No scandals, flawless public image. Honestly, it's suspiciously perfect. Same thing now. Anytime someone posts something even slightly shady about Emily, it disappears in minutes. Sophie suddenly straightened, her face close to Luna's ear. I think Emily might be connected to Alexander Walker. What? Luna was so shocked she nearly spit out her tea. She gave Sophie a bewildered look, not even sure how to respond. That kind of theory sounded way too wild. Sophie, completely unaware of Luna's thoughts, warned her seriously. Just avoid her, okay? She's not someone we want to mess with. Luna appreciated the concern, chuckling softly. Thanks for the heads up. Oh, it's nothing. Sophie waved it off. You always looked out for me on the show, and I heard the next episode. We'll have to cook by ourselves. Please don't let me starve. I'm begging you. Luna couldn't help laughing. So that's what this whole buildup was for. All right, I'll make an extra portion for you. You're the best, Luna. Actually, I've got one more. But midway through her sentence, Sophie froze, smile vanishing. Shh, I think there's a pap over there. She squinted toward the potted plants across the way. Crap, it's him. How the hell did he recognize me through all this? She started panicking, quickly throwing on her sunglasses, ready to bolt, then suddenly stopped, realization dawning. Wait, the pap's not here for her. She glanced at Luna, who looked confused as Sophie rushed to grab her coat. Sophie stood up and said seriously, Luna, I think he's here for you. Trust me. Run. That guy? He's infamous in the industry. One photo and he'll make up the rest. You sit here for 20 minutes and rumor has it you're secretly pregnant with kid number 3. Hide now. I've got to bounce. Hat pulled low, she hustled out of the tea house. Luna turned to peek in the direction Sophie had pointed, and sure enough, spotted someone lurking behind a camera, staring straight at her. She let out a sigh, rolled her eyes, and quickly ducked into the restroom. As soon as Luna Evans stepped into the restroom, her phone buzzed with a WeChat message from Sophie Ellsworth. Luna, if you can bail, do it now. Don't waste time with him. He'll stalk you all day. Luna sighed and rubbed her temples. Great. Missed the prime window to leave. No way to shake him off now. While she stood in front of the sink, frowning in frustration, something clicked in her mind. She suddenly remembered she'd once gotten a disguise wig from the system shop. Without wasting a second, Luna fished out the wig and pulled it on. In mere seconds, a totally unfamiliar face stared back at her in the mirror. This new face was smoking hot. Those foxy, sultry eyes had a teasing spark to them, and the beauty mark below one held a strange, seductive charm. Her lips were bold and bright, giving off major femme fatale vibes. She raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised the item worked that well. No way any paparazzi would recognize her like this. By the time she returned to the lounge, the reporter was wandering around in confusion. As he passed right by her without a flicker of recognition, she broke into a subtle grin, slung her purse over her shoulder, and turned to leave. But just as she reached the door, someone caught her eye. A guy who basically looked custom-made for her taste. Tall, broad shoulders, slim waist, the crisp suit he wore showed off a body straight from a fashion magazine. His face was ice cold, sharp features, and those dark eyes. Total frostbite vibes, high nose bridge, tight lips. He practically screamed, "Keep away." Wow. Luna whistled inwardly. She gave him a once-over, then another. The more she looked, the more ridiculously attractive he seemed. "Hey there, are you here alone?" she asked casually, brushing a few strands of hair behind her ear to show off her best side. When she looked at someone, her gaze always had this subtle flirtatious lift at the end. Easy to misread, or maybe exactly the message she meant. "Mind if I get your number?" She leaned in, her voice soft, lightly pressing a hand against his broad shoulder. A faint hint of mint on her breath danced in the air as she smiled. To her surprise, he didn't seem flattered at all. In fact, his frown only deepened. "Move." The deep, velvety voice somehow managed to feel like freezing steel. Whoa. Playing hard to get, huh? Luna just grinned wider. Oh, come on, don't be so serious. She was just about to shoot her next witty line when a secretary in a proper suit came racing in, arms full of documents. The moment he spotted her half leaning on the man, he literally looked like he'd seen a ghost. Mr. Walker. Mr. Wen said he's upstairs waiting for you. Mr. Walker? Wait. Did he just say Alexander Walker? Luna's brain short-circuited. She yanked herself back like she'd touched live wire. Ha, all right then, don't let me keep you, she blurted out awkwardly, hugging her bag and bolting out faster than you could say busted. The poor secretary was still in shock, nervously eyeing Alexander's frosty expression. About Mr. Wen's meeting? Alexander didn't respond. Face still like a storm cloud, he headed straight into the elevator. On the other end, Luna was practically punching the air in regret. Seriously? Just had to hit on that one guy in the room who was her actual husband. Way to play yourself. Thirst really does kill. But luckily, with her disguised face, there was zero chance he recognized her. That thought let her breathe again. Once inside her car, she flipped down the mirror and stared at the gorgeous face staring back. Still didn't quite get it. I mean, with a face like this and not even a flicker of spark from him, he clearly didn't even go for her usual look either. Her strong features and bold charm had never moved him. Was his type more like Emily Harris, soft and plain? She scoffed. No taste, she muttered, starting the engine and heading back to the Walker place. All the way home, her mind was on overdrive. Now that Alexander had returned from overseas, it was time to bring up the big D word. He'd been avoiding her long enough while abroad. This time, she was going to bring up divorce in person and finally get it over with. When Luna Evans got home, Mrs. Walker was busy bossing the maids around as they set up the living room. Put the flowers right in the center. Yes, there. Bring out my tea set, the one with the jade inlays. Change the tablecloth, too. Alex doesn't like that green one. The moment she saw Luna, Mrs. Walker let out a cold snort and threw a biting remark her way. Oh, wow, back already? Heard the news and came running, huh? Luna didn't even bother responding. She headed straight for the stairs. Behind her, the old lady's voice turned even more sarcastic. Don't waste your energy. You schemed your way into this family. No wonder my son can't stand you. What? Heard Alexander's back, so you rushed over to suck up to him? Let me tell you, a woman like you will never be accepted by the Walkers. Luna's hands clenched in frustration, veins showing at her temples. She almost turned to argue but stopped herself. What was the point? The divorce was happening soon anyway. No need to waste breath on this petty old woman. So, without another word, she went upstairs to her room. But she ended up staying up all night. Alexander never came home. According to Mr. Roberts, there were some issues with a contract, so Alexander had gone straight to HQ to handle it and worked so late he just didn't bother coming back. Early the next morning, Luna barely opened her eyes before Sophie Ellsworth's call came in. They had an ad shoot at the studio. Since that rural reality show aired, Luna's popularity had surged. She was finally in demand for commercial work, something nobody had offered her before. After thinking it through, Luna decided work was more important. The divorce, it could wait. That was bound to happen anyway. With that settled, she quickly got dressed and headed out the door. About 30 minutes later, a sleek silver Maybach rolled into the Walker estate. Out stepped Alexander Walker. Poised and composed, his expression unreadable, cold as ever. Alex, you're back? Must be exhausted. Sit down, take it easy, Mrs. Walker greeted him with a beaming smile, a far cry from how she acted toward Luna. Alexander gave a small nod. Daddy, you're home. Ethan bolted up from the table as soon as he heard the news, running straight into his father's arms. Alexander scooped him up effortlessly. There was a rare softness in his eyes. Been good while I was away? Yep. Ethan puffed his chest proudly, eyes sparkling. Was filming tough on you? Not really. Ethan shook his head, grinning. It was super fun. I had the best time. Hearing that brought Luna back to Mrs. Walker's mind, and her smile vanished instantly. She's been a bad influence on Ethan, the old lady snapped. That woman has no manners, full of tricks, no class at all, always scheming, always up to something indecent. She shook her head dramatically. Such a curse to have someone like that in our home. Alexander frowned slightly, about to interject when he felt a small tug on his sleeve. I think she's nice, Ethan whispered. See? She's got the kid fooled too, Mrs. Walker snapped, getting even more worked up. She's so manipulative, exactly what I warned about. Should have married Emily. But Alexander seemed distracted, like something had just clicked. Didn't that woman say she wanted a divorce? Then why hadn't she shown up? Ethan, do you know where she went? He asked, his voice low. The boy tilted his head, thinking hard. I think she went to shoot a commercial at some studio. Got it, Alexander nodded, face calm but unreadable. He gently put Ethan down, said a few more words to him, then turned and walked upstairs to his study. They were filming a commercial for a kid's smartwatch today. Luna Evans had only done her skincare before heading out. No makeup at all. Now she was in the dressing room, waiting to get her look done. Jessica Bell, the makeup artist, was fresh out of college. The moment she found out she'd be working on Luna, she got seriously nervous. The stuff she had read online kept playing in her head. People saying Luna had a short fuse, that she yelled at her assistants whenever something annoyed her. So yeah, Jessica was practically holding her breath, terrified of messing up and becoming collateral damage. She started off carefully, applying foundation with light strokes. Then, holding up the concealer for what felt like ages, she couldn't even find a single blemish. No way, Miss Evans, your skin is flawless, not even visible pores, she mumbled in disbelief. Thanks, Luna replied calmly, her tone light but not cold. Just that one word seemed to ease some of Jessica's anxiety. She picked up the eyeshadow palette, ready to blend some neutral earth tones, but her hand trembled and bam! The golden shade slipped right out and landed squarely on Luna's cheek. I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I didn't mean, I'm so sorry, Jessica stammered, practically in tears. In the mirror, Luna noticed a giant smear of gold powder on her left cheek. Her brows drew slightly together, expression unreadable. Jessica froze. She was fully bracing for the storm. Then Grace, Luna's assistant, burst into the room. Hey, how's the look going? One glance, and she saw Jessica stiff as a board and Luna sitting with a golden patch on her otherwise flawless face. Miss Evans, you're really going for the avant-garde vibe today, huh? Grace laughed, pulling out her phone. I have to post this. It's too good. Jessica stood there, stunned. This wasn't at all what she expected. Weren't all the rumors saying Luna was scary and mean? This didn't add up. While she was still spiraling, Luna suddenly spoke. Don't mind Grace. Let's keep going. She tilted her head slightly toward Jessica. Do I need to take it all off now? No, not at all. Jessica quickly waved her hands. Just clean up this part and redo the base. Won't take long. Sounds good. Luna gave her a gentle smile. You're doing a great job, honestly. I kind of didn't want to take it off, so that works out. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. Jessica nodded so fast she looked like a bobblehead, eyes shining with gratitude. An hour later, makeup was all done. Luna followed the crew to the filming set. And Jessica? She pulled out her phone and feverishly tweeted, Who the heck started the rumor that Luna Evans is a nightmare to work with? She's literally the sweetest person ever. Looks stunning, and her personality's just as beautiful. Starting today, she's my queen. Period. The internet wasted no time flooding the replies. Hello, PR team. How much are you getting paid? Can I join? LOL, she's sweet. You sure about that? Try harder. It might work next time. You're just salty. Luna has the looks and the fan base. No thanks. I'll stick with Emily Harris. Even official media are praising her. Oh great, here we go. Emily's fans sniffed out keywords again. Luna Evans had no clue about the tiny mishap earlier. She followed the crew into the studio only to spot a little familiar face inside. Chloe? What are you doing here? When the little girl realized it was Luna, her eyes lit up with surprise and delight. Auntie Luna, I missed you so much, Chloe beamed, grabbing the hem of Luna's shirt with her soft little hand. You missed me already? Luna smiled warmly, crouching down as she gently booped the child's nose. Didn't we just see each other 2 days ago? Hey, Chloe giggled, her sparkling dark eyes wide and full of joy. She looked so sweet that even a heart of stone would have melted. The director saw their chemistry and nodded approvingly. Perfect. That exact vibe is what we need for the ad. He waved at the crew to get everything set up. Once the scene was in place, he walked over with his megaphone. All right, let's roll. Luna, get a little closer to the kiddo. Yes, just like that. Softer eyes? Great. Chloe, can you give us a big smile? Nice, nice, very nice. With the two of them syncing so naturally, the shoot wrapped up much faster than expected. Under the camera's gaze, Luna's sharp, striking features softened with Chloe beside her. Their adorable moments were all beautifully captured. The director and crew nodded in satisfaction, voices full of praise. Since they finished way ahead of schedule, Chloe's parents hadn't arrived yet. Luna glanced at the girl sitting quietly on a bench, then set down her bag and walked over. "Chloe, want to grab some ice cream?" she asked gently. "Yes, please." The kid's eyes sparkled instantly. "Can I get strawberry?" "Of course." Luna's voice was tender. "Come on, I'll take you." The staff member who was looking after Chloe hesitated. Is that okay? Her family hasn't shown up yet." "It's fine," Luna reassured her. "I'll explain everything to them later." She held Chloe's tiny, squishy hand. "We've got like an hour to kill. Otherwise, we'll just be sitting around bored." "Don't worry, I won't take her far. Just to the shopping street nearby. We'll be right back after getting some ice cream." "All right, then." The staff member nodded, not pushing further. In the plaza, surrounded by vendors and a bustling crowd, all kinds of snacks were on display. Luna carried the little one and browsed from one end to the other. They didn't just buy ice cream, they grabbed all sorts of goodies until Luna's arms were loaded. Chloe munched happily, clinging to her favorite aunt, and in the end dozed off with a full belly and a smile. Feeling Chloe's steady, sleepy breathing against her, Luna slowly made her way back to the studio. Michael Bennett had already been waiting there for a while. Tall and lean, with soft hair that fell over a pale forehead, he had deep eyes and a calm smile that gave off a gentle vibe without needing to say much. When he saw Luna walk in with Chloe sleeping in her arms, Michael quickly stepped forward to take the child. "Thank you for taking care of her," he said in a low voice. "You've looked after her even on the show. We really appreciate it. Could you leave your contact info? We'd love to treat you to a meal sometime." Luna gave a small smile and replied softly, "That's all right. No need to go that far." But Michael wasn't the type to give up easily. After back and forths, Luna finally passed him her number, then turned to leave, while his grateful gaze followed her quietly. After Luna Evans left, the smile on Michael Bennett's face vanished in a flash. That gentle aura he had just seconds ago, gone, like it was never there. He narrowed his eyes, staring ahead, a trace of suspicion creeping into his gaze. Why was this woman so nice to his daughter? Was she trying to get close because she'd caught wind of the Bennetts' influence? No way. He'd been covering his tracks way too well for that. Just as he was lost in thought, his sleepy little girl tugged on his sleeve and gave it a small shake. "Daddy, let's go home." Michael's expression instantly softened, the warm smile returning like it had never left. "Sweetheart, didn't Daddy tell you not to eat stuff from strangers?" he asked gently, carefully wiping away the bit of ice cream smeared near Chloe's lips, his eyes full of tenderness. "She's not a stranger," the little girl said, shaking her head with a serious face. "She's the sun." Chloe was too young to explain that Luna had the exact same sun-shaped necklace as hers. All she could do was describe her in her baby voice as the sun. Michael just chuckled, thinking it was typical kid talk, and didn't dwell on it. "All right, and your daddy's little sunshine too," he said, planting a soft kiss on her cheek before picking her up and heading back to the car. Meanwhile, Luna had already driven back to the Walker home. As soon as she stepped inside, she went straight over to Mr. Roberts and asked where Alexander Walker was. "Mr. Walker has returned to the office," the butler replied flatly. "Oh," Luna's shoulders dropped, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Pulling out her phone, she tapped on Alexander's contact. After a moment's hesitation, she typed out a simple message. "Are you there? I want to talk about the divorce." 10 minutes went by. Just like always, zero response. Luna exhaled heavily. Figures. Clearly, Alexander really couldn't stand the original her, so much so that he wouldn't even glance at her messages. Upstairs in the top-floor office of Walker Corp., Secretary Yang was staring at the notification on the company phone, cold sweat forming on his forehead. A divorce request? Seriously? What was he even supposed to do with this? Across the desk, Alexander sensed something was off. He didn't even glance up from the contract he was signing. "Spit it out," he said, voice low and sharp, clearly annoyed. It's a message from Mrs. Evans," Secretary Yang stammered, carefully handing over the phone. "Would you like to take a look?" The moment Alexander heard Luna's name, his eyes darkened with disdain. What kind of game was she playing now? "No need." His tone was cold, final. He raised an eyebrow and shot a chilling glance at Yang. "Ignore anything that comes from her." "Yes, sir," Yang nodded quickly, wiping the sweat from his brow as he backed out of the office. Back at home, Luna had no clue she'd been effectively ghosted, by his assistant no less. She waited for quite a while, but when no reply came, she let out a long sigh, grabbed the strawberry mochi she'd just bought, and headed to Ethan's room. The boy sat quietly at his desk, immersed in an English book, his long lashes nearly brushing the page. He looked so composed, almost too well behaved. "Guess what I brought back?" Luna called cheerfully as she closed the distance and set the box in front of him. "Take a break, have something sweet." But to her surprise, Ethan didn't even look up. He casually turned a page and replied, "Thanks, but I'm good." "It's really tasty," Luna said, taking a big bite of one. The strawberry's got that sweet sour kick, the Oreo's rich and chocolatey, and the red bean paste is super soft. Too good to miss. If you're not eating, I'm finishing them all." On a normal day, Ethan would have already puffed up his cheeks, griped a little, then stolen all the mochi for himself. But now, the kid just kept his eyes on the book in his hands, acting like Luna Evans didn't even exist. She was honestly confused. What was this little guy mad about now? Kids at 5 could flip a switch real fast, and she had no clue what had ticked him off this time. "Okay then, I'll just leave this here. Eat it whenever you feel like it," Luna said, resigned, placing the box on the table before heading out the door. She glanced at her watch, 2:30 sharp. Sunlight poured in through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, warming her cheek. Outside, cicadas buzzed nonstop, and the muggy summer wind was thankfully blocked by the villa's walls. With nothing better to do anyway, she figured, why not go for a swim? She changed into a breezy t-shirt and shorts, then slowly made her way downstairs, only to bump straight into the Walkers. Mrs. Walker let out a dry chuckle the moment she spotted Luna. "Heard from Chen that you've been nosing around asking about Alexander? Too bad, he has no intention of seeing you. No matter how hard you throw yourself at him, it's useless." Luna frowned. "It's not what you think. I have my own reasons for looking for him." "Oh, let me guess," Mrs. Walker sneered. "Hoping to pressure him into making your status official so you can strut around as the rich wife?" At that, Luna's lips twitched. She rolled her eyes internally. Since a divorce was already on the table, she really didn't feel like wasting breath arguing with this nosy old lady. She simply brushed past the pair and continued down the stairs. Mrs. Walker's temper flared even more at being ignored. Turning to Mr. Walker, she muttered, "Told you, that woman's full of schemes. No manners, no discipline. Mark my words, she'll rub off on Ethan in the worst way. We should kick her out while we still can. He should stay far away from someone like her." Then, loud enough for Luna to hear, she added with a cold snort, "Alexander's got better things to do than be pestered by women like you. Do everyone a favor and leave this house quietly. Stop embarrassing yourself." Luna was already feeling off today, and the more she tried to let things slide, the more irritated she got. Reining herself in didn't feel worth it anymore. She was getting divorced anyway. No need to appease this grumpy old bat. Her expression quickly froze, and she stared down at Mrs. Walker, voice tinged with iciness. "You're really something, you know that? Always going on about rules and respect. What, is your family next in line for some imperial throne?" Arms folded, she raised a brow. "Last I checked, the Qing dynasty's been over for ages. Maybe it's time to stop living in the past, or one day someone's going to label you an antique and haul you off." Mrs. Walker clearly hadn't expected such a comeback and stood frozen for a moment. Then she started shaking, finger trembling as she pointed at Luna. "You! How dare you talk to me like that? You ungrateful brat!" "Ungrateful?" Luna tilted her head. "You say I've got no manners, but the way you go around insulting people, what does that make you?" You! Mrs. Walker stammered, clutching at her chest and gasping for air. The nearby maids hurried over to support her, glaring daggers at Luna, like this was all her fault. But Luna knew better. That dramatic chest-clutching move? Total performance. She'd pulled that stunt before. Zero credibility. So, unfazed, Luna dodged the crowd and headed for the door, until a sharp voice rang out behind her. "Stop right there!" She paused mid-step and turned. Mr. Walker stood firm, brow furrowed, his presence alone imposing. "How dare you disrespect your elders like that? Is this how the Evans family raised you?" He snapped, thumping his cane loudly against the marble floor. Luna just looked at him calmly. Right. You're always right. In that case, let me spare you the trouble of seeing me again." With that, she walked straight out the door without another word. Not long after Luna Evans left, Ethan Walker upstairs caught a faint whiff of sweetness lingering from the snack box, and his mouth couldn't stop watering. Just one. She probably won't even notice. With that thought, he set his book down, opened the box, and grabbed one of those soft and chewy daifuku, chomping down without hesitation. He had no idea where his stepmother got these, but they were way better than anything he'd ever had. One bite led to another, and the next thing he knew, the whole box was empty. Staring at the now empty container, Ethan's cheeks flushed red. If his stepmom saw this, she'd definitely tease him again. So, like any kid in panic mode, he chucked the box into the trash and sat there, nervous and hopeful, waiting for her to come back. But even by dinner time, Luna still hadn't shown up. Biting his lip, Ethan stabbed absently at the broccoli on his plate, stealing glances at his grandma's stern face. After a long while, he finally couldn't help but mumble, "Grandma, where's my stepmom?" Mrs. Walker's face didn't so much as twitch, but her eyes flashed with a mix of disdain and deep disgust. Seeing that, Ethan clammed up real quick. He poked at a few bites of food, then tiptoed toward the stairs. "Where do you think you're going?" Mrs. Walker's voice was icy sharp, her eyes cutting straight through him. "Finish every bite." Shoulders hunched, Ethan slowly made his way back down the stairs. Mrs. Walker saw his deflated posture and got even angrier. "What did that woman do to you? Are you seriously skipping meals just to see her?" "No," Ethan mumbled, head lowering. Mrs. Walker's glare hardened as she turned to Mr. Roberts beside her. "Keep an eye on him. Don't let him contact her." "Yes, ma'am," Mr. Roberts nodded. From that day on, Ethan stayed home, stuck in lessons with his tutor, never seeing Luna again. The more time went by, the more anxious he got. He tried to sneak in a call when no one was watching. But every time he opened his smartwatch, he'd think of that ad Luna did with Chloe. The two of them standing so close, Luna's gaze soft like she was looking at her own kid. Ugh, she sucked. He was the one living under the same roof with her. How could she treat someone else so well? The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became, eyes glued to Luna's profile picture. In the end, he gave up and shut the watch. Meanwhile, far from home, Luna was living her best life. Nights were for glam looks, sunglasses on, dancing her heart out at clubs and chilling in bars. Days, she'd sleep in as late as she wanted. When she felt like it, she'd either lounge in the sun by the pool or head down to the hotel restaurant for a feast. She had made plenty these past few months, more than enough to take it easy for a while. Feeling ridiculously satisfied, Luna grabbed her avocado juice, took a big gulp, then flopped back onto the lounger, soaking up the sun. After about a week of vacation mode heaven, her phone rang. It was the director, saying the third episode of the show was about to kick off. Time to get ready, a car would be on its way. The night before they left the hotel, Luna Evans sent another message to Alexander Walker, saying she wanted to talk about the divorce. But just like before, it vanished into the void. No reply, nothing at all. "This damn man, could you at least pretend to care?" Luna muttered under her breath, shut off her phone, and went to bed. Early the next morning, a bus sent by the production team came to pick her up. The bus wasn't that big. Besides the cameraman, director, and driver, there were just enough seats for each guest to have one. Since this trip was a bit longer, they started live streaming on the road. "Where are we going this time?" Gertrude tugged at the director's sleeve, tilting her head as she asked. "We're heading to the grasslands," the director said, ruffling her soft hair. "Didn't you hear me say that earlier?" "Blah!" Gertrude stuck out her tongue and ducked away from his hand, hopping over to Ryan Smith. The 5 little kids squished themselves against the windows, watching the scenery flash by. Hey, have you guys ever ridden a horse? I heard there are tons on the plains, Ryan asked while holding his chubby cheeks swaying from side to side. Chloe shook her head. Nope. Does riding on my brother's back count? Gertrude blinked innocently. Ethan Walker twitched his lips, mumbling, being your brother must be exhausting. Meanwhile, the little sweetheart Daniel thought for a second and said, Ethan and I had horseback lessons. We'll teach you when we get there. Yay, awesome! Gertrude clapped her hands, her face lighting up. Viewers in the live stream couldn't hold back, and the comments rolled in like crazy. The Walkers are too rich, teaching 5-year-olds to ride horses. I'm 25, and I've never even touched one. Not just riding lessons. Don't forget the family owns a ranch. They've got championship-level thoroughbreds just chilling there. No wonder Luna's been trying so hard to get on Ethan's good side. You serious? When did she try to win him over? Looks more like they bicker for fun. Some people just love twisting things. It's a normal interaction, but y'all gotta make it sound shady. Before long, the bus turned onto a narrow country road, winding through a dense forest. The kids soon got bored of the view and climbed out of their seats, clustering together in a noisy huddle. Anyone want chocolate? Luna held up a bunch of chocolate sticks and called out. Yes, me. Gimme one. The kids rushed her in a flash, grabbing them all up in seconds. Only Ethan sat by himself in the corner, quietly watching the trees go by, not saying a word. This one's for you. Luna held out the last hazelnut chocolate toward him, but the kid didn't even glance her way, completely absorbed in the passing scenery. If you're not eating it, I'll just... Before she could finish, Chloe zipped over and latched onto her leg. Auntie Luna, come quick. I've got something cool to show you, the little girl chirped, tugging her along. Right then, Ethan suddenly opened his mouth. Where's the chocolate? I want some. Luna Evans raised her eyebrows, a bit surprised, then teased him lightly. Didn't you say you weren't hungry? Ethan Walker pouted, mumbling, but now I'm starving. Oh, really? Luna dragged out the syllables on purpose. You scarfed down 5 soup dumplings before we left, and you're hungry again? Ethan tilted his head up, full of conviction. I'm still growing. Duh. Luna let out a laugh and reached over to open the wrapper for him. All right then, eat up. Ethan took the chocolate but didn't eat it right away. He snuck a peek at Luna's face, then tugged on her sleeve with his chubby little hand and pointed out the window. Look, that cloud's super pretty. Luna followed his finger and glanced outside. Big fluffy clouds floated over the valley, soft and bright, glowing golden under the sunlight. The two of them, one tall and one small, quietly admired the view. Behind them, Ryan Smith suddenly grabbed Chloe. Come on, help us play string figures. Gertrude just taught me. It's so fun. Without waiting for an answer, he happily pulled Chloe to his seat. The 3 little ones huddled up, messing with the strings and giggling. Meanwhile, Ethan, noticing Chloe had left, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He silently scooted closer to Luna Evans and latched onto her arm. No way was he letting his unpredictable stepmom get snatched by another kid. After a long 4-hour ride, the bus finally rolled into their destination. Endless open land stretched as far as the eye could see, mountains rising in the distance, their snow-capped peaks blending into the deep blue sky. Closer by, grass swayed in the breeze while flocks of cows and sheep grazed quietly. The breathtaking view had everyone glued to the windows, too stunned to even talk. Look, so many tents, Ryan shouted, eyes wide with excitement. Ben Carter gave a patient chuckle. Not tents, those are yurts, real Mongolian ones. They're so pretty, Gertrude said, eyes lighting up with wonder. She stared for a long time, finally turning to the director. Mr. Director, when can we get out? The director chuckled while shaking his head. Wow, didn't know you were in such a rush. He gave a wave to signal the crew to start packing up the camera gear. After passing through a patch of sparse woods, the group arrived at an enormous, ornately decorated yurt. Standing there waiting for them was the village chief. He was dressed in a long-sleeved robe with a soft sheepskin collar, a bright silk belt around his waist, and, most eye-catching of all, a fierce-looking Mongolian knife at his side. The kids immediately swarmed around him, chattering excitedly. Even Ethan, usually the calm and cool one, stood with his mouth half open, eyes glued to that blade. "Is that a real knife?" he asked, a little unsure. "Of course. Out here on the grasslands, our men always carry real blades." The chief grinned wide, his laugh carrying that bold, free spirit of the prairie. "Whoa, that's epic! Can I touch it?" The little ones hadn't stopped squealing with excitement ever since they got off the bus. They crowded around the chief, bouncing with questions, and he answered them one by one with endless patience, never seeming annoyed. It wasn't until the director walked over and announced that filming for episode 3 was officially starting that the kids finally returned to their guardians, looking a little reluctant. The director held up a bamboo tube with sticks of various lengths inside, each representing a different size yurt. The kids would draw to determine their group's lodging. Ethan was the first to step up. Unlike the others who were fidgety and nervous, he just stood there calm and collected. Even when he pulled out the longest stick, meaning the biggest yurt, he barely reacted. Viewers watching the live stream couldn't hold back and flooded the chat. "Ethan's so chill, he's killing me. Ethan, darling, let this big sister give you a kiss." "Ha, finally some good luck for Ethan. No more cramming into tiny broken down rooms." Ethan puffed out his chest and tossed a smug look back at Luna Evans. "Wow, you nailed it." Luna gave him a dramatic thumbs up. "Tonight we're living large, okay?" Meanwhile, Gertrude was quietly muttering under her breath, eyes cast towards the sky. Please, just not the tiny room." After whispering what felt like forever, she held her breath and drew a bamboo stick, only to find she'd gotten the second smallest yurt. Her face instantly drooped. She plopped down on the grass like she was ready to throw in the towel. Just before she could cry, Chloe pulled out the shortest chopstick in the pile. Yep, smallest yurt for her. Gertrude blinked, immediately hopping to her feet and brushing grass off her pants. She stared at her designated yurt, totally confused. If second smallest already looked like a shoebox, what was the smallest one even like? The other guests were curious too. They trailed behind the director toward a very unremarkable-looking yurt. Emily Harris cautiously lifted the flap. Inside was a plain wooden bed. That's it, nothing else. Ben Carter blinked, looked at everyone's reaction, and tried to lighten the mood. "Well, at least it's super quiet. No noisy neighbors to mess with your sleep?" "I mean, yeah," Sophie L. said, her tone dry. "There's literally nothing else to do here but sleep." Chloe pouted, her eyes shining like she was teetering on the edge of tears. She looked too sweet to be upset. "Sweetheart, it's okay," Emily said gently, running her fingers through Chloe's curls. "Auntie actually likes this room. It feels safe." Her voice was soft and comforting, like a gentle breeze through mountain trees. People watching the live stream were moved. Emily is such a sweetheart. Her future daughter is going to be lucky, right? Way better than that Luna chick. Luna's just mean to kids. It's in tough times you see people's true selves. If Ethan had drawn the smallest room, Luna would have lost it. Y'all must be watching a different show. Last episode, Ethan got stuck in a dump of a room and Luna didn't even blink. The on-site guests also gushed over how close Chloe and Emily seemed. But Luna caught something off. Chloe subtly shrank back a bit, like she was nervous around Emily. Before long, the day's shoot wrapped up and everyone headed back to their yurts. At night, under a sky dotted with stars, the air smelled fresh and grassy. Just before bed, Luna leaned down to Ethan with an evil little grin and whispered, "Better sleep with one eye open tonight." Ethan shot her a "what now" look. Seeing his confusion, Luna smirked wider and said, "Heard a rumor there are wolves out here. Big gray ones. They especially love soft, tasty kids like you." Ethan didn't answer. He just glared at her, yanked the blanket over his head, and ignored his annoying stepmom. Luna let out a mischievous cackle, then happily passed out. In the middle of the night, Ethan woke up bursting. He had downed a full bowl of butter tea after all. He really had to pee, but the whole wolf thing had freaked him out. His face was red from holding it in. Finally, he gave in, threw off the blanket, and dashed outside. After finishing his business, he tugged up his pants and bolted back as fast as he could. Luna, the one who scared the heck out of him, was fast asleep, totally knocked out. "You're the worst," Ethan muttered, clenching his tiny fists. Still grumbling, he climbed back into bed, gave his stepmom one last death glare, and drifted off. After a good night's sleep, everyone looked refreshed and ready to go. The director stood at the front, full of energy as he introduced the day's game. Today's challenge is milking goats, he announced. The team that fills up a bucket first gets 5 points, second place gets 4, and so on. The top team gets 2 jars of fresh goat milk, and the last one only gets a single bowl. No helping from the grown-ups, just lead the goats. That's it. At the sound of the whistle, the game officially kicked off. Wearing his signature bright red robe, the village chief made his way over and sat down on a stool, patiently explaining how to milk the goat. Use your thumb and palm to gently lift up, press the thumb against the base, then squeeze down with the rest of your fingers to push the milk out. He demonstrated step by step while explaining in a slow, clear voice. The kids stared attentively, but once they had to do it themselves, everything got chaotic. Gertrude tripped and knocked the metal bucket over. Chloe, who had sat properly on a small stool, got completely distracted by the fluffy fur of the goat and ended up rubbing her face against its side like a kitten, totally forgetting the mission. Daniel stood up quickly, helped Gertrude get up, then carefully wiped the spilled milk off her face with tissues. Ryan looked super focused, but in reality, she had no clue what she was doing. Her clumsy technique made the goat uncomfortable, and it nearly kicked her. Only Ethan sat quietly in front of the stool, doing everything just like the village chief taught. Bit by bit, he managed to fill the whole metal bucket. Seeing Ethan finish first, the rest of the kids suddenly panicked. "Chief, can you show us again?" Ryan squeezed up to him with a whiny voice. Despite his big and tough look, the chief was a total softie when it came to kids. He chuckled knowingly, then squatted down again to walk them through it once more. After another round of mild chaos, the task was finally done close to noon, with each kid completing the challenge. The village chief poured the fresh milk into a pot, and soon the creamy foam began to rise as it boiled. He poured the milk into bowls and handed them out to the eager kids closely gathered around. "Tastes so good. Woo, it's hot, but delicious." The little ones sat along the row of stools, white milk foam lining their upper lips like mustaches. As the fastest one to finish, Ethan got 2 full jars all to himself. But oddly, he didn't take a sip. He didn't even pick up the bowl. "Why aren't you drinking?" Luna Evans asked, puzzled. That boy was usually obsessed with milk. He downed an entire bottle every night. To her surprise, Ethan turned around with a sulky pout and shot her an annoyed glare. Luna blinked, baffled and about to say more, when something caught her attention. Chloe looked like she was about to burst into tears. "I don't want goat milk. It smells weird," she muttered and quickly turned her face away from her bowl. Luna cracked 10 eggs into a bowl, added goat milk, and started stirring. A moment later, in went the oats, nuts, and raisins. While mixing, she asked casually, "Sweet or not so sweet?" At some point, the other kids had gathered around. Without missing a beat, "Sweet. Alrighty, in that case, extra raisins it is." Then she tossed in a generous handful of dried cranberries. The 5 kids exchanged a look. Was Auntie Luna's vision okay? After mixing everything well, Luna used some cute animal-shaped molds to press dough into little cookies, then place them on a tray. 10 minutes later, the whole kitchen smelled amazing as freshly baked cookies came out golden and toasty. The kids' eyes lit up when they saw the adorable little animal cookies. "Try this one." Luna handed Chloe a sheep-shaped cookie and gently ruffled her curls. "You're just like this little lamb, fluffy and adorable." Chloe took a cautious bite. Crispy outside, soft inside, sweet but not too sweet. Her eyes sparkled as she clutched a handful of cookies and nibbled away, completely satisfied. The other 4 pounced immediately. Gertrude held up a fox-shaped cookie and pointed smugly at Ryan's bunny one. "My fox can eat your little bunny." "No way." Ryan shook her head and grabbed a bear cookie. "My bear eats your fox." "And my tiger eats your bear," Daniel chimed in with a smirk, jumping into battle mode. Ryan looked devastated as she scanned her bowl. "Ugh, nothing beats a tiger." Ethan gave the group a side-eye. "So childish." Then he spotted an elephant-shaped cookie, face lighting up. "Ha! Elephant crushes tiger. You're done." Daniel sadly put down the tiger. But in the blink of an eye, Gertrude lunged forward, snatched Ethan's cookie, and stuffed it straight into her mouth. While chewing, she mumbled, "Doesn't matter how strong you are, you all end up in my tummy anyway." Gertrude's innocent comment had everyone cracking up on the spot. Even viewers in the live chat couldn't hold back their laughter. Gertrude just beat magic with magic. No wonder Luna's such a hit with the kids. She actually makes the effort to cheer them up. Ugh, doesn't she have a kid to look after? Always hanging around Chloe like they're paired guests or something. Right? One's fake sweet, the other's ungrateful. Good thing Emily's got the patience of a saint. As Luna's cookies came out of the oven, the rest of the dessert started finishing up too. Milk tea's ready. Sophie came over holding a big basin of murky brown liquid with burnt tea leaves floating like tiny charcoal pieces on top. Luna paused, unsure what to say. "This is milk tea?" "Of course," Sophie beamed. "It's my signature, brown sugar goat milk tea. One of a kind." The other guests offered polite but awkward expressions, not keen to crush her enthusiasm. Ben gave a weak chuckle and a thumbs up. Well, definitely creative. But kids didn't bother sugarcoating anything. Ryan eyed the drink suspiciously, then leaned over and whispered to Daniel, "Told you it wouldn't turn out great." Daniel, ever the gentleman, smiled softly. "It might not look great, but maybe it tastes better than it seems." Gertrude's eyes lit up at that. She smirked and raised her hand. "Aunt Sophie, Daniel says he wants 2 full cups." Sophie's face lit up like she'd won the lottery. Knew it. That kid's got taste. She cheerfully poured a giant cup and handed it to Daniel. Daniel hesitated, lips twitching, then shut his eyes and chugged the whole cup in one go. "Well, good?" Sophie asked eagerly. Daniel forced a nod, his voice strained. "It's a very unique flavor." And just like that, the barrage of comments in the live stream exploded. Daniel, "Gertrude, what did I ever do to you?" Lol. He didn't say it's good, he said unique flavor. That's some pro-level diplomacy. "Sophie, I may be a danger in the kitchen, but at least I'm confident." After that one massive cup, Daniel firmly refused a second. Sophie had no choice but to reluctantly set the cup down and try to offer her magic milk tea to others, who all politely declined. While everyone was dodging Sophie's offer, Emily put out her goat milk rolls for people to try. She'd done a decent job, nothing fancy, but solid. Altogether, she racked up a neat 18 points. Ben Carter's fried milk finally made it to the table. Honestly, it looked kinda weird, each piece practically split open, showing all the filling. But since it was his first shot at making it, the kids gave him some pity points. "Let's give him a friendly 15, someone said, and the others nodded along, feeling sorry for the clumsy uncle. Sarah Thompson wasn't so lucky with her ginger milk pudding. The kids had sharp taste buds and weren't fans of the strong ginger flavor, not one bit. So the 5 of them teamed up and gave her low scores. In the end, she only scored 10, just a smidge better than Sophie Ellsworth's last place. Getting that score, Sarah's face froze a bit. It was clear she didn't take it well, especially when she saw the kids all crowding around Luna Evans, full of smiles and giggles. That really pushed her patience to the edge. Luna, meanwhile, was totally unaware of the tension. The kids were obsessed with her cookies, all talking at once, begging her to make more. All right, she laughed. "Next time I've got a bit of free time, I'll whip up some more for you cuties." With that promise, the little ones nodded like happy puppies and gave her the top score of 23. The only missing 2 points? Ethan Walker held them back. Not because the cookies weren't good, he just didn't want his stepmom getting too cocky about it. After all the baking and tasting, the afternoon flew by while the kids munched and played and gave out their ratings. As dusk settled in, smoke curled lazily from chimneys in the distance, and herders guided livestock back home. The village head called everyone over for dinner, lively chatter filling the air as filming on day 1 wrapped up. Post-dinner, the village head handed each child a full jar of fresh goat milk for strong bones, he said, grinning. Ethan clutched his milk like it was treasure. He unscrewed the lid, took a long whiff, and looked totally blissed out, but didn't drink a single drop. "You planning to sleep holding that thing?" Luna scrunched her nose. "There's no fridge here, kiddo. If you don't drink it soon, it'll go sour." Ethan gave a slight shiver but still wouldn't drink. "If you're not going to drink it, I will." Don't waste it. Luna grinned slyly, pretending to reach for it. Spooked, Ethan curled up like a ball and hugged the milk tighter to his chest like it was his last possession. Luna looked confused. After a long, awkward pause, Ethan finally mumbled, I don't want to pee in the night. What? She blinked. I mean, I'm scared of like big bad wolves, his voice barely above a whisper. That got Luna. She burst out laughing, wiping tears from her eyes. Oh, honey, I was totally messing with you. There aren't any wolves up here. Ethan pouted, obviously annoyed he'd been tricked. He gave her a harmless little punch with his tiny fist, totally unimpressed with her joke. Luna chuckled, letting him hit her. All right, drink up. I'll go with you if you need to pee tonight. That finally made the kid smile. He downed the entire jar without saying another word. Then he tugged shyly at Luna Evans's shirt hem. Come with me to the bathroom, right now. All right, let's go, Luna agreed without hesitation. The two of them, one big, one small, lifted the flap of the yurt and stepped out into the dark. Not long after, Ethan Walker took care of his business. As they were heading back, faint shuffling sounds drifted out from inside the yurt. The boy immediately ducked behind Luna, looking scared stiff. She patted his shoulder gently. It's okay, she said softly, though she herself felt a little on edge. Could there actually be a wolf? Luna slowly pushed her way inside, every step cautious. The blanket on the bed was puffed up, clear as day, hiding something underneath. She swallowed hard, grabbed a stool in one hand and lifted the blanket with the other, only to find Chloe rolling around under the covers. Setting the stool aside, Luna let out a laugh. It's super late, kiddo. What are you doing here? Chloe peeked out, nuzzling against Luna's leg, and said in her baby voice, I want to sleep with Auntie. You can't just sneak out like that, though. Luna pinched her nose playfully. Everyone will worry. As soon as she said that, Chloe's cheerful eyes dimmed, like someone flipped a switch. Seeing the shift, Luna suddenly remembered her guardian was Emily Harris, and with how Emily was, she probably wasn't too concerned. Luna pulled Chloe close and opened her phone, sending a message to Emily on WeChat. Chloe's with me. She said she wants to sleep here tonight. Is that okay? The reply came lightning fast. Sure, thank you so much. You know the yurt we have is really cramped. It's fine for me, but not great for her. I hate being apart from Chloe, but I can't bear to let her sleep like that. Luna rolled her eyes hard, not even bothering to finish reading the rest of that fake nice nonsense. Nestled between one kid on either side, Luna leaned back in bed, pulled out her reader app, and started telling a bedtime story. Chloe snuggled in closer, eyes fluttering shut in total contentment. On the other side, Ethan gave her and her clingy shadow a dagger glare, turned over, and went to sleep with an irritated huff. Inside her tiny, run-down yurt, Emily Harris set her phone down and smirked. That little nobody. Only Luna would treat her precious. Her being gone actually made everything easier. Get anything yet? She asked her assistant, raising a brow. The assistant shook her head. Nothing. Emily's face darkened. Useless. I'll have to do it myself. With that, she stood and stepped outside, her eyes gleaming with determination. I'll find him, no matter what. The first light of dawn filtered through the misty woods, birds chirping in the trees. Luna Evans opened her eyes to find the two kids in her arms sprawled out in all directions. One had chubby little legs draped over her stomach, the other curled up tight in the crook of her arm, tiny breaths tickling her skin. A wave of tenderness washed over her. She gently shifted out from under them and got out of bed as silently as she could. Just as she slipped on her jacket, Chloe smacked her lips in her sleep, flipped over with a flail of her leg, and promptly knocked herself to the other side of the bed, still snoozing away. Meanwhile, Ethan Walker rubbed his eyes and sat up, starting to get dressed without needing a word. That kid always kept to his routine, even with no cameras on him. Luna smiled softly. You've got 2 more hours before the show starts. You can nap a little longer if you want. But Ethan shook his head, pride clear on his face. No way, I'm not some lazy pig or anything. Sure enough, the lazy pig on the bed was sprawled out like a pancake, fast asleep, drooling into the pillow. 2 hours later, all the guests gathered in front of the yurt for the daily briefing. The director, holding a loudspeaker, strolled up slowly and announced, Ahem, let's go over the current point standings. First place, Luna Evans' team with 23 points. Second, Emily Harris's team with 18. Ben Carter's team has 15. Sarah Thompson's group is at 10. And dead last, Sophie Ellsworth's team with just 8. After that, the crew pulled open the back of the supply truck behind him. Inside was a spread of appliances, tower fans, smoothie makers, and a bunch of snacks, including chips. Welcome to the supply supermarket. Nothing's for sale here, points only, the director said, holding up a tiny portable fan and pointing to the price tag. This little guy will cost you 15 points. Everything here is labeled. Pick what you need wisely. Ben raised an eyebrow. Come on, director. Isn't that a bit steep? Everything's so overpriced. This is daylight robbery. Sophie scrunched her nose. Why didn't you tell us earlier we could use points for stuff? The director gave her a look full of pity, setting the fan down. Your team only racked up 8 points. Doesn't even buy a bag of chips. What were you planning to get? A scooter. Ugh. Sophie had no comeback. She sulked and muttered, If I'd known this, I would have tried harder yesterday. Once the store tour wrapped up, the director clapped his hands to get their attention. Today's mission, herding sheep. The task sounded simple. Take the sheep up the mountain, feed them, bring them back. That was it. The guests didn't take it seriously at all. This is a freebie, Sophie said, puffing out her chest. Ben cracked his knuckles. Finally, something easy. The director just smiled mysteriously. Don't forget to pack plenty of snacks. You'll be out there all day. So off they went, each hoisting overstuffed hiking backpacks filled with food. The adults led the grown sheep, while the kids pulled along the little lambs. The whole group set out into the hills with big grins on their faces. But those smiles didn't last long. The moment they started, the group realized sheep weren't the quiet fluffballs they'd imagined. These guys were trouble. The adult sheep were nearly half the size of a person and had zero fear. One broke free from its lid, leapt forward, and reared up onto a tree to nibble leaves. Sophie shrieked and bolted, completely abandoning any hope of keeping her cool. Are you kidding me? That sheep's unhinged. She was practically sprinting in the opposite direction, totally forgetting there was supposed to be some sort of mission involved. Things weren't going so well on the other side either. The grown sheep were totally unfazed by people and had zero intention of cooperating. Try to force them, and they'd just raise their tough horns like they were ready for battle. Sarah Thompson swallowed nervously and took a big step back. Wait, is that sheep really thinking of ramming me? Ben Carter frowned and said seriously, Honestly, who knows? Better stay back. With your tiny frame, one hit and you're airborne. Safety first, Emily Harris added with a gentle smile, patting Sarah's shoulder to comfort her. Let's wait till they calm down, then go in. Everyone just stood there, not knowing what to do. Even Luna Evans looked tense, carefully gripping the rope, not daring to pull too hard, but also too scared to let go. Watching everyone frozen on screen, viewers in the live stream were cracking up. Sophie really looks terrified. She's already meme material now. These sheep are straight-up trolls. I can't stop laughing. You can see the light leave the guests' eyes after getting owned by a bunch of sheep. Lol. While the adults were scrambling, the kids weren't having much better luck either. The lambs were unbelievably skittish and fast. The moment you loosened your grip, they bolted, disappearing into the distance like it was a race. Gertrude was quick on her feet and barely managed to catch up and wrangle a lamb. Ryan Smith, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. She ran just a few steps before gasping for air, chasing a lamb that zipped around the hills like it was toying with her. Stop! I said stop, please, Ryan cried while running. Still couldn't catch it. Unlike the others bustling around, Chloe totally checked out. The lambs were going wild right in front of her, but she didn't even blink, lying under a tree and basically dozing off. Nearby, Daniel was giving motivational speeches to a lamb. See this rope? I'm not going to pull it tight, just be cool, all right? Before he even finished talking, the lamb yanked back and darted off full speed, knocking him over. Luckily, the grass was soft, so the fall wasn't too bad. Watching the kids get wrecked by lambs, the live stream chat went nuts. That lamb really said, talk less, fly more. Daniel, wow, impressive. Launched me 5 feet effortlessly. Ryan out here redefining herding. It's not herding sheep, it's sheep herding her. Only Ethan Walker stayed chill. He let the lamb run wild till it got tired. Then, once it paused for a breather, he quietly crept up and nabbed it, slipping a collar around its neck like a pro. Other kids tried copying him, but since they had already burned out all their energy earlier, by the time they felt rested, so did the lambs, and the cycle just kept repeating. They couldn't keep up. In the end, only Gertrude and Daniel managed to catch one. After all that chaos, lunchtime finally rolled around. Guests sat down on the grass after settling the sheep, pulling out their packed food for a hard-earned break. After a whole morning of running around, everyone was completely beat, and even the simplest food now looked like a feast. Sophie Ellsworth took a bite of her sandwich, nearly tearing up. "Oh my God, I didn't expect to actually enjoy something I made myself." Her sandwich had overcooked eggs, crispy bacon, and even the bread was borderline burnt. Ben gave her a look and nodded. "Yup, you're definitely starving." Emily brought out her rice balls, shaped into cute little cats with clear attention to detail. She opened her fragrant bento box and said kindly, "Hey kids, who wants some rice balls?" Gertrude drooled as she shuffled over. "Thank you, Auntie." The other kids weren't far behind. They all gathered around, thanked her in their baby voices, then dug in with gusto. Once everyone had flashed their lunch inventory, all eyes turned to Luna Evans. Sophie rubbed her hands together excitedly. "Luna, what tasty stuff did you bring today?" Luna Evans gave a sly grin and pulled out 2 packs of pickled mustard greens, along with some instant noodles from her bag. And not even the fancy cup noodles kind, just the super basic packets you can grab at any corner store. "Sis Luna," Sophie Ellsworth cried dramatically, "I was counting on mooching your food, and all you packed is a bag of instant noodles?" "Nope," Luna said calmly, shaking her head. She unzipped her bag and dumped out the rest. There were at least 14 or 15 packs of noodles. As she laid them out, she explained, "The director only gave us half an hour to prep food. I didn't have time to whip up anything big, so I figured I'd just bring a bunch of instant noodles. At least we won't starve. Taste? That's a problem for future me." Ben Carter glanced down at his half-eaten wrap and nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I only managed to throw together 2 before we left. One for me, one for Daniel. Didn't think we'd be working so hard today. One wrap's not nearly enough." Sarah Thompson, though, wasn't impressed. "I brought plenty of tortillas. If you have some patience and plan it out, it's totally possible to bring enough food." People watching the live stream were stunned. "Wait, this is how celeb lunches look? Hello, I'm a blind viewer. Heard the stars are having a picnic. Was expecting a fancy buffet or something. LOL, Luna's lunch game is weaker than what I packed for work. She really said I'm lazy and gave us a whole thesis to justify it. Iconic." Luna didn't bother explaining further, which made Sarah even more smug. Lifting her chin, she boasted, "Well, I also packed 2 big drumsticks. More than enough for Gertrude and me." She didn't even finish before Gertrude raised a shaky hand from behind. Auntie Sarah, I already ate the drumsticks on the way." "What?" Sarah spun around, eyes wide. Gertrude gave an awkward laugh while patting her stomach. "I ran around so much earlier. Now I'm starving again." Sarah clenched her jaw, clearly irritated but trying to keep it together since the cameras were still rolling. Trying to ease the tension, Sophie chimed in. "Oh man, my sandwiches are long gone and I'm still hungry. Luna, can I grab a pack of noodles?" Ben quickly jumped in too. "Yeah, my wrap's basically done. Mind passing me one of those and some mustard greens too?" "Sure," Luna nodded and started handing out packets from her bag. In the end, just like she'd predicted, no one had enough food. They all gathered around, munching on instant noodles together. Sarah, clearly embarrassed, refused to take Luna's noodles and stubbornly chewed on her tortilla. After everyone finished lunch, it was back to herding the sheep. The kids had already figured out the basics, and the adults watched the herders closely, trying to pick up their techniques. Sarah, having eaten too little, had barely any energy and looked dead on her feet during the task. Before long, the sky started to dim into evening. The setting sun lit the clouds on fire, casting red and orange streaks across the sky as the herders slowly brought the animals back. The cast members finally wrapped up the challenge. They were exhausted, but you could see genuine smiles on their tired faces. The director had been waiting in front of the yurt for a while. The group looked nothing like they did that morning, dusty, worn out, and dragging their feet. Ben, walking at the back, was carrying two snoozing kids, looking absolutely wiped out. The director looked over and couldn't help but say, "Wow, you guys really look beat." He glanced at the sheep behind the guests and let out a laugh. "You guys started with 10 sheep. How come there are only 6 now? Where did the rest go?" Sophie Ellsworth huffed, arms crossed. "I grilled the rest and ate them." The director burst out laughing. "Now you finally get how tough herding is, huh?" Ben Carter let out a sigh, his face looking like he aged 5 years. "Yeah, definitely. Herding sheep is no joke. Farmers are something else." Seeing how beat they all looked, the director didn't keep teasing. He cleared his throat and read out the results. Ethan Walker and Luna Evans completed the task smoothly, earning 4 points, total 27. Emily Harris and Chloe got 4 points, total 22. Ben Carter and Daniel earned 2 points, total 17. Sophie Ellsworth and Ryan Smith got 2 points, total 10. Sarah Thompson and Gertrude ended up with 0, total still 10. The moment she realized they'd dropped to last place, Sarah's face sank. She shot Luna a sharp glare, eyes filled with unconcealed resentment. "Now that each team has some points, is there anything you'd like to trade for?" The director clapped his hands and motioned toward the supply truck lined with items. "I want a fan." Sophie immediately raised her hand. "It's way too hot at night, and the mosquitoes are driving me crazy." As she spoke, she leaned in closer to check the label under the fans. And boy, was she stunned. Standing fan, 100 points. Desk fan, 50. Even a tiny handheld fan cost 20. Sophie scowled at the overpriced pocket fan, just about to complain who'd waste points on such a kiddie toy. Then Emily's voice chimed in from behind. "Director, we'll take one of the mini fans." "Huh?" Sophie turned, blinking hard. "With all your points, why not save up more and go for a bigger one? This tiny thing's not even worth it." Emily just smiled gently. "Our yurt doesn't have much space for a big fan." "Ah." Sophie went quiet, awkwardly recalling the cramped tent where you'd basically bump into the bed, opening the flap. In the end, she skimmed through the rest of the stock, sighed dramatically, and traded 10 points for 2 paper fans. Ryan Smith held up the little fan and fluttered it once. She pouted. "Honestly, waving my hand's cooler than this." "Ungrateful little thing," Sophie pinched her chubby cheeks. "Weren't you the one screaming the other day about melting from the heat?" Ryan pouted harder. "My arm itches." The kid rolled up her sleeve, revealing a mess of bug bites. "These mosquitoes are out for blood." Behind her, Ben also piped up, sounding desperate. "Any chance we can get some insect repellent or bug spray? The mosquitoes here are vicious. We can tough it out, but the kids are getting eaten alive." The director looked at their pitiful faces, then finally nodded. He handed each group a bottle of bug spray and floral water. The guests just started showing grateful smiles when the director quickly added, "Hold on, consider this a loan. That stuff adds up to 50 points. I expect full repayment within 10 days. Your interest kicks in." "What? That's robbery. You're charging interest on bug spray?" Sophie scowled. "You're like a loan shark, so stingy." She and Ben shared a look, both equally annoyed by the director's sneaky tactics. Luna Evans didn't say a word, just stood there quietly without reacting. Sophie glanced over, confused. "Luna, aren't you guys getting anything? Isn't it too hot to sleep?" Luna gave a calm look, lazily lifting her lids. "We've got enough space in our place. We don't need to pile up, so it stays pretty breezy." Ben gave her a deadpan look. "Luna, do you even hear yourself right now?" Sophie looked a bit envious. "Right? Your tent's totally next level. So lucky." Luna chuckled. "Then work hard for those points. Maybe you'll upgrade your living situation too." As the last bit of sunlight faded beyond the horizon, the long day of filming finally wrapped up. The group chatted and laughed on their way to the village chief's house for dinner. After the meal, Ethan rubbed his round little belly and tugged at Luna's sleeve. "I want to go for a walk." Luna was a bit stuffed too, so she nodded and took his soft little hand, leading him out of the tent. Sparse stars dotted the vast sky above. The breeze rustled through the tall grass, whispering as it passed. Lost in the peaceful night and the shining evening star, the two wandered farther and farther until they ended up in front of a small, worn-down brick house. An elderly woman stepped out. She was frail, her skin dark and full of deep lines. Everyone they'd met in the village so far had been pretty warm, so Luna gave the old lady a kind smile and started to raise her hand in greeting. But the woman just passed her by with a cold glance and walked straight outside. Luna awkwardly touched her nose, turning to leave. She had barely taken 2 steps when a familiar chime echoed in her head. Ding! System has detected an important supporting character. Name: Olivia Anderson. Would you like to initiate bonding? Seriously? Just taking a walk and you bump into a major character. Talk about dumb luck. But who the heck was Olivia Anderson? She wasn't mentioned in any part of the book, right? Luna mulled it over. She'd earned plenty of points from Liam earlier and figured it was time to chill for a bit. She casually waved her hand. Yeah, no thanks. I'm taking a break. Confirming rejection of the mission to bond with important character Olivia Anderson. You will forfeit 1,000 sincerity points. Wait a sec. Luna rubbed her eyes, thinking maybe she misread something. Did you say 1,000 points? She nearly shouted. That much? The system didn't bother replying, just kept its flat tone. If the user wishes to reject, please press the decline button. If no action is taken within 10 seconds, it will be considered a rejection. 10, 9. I'm not giving it up. Who said I quit? Faced with the lure of that many points, Luna surrendered faster than she'd like to admit. Bonding successful. Congratulations. User is now connected with Olivia Anderson. Character role: low-key billionaire. Current trust level 0. Mission: build rapport. Reach 100 favor points to earn 1,000 sincerity points. Luna glanced at the shabby little brick house, her mouth twitching. That's billionaire lifestyle now? Skipping the mansion to crash in a fixer-upper. Please refrain from doubting the system. Olivia Anderson's status is confirmed and accurate. All right, Luna said with an exaggerated shrug. Noticing her staring intently at the stone and brick house, Ethan tilted his head, puzzled. After a while, a chilly gust cut through the air. He finally tugged at her hand and whispered, Can we go back now? I'm cold. Yeah, let's head back. Luna took off her jacket and wrapped it around his little shoulders. She didn't think too hard about the Olivia thing, brushing it off as another XP opportunity. What she didn't know was that, elsewhere, someone was practically tearing up the entire grassland just trying to find Olivia Anderson. Emily, how's it going? Any leads on her? The elegant woman on the other end of the call lounged comfortably in a spa chair, her voice half lazy, half urgent. No way. Emily Harris lowered her head, frowning. Mom, are you really sure about the info you gave me? How on earth could Anderson be living in a dump like this? As she spoke, her face twisted in visible disgust. This place reeks. I can't even stay here one more second. Mrs. Harris stood up and waved off the server who was refilling tea. Once the room was empty again, she leaned in slightly. Just bear with it. I asked around. Olivia Anderson's net worth is beyond insane. If we can get her on board with our foundation, we'll be swimming in money. Her eyes sparkled with greed, the kind she didn't even bother hiding. Be patient. Keep digging. I've already got my eye on a Hermes Birkin bag. If this works out, I'll get you one too. Emily's expression softened a bit at that, her interest clearly piqued. Her brows slowly relaxed as a smile tugged at her lips. All right, Mom. Got it. I'll put my full effort into finding her. The next morning, all the guests gathered in front of the yurt. The director announced the new challenge. Each guest would be paired with a horse. Over the next few days, they were to bond with their horse and take lessons from a trainer, with a riding competition happening in 3 days. The kids were each assigned a mini horse too and would take part in a group race later. Among the 5 children, only Daniel and Ethan Walker had riding experience. The other 3 were totally new, so the 2 boys eagerly offered to help teach them. As for the adults, most had some exposure to horseback riding. Sophie Ellsworth and Emily had trained before during historical drama shoots. Sarah Thompson, being ultra-rich, had learned riding as a child. Ben Carter was a hobbyist who'd even taken home a trophy or 2. Luna Evans was the only one with no public horse riding background. Sarah walked off smugly, leading her thoroughbred and casting a sideways glance at Luna, who hadn't moved. Emily stepped closer, her tone soft and friendly. "Luna, want me to give you a hand with riding?" Luna didn't respond. She went straight to the white horse, grabbed the reins, and with a clean, practiced motion, mounted it. Sunlight spilled over her as she sat upright on horseback, her sleek ponytail swaying behind her. The way she galloped off, graceful yet powerful, was straight up captivating. Everyone around couldn't help but stare. "That's next level cool," Sophie clapped excitedly. Ethan's chest puffed up a bit, obviously proud. Emily was left standing there, her face clearly stiffening, while Sarah's smug expression dropped in an instant. Luna jumped her horse over a fence and rode a wide loop around the field before returning calmly. The village chief gave an approving nod. "Miss Evans, your riding's top-notch. Looks like someone's had some real training." Then he clapped his hands, calling the children over. "All right, kids, time for riding lessons. With effort, you'll be just as cool as the lady earlier. Horses get spooked easily," he explained. "You have to let the horse get used to you first. Try holding out your hand near its nose. Real gentle now. If it's okay with that, you can feed it some carrot and use the back of your hand to stroke its cheek. Once it feels comfy, you can start walking it around on the reins." The 5 little ones nodded, sort of understanding, as the staff handed them apples and carrots to feed the ponies. Watching them concentrate so seriously, the village chief smiled. "Careful not to overfeed them, though. Otherwise, they'll get too chubby to run in the race." Gertrude held out a shiny red apple to a small pony. The pony sniffed it with curiosity, then took a giant chomp, juice dribbling messily down its chin. Seeing that, Gertrude swallowed and grabbed her own apple from the basket. Taking a big bite, crunch, it really did taste fresh and sweet. Gertrude's eyes lit up with excitement as she scarfed down the apple in a few bites, then quickly reached into the basket for another one, clearly planning to keep it for herself. Ethan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "If your horse ends up hungry, it's 'cause you ate all its snacks, not 'cause it didn't have any." Gertrude tilted her chin up, full of defiance. "Tsk, we're besties. My little horse is totally cool with sharing." "Yeah, right. That's not sharing." Ryan jumped in from behind, cutting her off with a laugh. "You're just sneaking bites 'cause it can't talk back. You guys are the worst." Gertrude huffed when she realized she was losing the argument. Making a face, she stomped off in a huff. Meanwhile, Chloe stood nervously in front of a pony munching on the grass, its tail gently swishing to chase away the flies buzzing around. "It's okay. Try petting it," Daniel encouraged her with a calm voice. Chloe hesitantly reached out, nerves clear in her stiff posture. Her hand trembled slightly as she connected with the pony's mane, locking eyes with its soft, watery gaze. Gritting her teeth, she gently ran her palm over the thick, silky hair. The gentle texture, along with the pony's docile stance, gradually eased her fear. Daniel noticed her finally making contact and smiled warmly, clearly proud of her. "Chief, can you teach us how to ride again?" Ryan tugged on the village chief's sleeve enthusiastically. "Yeah, please," Gertrude chimed in, her eyes wide with anticipation. The kids swarmed the tall old man, voices blending together in high-pitched excitement. Far across the open plains, sheep and cows grazed peacefully, the whole scene like a cozy painting. But the peaceful moment didn't last. Henry Mitchell arrived with heavy steps and a puffed-up presence. He was a greasy-looking middle-aged man with a pudgy belly stretching the seams of his tight t-shirt. His tone was cocky, and his accent revealed he wasn't local. Striding straight toward the camera crew, he grinned with yellowed teeth. "Hey, Zhang, how's the shoot going?" he said loudly. "I'm letting y'all film here for free, not asking for a dime, just for kicks. From now on, you're basically one of my guys." The director looked caught off guard, forcing a polite smile. "Morning, Henry. Let's talk about this later when we're off the air." But Henry didn't care one bit. Playing with the prayer beads on his wrist, he started casually wandering around the set. Then his eyes landed on Luna Evans, who was riding a horse nearby. His attention immediately locked onto her, eyes narrowing in a not-so-subtle way. "Hey there," he called out, rubbing his chin with a sleazy grin. "Enjoying the ride? I've got a lot more horses at my bigger estate. We could go check 'em out after this?" Luna's face instantly turned cold. Sitting high on horseback, she gave him a withering look. "No thanks," she replied curtly, then turned her horse and rode off without another word. Henry's face twisted with rage at being brushed off. Pfft, he spat on the ground, fuming. She's got no idea how lucky she is. I wouldn't even care if she wasn't cute. I've got companies, I've got assets. I don't need her approval. His comment, meant to sting, didn't go unnoticed. Off to the side, Emily Harris watched him carefully. Her thoughts raced. Could this guy be the mysterious rich man? As Henry's remarks got nastier, the village chief stepped forward, his face tense. You should head back for now. We're filming. But Henry didn't back down. He stuck out his chest and gave a defiant glare. You're not the boss of me. I'm not one of your villagers, and this is my property. I'll come and go as I like. You, the village chief flushed with anger, raising his hand like he might actually hit him. The director quickly rushed over to diffuse the tension. Mr. Mitchell, please, don't be mad. I swear I'll make it up to you once filming's done, he said, clinging to Henry Mitchell's hand and trying his best to smooth things over. Henry stood there for a long moment before finally leaving with a scowl, clearly not happy. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Who even is this guy? Total creep vibes. Luna Evans was kinda rude, though. Maybe if she just talked nicer, no one else would have had to apologize. Okay, but she's seriously gorgeous. I mean, wow, that face. Creepy dude needs to disappear ASAP. Isn't that harassment? Props to Luna for standing up to him. Different from the tide of comments bashing Henry, Emily Harris just quietly stared at his retreating figure, her mind racing. She shuffled over to the village chief and casually brought up the man's background. The info she got matched Henry's point for point. Well, that was easier than expected. Emily's heart jumped with excitement. Her eyes lit up like she'd just spotted a gold mine. Forget creepy. This guy was basically walking money. Now, with her mind elsewhere, she couldn't focus at all during the writing practice. Meanwhile, Luna Evans had led Ethan Walker and Gertrude away from the ranch, following the fence line until they came to a beautiful lake. The sunlight bounced off the water in shimmering ripples, and the scenery was almost magical. Mesmerized, Ethan and Gertrude slowly walked toward the lake, while Luna stayed back to tie up the horses to a tree nearby. Further ahead, hidden a bit in the grass, sat Olivia Anderson. She was completely absorbed in her painting, working on a large, vivid landscape canvas. Gertrude and Ethan wandered over, immediately drawn to the artwork. Wow, you're amazing, ma'am, Ethan said, his eyes fixed on the painting. It's like it's alive, Gertrude chimed in, nodding excitedly. Olivia stayed calm, darting a glance around them. This area wasn't exactly safe. Where had these two kids even come from? Still, she didn't ask, just kept mixing colors and working away. Ethan remained glued to her every move, practically studying her strokes. Gertrude, on the other hand, quickly got bored and wandered off toward the water's edge. Luna, having tied the horses, had just taken a step toward them when a burst of laughter rang through the air. Ha! Look what I caught, Gertrude shouted, holding up a huge green frog, her muddy hands waving around excitedly. Ethan squinted at her, already uneasy. The moment he realized what she was holding, he let out a yelp and took off running. Gertrude, of course, took that as a challenge and charged straight at him with the frog. Don't be a baby. Say hi to Mr. Froggy. Ethan didn't look back, just bolted across the grass, sweating bullets and not daring to stop. Gertrude's laughter echoed across the lakeside. The chat blew up again. Gertrude opens her mouth and boom, there goes the peaceful vibe. LOL, Ethan's scared of bugs and frogs. Fraggle much? Careful what you say, Ethan's fans are everywhere. Proceed with caution. They're kinda wild to be messing around like that near water, though. Luna really ducked out while everyone's training. Classic move. Luna quickly noticed the chase getting out of hand and raised her voice. Gertrude, stop running, Ethan. Before she could finish, Ethan's foot slipped on the grass. He tumbled forward, knocking over Olivia's easel. Wet paint smeared across his face and he stumbled, one foot slipping again. He teetered helplessly toward the lake's edge. Ethan! The director of the shoot was practically screaming his lungs out. This was Ethan Walker, heir to the Walker Group. If anything happened to him mid-show, they'd all be toast. The crew immediately dropped their gear and bolted toward the lake. Is he okay? What are you standing around for? Get moving. The camera had rolled onto the grass, and viewers in the live stream chat were freaking out. Where's the kid? Is Ethan all right? The camera's on the ground. Please tell me nothing happened. This is on Luna Evans. She's supposed to be watching the kid, not dragging him all over the place. Just as disaster was about to strike, Olivia Anderson reacted fast, grabbing Ethan by the collar and yanking him out of the water with a swift pull of her arm. Luna came running, face pale, and hugged the trembling boy. It's okay now. Several tense seconds later, Ethan finally calmed down. He wiped at the tears clinging to his lashes and looked up at Olivia with a tiny voice. Thank you, Grandma. Luna echoed with a grateful tone. Thank you so much, thank you. Olivia packed up her art supplies, gaze like ice. How do you watch over a kid like this? Letting him wander near a dangerous spot. I'm so sorry, Luna bowed deep. This is all on me. I'll be more careful. Humph. Olivia let out a cold laugh. Kids these days aren't the only ones careless. Turning on her heel, she walked off without another word. Once she left, the crew rushed over to check on Ethan. Are you okay? It's okay now, little Ethan. Everything's all right? Luna bent down and ruffled his hair gently. Are you hurt anywhere? No, Ethan answered, much calmer now. He shook his head and met everyone's eyes squarely. I'm fine. Gertrude, who'd gotten into the mess with him, was quiet for once. She tossed aside the frog she'd been playing with and shuffled over to Ethan, head drooped, fingers nervously fiddling with her shirt hem. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to scare you, and I definitely shouldn't have been messing around by the lake. Ethan peeked at her gloomy face, the anger in him fading fast. He turned his head to the side stubbornly without replying, lips still in a pout. The director finally exhaled when he noticed Ethan looked okay, not pale, no shaking, just a bit wet and wide-eyed. He grabbed the bullhorn and had the team pick up the toppled camera and gear. Everyone, please don't worry. Ethan's fine. He was pulled to safety in time by an elderly lady painting by the lake. He's totally unhurt. With his explanation directed at the camera, the viewers online finally chilled out. Oh, thank God, that scared the life out of me. That lake looked deep as hell. Why didn't the production team pick somewhere safer to shoot? Gertrude wasn't thinking at all. Poor Ethan, so close to falling in. Luna Evans is so careless. Doesn't she know how to look after a kid? Last episode, Ethan got hurt. Now it's almost drowning. If you can't handle it, don't be on the show at all. Luna Evans should quit the industry. Irresponsible people like her don't deserve to be raising kids. The comment section exploded, and the mood at the shooting site turned heavy. With an accident this major, no one was in the mood to keep filming. The director led his crew back to the stables and immediately filled in the executive producer. Hearing the report, the producer frowned and didn't hesitate. The shoot was temporarily shut down. He then had the whole crew start a thorough safety inspection of the entire grassland, making sure nothing like this could happen again. To cheer Ethan up, Luna whipped up a big plate of fresh cream rolls for dessert. Then she glanced at the mushrooms and chicken on the counter and figured she might as well make a nourishing chicken soup while at it. After walking Ethan back to the yurt, she took the steaming bowl of soup and headed down a quiet trail toward a modest little courtyard. She knocked lightly on the door. Yeah? Olivia's voice came from inside, annoyed. The old lady finally opened up, only to be met with Luna's bright smile. What are you doing here? Olivia eyed her suspiciously. I just wanted to say thank you, Luna said with a sincere look, raising the bowl a bit. If it wasn't for you today, things could have gone really bad. I'll make sure he's never out of sight again. Olivia squinted at her, studying her for a moment. Seeing Luna's earnest expression, she finally accepted the bowl with a nod. All right, I'll take it. Just make sure you're more careful next time. Yes, absolutely. Really, thank you so much again, Luna said, nodding repeatedly. Okay, Olivia glanced at the gloomy sky. It's getting late. You should head back. They exchanged a few more polite words before Olivia closed the door, and Luna turned to go. Just as she turned around, the familiar chime echoed in her head again. Olivia's affection 0.01. That's it? All that for a 0.01 increase? Luna's smile twitched slightly. If this was the pace, she'd need to start from the Qin dynasty to win her over. No wonder the system handed out so many points to start with. This was clearly a max difficulty character. Well, whatever. Still plenty of time left before the show ends. She'd play the long game. Trying to keep her spirits up, Luna gave herself a silent pep talk. Back at the yurt, Ethan was perched on the bed, happily munching on cream rolls. His lips were ringed with milk, and there was a big clump of breadcrumbs stuck to his nose. When he saw Luna walk in, he put down his book and tilted his head. "Where'd you go? You took forever." "I went to thank the old lady who was painting by the lake." Luna took off her jacket as she spoke. "She's the one who grabbed you in time. You could have ended up in the lake if not for her. You've got to be more careful when you play." Before she could finish, the phone in her pocket buzzed. She pulled it out, and the name on the screen made her jump. Alexander Walker. Heart pounding, she fumbled to answer. "Mr. Walker, it's pretty late. Did you need something?" "I heard Ethan nearly fell into the lake today." On the other end, the man sat poised in a sleek leather chair, his sharp features set in a harsh line. His eyes were dark, unreadable, but the tension in his voice was undeniable. Luna's heartbeat quickened. She couldn't help tremble slightly, eyes downcast as she bit her lip. "I'm really sorry. I should have been watching him better." "Don't let this happen again." Alexander's voice cut through the line, cold as ice. Even though his voice was low and smooth, there was a heavy warning buried in it that made her chest tighten. The man really had presence. Even through a phone screen, he could make someone feel cornered. "I understand," Luna said, her voice barely steady. Before she could say more, Ethan suddenly shouted into the phone, "Dad, don't blame her. I was the one running around." Hearing his son's voice, Alexander's frown eased just a little. The kid looked up and nudged Luna, lips pursed, clearly asking her to pass him the phone. After taking the phone, Ethan smiled sweetly. "Dad, I'm okay. I was just running around by the lake. It wasn't my stepmom's fault. You didn't get hurt?" Alexander Walker's voice was cool, but the worry still came through. "Nope," the boy answered firmly. Hearing that, Alexander finally relaxed a bit. "Next time, don't mess around near the lake. Stay safe. Don't go where it's risky," he said, with a bit of sternness in his tone. Ethan nodded quickly, promising to be more careful. Alexander gave a few more reminders before hanging up. After handing the phone back, Ethan reached for Luna Evans's warm hand and looked up with his chubby little face. "Can we sleep now? I'm super sleepy." "Okay," Luna replied gently. "I'll tell you a story." "Yeah." The little boy nodded excitedly. Their hands held together. The scene radiated sweetness and warmth. While everyone was resting, Emily Harris, wearing a hat and a mask, sneaked over to the stables. Henry Mitchell was lying on his bed with his t-shirt rolled up, half his stomach exposed, tapping away on a game. Hearing someone come in, he didn't even bother to look. "What's this about?" "Mr. Mitchell, hello, I'm Emily Harris. I saw you earlier at the horse ranch. You seemed like someone really impressive, and I was hoping we could get to know each other." "Saw me earlier?" Henry squinted, trying hard to remember who this woman was. It took him a good while, but then it clicked. She was one of the TV guests at the stables. That memory set him off, instantly irritated. "What are you doing here?" He glared, voice rising. "Women like you should be tending the house instead of running wild outside. Shameless, thinking you're all that. Acting all high and mighty, but deep down you're even worse than the rest." He tossed his phone aside in frustration and kept ranting, especially throwing shade at Luna Evans. Emily quickly stepped closer, voice soft like honey. "Please calm down. It's Luna. She's the one with no self-awareness. Everyone in the production crew knows what kind of person she is. You, Mr. Mitchell, are successful and capable. She's totally out of your league." After being flattered for a while, Henry finally cooled down a bit. He turned and stared Emily up and down, then commented bluntly that she wasn't nearly as pretty as Luna. Emily clenched her fists, annoyed, and looked up angrily, only to catch sight of the gold-stamped donation certificate on the table. It was from the SPW Foundation. Only donations over 100 million got that. Her eyes gleamed with excitement, and she forced a soft smile, flattering him even more. Soon enough, Henry was grinning ear to ear, completely taken by her. Morning came, with the first light shining through the misty trees and birds chirping away. The guests all gathered outside the yurt for more horse training. Ethan grabbed the saddle and climbed up with ease. He sat upright, his little face looking sharp and adorable, like a tiny prince. Gertrude had her hands stuffed in her pockets, secretly watching him for a while, before she finally mustered the courage to walk over and pull out a chocolate bar. "This is for you. Can you forgive me now?" she said, face slightly puffed, eyes stuck to the chocolate like glue. "You eat it," Ethan said, a bit helpless. "I wasn't mad to begin with." "Really?" Gertrude's eyes lit up instantly, joyful. "Then I'm eating it. I've been saving it forever." Gertrude tore open the wrapper, just about to pop the chocolate into her mouth. She hesitated, looked up, and handed it to Ethan Walker. "Forget it. You take it." "I really don't want it." Ethan shook his head, grabbed the reins, and steered the pony away from her. He'd only gone a few steps when Emily Harris walked over with a gentle smile pasted on her face. "Ethan, I heard you had a close call yesterday. Are you feeling okay now? Last time you hurt your knee, and this time you almost fell into the river. Luna's been a bit careless, huh?" Ethan's brow creased at her words. "Thanks for asking, but I'm fine. If there's nothing else, I'll go practice." His tone was polite but clearly distant. He stepped around her and walked on. Ben Carter finished warming up and rode a few laps around the track, a light sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. Feeling a bit bored while watching the others stroll lazily on horseback, he suddenly shouted, "Hey, since we're all pretty decent at this, how about a friendly race?" Saying that, he tied a towel to the fence on the far side of the arena. "Whoever grabs the towel first wins," he grinned, flashing a bright smile. "No prize, no penalty, just for fun." The other guests nodded in agreement. Sophie Ellsworth turned her horse around and trotted over to Luna Evans. Raising her brows dramatically, she teased, "Luna, go easy on us, okay? Don't leave us in the dust. I'd die of embarrassment." "Will do," Luna laughed, waving her hand. "We go way back. I'll give you a 3-second head start." Sophie clapped cheerfully. "You're the best, Luna." As the two joked around, Sarah Thompson stood nearby, looking annoyed. She rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "One's sucking up, the other just loves the spotlight. Perfect pair." She made sure to keep her back to the camera while whispering, but her little act didn't escape Emily Harris's watchful eyes. Seeing Sarah's barely contained frustration, Emily curved her lips into a knowing smile. The kids around the fence, hearing about the upcoming race, buzzed with excitement and started cheering loudly. Once everyone was ready, the director shouted, and several horses bolted across the field, kicking up a gust of wind behind them. Out of all the riders, only Sophie wasn't too great on horseback. Just a few steps into the race, her horse stopped dead. No matter how much she urged it on, it refused to budge. She sighed and leaned forward to stroke its mane. "Come on, buddy, can you move a little?" The horse didn't react, just snorted and started munching on the grass. The 5 kids nearby burst into laughter at the sight. Watching the other guests speed ahead, Sophie didn't even have it in her to be mad. She just made a face and grumbled, "All right, eat all you want, big guy, but you better run later." Her words had everyone cracking up. Even viewers in the live stream couldn't stop sending comments. Everyone's having their moment, but Sophie's on full-time comedy duty. Pre-show, girl group sweetheart. On the show, bottom-tier comedian. I swear, her face alone cracks me up now. OMG, Luna Evans is killing it out there. Watching her ride is like watching a pro. She's totally here to flex on everyone. Just like the comment said, Luna took the lead right away. Her eyes stayed locked on the towel tied to the fence, sharp and focused. Her high ponytail swayed as she rode, showing off her smooth forehead and flawless profile, full of life and energy. Right behind her, Sarah glared at Luna's back, like she wanted to burn a hole through it. Seeing Luna Evans getting closer and closer to the finish line, Sarah Thompson gritted her teeth, frustration all over her face. No matter how hard she pushed, she just couldn't catch up. In a desperate move, she raised her whip and gave the horse a hard lash on the rear. The horse neighed loudly from the sharp pain, rearing up its front legs in panic, then bolted ahead like it was flying, actually overtaking Luna in an instant and charging straight toward the finish line. Finally winning against Luna for once, Sarah's lips curled into a triumphant smirk, eyes gleaming with pride. But just as she crossed the line, her horse didn't slow down. Far from it. It kept kicking and screaming, totally out of control, trying to throw her off its back. "Ah!" she yelled, panic written all over her face as she clung tightly to the reins, trying not to fall. "Stop her! Someone get that horse under control! Get it to stop!" A few staff members scrambled over. The village chief rushed forward, trying to calm down the crazed animal. It took quite a while before the chief finally managed to grab hold of the reins and steady the horse. Sarah looked like she just survived a tornado. Her face was ghostly pale, and her hair was a total mess, like it had been through a wind tunnel. The director didn't look too pleased either. His expression turned cold, and his tone was anything but gentle. That was way too reckless. It's a friendly match. Was it really worth risking your life? Winning or not, safety should always come first. Already simmering with embarrassment, Sarah completely snapped at being called out in front of everyone. "Mind your own business," she shouted, shoving away the towel a staff member tried to hand her, then stormed off without looking back. That same night, the hashtag Sarah Thompson Diva Threw Fit was stuck on trending for hours. Netizens were going in hard. Some mocked her ego, others joked she was small-time but acts big, or that she was willing to die just to win, and still ended up losing. Things got spicier when folks started comparing every cast member on the show Rural Bliss. Out of the 5 guests, 1 comedian, 1 peacekeeper, 1 bougie hothead, 1 brutally honest firecracker, and then poor Emily, stuck in this mix of chaos. The comments section? Pure battlefield. Why poor Emily? Luna's always chill and only calls things out when necessary. She's not the dramatic one here. Exactly. Sophie's super sweet too. Emily stans just love coming for people. Get a grip. Y'all really stan Luna? Were you not here for the near-drowning Ethan incident? Selective memory much? Get out. All of you. Leave me alone. Sarah suddenly screamed, chucking her phone aside and chasing the staff who were trying to get her to eat right out of the yurt. A long silence followed before a soft, soothing voice came from outside the tent. "Sarah, can I come in?" Sarah recognized Emily Harris right away. She knew better than to piss off a senior with deep roots in the industry, so although stiffly, she replied, "Come in." Emily pushed aside the curtain and went straight to Sarah, who looked like a wreck, face drained, eyes full of fire. "Sigh, Sarah, I get it. Luna always does whatever she wants, steals scenes left and right, and the director clearly favors her. No one can say a word. Even Chloe is glued to her like a magnet, but for the sake of the show, I've just had to keep swallowing it." As she spoke, she carefully watched Sarah's expression. When she saw the storm in her eyes hadn't passed, she added with a low voice, "The next competition's in 2 days. Just saying, be careful. If something off happens with someone's horse during the race, well, things could get way uglier than just losing a match." Was she being careless or deliberate? Hard to tell, but her words hit Sarah like a truck, stirring up a storm in her already chaotic mind. Sarah Thompson kept her cool and smiled slightly. "Thanks for the concern. I'll make sure to take care of myself and give it my all in the next match." While the 2 women exchanged thinly veiled jabs, on the other side, Luna Evans lay in bed, deep in thought. How should she even start to win over Olivia Anderson? Just as she was getting lost in a maze of ideas, a little voice popped up. Chloe, clutching her bunny plushie, trotted into the yurt with her tiny legs, her tones sweet and soft. "Auntie, I'm back again." "Oh, welcome back." Luna's eyes curved into a smile as she reached out and pulled her onto the bed. She grabbed her phone and quickly messaged Emily Harris, told her Chloe wouldn't be heading back tonight. Seeing his shadow had shown up again, Ethan Walker puffed up his cheeks, clearly a bit sulky. Chloe, totally oblivious to his tiny tantrum, dove under the covers and scooted next to him, eyes glued to the tablet in his hands. "What you doing?" "Coloring app," Ethan replied flatly, fingers never pausing. "Ugh, I want to try too." Chloe wiggled her little feet, a grin lighting up her face. The 2 kids started coloring together, their drawing turning out surprisingly great, vibrant, cute, and full of playful energy. Luna watched them, totally into it, when suddenly, ding! Inspiration struck. She remembered seeing Olivia painting by the lake the other day, every stroke so graceful. If she was so good at painting, then quality paint was a must. What if Luna gave her some rare, premium pigments? That'd definitely leave an impression. No sooner thought than acted. Luna opened her assistant's chat and typed straightforwardly that she needed the best, most expensive pigments ASAP. Grace replied fast. Sis, where would I even buy high-end pigments last minute? Plus, delivery here is a pain. No shipping makes it tricky, right? It was kind of unrealistic to get rare pigments that fast. Luna's gaze dimmed. Then another ping. Are the paints for the kids? I could try grabbing some at the little shop down by the mountain tomorrow. Would some cheap ones do for now? Letting a billionaire rely on those $10 mega packs? Luna twitched at the thought. That image alone was a hard no. Thanks, you rest for now. I'll figure something out. She closed the chat, sighing once more. How was she supposed to get those paints and fast? Then suddenly, a light bulb went off. Wait, what about the system store? Her heart skipped. Luna quickly pulled up the deep blue System Shop interface and browsed through the wild selection until she finally spotted what she was looking for hidden in a corner. Rare pigments, ultra-exclusive paints not available in the real world. Required points 120. Wait, how many points? She blinked, squinting to make sure. 120? Was it even worth that much? Her mouth fell open. Last time, the disguise wig was just 20 points. These paints were robbery. She bit her lip hard, hesitating again and again, but in the end, she clenched her jaw and bought them. Holding the beautifully packaged pigments in hand, Luna felt a pang of pain in her chest. This had better work. She'd bet big. Olivia had to be worth it. She seriously needed those points back. With gift-giving off the checklist for now, Luna glanced at her phone. It was already 11:30 p.m. She clapped her hands and took the tablet away, curling up in bed with the two little ones. Wrapped in the soft blanket, the three of them drifted off into sweet, cozy dreams. The task for the second day was still horseback riding, but this time, the kids were practicing while the adults just had to supervise. Surprisingly, Gertrude led her horse straight to Luna Evans, asking her to be the instructor. The two kids were now completely surrounding Luna. Sarah Thompson couldn't hold back anymore. She marched over to Gertrude and grabbed her arm. We're in the same group, remember? What are you doing over here? Come back, I'll teach you how to ride. No, Gertrude pooted, shaking her head like crazy. Aunt Luna teaches better. Kids don't really think before they talk, but that didn't stop Sarah from being seriously ticked off. With a cold face, she stormed over to the director. Aren't you going to do something? This isn't right. I'm her guardian. Why is Luna allowed to teach her? The director paused, eyes drifting to Sarah's swollen wrist. She had twisted it yesterday while riding, and it was still pretty swollen today. Just let her teach for now. You've injured your hand. Maybe it's better if you rest. His tone was calm, trying to diffuse the situation. He meant well, but Sarah totally took it the wrong way. Fuming, she shot Luna a piercing glare, then turned on her heel and left. Meanwhile, the two kids were happily learning to ride with Luna's help. Not far off, Emily Harris smiled slightly, leading Chloe's pony in a slow walk. Chloe's pony was super calm and barely trotting, more like taking a stroll. As it got close to noon, with the warm breeze brushing against her face, Chloe started nodding off, her eyes slowly closing atop the horse. Viewers in the live stream went wild. Guys, is this for real? First time seeing someone nap on a horse. She ain't faking it, she's legit sleepy. Her head's about to hit the saddle. Emily noticed her right away. She gently patted the child's shoulder, her voice soft and reassuring. Hey, no sleeping on the horse, all right? It's not safe. Come down and rest a bit. If you're tired, we'll nap after lunch, okay? Chloe rubbed her eyes and gave a drowsy nod. How are you this sleepy? Emily playfully pinched her nose. Didn't sleep well at Luna's place last night? No, it was just too much fun. Chloe shook her head, grinning. Emily blinked a few times, realizing that her subtle jab didn't land. She gave an awkward laugh and let it go. The kids spent the whole morning practicing. In the afternoon, under the village chief's guidance, they grabbed brushes to clean the horses, getting rid of bits of grass and dust stuck in their coats. Since the riding competition was the next day, the chief brought out apples and carrots again to give the horses a treat. When the apples were handed out, all eyes instantly zoned in on Gertrude. Feeling the intense stares, she blushed bright red. She puffed out her cheeks, grumbling, Ugh, I'm not going to eat the apples this time, okay? After brushing and feeding the horses, the handlers led them back to the stable, wrapping up a busy day. Later after dinner, Luna pulled a beautiful box of paints from her supplies and handed it to Ethan Walker. She looked serious. Let's bring this with us and go thank the old lady properly, okay? Ethan tilted his head, thinking it over. Then realization dawned on his face. Okay. He nodded obediently and took the gift box. Dad always says we should show gratitude. Grandma saved me, so I want to thank her properly. Luna was momentarily speechless. It made sense, sure, but hearing something like that from the cold-as-ice Maine guy just felt weird. All right. She bent down, ruffled the kid's fluffy hair, and smiled. Let's get going then. The two of them walked down the little path and stopped in front of Olivia Anderson's door. Luna Evans figured Olivia might not accept the paint set, so she stayed back and passed the tough job to Ethan Walker. The little guy, hands full with the heavy gift box, waddled over to the door and gave it 3 gentle knocks. Grandma, it's me, Ethan. After a few seconds, Olivia slowly opened the door. She looked surprised to see him standing there. It's pretty late. What brings you here? She asked. Ethan lifted his head, his voice soft and sweet. This is a thank you gift for helping me yesterday. I appreciate it, but you should take it back. Olivia's voice was calm as she tried to turn him down. At those words, Ethan's bottom lip stuck out immediately, and he dropped his head. He looked completely bummed out. Seeing him like that made Olivia pause. She leaned on the doorframe, glanced at the dim sky, then noticed the sweat on his forehead. With a sigh, her tone softened. All right, I'll take it. Come in and take a break. You look wiped. Before the words even finished, Ethan's eyes lit up like Christmas. Instinctively, he turned to look for his stepmom, but she wasn't there. Come on in, Olivia said as she took the box from his hand and stepped back inside. She grabbed a plate of fresh fruit. Have a peach. Sit down, rest a bit. Ethan nodded and sat down obediently, munching on the peach, but his eyes kept sneaking glances at the window. After he finished, he politely said goodbye and left, hugging the juicy peach Olivia gave him. But what he didn't expect, Luna was nowhere in sight. Seriously, how could she just vanish like that? The woman he was grumbling about was actually not far off. While she was waiting for Ethan to finish delivering the gift, Luna had spotted someone acting suspiciously, sneaking toward the stables. Who the heck was wandering around so late? She narrowed her eyes and watched for a while, but could only make out a blurry silhouette. She followed a few steps out of instinct, but then glanced at the time. Ethan should be done soon. With that in mind, Luna gave up playing detective and turned back. Ethan had been waiting under the tree for a good while, so when Luna showed up, he puffed his cheeks and pouted. Where'd you go? I thought you ditched me and went back. As if I would, Luna said, reaching over to mess up his hair. I'm here, aren't I? Humph. The little guy huffed, chin up like he wasn't mad. Luna chuckled and pinched his puffy cheeks. Come on, don't be grumpy. I'm not grumpy. Ethan shot back with his soft voice, pretending to storm ahead. But after a few steps, he stopped and shoved the peach Olivia gave him into her hand without looking. Humph. Totally unreliable. Muttering under his breath, Ethan just kept walking like nothing even happened. Back in their yurt, they opened their new mission card from the show. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., kids need to gather at the village chief's house. Guardians can stay in and rest. Now that's what I call a good deal, Luna said with a grin, then crawled into bed with Ethan. Early the next morning, the show's crew arrived to wake the kids up one by one. Luna Evans rolled over with a satisfied hum, lying on her stomach, enjoying a lazy morning in bed. Meanwhile, Ethan Walker tagged along with the crew to the village chief's house, specifically the kitchen. Ryan Smith rubbed his eyes, barely awake, looking like he could doze off standing. Gertrude looked just as sleepy and asked in a tiny voice, Director Uncle, what's our task today? The director grinned mysteriously. Guess what day it is? Crazy Thursday? Feast day? The little ones started throwing out all kinds of random guesses. Nope, none of that, the director chuckled. Today's the day the grown-ups are having a horseback riding contest. Since they've been taking such good care of you, don't you think it's time to return the favor with a heartfelt breakfast? The 5 kids gave it some thought. Ever since the show started, the uncles and aunties really had been looking after them closely. Nodding like bobbleheads, the kids rolled up their sleeves, ready to show off their skills. The long table in front of them was already prepped with clean and chopped ingredients by the staff. Ethan mentally replayed Luna's usual cooking steps. Mimicking her moves, he grabbed 2 slices of toast, spread on some salad dressing, layered tomato slices, leafy lettuce, and seared bacon and ham. Before long, the sandwich was done and smelled amazing. The other kids were also scrambling around getting their breakfast sorted. Under the village chief's watchful eye, Chloe worked with pre-packed snacks, adding water, boiling it, steaming up a tray of adorable pig-shaped custard buns. Daniel whipped up a pot of mini wontons, thoughtfully garnished with dried shrimp, seaweed, and chopped scallions. Even sleepy-eyed Ryan got help from the village chief and managed to roll a decent scallion pancake wrap. Only Gertrude seemed totally lost. She stood there stuck for ages, having no clue what to make. Watching the clock and feeling the time slip away, she panicked and finally just tore open a packet of instant noodles. She dumped all the seasoning into the pot, and once the soup started bubbling, she tossed the noodles in and later poured everything into a bowl. Right then, the clock on the wall clicked to 8:40. All the adults, having been notified, gathered in the village chief's living room. Seeing everything done, the director clapped his hands and smiled warmly. "All right, time to serve your breakfast to your guardians. You've all done an amazing job." The 5 little ones each carried their dishes into the living room. The adults were clearly surprised at the steaming food in the kids' hands. Sophie Ellsworth took the pancake roll from Ryan and exclaimed, "Wow, you made this? Honestly, looks even better than mine." This smells great." Ben Carter didn't wait. He dug into a wonton without even cooling it down. It's delicious." Emily Harris smiled at the custard buns, then affectionately patted Chloe's head. "Thank you, sweetie. You did awesome." The 3 groups were all smiles, creating a sweet, heartwarming scene. Luna, too, took a bite of her ham sandwich, nodding in approval as her face lit up with a proud smile. "This is totally next level. My son really nailed it. Got all my skills down pat." She reached out and gave Ethan a playful tap on the shoulder. "From now on, you're the second chef of the Evans clan. Make sure to spread my cooking legacy far and wide." Ethan looked helpless, cheek twitching as he ducked from her hand. "You're seriously making up wild stuff again," he mumbled quietly, but the laugh in his eyes gave him away. The atmosphere was light and cheerful. Everyone was joking and enjoying themselves. Well, almost everyone. Sarah Thompson sat staring at the oily instant noodles on the table, eyebrows drawn into a tight frown. She had never touched such low-grade food in her life, and honestly, who could stomach greasy noodles first thing in the morning? But Gertrude stood beside her, big eyes blinking, clearly hoping for a response. Cameras were still rolling, so Sarah didn't want to flat out refuse to eat it either. She picked up the chopsticks and, after a slight pause, lifted a bite of noodles to her mouth. Way too salty and greasy. Honestly, it tasted awful. She almost gagged but forced it down, throwing up during a live broadcast. Hard pass. Sarah Thompson kept a stiff smile as she ate the entire bowl, then instantly grabbed her water bottle and chugged half of it, trying to wash away that lingering oily taste. After breakfast, everyone gathered in front of the yurt, ready to kick off a new day of filming. While they were warming up, the director walked over with a frown. "Sarah, your horse freaked out yesterday. It's probably safer if you don't ride it for the race today." At that, Sarah straightened up, her expression a bit uneasy. "But I've been riding that horse for 3 days. We've got a rhythm. Why wasn't this brought up earlier? Swapping last minute isn't really fair to me." The director looked conflicted, nodding slowly. "You've got a point. No one expected the horse to act up like that yesterday. But yeah, riding a different one without time to get used to it could be risky." Just then, Luna Evans chimed in. "How about I trade horses with Sarah? Mine's pretty calm. I'll head to the stables later to pick a different one." The director nodded. "All right, if you're cool with it. Sorry to trouble you." He motioned for the crew to bring over Luna's horse. Sarah didn't see that coming. She quickly stood up, waving her hands. "It's fine, really. No need to swap." Swapping horses now? That'd mess up everything she'd planned. "Come on," said Sophie Ellsworth, grabbing Sarah's arm with concern. "It's not worth risking your health over a race. Yesterday was a real scare." "Exactly," added Ben Carter, jumping in. Switching's the smart move. Sarah bit her lip, clearly torn, then finally said, "Fine, I'll take the new horse. But there's no guarantee the new one will be any calmer. What if it's aggressive too?" Sophie frowned, clearly worried. Even the village chief chimed in, "Better to be safe, just switch with Miss Evans." Left with no other choice, Sarah kept quiet. She glanced over at the saddle she'd tampered with the night before and swallowed hard. Hopefully, nothing goes wrong. Unaware of Sarah's inner panic, the rest of the group got into position as Sarah mounted her horse. 3, 2, 1, go! The director blew the whistle, and the 5 horses took off in a blur. Sarah didn't dare push the speed. She held tight to the reins, falling far behind the others, silently praying things wouldn't go sideways. Luna, unusually, was second to last at the start, but by the second half of the race, she'd gotten a feel for her new horse. With a flick of her whip, she took off, gradually passing the riders ahead. Soon, she was riding neck and neck with Ben at the front. Cheers rang out from behind them. "Go, Luna! You're so close, come on!" Luna smirked, sunlight casting a golden glow on her face, giving her a cool, carefree edge. "Ben, I think I'll take the lead now." She turned her head slightly, eyes locked on the finish line. Ben, usually super chill, suddenly felt that competitive spark. He laughed. "Hey, it's not over yet. We'll see who wins." Their horses raced side by side, neither giving an inch. With the finish line up ahead, tension climbed fast. Luna's eyes widened, her hand lifted high, just about to kick it into high gear, when suddenly a piercing scream echoed from behind. "Ah!" Luna Evans quickly turned her horse around and squinted. Yep, it was Sarah Thompson who had fallen off. She was sprawled on the ground in an awkward mess, groaning nonstop. Her left leg looked seriously messed up, the knee twisted at an unnatural angle. Ouch! It hurt so bad. Sarah's face was pale as a sheet, screaming in pain. Seeing what happened, all the guest contestants slammed on the brakes and ran over to her in a panic. Even the director and crew dropped their gear and rushed forward. "Hello? 911? We have an injured person at the site. We need an ambulance right away." The assistant director already had his phone out, calling for help. Everyone gathered around Sarah, trying to calm her down as gently as possible. "The ambulance is on the way." Sophie Ellsworth held Sarah's hand tightly, her eyes filled with concern. "Hang in there, you'll be at the hospital soon." "Let me blow the pain away for you, Auntie." Gertrude crouched close, her eyes red-rimmed with tears. Luna frowned, starting to feel genuinely worried seeing Sarah like that. The ambulance arrived not long after, and medics carefully got Sarah onto a stretcher. Right before being taken away, Sarah clutched her injured leg, face contorted in agony as she glared at Luna with venom in her eyes. "Luna Evans, you insisted on switching horses with me. Look how badly I'm hurt now. It's all your fault. It hurts like hell. This woman's out to get me." She screamed as she was carried away, cursing Luna loudly in front of everyone. Luna stood rooted to the spot, completely thrown off. What the hell was Sarah talking about? The ambulance disappeared down the road, and the show was paused for the time being. The director looked like he aged a decade in a second, rubbing his forehead and sighing. Why does something always happen with her? The last horse was too wild, so we swapped it, and now she ends up like this? What are we supposed to do? Luna couldn't help but frown. Something felt off. Her horse had always been calm. Why would it randomly go nuts? And why did Sarah suddenly throw out an accusation like that? Luna calmly walked over to her horse for a closer look, and sure enough, something wasn't right. The straps on the saddle were all loose, like someone had tampered with them on purpose. She remembered seeing someone lurking around the stables last night, and how Sarah kept refusing to switch horses with her before the race. And during the race, Sarah wasn't even behaving like her usual competitive self at all. Then, out of nowhere, she pulled that whole "Luna tried to hurt me" thing. As Luna pieced it all together, a chilling thought hit her. Could it be Sarah sneaked into the stables last night? She must have messed with Luna's saddle to try and make her fall during the race. Staring in the direction the ambulance had gone, Luna let out a cold chuckle, her eyes sharp as ice. Yeah, try to dig a pit for someone else. Fall into it yourself. Serves her right. That evening, the show once again exploded on social media. Sarah's fans went on a full-on rage rampage, burning everything in sight online, from the stables that provided the horses down to every person in the production team. But the one catching the worst heat? Luna Evans. The production teams lost it. Yesterday, Sarah's horse almost freaked out. Today, they still made them race? What do they want? Someone dead on camera. Don't let Luna off the hook. This is straight-up attempted murder. She broke a leg this time. What next? A broken neck. This is serious. Can't help but wonder, did Luna set this all up? Call the cops and have her arrested. Women like her don't belong on screen. What kind of message is that giving to kids? Grace was the first to see the mess blowing up online. She was sweating bullets, stumbling over her words. Luna, what do we do now? The internet's totally dragging you. And seriously, what's Sarah's deal? Why throw shade at you for no reason? This is so out of nowhere. But Luna said nothing. She just sat there with her legs crossed, scrolling through her phone like she didn't have a care in the world. That made Grace panic even more. Luna, say something. If this keeps going, people are going to believe her. You won't be able to clear your name no matter what. All right, all right. Luna finally raised her hand to calm Grace down, sounding a little exasperated. She glanced at the time on her screen and casually asked, "You think I should swing by the hospital? I mean, this whole thing's gotten pretty serious." Huh? Grace blinked, surprised. Well, I guess technically you should, but what if Sarah runs her mouth again? Everyone's already on her side. Going head-to-head with her now might not be the best call, Luna. Luna curled her lips into a faint smile. Don't worry, I'll keep it civil. When Luna got to the hospital, Emily Harris was just leaving Sarah's room. On the bedside table, a fresh bouquet of lilies stood in a vase, their scent filling the air. Sarah lay in bed with her left leg suspended, looking miserable. As soon as she saw Luna walk in, her expression turned frosty. "What are you doing here? Trying to gloat after what you did to me?" That made Luna chuckle under her breath, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Wow, didn't peg you as the type who'd throw blame around like that. You almost freaking killed me, and now you act like I'm the one in the wrong?" Sarah shrieked, jabbing a finger in Luna's direction. "Get out! Right now!" Luna remained calm, arms crossed, completely unfazed. She waited until Sarah stopped shouting before speaking with measured calm. "Cut the act. I know exactly what you've been up to." "What are you even talking about?" Sarah's face twitched for a second, but she quickly tried to cover it up. "If you've got nothing else to say, please leave. I need rest." She waved her hand dismissively, hoping to shoo Luna out, but was instantly cut off. "You do know there are cameras in the stables, right?" Luna's voice was cool, almost detached. "If you're so sure I messed with the saddle, why don't we go check the surveillance footage? Maybe we'll find out who really tampered with it." That shut Sarah down immediately. Her face went pale and she fumbled for words, completely rattled. "I don't know what you're talking about. I need to rest. Can you go?" "Sarah." Luna stood up, locking eyes with her. The weight of her stare was almost suffocating as she slowly said her name, syllable by syllable. "I saw you last night. What were you doing at the stables so late? And today you refused to switch horses with me. Could it be you already knew something was wrong with yours and didn't want to risk it?" Her eyes pierced straight through the mask Sarah wore, leaving her scrambling. Sarah gave a strained laugh, trying to lighten the mood. I just went to check on my horse, that's all. Didn't do anything, really." "Seriously, what could possibly be wrong with the horse? I must have just been talking nonsense earlier because of the pain, haha." "Oh, really?" Luna raised an eyebrow, her voice laced with mock amusement. "Then I'm sure you'll have no problem clearing things up, right?" She smiled, cold and sharp, and added in a tone that left no room for misunderstanding. "I'm telling you right now, if I see even one more post twisting the facts and dragging my name, I'll make that footage public. Let everyone online judge for themselves." Sarah was visibly shaken, immediately raising her hand in surrender, swearing up and down that she'd take care of the bad press. Only then did Luna finally seem satisfied. She turned around and walked out of the room without another word. Just within an hour, a video started blowing up online, racking up thousands of likes and shares in no time. In the video, Sarah Thompson appeared in a hospital gown, looking pale and clearly worn out. Sorry for taking up public space. I want to seriously clear something up. Yesterday during filming, I fell off the horse. I was in so much pain and totally dazed, which led me to say something really misleading, that Luna Evans pushed me or something like that. I want to make it clear again. I fell off the horse because I wasn't paying attention. Luna had nothing to do with it. Please, fans and everyone watching, stop making wild guesses. I'm truly sorry for the trouble I brought to Luna. I sincerely apologize. The moment the video dropped, the trending page was lit. Everyone had something to say. Wait, so she's just been making stuff up the whole time? Exactly. Poor Luna got dragged for days for no reason. Please, you think the horse just went nuts on its own? Feels like Luna might have planned something shady here. Seriously? Did you even finish elementary school? Sarah clearly said it wasn't Luna's fault, but here you are playing detective. Even though the hardcore haters and Emily Harris's obsessed fans kept slinging mud, most of the folks online started siding with Luna. Let's be real. She offered to switch horses out of kindness and ended up getting accused. Who wouldn't feel for her? Once the truth came out, talks about Sarah's injury gradually cooled down. Seeing the drama dying down, the director called the guests back in to resume filming. Since Sarah hurt her leg, she couldn't come back to shoot for a while. That left little Gertrude with no guardian. So the director suggested having each group take turns looking after her until Sarah was back on her feet. I'll take care of her. Sophie Ellsworth eagerly raised her hand. Come on, Gertrude, we've got this. Ryan Smith jumped excitedly, diving into Gertrude's arms, and the three of them huddled together like old friends. Everyone watching smiled at the warm scene. No one thought twice about it until that afternoon. Gertrude ended up being chased around the lake twice by a giant white goose. Sophie face-planted into the goose pen and came out with feathers stuck in her hair. Ryan sneakily picked up a gosling and got herself targeted by every angry parent goose in the field. The three walking disasters together turned the whole shoot into chaos. In the end, Sophie was panting like crazy, clutching the village chief's hand. Please, big bro, help us. We can't run anymore. Luna, holding a basket full of goose eggs, looked at them, speechless. Guys, today's task is to collect eggs, not start a goose war. Ben Carter cracked up. Sophie, run! Mama Goose is back for round 2. Sophie glanced back, and sure enough, the big white goose was charging at her again, neck stretched out like a missile. Oh my God, why is it always after me? She practically cried as she took off. Through the corner of her eye, she saw Ryan still holding the squirming little goose. Sophie nearly had a meltdown. Ryan, let it go. Mama Goose bites and it hurts. Only then did Ryan lower the gosling, and she and a dirt-covered Gertrude huddled together, shaking like leaves. The live-stream chat went nuts watching them. Okay, Gertrude is finally unleashed. I love it. Respect. These three are total legends. Who else would dare mess with geese? Sophie before the show, gorgeous and sweet. Sophie during the show, everyone's problem child. Messing with geese? That's just asking for trouble. Anyone dares to pick a fight with these feathered bosses, you're basically done for. No wonder Sophie volunteered to watch over Gertrude, finally found her people. Ethan grabbed the hem of Luna Evans' shirt, whispering nervously, You think we'll finish filming today without a disaster? Luna lifted an eyebrow casually. Who knows? At this rate, even by sundown, we might still be in chaos. While talking, she snatched a broom, leaning against the wall, and stepped in front of Sophie. Move, I'll handle the goose situation. Sis Luna. Sophie looked like she was about to cry on the spot. You're seriously my hero. Luna's mouth twitched. Stop being dramatic. Just scram to safety already. You got it. Sophie gave a sheepish grin and scurried off to safety. Then, with the village head lending a hand, Luna managed to herd all the geese back into the field and lock the wooden gate securely. The three chaos magnets finally let out a huge breath of relief and collapsed onto the grass, panting like they'd just survived a war zone. The director surveyed the wrecked filming scene, his eyes drifting between the muddy set and the guests who looked like they rolled in dirt. He opened his mouth, paused, then finally covered his face and sighed. Well, at least there's plenty of footage. That's something. Clapping his hands, he called everyone's attention. All right, goose egg hunt ends here. Now, you'll be using the eggs in the baskets to cook dinner. Sophie's face turned pale. Director? She raised her hand meekly. I didn't collect a single egg. Not my problem, the director replied flatly. Sort it out yourself. Ben Carter couldn't hold back his laugh. Told you not to waste time goofing off. You're no different from the kids. Luna chimed in with a chuckle. Everyone else is babysitting. And look at you. You went full toddler mode with them. Even Emily Harris was giggling. She picked a few eggs from her basket and handed them over. Here, make it work. God bless you, Emily. Sophie folded her hands like she was praying. Ben and Luna also chipped in with a few eggs each, helping her make up for the lost time. At dinner, Gertrude bit down on a piece of egg roll, scrunched her face, and puffed out her cheeks in protest. This tastes weird. Auntie Sophie's cooking is bad. Sophie paused mid-bite, holding the rather scorched egg roll in her chopsticks. She grinned and shook her head. Wow, picky much? At least pretend to be polite when someone feeds you. Jokingly, she stretched out her hand under the kid's mouth. All right, spit it out. I'll take it back. No refunds. She meant it as a joke, still smiling. But Gertrude took her seriously, stuck out her tongue, and spat out the mushy, half-chewed, saliva-covered egg roll right into Sophie's hand. Ah! Sophie's expression twisted in horror. She flung her hand, trying to shake off the goo. Gertrude tilted her head, confused by all the yelling. Ben let out a long, helpless breath. I've got a feeling the rest of this shoot's only going to get wilder. Once dinner wrapped up, the director finally called it a day. Dragging their tired selves up from the benches, the guests were ready to head back for some much-needed rest. Just then, Ethan spotted a massive crane rolling into the horse ranch nearby. What's that? He asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Luna followed his gaze. Sure enough, a crane led the line, followed by an excavator and a full construction crew. Heavy equipment, must be building something. She ruffled the kid's hair, then turned to the director. Got a project going on over there? The director nodded. Henry Mitchell wants to set up a demonstration base next to the ranch. The moment they heard that dramatic ranch owner's name, all interest vanished. The guests gave a few token reactions before heading off to rest. No one expected, though, the construction didn't stop when the sun went down. It ran all through the night. The excavator kept rumbling past 2 a.m., and by the time everyone gathered the next morning, they all looked like pandas with those dark circles under their eyes. This job is killing me, Sophie Ellsworth groaned, practically in tears. I couldn't sleep at all last night, like at all. Luna Evans frowned, clearly annoyed. This is straight-up noise pollution, so inconsiderate. Even the always chill Ben Carter joined in. Yeah, it's really too much. The director wore a tired face, clearly drained. His tone was resigned. We can't afford to piss off Henry Mitchell right now. We still need access to his land. Hang in there for a bit, all right? I'll get you all some earplugs. Wait, earplugs? Sophie raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Are they free, or do we have to use points again? The director shot her a look. You sound stingier than my grandma. It's not that she's cheap. Gertrude popped out from nowhere and hugged the director's leg dramatically. We're really out of points. Ryan Smith looked up with sparkly eyes, full on pitiful mode. Please have mercy on us. We're totally broke. The director burst out laughing and pinched Gertrude's nose. Okay. Free for everyone. 1 per person. Thanks to the earplugs, they half survived a couple more noisy nights. But while the guests had no choice but to put up with the racket for filming, the locals weren't having it. That evening, as Luna headed back post-filming, she noticed a crowd of villagers gathered outside the ranch, loudly demanding answers. This is insane. How's anyone supposed to sleep? Can't the work wait until daylight? Everyone was clearly fed up and wanted Henry Mitchell to show up and face them. But instead, Henry had his workers block the entrance. He didn't come out, and the villagers couldn't get in. Eventually, most of them gave up and left, fuming. Only Olivia Anderson remained, standing her ground. Seeing it was just an old woman left, the workers seemed to feel even more entitled. Not long after, Henry finally strutted out of the ranch, cocky as ever. He glanced at Olivia dismissively and spat on the ground. The others already left. Why are you still here? I've got way more important things to do than deal with you people. His workers chimed in right after. Yeah, Move it. Don't waste Mr. Mitchell's time. Keep standing there and we'll start clearing you out ourselves. Old ladies these days got nothing better to do, huh? But Olivia stayed firm, her face stern, voice calm. You people are unbelievable. Nighttime construction? Disturbing everyone's rest? Who gave you the right? One of the workers scoffed and rolled his eyes. He stepped forward and shoved her hard. You're asking for it. Now get lost. She almost fell, but Luna was quick, rushed up just in time to catch her. Once Olivia regained her balance, Luna's eyes narrowed in anger. Are you serious right now? Bullying an old woman? Real brave, huh? The workers froze, clearly taken aback by Luna's sudden appearance, not to mention her looks. Henry crossed his arms and snorted. Where's your proof we're bullying her? Either get out of here or you're next. Luna let out a cold chuckle. Broad daylight, and you're threatening me in front of everyone? What a joke. While speaking, she pulled out her phone. If you're really going to resort to violence, then I guess it's time I let the cops handle this. The moment she mentioned the police, Henry Mitchell glanced away, clearly uneasy. The workers behind him also changed their expressions, trying to dissuade him. Come on, boss, let's not stoop to this level. Not worth it. Yeah, you're better than this. No need to lower yourself for these troublemakers. Seeing the shift, Henry decided to back off, playing it cool as he waved dismissively. Fine. I'm in a good mood today. I'll let it slide. But next time you lot come stirring trouble, don't blame me for getting serious. He talked big, but honestly, neither Olivia Anderson nor Luna Evans looked the least bit intimidated. If anything, it was Henry who, after finishing his bluff, turned and slipped back into the stables, trying to save face. Once they left, Luna quickly turned to Olivia, her voice soft and concerned. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? I'm fine. Olivia pressed her hand to her lower back, her tone much gentler than earlier. Thank you. Take it slow. Let me walk you home, just in case, Luna said as she gently supported Olivia's arm. Right then, Ethan Walker came jogging up, grabbing Olivia's other arm with his little hand and chirping sweetly, I'll help walk Grandma home too. Such a sweetie. Such a sweetie, thank you, Olivia chuckled, and the frostiness on her face melted into a faint, warm smile. After escorting her home, Luna took Ethan's hand and carried the grapes Olivia had gifted them, heading back toward the yurt under the night sky. She hadn't walked far when a robotic monotone echoed in her mind. Affinity with key supporting character Olivia Anderson +5. Current score 5-1. Whoa, that's a big jump. Luna was thrilled for a second, but quickly sobered. If the total's just 5.1, then there's still a long way to go. Still, this much progress meant that once the late-night construction issue was resolved, she'd probably earn even more points. With that in mind, Luna quietly made up her mind. She wasn't backing down from this fight with Henry. She was going to see it through. The next day, the director explained the task for the shoot, grass sledding. The cast, both adults and kids, hopped into little yellow carts and zoomed down the hill along a track. Thrilled by the rush of speeding downhill, Ethan crouched carefully in his cart, tucking in his legs and gripping the handles tightly. Behind him, Luna gave him a light push once she was seated, and the cart shot off down the slope. The breeze danced across their faces, carrying the fresh, green scent of grass. Emily Harris picked a slightly larger cart and had Chloe sit on her lap as they zipped down together. A bit scared, Chloe reached out and clutched at Emily's shirt sleeve. Feeling the tug, Emily's smile twitched. She clearly wasn't thrilled, but kept a calm face for the camera. Gertrude, on the other hand, was on a whole different vibe. She looked like she was having the time of her life. Her eyes sparkled as she rode the cart, and when excitement took over, she let go of the handles altogether, raising her arms and leaning back to feel the wind rush past her cheeks. Hey, hold on to the bars, Sophie Ellsworth shouted, alarmed by the sight. But Gertrude was too hyped to listen. Sophie's expression turned serious. She reached out, trying to grab Gertrude's collar to stop her from doing something risky. Right at that moment, louder laughter erupted behind her. Whoa! Look how high I went! Sophie turned around, surprised. Ryan squatted right on top of the little car, clearly trying to stand up. The adults on site nearly had a heart attack, scrambling over to her and hurriedly pulling her down from the car. Are you a monkey or something? Sophie looked like she was at her wit's end. You and Gertrude have been way too wild these days. Can we tone it down a bit? Luna chimed in, voice low and serious. That was really dangerous. Ryan, you can't do stuff like that on the car. If you fall, it'll really hurt. Even Ben, who was usually super chill, looked a bit grim. He gently scolded the two kids for not following rules. I get it, Ryan mumbled, pouting, as her soft little fingers fidgeted with the hem of her shirt. I won't do it again. Seeing the girls' moods drop, Daniel walked over like the sunshine he was, handing out lollipops with a warm smile. Okay, as long as you understand. Here, have a treat. Thanks. The two kids took the candy and sat back down obediently. No more wild stunts in sight. The grown-ups finally let out a breath they'd all been holding, and just as they were about to head back to their yellow carts, Henry Mitchell suddenly appeared at the filming site. Mr. Mitchell, what a surprise! The director immediately stood up, rushed over, and whispered, We're mid-shoot. Could we maybe talk about this after we finish recording? Henry didn't even glance his way, his big belly leading the way as he marched over to the camera, shouting, I've changed my mind. I don't want you using my ranch anymore. From now on, no one's allowed here. Got it? What? The director looked thrown, but still kept it polite. Maybe we could talk this out off camera later? No, I'm not here to negotiate. I came to tell you, no one steps foot on this ranch again, starting today. Henry barked before turning to leave. Just before he walked off, he squinted his sharp little eyes toward Luna, throwing her a glance that clearly carried a warning. But Luna didn't back down. She stared right back, her face unreadable. Seeing his glare didn't work, Henry gave her one final look, equal parts irritation and contempt, then strode away. After he left, the director's face darkened. He turned to the assistant director and grumbled, What the heck is Henry thinking? We paid to use the ranch, and he acts like he's doing us a favor. Shameless. Luna overheard and gave a slight nod in agreement. Emily, who had been standing a bit farther away, had eyes only for Henry. She looked like she was itching to follow after him and missed the director's complaining entirely. Once that little drama wrapped up, the director reminded everyone of the safety rules. He made it clear that all kids had to buckle up and hold on tight, no more messing around. The 5 kids nodded like good little soldiers. With the crew's help, they got back onto their yellow carts. Under a wide, open blue sky, with endless green hills in the distance, the crew gave the carts a gentle push. The kids leaned forward as the cart sped down the hillside, flying across the open field. The breeze whooshed by, the fresh scent of grass all around. The kids' eyes sparkled with excitement, giggles and laughter ringing out as the carts dashed along. In that moment, pure happiness lit up their faces. As day turned into dusk, filming started to wrap up. Before dinner, the director clapped his hands to get everyone's attention, then cleared his throat and said, Big thanks to Sophie for helping out these past few days. From today forward, Gertrude will be staying with Luna. Hearing that, Gertrude jumped up in shock. What? Why am I suddenly being sent away? The director quietly turned his head, looking at the fence Gertrude had kicked over and the patch of trampled flowers torn up by her and Ryan. Because Aunt Sophie's been really tired lately, okay? Let's let Aunt Luna take care of you for a few days, and then we'll switch back. Sound good? The director crouched down, speaking gently. Gertrude pouted for a while before reluctantly nodding her head. Sophie and Ryan looked a bit down too. Gertrude ran over and cuddled into Sophie's arms. I had so much fun with you. I'm going to miss you guys. Sophie ruffled her hair. Why are you being all dramatic now? Silly girl, it's not like we're saying goodbye forever. Fine, Gertrude sniffled, then sneakily wiped her nose on Sophie's shirt. After hesitating a second, she murmured, Aunt Sophie, you're cooking. It's actually not that great. Huh. Sophie's face froze for a second. Wiping away fake tears, she pointed at Luna and joked, Go on, get out of here. You're not welcome anymore. The other guests nearby burst into laughter at the antics of the 3 little troublemakers. Luna waved her over. Come on, I'll cook something delicious for you tonight. At the mention of food, Gertrude forgot all about goodbyes and happily threw herself into Luna's arms like a traitor changing sides. That night, Luna cooked up grilled lamb ribs and passion fruit iced drinks. Finally getting a proper meal after days, Gertrude went all in, munching messily on a lamb rib with oil all around her mouth and a belly full to bursting. After dinner, Gertrude was so stuffed she could barely walk, holding her tummy and giggling. "Aunt Luna, from now on, I'm your little sidekick. Whatever you say, I'll do it. No pay needed, just feed me." Ethan set down his fork and glanced at her empty plate. He muttered under his breath, "Honestly, paying you might be cheaper. You'd eat someone out of house and home." Gertrude immediately pouted. Why do you talk so much? Did I eat your rice or something?" "Well, actually, yeah," Ethan thought to himself. Luna noticed Gertrude hiccuping non-stop from being too full and chuckled. "All right, let's go walk it off by the lake." "Okay." The two kids nodded and got up to follow her. The golden sunset reflected on the rippling lake, surrounded by lush grass and distant snow-capped peaks. The three of them sat by the lake, watching birds skim over the water and reeds sway softly in the breeze. The kids, exhausted from the full day, leaned against a tree. The breeze brushing their cheeks soon made them drowsy. Seeing Ethan nodding off so hard he was nearly snoring, Luna smirked slightly and pulled out her phone. Gertrude caught it out of the corner of her eye, then quietly plucked some grass and tossed it onto Ethan's head. Luna snapped a photo quickly, then typed out a short caption and posted it to her Moments feed. Golden hour, snowy peaks, and one sleepy piglet. The attached pic showed Ethan sleeping soundly. Not long after, comments started rolling in. "Sophie Ellsworth, you guys went out and didn't invite me? Rude." "Haha, savage. He's gonna lose it when he sees this. At least throw a jacket on him. He might catch a cold." Luna rolled her eyes at the fake concern, not even bothering to reply. A while later, Ethan opened his eyes, catching the guilty look from both Luna and Gertrude. "Ah," he let out a dramatic sigh, exasperated. It used to be just one person messing with him. Now Gertrude had joined the party. There was no end to his misery. Completely unaware of his inner turmoil, Gertrude scrunched up her nose and looked around. "What's that weird smell? Did you let one slip?" Ethan Walker twitched at her words, rolled his eyes, and decided to ignore her, sitting coolly on the side, gazing at the scenery in silence. Luna Evans wrinkled her nose. She caught a faint whiff of something nasty. Suspicious, she stood up and followed the smell. Sure enough, hidden in the tall water grass were several red plastic bags bloated with trash. Snack wrappers, cigarette butts, the works. The two kids spotted a white plastic bag floating in the water too. Outraged, they shouted, "That's just wrong. Our teacher always tells us not to litter." "Exactly. This place is gorgeous. Can't let it get ruined like that," Luna said, giving Ethan a light tap on the shoulder. "Come on, let's clean it up together." Without waiting, she bent down and started picking the mess out of the water. The three of them worked together, bagged everything up, then double-checked to make sure they didn't miss a thing before heading back. As they passed the stable, some workers who had just finished eating were chilling under a big tree. She's seriously overestimating herself. Trying to go up against Mr. Mitchell at her age? Please, she should enjoy the few years she's got left. No joke, if you ask me, she's just after money. Trying to pull some scam. Mr. Mitchell did the right thing. Don't even bother with people like her. They chatted while puffing on cheap, pungent cigarettes. Luna frowned and quickly steered the kids away from the cloud of secondhand smoke. Back at the yurt, she lifted the curtain. The spacious, luxury interior instantly lit up Gertrude's face. With her tiny legs, the little girl dashed toward the bed and dove into the fluffy mattress like it was heaven. After a bit, she sat up and wrapped herself around Luna's leg like a koala, eyes sparkling. "Auntie, your room is amazing. I want to eat banana pastries tomorrow." "Sure," Luna replied with a smile, gently pinching her niece's nose. "And let's throw in a strawberry shake, too." "You're the best," Gertrude squealed, snuggling into Luna with a sweet, soft voice. Off to the side, Ethan scoffed. "Didn't you just say earlier your favorite was Aunt Sophie? Changed your tune way too fast." None of your business." Gertrude stuck out her tongue and clung to Luna's neck like a little monkey. Luna laughed and ruffled the kiddo's hair. "Okay, silly. Auntie loves you too. Now get ready for bed." "Okay," Gertrude nodded super seriously. After washing up, Luna cuddled a kid under each arm and started telling their familiar bedtime story, slowly lulling them off to sleep. Meanwhile, over at the stable, Emily Harris seized a quiet moment and slipped inside unnoticed. She lifted the curtain and stepped into Henry Mitchell's room. Henry was sprawled out on the couch, t-shirt rolled up, his flabby belly in full view. When he saw Emily, he snorted, slammed his cup on the table, and immediately started ranting. "That stupid director from your show must have lost his damn mind. I let them use the place out of the kindness of my heart, and this is the thanks I get." He put himself up on a moral pedestal, conveniently skipping over the fact that the show had rented the location for a fee. Emily, unaware of the truth, and still thinking he was some ultra-rich mogul, tried to calm him, her voice sweet as honey. "You're way above that kind of pettiness, Mr. Mitchell. They don't know what's good for them. You're worth 100 of them." "Damn right," Henry grunted, shooting her a sidelong glance before downing a huge swig of baijiu. Then he smirked and added, "At least you've got some sense. But hey, if only you looked more like Luna Evans. Man, I'd marry you on the spot." He let out a greasy chuckle that made Emily want to gag. Emily Harris felt utterly disgusted, but she knew better than to offend a wealthy and influential man like Henry Mitchell, so she forced an awkward smile and tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. "Damn Luna Evans! Why does she always have to outshine me?" Gritting her teeth, Emily fumed internally, vowing to settle the score. Her resentment toward Luna was only growing deeper. The following morning, Luna Evans stuck to her promise and made banana puffs and strawberry milkshakes for the kids. The two little rascals sat at the table, chowing down enthusiastically without even waiting for the food to cool. Seeing Gertrude's greasy little face, Ethan Walker wrinkled his nose in mock disgust. Such a little grease monster. In response, Gertrude lunged forward with her oily hands, aiming straight for Ethan. "Hey!" Ethan jumped out of his seat in alarm, dodging quickly. "Okay, that's enough." Luna stepped in gently, pulling Gertrude back. "No roughhousing while eating. You'll choke if you're not careful." Gertrude pouted and shot a glare at Ethan, hiding behind the chair, then reluctantly went back to her seat. Watching that, Ethan let out a tiny sigh of relief. Finally, someone could keep that little troublemaker in check. After breakfast, Luna took the two kids to the filming site. Before the camera started rolling, Grace excitedly whispered to Luna, "Luna, something wild went down last night. Apparently, an old lady in the village got into it with Henry Mitchell. And get this, she legit beat him up with her cane." Grace gave a thumbs up as she spoke, looking impressed. Seriously, it was epic. That sleazy guy had it coming, totally satisfying. While Grace was clearly enjoying the gossip, Luna frowned, deep in thought. An old lady hitting someone? Could it have been Olivia Anderson? Knowing Olivia's personality, she wouldn't lash out without good reason. Something must have happened. Interrupting Grace mid-ramble, Luna asked, "Do you know where it happened?" Not really sure," Grace said, scratching her head. "I think near the lake. She apparently likes to paint there a lot." That confirmed it for Luna. It had to be Olivia. She nodded slowly, her mind already working. Just then, the director clapped his hands and announced the day's task, a small animal race. Each team could pick one animal from the pen for the race. After an hour of bonding, the kids would guide their animals through an obstacle course. Fastest wins. The enclosure was filled with adorable animals, puppies, rabbits, lambs, geese, and chicks. So fluffy. They're all so cute. The kids' eyes sparkled with excitement as they rushed to the fence, already chattering about their top choices. But as Gertrude and Ryan Smith got closer, one of the geese suddenly started honking like crazy. The two instantly froze, clutching each other in fear, haunted by their last run-in with a goose. Terrifying. Ryan whimpered and went straight for a quiet bunny tucked in the corner. He needed something cute and calm to recover. Gertrude was thinking along the same lines. "Mom says dogs are our best friends. I bet a puppy can help me win," she declared proudly, picking out the most majestic one there, an intimidating pup that looked straight out of a wolf pack. What she didn't know yet was that her pick wasn't just any pup. It was a full-blown Siberian husky. Chloe had always adored little lambs, so when it was her turn, she didn't even hesitate before picking the cutest, fluffiest one that looked just like her, soft and sweet. Daniel picked a chick with wings. Ethan Walker went for a Chinese rural dog. It wagged its fluffy tail like crazy the moment it saw him, its eyes round and watery, fur pure white without a single spot. So adorable. Ethan crouched down and gently rubbed the pup's fuzzy head. "I'll call you Marshmallow." "Marshmallow?" he called out, testing the name. Woof! The puppy gave a gentle bark and stuck out its tongue, licking his palm like it totally agreed. Once everyone had their animals, the adults helped the kids put tiny leashes on them, and training officially began. Off the field, these animals were nothing but awe-worthy cuties. But the second they stepped into the obstacle course, all bets were off. Ryan Smith's bunny turned into a statue, ears drooping, curled up in the corner, refusing to budge. Not even carrots could bribe it. And Gertrude? Total disaster. Her husky went full zoomies mode, yanking her across the field like a sled dog at max speed. She tried yelling commands, but her dog clearly didn't care. It just ran wild, all about that chaotic freedom. Out of breath and red-faced, Gertrude looked up only to realize she'd completely lost track of the course. She was miles off. With a helpless sigh, she flopped down onto the ground. The husky, finally tired, plopped next to her, panting heavily. Chloe's little lamb was doing surprisingly well. It breezed through the early obstacles with almost no hiccups, but when it got to a tunnel, its horns got caught in the pipe, stuck fast. The lamb bleated in pain, and Chloe's eyes filled with tears as she tried to help. Thankfully, the village chief came over and carefully helped free it. Daniel had thought, "Wings, that's got to be faster than legs," and picked the chick mostly because it was different. And hey, he wasn't wrong. That chick was a beast on the field, zoomed through every point like it had GPS. Feeling proud, Daniel reached out to give it a little pat on its wing, only to get pecked right on the hand. Meanwhile, the chaotic scene had the viewers in the live stream losing it. Serves you right, ha ha ha. Even the golden boy has his downfall. Gertrude, betrayed. Thought I picked a bestie. Turned out he's a clown. Ryan should have picked a goose. At least that way, both of them would run. One chases, the other flees. Instant win. Bro, you're roasting so hard the mountain's out of bamboo. Out of all the animals, Ethan's Marshmallow was by far the most obedient. Marshmallow, sit up, now run with me. With every command, the pup moved perfectly. It zipped through the obstacles like they were nothing and made it to the finish line with style. Standing proud beside Ethan, Marshmallow looked like a champ, tail held high. No surprise, Ethan and Marshmallow took first place, fair and square. Meanwhile, Ryan finally coaxed her bunny across the line, every step a struggle. But Gertrude still couldn't even find the dang track. Her race ended before it started. The director couldn't hold back his laugh seeing her sweaty, defeated expression. "Haha, Gertrude, no score for you today. But hey, I've got a consolation prize." He pulled 2 chocolate bars from his pocket and handed them over. "Thanks, Mr. Director." Gertrude lit up instantly, her eyes forming happy crescents. She squatted down, tore open the wrapper, and stuffed the chocolate into her mouth like she'd just won a gold medal. Around noon, while everyone was resting, Luna Evans took the chance to wander off to the lakeside by herself, hoping to scout out anything useful. After walking around for a bit, she really did notice something off. There seemed to be even more trash floating in the lake than before, and the stench had gotten worse. "Who keeps dumping garbage here?" she muttered, frowning. Just then, a rustling noise behind her made her crouch down quickly, hiding behind a patch of thick reeds to observe without being seen. Seconds later, a few figures in familiar uniforms came into view. They were none other than the workers from the construction site, Henry Mitchell's crew. Pushing carts piled high with reeking trash, the workers glanced around quickly. Seeing the coast was clear, they tipped the carts over, dumping everything straight into the lake. Luna couldn't take it anymore. She stood up and shouted, "Hey! What do you think you're doing? Who told you to dump trash here?" The workers were startled. The guy leading them, seeing it was just a woman yelling at them, looked her up and down with a sneer. He didn't take her seriously at all. "Trash? What trash? We're just here to enjoy the lake view," he said, shrugging. The others quickly chimed in. "Yeah, the cart was empty when we got here." "Exactly, I can vouch for Leo." Luna let out a cold laugh. "Unbelievable," she muttered. Lately, she had a knack for running into these kinds of liars. She stepped forward, pulled aside some reeds, and pointed to a floating white sack in the water. Are you blind? Isn't that your cement bag? It's even got your company logo on it. Crossing her arms, she shot them a mocking look. Seriously, if you're going to do shady stuff, at least do it properly. Realizing they'd been caught red-handed, the workers got defensive and started spewing nonsense. So what if we dumped it? Not like this is your land. Mind your own business. Don't act all high and mighty like that old lady. Our boss can deal with people like you in 100 different ways. After throwing those threats, they hurriedly wheeled the cart away without looking back. Luna frowned, frustration twisting her features. No wonder Olivia Anderson had argued with Henry by the lake. She must have seen the same thing. After thinking it over, Luna decided to report everything to the village chief. It wasn't really her place as a visiting guest, but this couldn't be ignored. So she made her way to the chief's house and told him everything she'd seen. What she didn't expect was the chief's calm reaction. He nodded and said, "Oh, that? I'm aware. Henry said a bit of garbage helps the water circulate. He claims it boosts the ecosystem, says that's how they do it abroad, and their environment's doing fine." What? Luna was speechless. Was this guy even listening to what he was saying? She forced a smile and interrupted. "Sir, Henry's feeding you nonsense. There's no such thing as self-cleaning water. Go take a look yourself. They've been dumping stuff in for days now. The water's already turning dark." What? The chief's jaw dropped, stunned. Everyone in the village had been busy tending sheep lately. He honestly hadn't noticed what was going on by the lake. "All right, I'll go check it out. If it's as bad as you say, I'll definitely handle it," the chief said, clenching his fist with determination. Luna Evans gave a nod. "All right, I'll wait to hear from you." They chatted idly for a bit longer before Luna Evans glanced at her phone. Realizing there were only 5 minutes left until the afternoon shoot, she waved goodbye and left the village chief's place, heading back to the filming site. That afternoon, the crew didn't schedule any competitions. The little ones were free to roam the grassy field with the animals they picked earlier. Luna wandered the green meadow with 2 kids just ambling around without a set direction. Gertrude's husky, as usual, was a rebel. No matter how sweetly she pleaded, it refused to follow any command. Frustrated, Gertrude stomped her foot and yanked at the leash, trying to get the dog moving. But the husky just plopped down, bracing itself and pulling the opposite way like it was playing tug of war. Meanwhile, Ethan Walker's fluffy little pup Cotton Candy started showing its true colors too, not as angelic as it first seemed. It wagged its tail and acted like a sweetheart around people, an absolute charmer. But when it came to other dogs, total menace. The moment a big yellow dog from the village appeared, Cotton Candy let out such a fierce bark that the poor dog ran off terrified, hiding in its kennel and refusing to come out. The live stream chat was full of giggles and comments. In Cotton Candy's eyes, no human is bad and no dog is good. Poor Gertrude picked a husky. That's the beginning of her pain. Sweetheart, didn't you know? A husky isn't just any dog. It's chaos on 4 legs. The 2 kids played with their dogs all afternoon. By the end, everyone was worn out. The 3 of them and their 2 dogs sat on a hillside, quietly watching the golden sunset dip below the horizon. Heading back after wrap-up, the kids ran ahead with the director's crew, full of energy. Luna lagged behind, strolling leisurely. As she passed the lake, she spotted Olivia Anderson. The old woman was hunched over, looking all around like she was searching for something. "What are you looking for?" Luna asked. Olivia looked up, sweat beading on her forehead. "Ah, I can't find my easel." Luna frowned slightly. "Let me help you find it." She switched on her flashlight, and the 2 of them combed through the area. After quite a while, Luna finally spotted the easel tangled deep in the reeds, and clearly snapped on purpose. It was old. The paint was almost completely chipped off, and the gold lettering had faded so much it was unreadable. Just a faint outline remained. But Olivia rushed up like she'd just found buried treasure, clutching the broken easel tightly in her arms. She gently ran her fingers over the worn letters. Only after a long pause did she finally look up with genuine gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you, sweetheart." "No worries," Luna smiled. "It's getting dark. Let me walk you home." This time, Olivia didn't say no. When they returned, the old woman even invited Luna inside. It was Luna's first time stepping into her house. The furnishings were old, but the windows were clean and the place was tidy. Nothing too different from a typical elderly person's home. The one thing that stood out was how the whole room was packed with paintings. Right in the center of the living room hung a huge oil painting. It showed a young couple holding each other close, smiling in front of a shimmering lake. "Thanks a lot. That easel means a lot to me," Olivia Anderson said as she handed Luna Evans a cup of freshly brewed tea. Luna followed her gaze, eyes falling on the easel that had been deliberately damaged, looking all but unusable. "It's a shame someone went and broke it." "It's okay," Olivia said with a bitter smile, shaking her head. "Just getting it back is enough for me." Seeing the sadness in the old woman's eyes, Luna decided not to press the topic further. They chatted a little more, nothing too serious, and then Luna got up to leave. But the moment she stepped outside, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She headed straight for the stables, yanked open the yurt flap, and shouted, "Henry Mitchell, are you still human?" Her voice startled everyone inside. Emily Harris jumped at the sound and instantly ducked into a corner. Luna caught that and couldn't help frowning a little. What was Emily doing here in Henry's yurt, no less? When did they get so chummy? Henry finally straightened up from the couch, breaking the silence. "What do you want?" "I'm here to get some answers." Luna's eyes narrowed sharply. "You dump trash other people's stuff, and you think that's okay? Have some decency, will you?" Henry squinted, clearly annoyed. "Don't throw around accusations. Did you see me do anything? Better watch your mouth unless you want a lawsuit." Luna let out a short, cold laugh. "Please, your company's sacks are still floating in the lake. You want me to take you there to see?" His eyes flicked to the side, clearly starting to panic, but he went with denial instead. "Wow, so that's why you're here? Trying to scam me? You and that old lady got this all planned out or something? Forget it. You're not getting a dime out of me. Now get lost." Luna looked him up and down, face cold as ice. "You think everyone's dying for your pocket change? Dream on. This won't end here until you give us a real explanation." With that, she sent him one last frigid glare, took in his greasy, bloated face, and spun around to leave. As Luna stepped out of the yurt, Emily finally let out a shaky breath and stepped out from where she'd been hiding, her heart pounding like crazy. Damn it. Why did that woman have to see her? What if she told everyone? Behind her, Henry started yelling, hurling insults, saying Luna was just a gold digger after his money. Emily wasn't in the mood to deal with his temper tantrum. She half-heartedly said a few things and got out of there as fast as she could. Not long after, she caught up to Luna's figure ahead. "Luna?" Emily called loudly. When Luna stopped, Emily hurried up with a sweet smile. "It's so late. What brought you here?" "I was just discussing the stable rental with Henry for the show's next shoot. It's all for the crew." Luna cut her off, her eyes sharp. "All for the show? You say that like it's something to brag about." Dropping that line, she turned and walked away without looking back. Emily stood frozen, biting her lip hard, seething inside, but she knew better than to go head-to-head with Luna. Early the next morning, all the guests gathered in front of the yurt. Right before today's filming task was announced, Luna Evans suddenly stepped forward without any warning. She raised her hand to quiet the director, then calmly made her way to the microphone. Face expressionless, she dropped a bomb. "Last night, I saw Emily Harris sneaking off to meet up with Henry Mitchell at the horse ranch." There was a solid 5 seconds of stunned silence. Then the live stream basically blew up. "Wait, she's allowed to say that on air? Damn, this tea is hotter than any tabloid scoop. Luna's nuts, right? Smearing Emily like that? What if she was the one hanging out with the sponsor and is just shifting blame? Gross." The guests on set all had different reactions. Sophie Ellsworth and Ben Carter exchanged glances, clearly both burning with gossip-fueled excitement. Emily Harris froze for a second, then her face dropped in anger. "This is ridiculous. Say one more word, and I'll have my lawyer send you a defamation notice." "Oh yeah?" Luna raised a brow, eyes flickering with amusement. "Funny thing is, I caught everything on video last night." As she spoke, she pulled a tiny camera out of her pocket and gave a faint smirk. "Should I show it to the live stream now?" Panic flickered across Emily's face as cold sweat broke out on her forehead, but she still forced herself to stay calm. "Luna, cut it out. We're filming a show right now." Luna bit her lip and shot her a meaningful glance before playing the footage in front of everyone. In the dim video, two figures slowly came into view. The slim and tall woman was clearly Emily Harris, while beside her stood a paunchy Henry Mitchell, his bloated stomach stretching his shirt and a greasy smirk plastered on his face. The two were standing way too close, definitely not just casual conversation distance. The pitch-black sky outside the skylight also proved it was the middle of the night. With such solid proof, Emily could no longer talk her way out of it. She gave Luna a furious glare before storming off set. That very day, she left the grasslands and officially quit the show. Even though her agency scrambled to save face and do PR cleanup, the internet wasn't having any of it. Weibo was flooded with people dragging her in the comments. Just like that, the once beloved pure goddess was now the target of massive online hate. Netizens went full detective mode and dug up shady stuff about the Little Leaf Charity Foundation. Turns out the donations from fans never actually reached the underprivileged kids and had been pocketed by the Harris family all along. Even state media called her out by name, leading to her being completely blacklisted. According to the news, the Harris family was already under investigation and might be facing criminal charges down the line. On the other side, right after Luna Evans exposed Emily Harris in front of the entire livestream audience, a flat robotic voice echoed in her mind. Detected, host spoke the truth in front of 100,000 people. Reward, 1 wish granted. Luna's heart skipped a beat with excitement, and without thinking, she blurted out, "I want Olivia Anderson's affinity level to hit 100%. Beep. Request violates protocol. Please change your wish within 5 seconds or forfeit reward." Luna narrowed her eyes and quickly thought of a workaround. "Fine, then take down Henry Mitchell. Make sure he can't move forward with the grassland development." Beep. Request accepted. Wish will be fulfilled in 3 days. With the reply given, the system shut down. Luna could finally breathe easy. The weight off her chest made her face light up with an uncontrollable smile. That night, hate comments flooded the internet. Most of them were attacking Emily Harris, blasting her for her fake image. A small handful, though, started pointing fingers at Luna, saying she wasn't thinking about the big picture. After all, now that Emily was gone, the show's biggest backer was likely pulling out. Everyone figured it was just a matter of time before the whole production shut down. But no one saw what came next. The very next day, the director made a public statement on the show. Luna Evans had actually brought in the program's main investor, so viewers didn't need to worry about the show ending anytime soon. With that, the haters lost their only leverage. All they could do was sulk in corners, watching Luna happily continue filming. 2 days later, Henry Mitchell got taken into custody for tax evasion. The amount involved was massive, so all his financial activities were frozen. Even the planned construction on the grassland had to be canceled altogether. The lake on the grassland returned to its clear, blue state. With that weight lifted, Luna suggested they all make a handmade easel as a gift for Olivia Anderson. The 5 little ones were all hyped and ran around collecting materials, decorating it with care and love. In the end, they created a whimsical, heartfelt easel and carried it together to Olivia's place. Olivia was visibly touched by their thoughtfulness and happily placed the easel right in the center of her living room. Then, without hesitation, she wrote the show a fat check, instantly making her the second biggest investor after the Walker Group. It was only then the crew realized the low-key old lady they'd been working with was actually a wildly successful, reclusive artist worth billions. Impressed by Luna's straightforwardness, Olivia even pulled some strings to hook her up with new opportunities and resources. After the final episode of Our Lovely Countryside, Luna soared to stardom, becoming a top-tier celebrity. Endorsement deals were pouring in, and her market value skyrocketed. Right after the wrap party was over, Luna didn't even take a break. She rushed straight home to the Walker estate and slapped the divorce papers onto the study desk. She had them ready all along. Across the table, the warm light outlined Alexander Walker's sharp features. He looked down, his expression casual to the point of indifference. Even in loungewear, he still gave off that effortlessly classy vibe. But Luna Evans wasn't in the mood to admire the eye candy right now. She tapped the table lightly and said flatly, "The divorce papers. I've signed them. Take a look and sign if there's nothing wrong." His brows furrowed, lips pressed into a straight line. "I'm not signing." Luna blinked, stunned. "All right then, let's go file the Devo." "Wait, what? You're not signing?" She almost jumped up, eyes wide in disbelief. "Didn't we agree to get divorced after the show wrapped?" Ever since Alexander got back to the country and binge-watched every single episode of Countryside Bliss, he realized he'd somehow fallen for her. So now he kept his eyes on her, voice low and serious. "Luna, let's put the papers aside for now. I want to take you somewhere." His voice already had that naturally deep tone, but when he spoke in that slow, deliberate way, it added this subtle, heart-tugging intimacy. Luna nodded, and they drove to the beach. The sand was pure white under the golden glow of the setting sun, waves gently lapping at the shore. Roses lined the long coastline, swaying softly with the breeze. Right in the center of the beach, thousands of Juliet roses were arranged into a massive heart shape. Alexander walked toward the center, pulled out a ring box he'd hidden earlier, knelt down, and for once his usual calm was replaced by barely concealed nerves. "Luna, would you give me another chance?" Luna looked him in the eye, heart suddenly pounding like crazy. What the hell? Weren't they just about to get divorced 5 minutes ago? How did it turn into a surprise proposal? But the way he looked at her was so intense, so sincere, and there were all these familiar faces around, cheering them on. She hesitated. Her hand slowly reached towards the ring box, unsure. Then suddenly, Ethan Walker snatched the ring first and shoved it onto her finger. His eyes were red, clinging to her arm and mumbling, "You can't leave. You have to marry Dad." Seeing how flustered the kid was, Luna couldn't help but burst out laughing. She gently patted his fluffy little head. All right, no divorce." The moment the words came out of her mouth, Alexander stood up in a flash. He took her hand, not too tight, just enough. His fingers lightly brushed over the new ring on her finger, his eyes full of warmth. "I'll make sure you're happy for the rest of our lives." It was the final live broadcast from Countryside Bliss. The viewers got to witness every second, throwing out waves of heartfelt blessings. "This is it, a top celeb and a CEO. This love story is unreal. I'm fine being single, just let my OTP stay together forever." Crying, "Their story is over, but man, I hope they stay this happy forever."